In the realm of web literature, a grand event unfolds as a prominent figure hosts a private screening, offering an exclusive glimpse into a captivating side story and the latest chapter of a popular serialized tale. Princess Chaohua, after suffering a grave illness, discovers with astonishment that she is merely a malicious supporting character within a novel. With a heart filled with malice and a ruthless demeanor, she finds herself ensnared in a web of romantic turmoil. The male protagonist, whom she idolizes, meets a gruesome fate, torn apart by relentless forces. Fortunately, she gains access to a system designed for the redemption of villainous characters, which offers her a chance to alter her tragic destiny by winning over the formidable antagonist, the prince consort. Yet, Xie Juan does not perceive marrying the princess as a blessing. He finds himself in a state of melancholy, allowed only to admire her from a distance. One day, the princess undergoes a remarkable transformation, unexpectedly permitting him to share her bed. Chaohua smiles and asserts, "We are husband and wife. Let us not speak of outsiders. As long as the prince consort is pleased, anything is permissible." Xie Juan is left bewildered, pondering if the princess has lost her senses due to her illness. Driven by a desire to rewrite her fate, Chaohua is confronted with the unsettling realization that her character's persona is crumbling. As the protagonist awakens, she finds herself enveloped in the serene atmosphere of a summer day, with a gentle breeze caressing the delicate white curtains. Lying on a bed, Chaohua's brow furrows in discomfort, having been jolted awake from a haunting nightmare. A maid eagerly approaches, exclaiming, "Princess, you are awake." The maid kneels before her as Chaohua, pale and drenched in sweat, surveys her surroundings, struggling to comprehend her situation. "What has happened to me?" she questions, bewildered. "You were frightened at the horse track and have been in a deep slumber for 3 days," the maid, Chaohua, replies, her voice thick with emotion. "The royal physicians are utterly incompetent, but thankfully you have awakened." "Princess?" Chaohua calls again, sensing Chaohua's silence. "It is nothing. I require a bath," Chaohua declares, dismissing the absurdity of her recent dream, convinced that her illness has muddled her mind. Yet the vividness of the dream lingers, with images of national ruin and a public execution haunting her thoughts. She touches her neck, arms, and legs, relieved to find herself unscathed. How could the esteemed princess of Ximing be subjected to such humiliation, especially at the hands of Gu Wang, the very person she held dear? Chaohua dismisses the nightmare as a ludicrous fabrication, yet a chilling voice echoes in her mind. "Chaohua, your malicious intent has caused great harm. You have slain my beloved Yue. I shall ensure you meet a terrible end." The cold voice belongs to none other than Gu Wang. Furious, Chaohua shouts silence. Startled, the accompanying maids drop to their knees, alarmed by the prince's sudden outburst. Chaohua, too, is taken aback, fearing for her mistress' well-being. Chaohua, the noble princess, has always been cherished and pampered. Yet she possesses a mercurial temperament and a penchant for cruelty. While she detests the smell of sweat, her husband, the prince consort, has been relegated to the study due to his lack of charm. In contrast, she finds herself drawn to Gu Wang, the hostage from the Eastern Jin Kingdom. Unfortunately, her father has chosen the son of the Xie family as her consort, and their marriage has been devoid of intimacy since their wedding night. 3 days prior, while attempting to ride, the prince consort and the hostage quarreled, startling her horse and nearly causing her to fall. Now, the prince's mood is precarious, and the maids wisely keep their distance. Amidst the turmoil, Chaohua's mind is plagued by the voice and the imagery from her dream. She clutches her head, overwhelmed, and calls for the royal physician. However, before she can finish her command, darkness envelopes her once more. Upon regaining consciousness, Chaohua's fury simmers within her. How dare she be relegated to the role of a villainous supporting character? As she tosses and turns in bed, grappling with her anger, she realizes that her recent illness has granted her a glimpse into her future and bound her to a self-rescue system for the malicious supporting character. To her astonishment, she, a dignified princess, has been reduced to a foolish and malevolent figure in a novel. "What a ridiculous system," she mutters. "I am the self-rescue system for the malicious supporting character," the voice replies. "To save yourself, you must complete tasks. I can provide you with glimpses of future events, allowing you to alter the narrative to your advantage." Chaohua, now aware of her dire predicament, inquires about the book's title and author. "This book is titled Everyone Falls for the Yandere by Wanhua Kongguo," the voice informs her. Chaohua gasps. What role does Gu Wang play in this story? He is the deranged male lead, destined to destroy your family and bring about your demise. Impossible. You profess to hold me dear, she retorts, her expression darkening as the realization dawns upon her. Their kingdoms are adversaries, and his presence in her life is steeped in resentment. Unwilling to accept her newfound identity as the villain, she contemplates her next move. Can't accept it? Then you are bound to me, the voice taunts. Tell me, what is Gu Wang's fate? She demands. That is part of the future narrative, only revealed upon the completion of certain tasks. As Chaohua lies in bed, contemplating her predicament, a maid enters, announcing, the hostage prince requests an audience, accompanied by Miss Chu to offer apologies. Chaohua's eyes narrow, recalling the scene where Gu Wang had grasped her throat in her dream. How dare he approach her? Inform the prince that the princess is unwell and should return, Xie Juan interjects, recognizing the shift in Chaohua's demeanor. The princess has just awoken and is still fragile. An unwelcome visit from the hostage prince would surely provoke her eye, the racetrack. Prince Xie and Miss Chu Yu exchanged glances, which did not escape the notice of the princess, who was likely still seething with indignation. Yet, Gu Wang dared to bring people to the princess' residence, seemingly unaware of her temperament. Last year, a reckless young lady from a noble family attempted to seduce Gu Wang, only to be caught by the princess. This provoked the wrath of Princess Chaohua, and the young lady did not leave the palace alive. When her family came to retrieve her body, the sight sent shivers down everyone's spine. Moreover, since her awakening, the princess had seemingly transformed, lying in bed and gazing at the ceiling, occasionally muttering to herself. Now, when Gu Ji was mentioned, there was not a trace of her former affection in her eyes. Let them in. Chaohua suddenly spoke, taking a sip of tea to clear her throat, her voice gentle yet melodious. In her dream, Gu Wang had accused her of causing the death of his beloved Yue, leading her to believe that his true affections lay with Miss Chu Yu, the esteemed talent of the capital, renowned for her beauty and medical expertise. Their acquaintance seemed to stem from her having saved him at some point. They had long harbored feelings for each other covertly, a fact Zhao Hua had failed to perceive, blinded by her own emotions. As Zhao Hua's gaze darkened, she resolved to see who would emerge victorious in this contest. Gu Wang, do not think you can deceive me. It was Miss Chu Yu's first visit to the princess' residence, and she appeared composed as she accompanied Gu Wang. Chu Yu pays her respects to the princess. The racetrack belongs to my family, and I regret that the princess was startled there. I have heard of your illness, and I possess some knowledge of medicine. I could attend to your needs. At 16, in the bloom of youth, she wore a green garment, her fair complexion and beauty making her a true enchantress. It is but a trifling matter. I am already on the mend, so there is no need for concern, Miss Chu. Chu Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief, having heard that the princess was quite spoiled and had a domineering disposition, particularly towards Gu Wang. She had worried that Zhao Hua might take her jealousy out on her and the Chu family, but was pleasantly surprised by her amiable demeanor. Beside her, Gu Li stood tall, adorned in a dark violet gown with a jade pendant at his waist, appearing far more humble in attire compared to his princely brother, yet exuding an air of elegance. The two exchanged uncertain glances, both perplexed. Zhao Hua observed their silent communication with a cold smile. Gu Wang, I have been ill for so long, why did you only come to see me now? Feigning her previous spoiled demeanor, she intended to provoke him. Gu Wang quickly dispelled his confusion and stepped closer. Zhao Hua, please do not be angry. I have been busy learning martial arts at General Chu's residence. I want to hone my skills to protect you in the future. That day at the racetrack, he had fought with Xie Juan and was no match for him at all. If you wish to learn martial arts, simply tell me. I can find someone to teach you. General Chu is too occupied with military matters to spare time for you. Zhao Hua stood up from her soft couch and approached him, scrutinizing his appearance. Gu Wang lowered his head slightly, his features strikingly handsome with a noble nose and cunning yet affectionate fox-like eyes. A beauty mark at the corner of his left eye drew attention, and when he narrowed his gaze, he resembled a beguiling fox in the night. Zhao Hua had once adored his eyes and face, often told that foxes were the most cunning of creatures. Little did she know that Gu Wang's seemingly obedient demeanor was merely a ruse to enchant and manipulate her. His customary flattery was merely a means to better exploit her. He now resembled a wolf cub that had sheathed its claws, devoid of aggression. The princess now has a husband. It would not be proper for me to visit often, lest I provoke his ire. Gu Wang lifted his gaze, his fox-like eyes appearing sorrowful, his tone tinged with melancholy. As he displayed such an expression, Zhao Hua could not help but feel pity, and she would inevitably berate Xie Juan. branding him a brutish martial artist, far inferior to Gu Wang, claiming that it was her parents' decision for her to marry Xie Juan. If given the chance, she would certainly annul their union. Gu Wang awaited her to voice such sentiments. However, after a long silence, the princess did not utter a word against Xie Juan. Chaohua fell into contemplation. Xie Juan despised Gu Wang and often called him cunning and hypocritical. Did he already know? What sort of person was Xie Juan? Chaohua pondered internally. She held no affection for Xie Juan, finding him cold and lacking in charm, a thought that repulsed her and he did not even appear in her dreams. Xie Juan was destined to be the future villain, perhaps the only one capable of rivaling the male lead thus far. Gu Wang was meticulous, deeply calculating, and adept in the art of seduction. You wish to alter the plot? I have a task for you, the system interjected. Chaohua furrowed her brow. What task? Went over the future villain husband. Gain his favor to earn 2 points and reveal a chapter of the plot. Chaohua felt exasperated. You wish for me to court a brutish man? How absurd. I'm a princess of noble standing. Xie Juan is only fit to fetch me water. Chaohua, what troubles you? Noticing her silence, Gu Wang inquired with genuine concern. His voice was as soothing as flowing water, stirring her heart. Chaohua raised her gaze and met his obsidian-like eyes, internally acknowledging his skill in the art of seduction, yet she vowed not to be ensnared again. If you wish to study martial arts at the Chu household, then so be it. You visiting the princess' residence would indeed displease Xie Juan. Gu Wang's eyes widened in surprise. Chaohua, you. Before he could finish, a young maid entered, announcing, Princess, the prince is here to see you. Mother has sent a nourishing chicken soup to restore the prince's health, came a voice as cold as ice upon entering. Xie Juan, with his handsome yet stern visage, donned an ice-blue brocade robe. Despite his striking appearance and formidable presence, Chaohua found him lacking the elegance and refinement she desired, deeming him too cold and brutal, a mere commoner in her eyes. The men of the Xie family had risen from humble beginnings, earning their current status as esteemed officials through valor and sacrifice in service to the state, which was why her father had consented to the marriage of the eldest princess to his son. Upon seeing Chaohua's disdainful expression, Xie Juan merely smirked, seemingly unfazed, as he entered with an exquisite food box, casting a cold glance at Gu Wang, before suddenly smiling a smile devoid of warmth that sent shivers down one's spine. Prince Gu has recovered so soon? Did you not accuse me of foul play before the emperor yesterday? Standing before him, Gu Wang and Xie Juan were equally handsome, yet Gu Wang appeared somewhat frail by comparison. The two seemed like destined rivals, one of intellect, the other of might. I heard that Chaohua has awakened, so I came to pay my respects. Tension simmered in the air as they regarded each other with palpable animosity. Gu Wang's expression darkened as he restrained his anger. Beside him, Chuyi noticed Xie Juan's aggressive demeanor and interjected on behalf of Gu Wang. Your Highness, Prince Gu came to visit the princess and is here to accompany me in offering an apology. The incident at the racetrack was indeed concerning, and I worried when the princess did not awaken. Xie Juan approached the table beside Chaohua and placed the food box down, his eyes icy and incisive. I heard that Miss Chu is skilled in medicine. If you truly meant to apologize, why did you not come earlier to tend to the princess? Now that she has awakened, your visit seems rather belated. Chu Yu's expression shifted, taken aback by the prince's biting tongue. She had nearly forgotten that while Xie Juan was young, he had grown up in a military camp alongside his father, earning the nickname Jade-Faced Cold Demon. The princess was not awake, and I was instructed not to receive guests. That is why I did not come. The Chu family had yet to devise a suitable response, which accounted for their prolonged absence. However, with the emperor's most cherished princess in a state of shock and severe illness, the Chu family could not evade responsibility. In their moment of uncertainty, Gu Wang appeared, offering his assistance to plead on behalf of the Chu family before the princess under the pretext of seeking mentorship. Gu Wang intended to advocate for the Chu family, saying, Chaohua, General Chu is now my mentor. The incident at the horse grounds was my fault for failing to protect you. I hope you won't hold the Chu family accountable. Chaohua smiled faintly, yet remained silent. Xie Juan chuckled softly. Your Highness, you should drink the soup while it's hot. He presented an exquisitely crafted bowl from the food box, pouring a steaming chicken broth into it before handing it to Chaohua. His actions were rather clumsy as he poured, causing some of the broth to spill. Chaohua felt a surge of anger as she noticed her precious gold-embossed, peony-patterned blanket getting stained. Unable to suppress her irritation, she exclaimed, Xie Juan. Yet, recalling the tasks assigned by the little system, she restrained herself, curious about the unfolding narrative. It was personally made by Mother, Xie Juan remarked, aware of her temperament. Ever since their marriage, his entire family had treated her like a revered ancestor, and he felt a simmering frustration. Had it not been for his mother's insistence, he would have preferred not to serve her at all. Understanding that Chaohua held disdain for him, regarding him as a rough man in contrast to the refined Gu Wang, who would surely win her favor, Xie Juan felt that marrying him was a disservice to her. With a sense of pride, he resolved that if Chaohua did not favor him, he would refrain from visiting. This time, however, he intended to suggest they move out of the prince's residence. "Come here and feed me," Chaohua commanded, her initial anger subsiding, revealing a hint of gentleness. Not only were Gu Wang and the others taken aback, but Xie Juan also gazed up in astonishment, glancing at Gu Wang several times, perplexed that she would ask him to feed her in the presence of her beloved. "What are you standing there for? As my consort, isn't it your duty to serve me?" Chaohua maintained her commanding tone, though she knew that overtly flattering him would raise suspicions, so she resolved to proceed with caution. Although her tone was still imperious, it compelled Xie Juan to bring the bowl closer, squeezing beside her as he said, "All right, Your Highness, open your mouth. Be careful, it's hot." His tall frame contrasted with Chaohua's delicate stature, her waist scarcely filling a hand's width. While the broadness of the seat could accommodate them both, they had never been this intimate before. Sitting so close, she could detect his refreshing scent. Fortunately, he showed no signs of perspiration, or she would have found it unbearable. She felt as if she were nestled in his embrace. Chaohua's ears flushed crimson. Had she been her former self, she would have furiously overturned the bowl and slapped him. Yet surprisingly, she remained composed, not even obediently sipping the soup. Xie Juan was astonished he had deliberately acted this way, yet he hadn't anticipated her compliance. Strangely, he recalled their wedding night, when she had unveiled her beauty beneath the red veil, igniting a fervent desire within him to possess her. He felt the same now. However, Xie Juan instinctively softened his actions, ensuring the spoon did not clink against the bowl, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Wang, whose expression darkened, instantly lifting his spirits. "Your Highness, is the soup I served to your liking?" "Yes, it's rather good," Chaohua replied, delicately wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, her demeanor unexpectedly amiable, which brightened Xie Juan's mood as he momentarily set aside his usual cold demeanor. Acquired 2 points of villain affection. A chapter of romantic development may be revealed. Please accept. Chaohua felt a surge of excitement, never anticipating that such a simple act could lead to a narrative twist. Her mind conjured images of what was to come. "The soup is poisoned. You will suffer from poisoning and spit blood, bringing misfortune to the Xie family." Puffed. Chaohua's complexion turned a shade of purple as she coughed up blood. "Chaohua!" Gu Wang exclaimed, alarmed, pushing Xie Juan aside. "Xie Juan, how dare you poison the princess?" Chapter 3. The princess is poisoned. Upon witnessing Gu Wang embrace his wife, Xie Juan's countenance soured. "Get away from her!" he bellowed, forcefully reclaiming the princess. "Someone summoned the imperial physician." Gu Wang stumbled back, caught off guard. Chaohua's complexion was ashen. She grasped the man's arm, pleading, "Xie Juan, the soup was prepared by my mother herself. She would never harm you. Please trust me." Xie Juan had not anticipated that the soup could be tainted. It was evident that someone intended to harm him and the Xie family, aiming to bring about Chaohua's demise. Should anything happen to Chaohua, the Xie family would surely face dire consequences. "Miss Chu, you possess medical knowledge. Hasten to administer an antidote to the princess." Chu Yu was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. As Xie Juan called for her, she quickly gathered her wits and rushed to take Chaohua's pulse. Examining the bowl, the princess had been poisoned with a potent toxin, the nature of which remained unknown. "I have antidotes that can suppress the toxin's effects," she declared. "Give me the elixir." Xie Juan snatched it, placed it in his mouth, and then administered it to Chaohua. Gu Wang's expression darkened, his heart heavy with discomfort. The soup had originated from the Xie family, and the princess's poisoning was inextricably linked to them. "Gu Wang, this is not your place to speak," Xie Juan retorted, his temper flaring with a fierce glare directed at him. Chaohua, dazed, opened her eyes, momentarily believing she had succumbed to death. "Your Highness, you are awake," Chaohua exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Where's the prince?" Chaohua reached out for support, her body weakened from her recent illness and now the poison. "The prince is in the palace. The emperor is aware of the situation. It is said you were poisoned by the soup he sent." and now he seeks retribution against him and the Xie family. Chaohua assisted her in rising. Chaohua's expression shifted. Prepare my attire. I must enter the palace. The Xie family would never poison her. It was evident that someone sought to eliminate them. The system had only revealed a chapter of the plot, indicating her poisoning would lead to Madame Xie's imprisonment and demise. Should Madame Xie perish, Xie Juan would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred towards her. He was cold-blooded and cruel, a true antagonist. She would undoubtedly meet a grim fate if he sought revenge. No, she must devise a means to save her and alter the course of events. Chaohua, perplexed, remarked, "Your Highness, that soup was prepared by Madame Xie. She poisoned you." What is the current status of Madame Xie? Chaohua's heart raced with anxiety. In the prison, the prince had entered the palace to plead on her behalf. Chaohua instructed her attendants to turn back, insisting they first retrieve Madame Xie from the prison. In the imperial study, Xie Juan knelt, Gu Wang standing nearby. "What should you present as well?" Together, they testified that the princess had been poisoned after consuming the soup given by Xie Juan. The evidence was clear. Xie Juan could not refute it, even if he had 100 excuses. "Your Majesty, I did not poison the princess. Chaohua is my wife. I would never harm her. The soup was prepared by my mother. She would not dare to poison the princess openly. Furthermore, if my mother had poisoned it, she would not have let me deliver it. I implore your Majesty to see reason. Who would harm their own son?" Gu Wang interjected, "However, the soup was prepared by the Xie family. Even if they did not poison the princess, the soup had been tampered with. The culprit must be among the Xie family. Your Majesty, I suggest we surround the Xie residence to prevent any conspirators from escaping." Xie Juan's gaze darkened, aware of the ill intent behind Gu Wang's words. "You are the one who resembles a conspirator. Your Highness, Gu Wang's words are aimed at ruining the Xie family. I plead for your Majesty to see through this." Emperor Mingde, seated upon the dragon throne, grew weary of their bickering. "Enough. Silence. What is the condition of Chaohua now? Should you step forward, your Majesty? The poison within the princess has been temporarily suppressed, but I am unable to identify the toxin. We must trace its origin to discover what was used before we can formulate an antidote. Summon Madame Xie for questioning. Compel her to reveal the truth." Emperor Mingde prioritized saving his beloved daughter over the identity of the poisoner, asserting that the soup was indeed made by Madame Xie, and thus it was justified to interrogate her. Xie Juan's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched. "Your Majesty, my mother is frail. She cannot withstand repeated interrogations. If you seek punishment, let me bear the burden. Your concern appears to lie solely with your mother, not with Chaohua," the emperor retorted. "No wonder Chaohua harbors disdain for you as a prince. The Xie family will face dire consequences if anything happens to Chaohua." Suppressing his fury, "You would do well to uncover the poisoner swiftly," the emperor warned, his anger palpable. Chapter 4. Turning the Tide, Your Majesty. "The princess has gone to the prison to retrieve Madame Xie," a young eunuch announced, bowing deeply. "What did you say?" Not only was Emperor Mingde taken aback, but Xie Juan and the others were equally astonished, unable to fathom how Chaohua could take such an action. "The princess has returned with Madame Xie to the Xie residence, and she has requested a physician to examine her before entering the palace to explain to you." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Wang's expression darkened the most, unable to comprehend Chaohua's sudden change. Had she not despised the Xie family? "Father," Chaohua said, "I saved Madame Xie and ensured a physician examined her to confirm her well-being before entering the palace." "Chaohua, how could you go to the prison when you are still weak? You should have sent someone to inform me," Emperor Mingde admonished, his heart aching at the sight of his daughter's pallor. He shot a disapproving glare at the prince. "It is your family's fault. How could you release her without finding the antidote? You put her at risk of further poisoning." Chaohua glanced at Xie Juan. "Father, I am fine. Xie Juan is my husband, and Madame Xie is my mother-in-law. They have been kind to me. Upon hearing I was ill, she prepared chicken soup made from the hens raised by the Xie matriarch, which is nourishing. I visited the Duke's residence to ascertain the situation. It was not Madame Xie who poisoned me. Someone acted surreptitiously. It was not done in the Duke's residence." Xie Juan thought to himself. As he had escorted the food box to the princess's residence without anyone touching it, it was impossible for it to have been tampered with along the way. However, Chaohua's defense seemed to exonerate the Xie family. Suppressing his doubts, he recalled, "I did bump into someone while passing a tavern. They nearly caused the soup to spill, but they helped me catch it. Ah, that must have been when it was tampered with, Chaohua concluded, quickly moving closer to the emperor. Father, the true poisoner is someone else. It cannot be the Xie family. Xie Juan and I have been married for less than 3 months. The Xie family would not dare to poison me. This is clearly a frame-up. Madame Xie is my mother-in-law. She is frail, and having been imprisoned in the Dali Temple, she has fallen ill from the cold. If anything were to happen to her, others would surely blame me. Emperor Mingda pondered for a moment. Humph, they dare. They may not dare to speak publicly, but rumors are insidious. You cannot silence the whispers of the world. I do not wish for the Xie family to suffer losses so soon after our marriage. She did not wish to become a malicious supporting character, serving as a stepping stone for others. Emperor Mingda looked at his daughter. If the poison within you remains unresolved, and we cannot find the antidote, you will be in danger. What shall we do? Have the Xie family redeem themselves by investigating the matter thoroughly. The second young master of the Xie family is a magistrate in the Dali Temple, known for his brilliance in solving cases. I believe he will not find this matter too difficult. Upon hearing this, Emperor Mingda realized his daughter had indeed changed. She seemed to have grown wiser. Very well. Since you plead for leniency, I shall grant the Xie family an opportunity. Prince, you must take good care of the princess. Should anything happen, I shall hold you accountable. As the situation began to shift, Chaohua finally exhaled in relief, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her. Your Highness, 2 voices called out simultaneously, both Xie Juan and Gu Wang reaching for her hand in concern. Xie Juan forcefully pushed Gu Wang aside, asserting, Your Highness, you need not concern yourself. I will take care of the princess. Gu Wang gazed at Chaohua, silently hoping she would choose him. Once upon a time, she would have unhesitatingly pushed Xie Juan away. Yet this time, she did not. Chaohua leaned against Xie Juan's embrace and weakly murmured, Gu Wang, please go back for now. I will seek you out when I have the chance. Gu Wang was perplexed. How did it come to this? Was it not agreed that even if she had a husband, their relationship would remain unchanged? Chapter 5. Not without desire upon leaving the imperial study, Xie Yu followed him, asking, Are you coming back to the general's residence with me? Due to Princess Chaohua's poisoning, her successful treatment had mitigated the crisis for the Chu family, thus burying the incident of her being startled in the carriage. Gu Wang inquired, Is there no way for you to cure Chaohua's poison? Xie Yu was taken aback, feeling a sense of discomfort. Why are you suddenly so concerned about her? Did you not say? There existed an ambiguous relationship between them, though it was never explicitly acknowledged. Xie Yu understood that he did not genuinely harbor feelings for Chaohua. His mind was meticulous, his exterior radiant, yet his heart was dark and cold. It was hard for her to believe he could truly care for anyone's well-being, especially that of the princess, who to him was merely the daughter of an enemy. Gu Wang was agitated. He had never liked Chaohua and had merely engaged with her as a fleeting entertainment. Previously, she had been naive and easily manageable, but now he felt as if he had lost control over her. Suddenly, everything had changed. Let us return to the general's residence. Princess, what has happened recently? Xie Juan could not help but ask in the carriage. Setting aside everything else, it was astonishing that she now permitted him to ride in her luxurious champagne carriage. Chaohua's carriage was extravagantly adorned, featuring 4 solid copper wheels, a golden canopy, bright yellow curtains, and intricately carved gold peony patterns on its sides. Even the window frames embellished with golden beads. As her husband, he should have been able to enjoy such opulence with her. Yet Chaohua despised his sweat, forbidding him from touching anything of hers. Today, she had changed so drastically that Xie Juan even questioned whether she was truly the princess. I simply do not want you to unjustly resent me due to your mother's misfortune. Do you think I'm blind to this scheme? Chaohua leaned back, still disdainful. She realized that to gain his favor, she would have to endure and allow him to share the carriage with her. Observing the disdain in her eyes, Xie Juan recognized that she was still the same Chaohua. I thought you would conspire with Gu Wang to have me eliminated, allowing you two to be together. I certainly do not wish to become a widow shortly after our marriage. Xie Juan's complexion was as pale as frost, his features picturesque, yet his words could be cutting. Not allowing me to sleep. How is that any different from being a widow? His temperament was aloof, yet he was not devoid of desires. He was quite satisfied marrying a beautiful wife, yet the beauty was only for admiration, not for touch, which diminished his interest significantly. He did not perceive marrying a princess as a grand achievement. Chaohua's pale complexion flushed crimson. Their limited interactions had led her to perceive him as cold and noble, devoid of desire. She had no idea he harbored such lewd thoughts as a rough man would. Do you think I am just any woman? She was not one of those courtesans who could be treated as such. Xie Juan narrowed his cold, clear gaze. A princess is of noble birth. A mere son of a duke is unworthy of you. His words were intentionally mocking. Humph. Chaohua raised her chin, her expression proud. He was the proud heir of a duke, and even a princess could not easily dominate him, especially not a delicate girl with numerous flaws. Xie Juan was not fond of her temperament. Since the princess so despises me, I intend to move out of the princess's residence and return to the Xie family. I have had enough of sleeping in the cold study. I refuse to endure her expressions any longer. He was not a man dependent on women for sustenance. When the emperor arranged their marriage, he had stated that he could enter the military, achieve merit, and rise in rank through his own abilities. Even before he became her husband, he held military power and gained fame at a young age. Sooner or later, he would become even more formidable, and at that time, he would have the proud princess begging beneath him in tears. Chaohua's expression shifted. No, we have just married. And you wish to move out of the princess's residence? Wouldn't that be a source of ridicule for me? You are not allowed to move out. Xie Juan's lips curled slightly. I do not wish to reside in the study. If the princess agrees to allow me to return to the peony garden and permits me to share your bed, then I will not move out of the princess's residence. Chapter 6. One must give him some sweetness dare to threaten her? Chaohua was incensed. What a beautiful thought. Then I shall return home. My mother is ill, and I must tend to her. If you do not agree, I will report to the empress. Xie Juan appeared unyielding. A newlywed should not be relegated to the cold study. It would invite ridicule. He did not believe he could not handle this proud princess. Before their marriage, Chaohua had never interacted with him. Xie Juan had spent all his time in the military. After their marriage, he had scarcely acknowledged her, assuming him to be a cold, rough man. Yet he proved to be more articulate than the scholars. After a moment of anger, Chaohua calmed down. You may move back to the peony garden and live with me, but you cannot sleep in my bed unless you bathe daily, refrain from sweating, and correct your rude behavior. Then I will allow you to share my bed. She had a natural affinity for cleanliness, always presenting herself impeccably, even when ill. Her attire remained exquisite. She bathed in water infused with flower petals, and sometimes even milk, a display of her luxuriousness. But Xie Juan was a man and could not maintain such delicate living standards. He had to practice martial arts. He would sweat from exercise. How could he avoid it? He could bathe, yet who could manage to wash like her every morning and evening? He would wash his hands 3 or 4 times before being satisfied during meals. Yet, gazing at the enchanting princess, Xie Juan wrestled with his thoughts. When shall we consummate our marriage? One must give him some sweetness, after all. He cannot live without meat forever. Chaohua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unable to endure any longer, she slapped him. Xie Juan, are you tired of living? Goodness, the delicate peony can be so fierce. Caught off guard, Xie Juan, who had never been slapped, felt a surge of emotions. Cold and dark were his eyes. Were she not a princess, were she not the woman he had wed, he would have certainly retaliated. A princess striking her husband would lead him to seek the empress for justice. He could not retaliate, yet his pride was bruised. Chaohua rubbed her wrist. Her delicate hand was reddened from striking him. If you're capable, then try it. Seeing her anger, her eyes turning red, Xie Juan furrowed his brow. Disinterested in arguing with her. Let be my fault, do not cry. He truly felt unfortunate. Then will you not move out of the princess's residence? Chaohua's hand throbbed, making her want to cry. Her voice was soft, striking a chord in his heart. Xie Juan's tongue grazed his teeth, a spark igniting in his eyes, wishing he could consume her whole. Before their marriage, no one had informed him that the little princess could be so enticing. After the decree of their marriage was announced, all the noble sons felt sympathy and envy for him to have wed the most precious flower of the royal family. Chaohua was breathtakingly beautiful. No man could resist her allure. Yet her spoiled nature, her affections elsewhere, and her bad temper made her detest military officials. Aside from his handsome visage, everything else about him was loathed by the princess, evoking sympathy and envy from others. Indeed, their marriage had not been smooth sailing. Yet now he found it was not as dire as he once thought. At the very least, he could anticipate that one day, the beauty he desired would be his. I will not move out, Xie Juan resolved, fearing her tears would spur the Xie family to blame him. Your hand aches? Chaohua's palm was red. Xie Juan took her hand to inspect it and found it glaringly tender, musing that she was quite delicate. My lady, perhaps you should refrain from taking matters into your own hands next time, lest you harm your exquisite skin and feel the pain yourself. Chaohua felt unwell and lacked the strength to argue further. He brazenly held her hand, taking advantage without retracting. Xie Juan squeezed her soft little hand, feeling rather pleased. The princess was particularly obstinate, and if she were a bit more gentle, it would be delightful. The carriage jolted, and the princess seemed unwell. Should I hold you, my lady? Chaohua thought to herself. You reek, keep your distance from me. Gained 3 points of villain favorability, revealing a chapter of the plot. Please accept. Chapter 7. He is merely an acquired one. Chaohua immediately perked up, having reviewed the plot relayed by the system. She smirked. The Chu family truly had audacity. Chu Yu clearly had a way to detoxify her, but feigned ignorance. Was her intention to conceal her medical skills? Did everyone not already know of her prowess? Oddly, Chu Yu had suddenly acquired medical knowledge. Originally an uncherished, legitimate daughter of the Chu family, with her mother having passed away early, General Chu remarried, producing 2 sons and a daughter. With a stepmother came a stepfather. Chu Yu grew up under the oppression of her stepmother and stepsister, treading carefully. Could it be that she feared suspicion of having poisoned herself, hence her refusal to provide an antidote? The perpetrator remained unidentified, and if Chu Yu had the means to detoxify her, it would indeed raise suspicions. Unfortunately, the chapter offered scant insight into how Chu Yu mastered her medical skills or her true reasons for withholding the antidote. Her reluctance to save her was likely more complex than it appeared. The narrative only depicted her conversation with the maid, leading Chaohua to speculate that she could assist with the detoxification, but chose not to. Xie Juan sat nearby, kneading her hand, noticing her sudden shift in demeanor. Her eyes turning icy with a chilling smirk that was far from endearing. He wondered if she had fallen from her horse and injured her mind. How well do you know Chu Yu? Chaohua typically focused her thoughts on Gu Wang, seldom paying attention to others. A neglected, legitimate daughter of the Chu family hardly warranted her elaborate consideration. Had she not discovered their flirtation at the horse ranch, she might not have spared her a second glance. This question puzzled Xie Juan. Why the sudden interest? Could it be, he paused, was she jealous of her connection to Gu Wang? Judging by her past temperament, she would certainly not allow any woman near him to go unscathed, even swatting a mosquito that dared to bite him. Such possessiveness was admirable, but regrettably, it was not directed towards him, darkening Xie Juan's gaze. The thought of his wife fixating on another man filled him with discontent, his expression growing ominously severe. Chaohua felt there was little common ground between them. Conversing with him felt futile, akin to playing a lute to a cow. It was best to send someone to investigate Chu Yu. Never mind. Let's disregard my earlier words. Xie Juan, I possess a millennium-old ginseng in my storeroom. Take it back to nourish your mother. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Chaohua instructed her servants to fetch the item and handed it to him, having been married for over 3 months. Today marked her first visit to the Xie family, where she found them warm and welcoming, especially her mother-in-law and the old lady, whose concern for her felt genuine. The troubles faced by Madame Xie were somewhat of a consequence of her involvement, and feeling a sense of guilt, Chaohua decided to offer her the millennium-old ginseng as compensation. The story revealed that Madame Xie fell gravely ill after being imprisoned, suffering from shock and cold. Despite Xie Juan's cold demeanor, he was remarkably filial. Should his mother perish because of her, he would undoubtedly resent her. Pondering this, Chaohua resolved to send a piece of ginseng to Madame Xie to prevent any potential disruption of the plot. Xie Juan regarded the ginseng nestled in a rosewood box, narrowing his eyes in surprise. The princess, frail as she was, offered him such a valuable gift. His mother could not benefit from it. How could she send ginseng to her mother-in-law? It was truly unexpected. Take it if I say so, do not retort. Exasperated by his incessant chatter, Chaohua turned and left. After a moment of confusion, Xie Juan returned to the Xie household. Upon learning that the ginseng was a gift from the princess, Madame Xie scolded him. How dare you bring this here? The princess needs it more than I do. Return it at once. You audacious boy. Do not forget you are the prince consort. Always prioritize the princess. The old lady was equally frantic, scolding him as if he had committed a grave offense. The Xie family was admirable in many respects, yet they were overly honest, adhering to a rural mindset, cautious, sincere, and lacking the guile that characterized the noble circles of the capital. The eldest daughter-in-law was a noble princess. Once they learned of Xie Juan's impending marriage to the eldest princess, the entire family was on edge, fearing to provoke her displeasure. They privately instructed Xie Juan to care for the princess and not to anger her. Xie Juan felt despondent, realizing he was merely an afterthought. "Mother, this is a gift from the princess. To decline would be disrespectful. If you want me to heed her, how can I defy her? Madam Xie, old lady Xie, you cheeky boy, cease your prattling." Unable to counter her grandson's logic, the old lady resorted to striking his behind with her cane. Xie Juan did not dare evade, his face darkening. "Do you not notice that Chaohua has changed?" Chapter 8. Now you face the consequences. Old Lady Xie and Madame Xie exchanged glances. "We have not interacted with the princess. Today marks our first meeting. The rumors circulating outside were untrustworthy. And now you find yourself in a predicament." They scolded him in unison. "In the future, avoid inciting the princess's ire. Should she be displeased, I shall break your legs." Xie Juan, expressionless, confirmed his status as an afterthought, leaving the ginseng behind as he departed. By the time he returned to the princess's residence, night had fallen. Glancing at the sky, he packed his belongings. Sujio, puzzled, asked, "Young master, where are you taking your things? Did you not say you would not leave the princess's residence?" Xie Juan's gaze fell upon the beauty in the peony garden. Catching sight of the princess emerging from her bath, her figure, ethereal and enchanting, he felt a heaviness in his heart. Not being allowed to leave the princess's residence warranted an explanation. He had no desire to sleep on the small couch in the study. Young Master Xie provided no hints, leaving Su Jio to contemplate the matter alone. However, deciphering his master's thoughts proved challenging. With only him as a companion, there was no one to consult, and Xie Juan was not one for idle chatter. Su Jio entered the room, packing Xie Juan's clothes, pillow, and quilt. If he surmised correctly, the young master intended to share a bed with his wife. "Master, when will you go?" Xie Juan, seated at the desk, perused a military text, his demeanor cold and indifferent, not lifting his eyelids. "You take it there first." This would test the princess's disposition. Su Jio felt despondent, realizing he was nothing more than a pawn. Reluctantly, he hurried to the peony garden to scout for the young master. After a while, he returned, beaming. "Master, the princess is dining and inquired if you have eaten. I informed her you had yet to dine." The look on his face was one of pride, believing he had secured a splendid opportunity to connect with the princess. Xie Juan had dined at the Duke's manor and consumed 2 bowls of rice. He rubbed his belly, casting an annoyed glance at Su Jio. "Have you moved the items in? There will be plenty of opportunities to dine with the princess in the future." This was unnecessary haste. His disdainful gaze conveyed that Su Jio's actions were ill-considered. Su Jio straightened his back, realizing he had misjudged the situation. The items had been moved, and while the princess's expression was not particularly welcoming, she had not cast out the young master's belongings. This implied her consent for him to remain in the peony garden that night. Xie Juan, being the son of the Duke, held a prestigious status. Yet his position as the prince consort was even more exalted. After marrying the eldest princess, he would need her approval for intimate matters, which he found rather frustrating. Chaohua sat at the dining table, waiting patiently, evidently expecting him. Upon his entrance, she remained seated. Such was the demeanor of a high-ranking princess. She would not rise to greet him or serve him water. The treatment that other men are afforded is absent in the presence of Xie Juan. Instead, he is compelled to cater to this esteemed lady. Xie Juan's icy demeanor grew, increasingly displeased at the mention of the earth-fresh eggs his grandmother had sent. While others present gold and silver jewelry, silk and satin, rare treasures to woo their wives, he offered mere farm-fresh eggs. Chaohua recoiled instantly. The eggs were indeed rustic, speckled with chicken droppings and feathers, and merely glancing at them made her stomach churn, prompting her to cover her nose and mouth hastily. It baffled her how he, adorned in luxurious attire and exuding an air of nobility, could be so uncouth in his actions. Take these away. In the future, such gifts should be sent directly to the kitchen. No need for me to see them," she commanded. Xie Juan, noticing her disgust and struggle to suppress her expletives while feigning delight in receiving the gift, was amused. He thought her both lofty and hypocritical, as the eggs had been scrubbed clean before being presented to her. Even a noble princess required her eggs to be bathed before consumption. The thought of her delicate temperament made him want to see her flustered, so he sprinkled a bit of chicken droppings on top. "Your Highness, let the maid take the eggs." Chaohua, fearing the princess's wrath, hastily took the basket away. Xie Juan remained composed, lifting his robe to sit down. These eggs are from our family's own chickens, well-fed and nutritious. My grandmother's intention is to nourish your health. The princess, being of royal blood, surely did not lack for eggs, but it was simply that the old lady feared her feelings might be hurt, having endured a lifetime of hardship as a peasant. Even now, in a life of comfort, she could not shake the ingrained belief that the best offering was eggs. He suspected that someone like Chaohua, born into privilege, could never comprehend their perspective. Well, let us prepare a steamed egg dish for you to try tomorrow. Chaohua, not wanting to provoke his displeasure and jeopardize her favorability, was determined to maintain a positive rapport with him. She wished to delve deeper into the story, but found her access limited due to insufficient favorability points. Thus, she had no choice but to endure the basket of farm-fresh eggs, forcing a smile and speaking softly. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Does the princess not mind the smell?" Chaohua's smile faltered, and she fell silent. "As the heir of the Duke of Guogawa, I presume you have been taught these customs." "Customs?" Xie Juan replied with a faint smile. "In my household, we have no such rigid protocols. If the princess is displeased, she may refuse. There is no need to force yourself to accept what you dislike. I shall instruct my grandmother to refrain from such gifts in the future." Chaohua was taken aback. She had not anticipated his astuteness. Even the shared meal had failed to enhance his favorability towards her, perhaps because he perceived her as disingenuous. It was clear that her acting skills required refinement. "Let's dine first." To her surprise, she did not lose her temper. Xie Juan frowned slightly, finding her behavior rather peculiar. Throughout the meal, he consumed little. The so-called palace delicacies looked appetizing but paled in comparison to their home-cooked meals. He merely took a few bites before setting his chopsticks down. Across the table, the princess counted her rice grains, consuming only a few bites before abandoning her meal. Such extravagance led to a significant waste of food. Xie Juan furrowed his brow and could not help but admonish her. "If you cannot finish, do not request so many dishes. It is wasteful to prepare food that goes uneaten." Chaohua reflected on the untouched dishes before her, realizing that his lack of fondness for her stemmed from a perception of her as wasteful. She had heard that the Xie family hailed from humble origins. Xie Juan had spent his early years in a remote village before moving to the capital. He was not a native son of a noble family, and thus despised wastefulness. Her bright, glistening eyes blinked as she explained, "I thought you would join me for dinner. It was our first meal together, and I was uncertain of your tastes, so I had a bit more prepared. I assumed that as a military officer, you would have a hearty appetite." To her astonishment, Xie Juan's portions were even smaller than hers. "I usually do not prepare such an abundance when dining alone." Xie Juan paused, surprised to learn that this spread had been prepared specifically for him. "Indeed," she confirmed. Sitting across from him, the petite princess donned a pale, pink palace gown, revealing her delicate, fair neck, and her doe-like eyes gazed innocently at him. In that moment, Chaohua appeared as innocent as a little white rabbit, evoking a desire to protect her. Yet Xie Juan remained unmoved, sensing an underlying strangeness. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something is amiss. What could have prompted her sudden concern for him? It was evident she was attempting to curry favor. Recalling her words from their wedding night, his expression darkened. "I have already dined at home. I was unaware you had arranged for a meal. Have a servant distribute this feast to the guards." Chaohua was not inclined to become angry over such trivial matters. "Very well. You may manage it as you see fit." Xie Juan narrowed his eyes, increasingly suspicious of the princess's motives. Upon entering her chamber, he followed her inside. He had only been in the princess's quarters once on their wedding night, barely settling in before being shooed away. The thought of returning caused discomfort. He would not allow himself to be summoned again. The maid made the bed and then bowed her head to exit. Chaohua sat at the edge of the bed, feeling somewhat trapped. "Have you bathed?" "Not yet. I shall go wash now." Xie Juan glanced at the opulent bed and hastily went to bathe. After a while, he returned, only to find Chaohua absent from the bed. She was seated at the writing desk, seemingly engrossed in her task. Upon noticing him, she said, "You should rest first. I'm not yet tired. Are you feeling timid now?" Xie Juan found amusement in the situation. It was amusing to see a princess exhibit such vulnerability. If she felt reluctant, he would simply retreat to the study to sleep. "That won't do. You are already here. If I were to sleep in the study, it would seem as if I were bullying you." Chaohua believed this approach was not prudent. If she wished to gain his favor, they must spend time together. engaging in activities he enjoyed to elicit happiness from him. However, the matter of intimacy posed a challenge. She found it difficult to share a bed with someone she did not like. As Xie Juan grew weary and desired rest, he suggested the princess should retire early. If you do not, I would not dare to sleep first. If the old lady were to find out, she would surely break my legs. If she did not approach him, Xie Juan simply sat across from her, and Chaohua, feeling cornered, reluctantly climbed into the bed. I have not yet decided on intimacy with you. Do not act rashly. Xie Juan smirked. I have no habit of forcing women. His curiosity piqued. What was her agenda? If she detested him, why was she suddenly so eager to be close? Chaohua sighed and lay down, and he soon followed her under the covers. The bed became warm, infused with a fresh scent. She had always assumed military men were coarse and sweaty. Xie Juan, however, bore no offensive odor. Having slept alone for 16 years, sharing a bed with a man felt strange. She lay tense and rigid, unable to relax, fearing his potential advances. Hearing his steady breathing, she realized he had fallen asleep, allowing her to finally close her eyes and drift into slumber. After a day filled with turmoil, her body, exhausted, could no longer withstand the strain. In the Proton Manor, a voice filled with disbelief erupted. What nonsense! Gu Wang exclaimed, his complexion ashen, his tone sharp. His fierce expression terrified the concealed guards, who knelt in trepidation. Your Highness, please calm yourself. Last night, it is true that Master Xie stayed in the Peony Garden. The entire princess's estate was aware of this. What on earth had transpired? Why had Chaohua suddenly consented to share a bed with Xie Juan? Gu Wang's mind raced with questions, feeling entirely out of control. Come with me to the princess's residence. He did not believe it and needed to confront Chaohua personally. When Chaohua awoke, she found her side cold. Xie Juan had departed early for the military camp. The previous night had been uneventful, and her spirits were high. Your Highness, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Upon the arrival of Gu Wang, her smile faded somewhat, and she permitted him to enter. Chaohua, I used to come to the princess's residence without announcement. Why is it different now? Gu Wang's entrance was laced with implicit reproach. Please take a seat. Have you had breakfast? Chaohua responded with her usual calm demeanor. Gu Wang's expression softened slightly. No, I heard you and Xie Juan have consummated your marriage, and I feel quite distressed. Distressed? Chaohua scrutinized him closely, noting the genuine sorrow in his countenance. Yet his eyes shimmered with an icy anger. One must admit his acting skills were exceptional. Had she not awakened to the truth in time, she might still be at his mercy. Do not heed the gossip. I have no affection for Xie Juan and would never allow him to touch a single strand of my hair. Chaohua's demeanor was haughty, disdainful of her husband, as always. She realized she needed to learn a thing or two from Gu Wang's performance to deceive the cunning Xie Juan effectively. Gu Wang's gaze remained intense as he studied her for a while, reassured by her steadfastness, which mirrored her past. Then why did you allow him to move back to the Peony Garden last night? He threatened to complain to Mother. I feared for her worries. So I had him return to the Peony Garden to stay with me. Using the Empress as an excuse, Gu Wang found no fault in her reasoning. He continued, how did you save Madame Xie? Yesterday, your poisoning was the perfect opportunity to propose a divorce with Xie Juan, allowing us to be together. That would not be appropriate. I considered how it would appear if I divorced right after our marriage to be with you. Others would accuse me of lacking decorum. Gu Wang was taken aback. How did I not notice this before? The princess has indeed changed. Yes, that was my oversight. He did not genuinely wish for her to divorce. He merely sought to test whether her infatuation for him remained. However, the outcome was unexpectedly ambiguous, leaving him unable to ascertain her feelings. You were poisoned. This is the antidote I had Chuyi prepare for you. It will temporarily suppress the poison in your body. I will swiftly identify the culprit and procure a proper antidote. Thinking of that woman, Chaohua narrowed her eyes and picked up the vial from his palm. By the way, how did you become so close to Chuyi? Gu Wang explained calmly. We share a brother-sister relationship. I mentioned once that she saved me when I was injured. Chaohua, trust me, I have no interest in other women. The sincerity in his words echoed through their nearly 10 years of acquaintance, dating back to when he was an 8-year-old hostage from Dongjin. She recalled their first meeting, captivated by his alluring, fox-like eyes. At 7, Chaohua had been pampered and quite willful, drawn to beautiful things and people, insisting that Gu Wang become her follower. The proud crown prince was humiliated into servitude. It was then he began to harbor resentment toward her, perhaps. Chaohua smirked. I believe you. But I am curious how Yu suddenly became skilled in medicine. I heard she was timid and inept in the arts, only recently emerging in the capital. Chaohua received the antidote and asked casually. Wang, unsure himself, recounted, Yu grew up on the Chu family's estate and was brought back at 10. I heard she learned medicine while living there by saving an elderly man. After returning to the general's residence, she studied diligently and became proficient in medicine. With her lack of familiarity with her family, she remained secluded, and it was only after saving me that her talents became known. She had also attended a few banquets, saving drowning children and aiding a lady stricken by a sudden stroke, which garnered her widespread praise, eventually earning her the title of the capital's foremost talent. It sounded flawless. Noticing Zhao Hua's silence, Wang assumed she was displeased and, knowing her jealousy, smiled gently. Zhao Hua, I truly have no feelings for her. Zhao Hua internally scoffed at his performance, realizing he was quite adept at deception. In dreams, he had threatened to tear her apart for Yu. Zhao Hua chuckled lightly. Let us not mention her. Her skills are commendable, so we shall keep her around. Recalling a noble lady who had died in her residence, Wang's smile faltered slightly, realizing she had not changed as much as he had hoped. I have yet to dine. I heard you and Xie Juan are growing closer, so I hurried here this morning. Had Zhao Hua heard this in the past, she would have leaped for joy, but Wang's concern for her made it clear he cared. A love-struck girl could easily lose her head, but now Zhao Hua remained composed, merely smiling in response. However, her indifference might raise his suspicions, until she unraveled all the mysteries and he revealed his true nature. She would continue to play this game. It is my fault. Do not be upset, Wang. Let us dine together, shall we? Zhao Hua approached him, playfully swaying his arm as she had done before, though her movements felt somewhat stiff and unnatural this time. Fortunately, Wang remained oblivious, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Then you must take care of yourself. If not, I can select a reliable maid to protect you closely. You do not know Xie Juan appears pure-hearted, but Zhao Hua, you are too beautiful, enticing enough to provoke misdeeds. I worry he might harbor ulterior motives. Zhao Hua replied, there is someone to protect me. Xie Juan despises me and will not do anything. Wang scoffed, so he slept on the floor last night? No, he slept beside me on the couch. Upon hearing this, his expression stiffened, then darkened, as if he were about to explode. He could not understand why he felt so out of control at the thought of them sharing a bed. Zhao Hua, you cannot allow him to sleep in your bed. He grasped her shoulders, his agitation evident. Why are you so careless? Do you not understand how to protect yourself? Zhao Hua winced at his grip. Wang, please let go. If he does not sleep in your bed, he will be unhappy. If he is unhappy, he does not like you. How can you gain his favor? Without favorable sentiments, the ensuing narrative would remain concealed. Wang's eyes darkened with a crimson hue. Wang, please release the princess. The attending maidens rushed forward to intervene. If he did not relent, they would summon the guards. Realizing his outburst, Wang's face paled as he released her, muttering, I am sorry, Zhao Hua. I cannot accept another man's proximity to you. Humph. Continue your fabrications. Zhao Hua recalled the cold hatred in his grip from her dream. Her faith in him shattered. Wang, do not act like this. I am distressed too. When I was to marry Xie Juan, I wanted you to elope with me, but you did not agree. Wang's expression shifted slightly. I considered it unsafe. Eloping would tarnish your reputation. Zhao Hua feigned sorrow, covering her face. I know you only wish the best for me. In truth, the best course of action would be for the Xie family to fall, and for Xie Juan to be disgraced, so she could be freed. The emperor had arranged their union to placate the Xie family, who had achieved remarkable military feats, thus securing their influence. Wang's gaze darkened, as if to convey that the emperor viewed her merely as a pawn to appease his subjects. If she were to comprehend this, it would undoubtedly deepen her resentment towards Xie Juan, perhaps even leading her to sever ties with the emperor. Zhao Hua squinted her eyes, finally understanding his intentions. He aimed to eliminate the Xie family. Now, with the Western Ming army strong and the Xie family serving as the national duke, wielding military power, should the Xie family fall victim to her schemes, Western Ming would lose a capable and loyal supporter. It was no wonder that he easily breached Western Ming in her dreams. All these years he had been scheming against it, with the ultimate goal of dismantling its pillars, starting with the Xie family. Who would be next? Those capable and loyal ministers had already been eliminated. Who would then protect the gates of Western Ming? Zhao Hua clenched her fists, a hint of crimson flashing in her eyes, suddenly realizing how truly cunning and ruthless this man was. You should return for today. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Gu Wang, seeing that she was on the verge of tears, mistakenly thought she comprehended that she was merely a pawn and was overwhelmed by sadness. All right, do not cry, he gently consoled, reaching out to wipe her tears. Chaohua turned away. Proud as she was, she wouldn't allow anyone to witness her tears. Gu Wang, aware of her temperament, chose to leave temporarily. Once he departed, Chaohua sat in a chair, her gaze chillingly fierce, instilling fear in Xie Juan and the others, who dared not approach. I shall not eat. Prepare some supplements instead. I'm going to visit Madame Xie at the Duke's residence. Confirming that the events of her dreams were indeed transpiring, Chaohua felt both anger and unease. Gu Wan's objective was to exploit her in order to destroy the Xie family, thus undermining the foundation of Western Ming. She could not remain passive. She had to protect the Xie family. A visit to the Duke's residence to garner support from the Xie family might earn her some favor from Xie Juan. Xie Juan and the others were bewildered, unable to comprehend how the princess, who had just shared tender sentiments with Prince Gu, was now intent on going to the Duke's residence. Hadn't Gu Wang expressed his wish for her to maintain a distance from the Xie family? Xie Juan sent someone to prepare, choosing to stay behind and serve her during meals, urging the princess to eat something. I have no appetite, Chaohua replied. At the Duke's residence, news of the princess's arrival spread, causing the Xie family to become anxious and rush out to greet her, with even the elderly matriarch coming forth. As Chaohua dismounted her carriage and entered the front courtyard of the Duke's residence, she beheld them kneeling on the ground, paying their respects. Long live the princess. Chaohua hurriedly approached. Grandmother, please rise. I am merely returning home. We are family and do not require such formalities. Madame Xie, clad in a dark red long robe adorned with crane patterns, paired with a gold-threaded skirt, and holding a dragon-headed cane, smiled with kind eyes. Particularly moved by Chaohua calling her grandmother, her eyes glistened with tears of joy and excitement. Customs must not be disregarded. Please, the princess, come inside. Everyone gazed at the princess, unable to look away, thinking how beautiful she was. Chaohua, tall and graceful, moved with dignified elegance. Her raven locks shone like lacquer. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like jewels. She resembled a resplendent peony, beautiful yet not seductive, vibrant yet not vulgar. Captivating in every sense, unparalleled in her charm. Upon observing the Xie family, Chaohua noted that the majority were women and children, with the men absent. The patriarch, Xie Changqing, was a pillar of the national duke's household, while the uncles from the second and third branches, along with the eldest grandson Xie Juan, were stationed in the military. The second son, Xie Zheng, was busy investigating the poisoning case against the princess at the Dali Temple, while the third son, Xie Fei, was studying at the academy. The fourth son, Xie Yu, and fifth son, Xie Qian, were still young, aged 8 and 7 respectively. Additionally, there were several young girls, the eldest being only 5. The Xie family comprised 3 branches, each with respectable wives, maintaining a virtuous family ethos. Although the 3 ladies hailed from prominent families, they were of modest lineage. Your health is frail, and the wind is not suitable for you. Please return indoors to rest, Chaohua urged, noting Madame Xie's pale complexion and promptly assisting her inside. Madame Xie, taken aback by the princess's concern, replied, "Thank you, princess. I'm not gravely ill." Once the family was gathered indoors, they arrived at the Spring Radiance courtyard where the matriarch resided. Having just wed, she had not accompanied Xie Juan to pay her respects, and she prepared gifts for everyone as a form of compensation. The children were delighted to receive their gifts. "Thank you, sister-in-law," the 5-year-old eldest daughter, Xie Juan, in a pink dress with 2 floral hairpins, looked up at the princess with rosy cheeks, her features delicately sculpted. Her smile revealed a charming dimple, evoking Chaohua's fondness as she affectionately patted the child's head. "No need to thank me. Your happiness is enough." Xie Juan peered up at the princess, her cheeks flushed like an apple, thinking how gentle the princess' sister-in-law was. My brother must have been blessed in a past life to marry such a celestial-like, gentle wife. Feeling bashful, she nestled in her mother's embrace and whispered, "Mother, sister-in-law is truly wonderful." Unbeknownst to her, the outside world spoke ill of this sister-in-law as being malicious. Madame Xie held her daughter close, equally puzzled by the princess's demeanor. Previously, when they had visited the empress, Chaohua had not been this amiable towards them. The Xie family, feeling apprehensive, could not fathom why the princess had come to the duke's residence and were hesitant to engage with her. They anxiously dispatched someone to summon the men of the household back. Chaohua, sensing her lack of integration into the family due to their stiffness, chose not to linger. After delivering her gifts and ensuring Madame Xie was well, she took her leave. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Xie Juan arrived from the military and immediately inquired, "Why did the princess suddenly return to the duke's residence?" Chaohua reclined on a soft couch, responding, "I went to visit your mother. Next time you go, please inform me beforehand." Xie Juan had quickly returned to the duke's residence, where the elderly matriarch and the others had been quite startled, yet overall pleased, especially with the princess, praising her as a celestial being unlike any in the mortal realm. He felt like a toad in comparison. This woman had deliberately come to the duke's residence, feigning warmth. Was it merely to highlight his own inadequacies? Xie Juan's expression turned slightly cold. "The air is quite busy. I dare not trouble you, your highness." Xie Juan removed his armor and casually sat beside her on the soft couch. Having just returned from the military, he bore a scent of sweat, causing Chaohua's expression to sour. "You should sit in the chair. Do not come near me. What nose you have?" Xie Juan mused, sniffing his own clothes, questioning how she could detect his scent. His sweat was not significant. "I heard Gu Wang visited. What was his purpose?" He shifted to a nearby seat, avoiding any unnecessary confrontation with her. "Bring me some medicine." Feeling somewhat unwell after her visit to the Xie family, Chaohua found herself weary and reluctant to converse. "How is your second brother's investigation? Have they found the culprit?" Xie Juan chuckled. "Our family is straightforward. We have investigated thoroughly. Did you discover anyone suspicious during your visit to the duke's residence today?" He surmised that she would not have returned without reason. Surely, Gu Wang had said something to her, hoping to unearth a suspect from the Xie family. Xie Juan silently scoffed at her apparent efforts. "No, if I had found anything, I wouldn't have asked you." Chaohua closed her eyes, adorned in a crimson palace gown, her waist slender, her figure graceful, reminiscent of a blooming peony, inviting admiration. Xie Juan furrowed his brow. Noticing her acting skills had improved, he could not discern her thoughts. "It is challenging to identify the culprit. They have plotted this for a long time. You may find it hard to believe, but the poison was placed in our chicken coop. The chickens ingested it and became poisoned, unbeknownst to my mother. Daily, someone sprinkled powder in our chicken coop. The chickens ingested a small amount, merely suffering minor poisoning. However, after a month of this, combined with medicinal broth, it would emit a potent toxicity. The outcome of the case had long been uncovered by Xie Juan, who initially traced it back to the source. Yet such a result was likely to be met with disbelief from the emperor, which is why it had not been reported sooner. They were merely lying in wait for the perpetrator." Chaohua opened her eyes, surprised. "Is this truly the case? Then your mother and they did not consume those chickens and suffer poisoning?" Xie Juan's expression darkened slightly. "Those chickens were only raised 3 months ago, and our family could not bear to eat them. My grandmother raised them to nourish you. It may be that someone became aware of the preparations made for you, prompting them to devise this method to ensnare us. Now those chickens have been dealt with." Chaohua is still haunted by the memory. "What about that basket of farm-fresh eggs? If the chickens were poisoned, surely the eggs must be tainted as well?" Xie Juan smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. The eggs are from a rural farm. They are safe for the princess to consume." "That is good to hear. Since there is a conclusion, why not present a memorial to inform my father? If this matter drags on, my father will become displeased with your family." Xie Juan understood her concern all too well. The issue lies in the fact that the chickens were raised by us. Without capturing the true culprit, our noble house cannot absolve itself of blame. Chapter 14. Who says I like him? It must still be reported. Otherwise, my father may think you have not been diligent. Xie Juan chuckled. "Why the sudden concern for us, princess?" Chaohua felt a headache coming on. If she were to reveal the truth, he might not believe her, and the timing was far from opportune. After recovering from a serious illness, she had come to terms with the fact that since she was to marry him, there was no way to change that. She could only accept it. She merely hoped that the heir might slightly alter his habits. Perhaps then, they could coexist harmoniously. Xie Juan narrowed his eyes. If the princess truly accepted this marriage, she would not find fault with him. To love someone is to overlook their imperfections. "Who says I like him?" she retorted inwardly. She merely wished to discover how to gain his favor and observed the unfolding plot. It had begun rather easily, yet it was becoming increasingly difficult. Without favorable sentiment, the small system would not even make an appearance. For a moment, Chaohua was at a loss for words. Visiting the Duke's residence to see his mother. Would that not win his affection? What then should she do? Chaohua's eyes were filled with confusion. To Xie Juan, she resembled a meek little rabbit awaiting slaughter. He pondered that it was unnecessary to return. Seeing her silent, he ceased to press for answers. Her disdain for him was merely a sign of her disinterest. Yet, her acceptance of this marriage meant he must treat her family with greater kindness. If his grandmother were pleased, he would refrain from holding grudges against her. Rest now, princess. I shall be residing in the barracks for the next few days and will not return for a while. Chaohua sighed in relief, but then felt a headache. Why would he not return? Without his presence, how could she get closer to him? How could she gain his favor? Xie Juan smirked coldly, contemplating her audacity in questioning him. She adamantly refused his touch, forbidding any intimacy. Sharing a bed with her would only be a torment. Why would he return to voluntarily suffer such indignities? There are matters to attend to in the barracks, he stated, his demeanor aloof and detached. Offering a flimsy excuse to depart, indifferent to her, yet she could not find fault in him. Chaohua understood that his willingness to reside at the princess's palace and his compliance to her wishes were compelled by the Xie family. He was not particularly keen on this marriage either. With this realization, Chaohua thought it best to let it be. If he was unwilling, she had no intention of seeking his approval. Without a narrative to follow, she would investigate on her own. She contemplated embracing a carefree attitude. That night, however, she began to have nightmares, visions of her family meeting gruesome fates, rivers of blood, the fall of a nation, and Gu Wang, clad in imperial robes, trampling her and subjecting her to humiliation and torment. Before dawn, she awoke in terror from her nightmare. Princess, Xiaohe rushed in upon hearing her scream. Hastily drawing back the bed curtains, did you have another nightmare? Yes, I need to bathe, Chaohua replied, drenched in sweat and feeling uncomfortable. Early in the morning, Chaohua entered the palace to see her mother. Chaohua, Empress Shun embraced her, exclaiming sweetly, I have been so worried. Hearing you fell from your horse and were poisoned. I nearly wished to leave the palace to be with you. Mother, I am fine now, please do not cry. Chaohua helplessly patted her mother's head. Her mother was always like this, crying easily. Aside from her beauty, she seemed to possess no other talents, lacking ambition, courage, or cunning. It was a wonder how she survived the treacherous court and bore both Chaohua and her brother. The Shen family held no power. Her grandfather had passed away early, and her uncle was ineffectual, yet somehow her brother managed to become the crown prince. Perhaps this was the true brilliance of her mother. Her acting skills surpassed even Gu Wang's. Empress Shun's eyes were filled with concern. The poison in your system has yet to be resolved. Until it is, I cannot feel at ease. What is the matter with Xie Juan? How dare his family poison you? Empress Shun was furious, chastising the Xie family while holding her daughter close. Initially, she had been quite satisfied with Xie Juan as a son-in-law, holding military power and belonging to a prominent family, capable of supporting the crown prince. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would cause her daughter such suffering. Chaohua replied, it is not Xie Juan's fault, nor did his family administer the poison. His second brother has uncovered some leads. What leads? Why did your father not mention this? Empress Shun inquired, wiping her tears and feeling confused. Chaohua recounted Xie Juan's words, explaining that the Xie family feared her father would not believe them and insisted on capturing the one who scattered the poison. Empress Shun said, most of the Xie family are honest folk. If this case drags on, it will indeed provoke your father's displeasure. Yet, without capturing the true culprit, there is no way to find the antidote for you. Chaohua understood the gravity of the situation. Then, Mother, what do you think we should do? I believe we should inform your father. At the very least, it will prove that the Xie family is actively addressing this matter. Empress Shun replied, but it must come from the Xie family themselves. Our involvement may not be appropriate. Chapter 15. Have you consummated the marriage with the heir? Mother makes an excellent point. It seems I must seek out Xie Zheng. Empress Shun urged her daughter to sit down. Do not concern yourself with that. Your current task is to restore your health. Have you and the heir consummated the marriage? I heard that the other night you had him move back to the peony garden. Did you sleep together? Her daughter was quite willful and assertive, establishing her dominance on their wedding night by sending the groom from the bridal chamber. Had it not been for the Xie family's tolerance, they would have raised objections long ago and reported to the palace. Originally, it was the eldest princess who was to wed, and Chaohua was to go to the duke's residence for the wedding, residing with Xie Juan. Yet, because Chaohua herself opposed the marriage and resisted it, she was compelled to accept, forcing the emperor to issue a decree. Xie Juan, as the eldest son of the duke and the future heir, was not expected to marry a princess. Chaohua, marrying the second son of the Xie family, though he was a legitimate heir, still did not carry the same stature as Xie Juan. Empress Shun, unwilling to see her daughter suffer, sought to persuade the Xie matriarch to agree to Xie Juan marrying the princess. The Xie family complied, and moreover, when the princess acted out, they acquiesced, allowing the heir to visit the princess's residence for the wedding. Empress Shun felt a sense of guilt and often reminded her daughter to be more reserved, frequently praising Xie Juan and extolling the virtues of the Xie family. Yet, Chaohua paid little heed, often spending time with Xie Juan. Empress Shun was continually worried that something would go awry. To her astonishment, after her daughter fell ill, she became willing to draw closer to her husband, filling Empress Shun with excitement. Chaohua's ears turned slightly red. No, I have only planned to try accepting him. I am not rushing to be with him. Empress Shun felt a twinge of disappointment. Chaohua, it is not that I wish to pressure you. Compared to Xie Juan, I believe Xie Juan is more suited for you. You must remember that Xie Juan is the crown prince of the Eastern Jin. He will eventually return there. If you were to marry him, it would mean a distant marriage, akin to a political alliance, and many princesses do not end well in such situations. Xie Juan is different. He is one of us from Shiming, a subject of the Ming family. You marrying him, treating him poorly, frequently showing him disdain, and bullying him. Yet he does not hold it against you. This speaks volumes of his character. Chaohua frowned. Mother, I feel as if I am merely an afterthought. Each time she entered the palace, her mother would extol Xie Juan's virtues, forbidding her from mistreating him. Yet, she was unaware. Xie Juan's words could be quite irritating. Chaohua had never gained any advantage from him. If anything, he bullied her. Empress Shun could not help but tease her. Oh, come now. You are my daughter. How could I not know your temperament? Don't even mention Xie Juan. Xie Juan is practically a puppy under your thumb. Chaohua, please do not portray me as a bully. However, the little system referred to her as a malicious supporting character, and her past persona seemed quite fitting. Empress Shun, unaware of her daughter's thoughts, sighed and continued. Chaohua, it's not that your mother is forcing you to be kinder to Xie Juan. It's simply that your younger brother is still small, while the other princes have grown and are all eyeing the position of crown prince. If he lacks support, I fear our trio will become mere prey, left to the mercy of others. As she spoke, tears began to flow again. Your mother is powerless, and the Shun family is ineffective. We can only rely on the Xie family. The Xie family is a prestigious noble house with military power, and Xie Juan is a skilled warrior. He will undoubtedly hold great authority in the future. Chaohua replied, I understand. I will treat him better in the future. The empress's voice faltered, and with tears in her eyes, she gazed at her daughter in astonishment. Chaohua, do you think your mother is being unreasonable by forcing you to marry a man you do not like? She was taken aback, not expecting her daughter to be so obedient, refraining from arguing or throwing a tantrum. Her calm demeanor was frightening. No, I do not blame you, mother. I believe you are absolutely right. It was I who was foolish in the past. Chaohua gently wiped the tears from her mother's eyes and smiled softly. From now on, I will protect you and my brother. The empress, overwhelmed with emotion, wept with joy. My daughter has grown up. How wonderful. Oh, Chaohua, you truly are your mother's cherished treasure. Your father is unreliable and cannot be counted on. Your mother's future depends on you. Chaohua frowned. What is it? Did father make you angry? He now finds me old and unappealing, preferring the young beauties of the harem. When he comes to me, it is only to placate me. The empress huffed, recalling how Emperor Mingda had favored a new concubine just the day before, her nostrils almost flaring with indignation. Have you dealt with that new concubine? A cold smile crossed the empress's lips. She is your father's favorite. I would not dare to act against her. There are plenty in the harem who can handle that newcomer. As long as you and the crown prince are well, I can do without your father. Just then, a voice from outside announced the emperor's arrival. The empress quickly wiped her tears and hurried to greet him, moving faster than a rabbit. Chaohua thought, did you not just say you could do without father? Chapter 16. Just the wrong approach. The empress hurried out to welcome the emperor, your servant. She did not even bend her legs when Emperor Mingde swiftly came to support her. There is no need for such formalities, Empress. Chaohua, you have not yet recovered. Please rise. What is the matter? The emperor noticed the redness in the empress's eyes and frowned with concern. The empress wiped her tears and spoke softly. I am worried for Chaohua. She was poisoned and has not yet been cured. Relying solely on the antidote prepared by Miss Chu is not a long-term solution. We must uncover the perpetrator. The emperor's expression grew serious as he commanded, summon Minister Xie Juan to the palace to see me. Understanding her father's displeasure, Chaohua realized that Xie Juan would surely be reprimanded. Father, I heard from the heir that someone had poisoned their chicken coop. Oh, how did this happen? Why hasn't anyone from the Xie family reported this? The emperor appeared surprised. Xie Juan was known for his keen judgment. He would not be mistaken. His meticulous nature demanded evidence before reaching conclusions, and he had yet to gather sufficient proof. The emperor narrowed his eyes. The empress's heart sank. The emperor did not appreciate interference from the harem in court affairs. She shot her daughter a reproachful glance and smiled. Your Majesty, Chaohua is simply concerned that you may blame the Xie family. She is merely protecting her fiancé. The emperor stroked his short beard and glanced at her. As long as Huater understands, that is sufficient. Rest assured, I will not hold the Xie family accountable. After exchanging a few more words, he rose and departed for the study to summon Xie Juan. Chaohua was uncertain of her father's intentions. He was usually kind and affectionate toward his children, especially her. She had never paid much attention to court matters, so she was unfamiliar with how he handled such situations. Mother, will father truly not punish Xie Juan for his incompetence? The empress understood the emperor well. Once he left, she resumed her nonchalant demeanor regarding him. He will not truly punish him. He will merely use this opportunity to issue a warning. Your father believes the Xie family is too powerful and fears they may grow arrogant. So he will find ways to remind them of their place, only to later reward them. It's a method of balancing grace and severity. I must tell you, you should never discuss court matters in front of your father. He dislikes interference from the harem. Chaohua replied, this case concerns me. Am I not allowed to inquire? The empress smiled. You may inquire, but you cannot influence your father's decisions. It is not wrong to wish to protect the Xie family. But do not show too much favoritism, for your father is rather petty. If you continue to side with your in-laws, it will only displease him. Chaohua pondered, realizing she had underestimated her mother. She was not the naive woman she appeared to be. Externally, the empress seemed devoid of ambition, yet she understood everything, living with utmost clarity. What is it? The empress noticed her daughter staring and worried that something was amiss, quickly checking her reflection in a mirror. She too cared for her beauty, a trait she shared with her daughter. Nothing. I simply think you are quite remarkable. How do you manage to change your demeanor so quickly in front of father? I had no idea you were such a skilled actress. The empress chuckled. What is so remarkable about that? In the palace, it is merely a fundamental survival skill. He is the emperor. Even if I am furious, I cannot truly confront him. That would only irritate him, and he would avoid coming to my Zixia palace, which would be counterproductive. Why bother? Her daughter was growing up. Some lessons were still necessary. You are still young and may not fully understand now, but when you reach my age, you will. In a marriage, there are times one must feign ignorance. Do not appear overly clever in front of men. When you return to your fiancé, you must adopt the same approach to win his favor. If you can make him happy, if he truly likes you, he will move heaven and earth to grant your every wish. Chaohua finally understood. She had always been elevated above others, expecting others to please her without ever needing to please anyone else. She had never learned how to charm anyone. Her gaze sharpened. Yes, mother, you make a valid point. The empress remarked. When did my daughter become so sensible? Mother, I must return to the manor. Chaohua suddenly felt compelled to take the initiative and find ways to win Xie Juan's affections. That would surely garner her positive regard. In the past, her methods had been flawed, which was why Xie Juan had felt no connection. This time, she would employ more effective tactics. Chapter 17. Do not call out. It is me upon returning to the princess's residence. Chaohua pondered how to earn Xie Juan's affection. Princess, what troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind? Xiaohe, seeing her mistress return with a sigh, looked as though she were consumed by profound worries. Indeed, I am contemplating how to make the prince fond of me. The princess's unexpected declaration nearly caused Xiaohe to drop her jaw in shock. Princess, why the sudden desire for the prince to like you? Did you not say that it was best for him to keep his distance from you? During their wedding night, the princess had scolded the prince, demanding he stay away from her. Now, she seemed to wish for him to take the initiative. Could it be that she was plotting something with Xie Juan? It was no wonder Chaohua thought this way. The princess was indeed a changed person. Previously, she had always been somewhat haughty and aloof, viewing others with disdain. Aside from Crown Prince Gu, she had shown no interest in other men, least of all the prince she detested. Chaohua, resting her chin upon her hand, reflected upon the changing tides of her circumstances. Having just entered the palace and heeded the words of the empress mother, she found herself increasingly convinced of their validity. It was imperative that she not only consider her own interests. The crown prince, her younger brother, was still in his formative years, while the other princes had matured. Who could predict the uncertainties that lay ahead? The influence of the Shun family was tenuous. Her only recourse was to forge an alliance with the Xie family. Chaohua's eyes widened in astonishment. The Empress Dowager had often imparted similar wisdom, especially during her marriage to Xie Juan, where she had earnestly advised her countless times. Yet, it seemed the princess had not truly absorbed those lessons until now. How curious it was that a bout of illness had brought such clarity. As the princess's close attendant, Chaohua knew her well. It was indeed a positive development that Chaohua had come to this realization. Perhaps she could apply the strategies intended for the crown prince upon her future husband instead? Suddenly, Chaohua's expression darkened, a hint of malice flickering in her gaze. Her past foolishness in her dealings with Xie Juan was painfully apparent. Surely, he must have been laughing at her behind her back. Nevertheless, Chaohua's words held merit. All her finest gifts had come from the Wang residence, and Xie Juan had always received them with delight. But now, Chaohua's demeanor turned icy. What does Xie Juan favor? She queried. Chaohua shook her head, admitting her ignorance, but suggested they inquire with Su Jiao, Xie Juan's aide, who is unfortunately absent from the palace at present. When he returns, you must discreetly gather some information. We cannot allow Xie Juan to be aware of our inquiries. Chaohua said, aside her brush. What of Chu Yu's situation? What have you discovered? Chaohua promptly replied, indeed, Miss Chu was raised in the Chu family estate and was already skilled in medicine even as a child. It remains unclear whether she learned from an elder, as the entire estate perished in a tragic fire, leaving only her as the sole survivor, which is why she was brought back to the general's residence. Chaohua narrowed her eyes. That fire, who was responsible? Despite investigations, the authorities concluded it was merely an unfortunate accident due to dry conditions. Chaohua pondered. How could only Chu Yu have survived? It has been many years. Few remain who know the truth. Only Miss Chu can elucidate the matter. Could she have been the one who set the fire? Chaohua's expression shifted to one of alarm. Surely not. She was only 10 years old then. A child capable of such malice would be truly terrifying. Chaohua considered this unlikely, but resolved to maintain a watchful eye. In a few days, the general's matriarch would celebrate her birthday, and a grand banquet was arranged, with an invitation extended to the princess. You shall attend. After all, Chu Yu did save you. It is only fitting to honor the general's family, while also discerning Chu Yu's true nature. Xie Juan had been stationed at the military camp for several days, returning only the night before the banquet. Upon his arrival at the princess's residence in the dead of night, Chaohua was startled, fearing he was an intruder. Who goes there? Sure. It is I, he replied, shedding his armor and making his way to the bed, surprised by his sudden longing for the little princess after a few days apart. He silenced her protests with a hand over her mouth. You have not bathed. You cannot sleep on my bed, she protested, though the initial shock faded as she recognized him, turning her disdainful gaze toward him. I washed at the camp, he retorted. Besides, I am weary and have no intention of bathing again at this hour. Chaohua resolutely denied him access to her bed. Chapter 18. You are my prince consort. Xie Juan's eyes turned icy, his expression unfathomable, his displeasure palpable. He reached the edge of her bed, yet she firmly refused him entry. This was intolerable. As the heir of a noble house, he was accustomed to respect and deference, and he had never endured such treatment from anyone outside the palace. Chaohua felt a chill under his penetrating gaze. Xie Juan was frighteningly imposing when silent. She would have preferred his sharp tongue to this unnerving quietude, as he stared at her like a wolf lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce. Change your clothes before you sleep. I have provided you with fresh garments in the wardrobe. Irritated, Xie Juan glanced at her before turning to leave, but just then, a delicate hand grasped his sleeve. He turned back to see the princess, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering, as if struggling to find her words. Hmm. The intensity of her gaze ignited something within him. The little princess was attempting to convey vulnerability, granting him an opportunity to relent. Realizing there was no need to engage in a battle of wills with her, he softened his demeanor and retreated to find his wife. Chaohua sighed in relief. Relieved that the tension had dissipated, Xie Juan's formidable presence had been intimidating, evoking thoughts of a ruthless antagonist. She could only imagine how fearsome he would be when angered. As a bead of cold sweat formed on her forehead, she settled into bed, only to be disturbed by the sound of water from the adjoining room. Xie Juan, wishing to cleanse himself of the sweat from his return, decided to use the princess's bathing chamber, which was well equipped with clean, warm water. Chaohua was still awake, tossing and turning, clearly troubled by some weighty concern. "Are you waiting for me?" he queried, his tall figure casting a shadow that obscured the light. His voice was cool yet melodic, suggesting a light-hearted mood. "Umph." Chaohua scoffed, annoyed at his earlier intimidation, and turned her back on him. "What troubles you?" With a soft chuckle, he entered the bed after bathing, donning the fragrant clothes she had prepared, which bore the refreshing scent of pine. Suddenly, he felt an added weight around his waist, causing her to stiffen with anxiety. It concerned the matter of the poisoning incident. Noticing her lack of resistance, Xie Juan grew bolder, drawing her close into his embrace. "I shall remain here for now, refraining from returning to the military until I have resolved the case and identified the culprit to ensure your safety." Chaohua felt tense, fearful of provoking his anger, which could lead to the cold, terrifying gaze he had displayed earlier. "Has the poison manifested again?" "No, I took the medicine Gu Wang sent." The mention of Gu Wang caused Xie Juan's pleasant demeanor to shatter instantaneously. He withdrew his hand from her waist, and at that moment, even the softest of embraces lost its allure. "Very well, let us rest." Chaohua felt her head throb. She had not anticipated his capricious temperament. "Do not be angry. I no longer harbor feelings for Gu Wang." Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What has caused this sudden change? Chaohua was at a loss for words, unable to dismiss him with trivial remarks. In desperation, she considered the possibility of his involvement with Chuyu. "So, am I merely your second option? What sort of nonsense is this? You are my princess consort." Chaohua feared he might demand. "Then why don't you let me sleep?" Exhausted, she could not find it within herself to please him physically. Reluctantly, she set aside that notion, intending to seek other means of resolution later. Xie Juan's gaze bore down upon her, keen and unyielding, as if she were a thorn in his side. The tension was unbearable until he finally turned away, and she could breathe easy, gradually succumbing to slumber. The celebration for the general's matriarch was grand, with many guests in attendance. Xie Juan had left the princess's residence early that morning, and though Chaohua wished to invite him to join her, he was nowhere to be found. Instead, she encountered Gu Wang at the entrance. "Princess." The little princess had not sought him out for several days, and concern compelled him to check on her. Clad in a dark, elegantly tailored robe, his gentle gaze was as soothing as a clear sky, his beauty captivating as ever. Yet, Chaohua found herself devoid of any lingering affection for him. Chapter 19. The intent of the drunken man lies not in wine. Chaohua cast a glance and then lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. A mere HM from the little princess, so cold and indifferent? Had she not once rushed to him with joy, wrapping her arms around his, calling him Brother Wang? Ever since her grave illness, she had seemingly transformed. It was not merely his imagination. Chaohua appeared somewhat impatient with him. Gu Wang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Chaohua, did you not sleep well last night?" "No, I must head to the general's residence. I shall take my leave first." Chaohua ascended the carriage. She had slept well last night, free from nightmares, yet the recollections of tormenting dreams from previous days resurfaced at the sight of Gu Wang, eliciting her distaste. Gu Wang grasped her wrist, asserting, "I will accompany you. Let me ride in your carriage." "That will not do. Xie Juan will be displeased." Chaohua instinctively rejected his offer. Gu Wang's fox-like eyes narrowed with concern. "Since when have you become so fearful of him? Do we not always share a carriage to attend banquets together?" "Chaohua, honestly, has Xie Juan been bullying you?" Chaohua discreetly pulled her wrist away. "No, Gu Wang, I believe it is necessary for us to maintain some distance, lest others speak ill of me. If you hold feelings for me, you must consider my reputation as the esteemed princess of Ximing. Should I be spoken of as a woman lacking propriety because of you, where would my dignity reside?" She once cared little for her reputation, yet now, it seemed she was indeed concerned. Did this imply a desire to part ways with him? Gu Wang was momentarily taken aback, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. I understand, then do take care. He stepped back, creating space between them. He had expected the little princess to approach him in the same manner as before, apologizing with a playful tone, but this time, she did not. Chaohua entered the carriage, leaving behind a cold silhouette. Gu Wang's gaze remained fixed on the carriage. His eyes darkened with simmering anger. At this moment, Xie Juan concealed himself in the shadows, equally perplexed by the princess's behavior. Was it true that she no longer harbored affection for Gu Wang? My lord, the princess has departed. Shall we follow her to the general's residence? Suju Ingui. Observing this satisfying outcome, the young master should have been pleased, yet he remained expressionless, his demeanor icy. Su Jiu could not fathom his thoughts. Xie Juan lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows that concealed all emotions within. He first returned to the Duke's residence to fetch his mother before arriving at the Chu family. By the time he reached, the banquet was about to commence, and from afar he spotted Chaohua surrounded by a colorful throng, with old Madame Chu seated beside her, accompanied by noble ladies and young misses, all eager to curry favor with the illustrious princess, fearing her neglect. Truly, she was the center of attention, a paragon of grace. The young master, the Duke of Gua, and the Duchess have arrived, someone announced, and only then did the guests notice Xie Juan accompanying his mother. Upon seeing them, Chaohua rose to greet Mother. Xie smiled warmly. Princess, you appear much improved since we last met. As the princess stood to welcome her, the guests dared not treat Xie with disdain. Although she was the Duchess, her family had ascended from humble beginnings. Her father, a scholar who only recently achieved prominence in the imperial examinations, thanks to the Duke of Gua's support. Despite the Xie family being regarded as a rising power in the court, the Li family still depended on the Xie family for their status. The true aristocrats of the capital looked down upon them. Many assumed Xie was merely a countrywoman, and thus, she often felt ignored at banquets. Moreover, as the princess was known to dislike the Xie family, the guests were keenly observant of her demeanor. Yet, they were baffled as to why the princess would extend such courtesy to Xie today. Could it be because of Xie Juan's presence? Chaohua engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xie, and they sat down together, her mother appearing much better. Today is old Madame Chu's birthday, a blessing for us. Xie remarca. Old Madame Chu, beaming, replied, It is your blessings that shine brightly, madam. After a few pleasantries, someone announced that it was time for the banquet to commence, and guests were directed to the main hall. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the younger generation of the Chu family, particularly the strikingly beautiful young ladies, prepared to present their gifts. The eldest among them was Miss Chu Yu, age 16, yet still unbetrothed. Renowned for her exceptional talent, many suitors sought her hand. Dressed in a flowing red gown, she radiated beauty and charm, capturing the attention of all. Chapter 20. A match of talent and beauty. The pairing of Prince Gu and Miss Chu truly exemplified a union of talent and beauty. It was rumored that Prince Gu had taken General Chu as his mentor to learn martial arts. As the crowd beheld Gu Wang and Miss Chu appearing together, they instinctively glanced at Chaohua, well aware of her fondness for Gu Wang. Despite their marriage, their bond remained strong, frequently seen together. No one anticipated that in just a few months, Gu Wang would be seen with Miss Chu. Many were left in a state of confusion. Chaohua, seated at the banquet, wore a serene smile, casting a fleeting glance at the pair before returning her attention elsewhere. Yes, Miss Chu is indeed a paragon of both beauty and talent. Perfectly matched with Prince Gu. The crowd murmured. Could it be that the princess is truly agitated? Gu Wang's expression darkened, a chilling silence enveloping him. His fingers clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, exuding an intimidating aura. Standing beside him, Chu Yu felt a palpable tension, goosebumps rising on her skin. Dressed splendidly, she had nearly overshadowed the princess at this event, especially with Gu Wang's willingness to accompany her. However, she was taken aback by his evident disregard for Chaohua. Suppressing her own bewilderment, she approached old Madame Chu with a radiant smile. Grandmother, this is my gift for you, an elixir of longevity. At her words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. An elixir of longevity, indeed a remarkable creation. Miss Chu had managed to concoct a long-lost formula, earning her the title of a divine healer. The guests were captivated, for who would not desire longevity? This elixir was rumored to enhance vitality and promote a longer life. Valued at 1,000 taels of gold, it was a rare treasure crafted from ancient recipes, with few capable of producing it in contemporary times. Old Madame Chu received the elixir, her joy evident. "You are so thoughtful. I hear you personally ventured to gather 1,000-year-old Ganoderma to create this. Such a precious gift should be presented to His Majesty," Chaohua interjected, with the princess present. "It would be disrespectful for the Chu family to withhold such a treasure from the emperor." Chaohua smiled. "This is merely Miss Chu's heartfelt offering to celebrate old Madame Chu's birthday. Presenting the elixir is indeed a good omen. My father possesses an elixir of longevity gifted by Master Beauty. This one should be kept for the grandmother." Old Madame Chu, holding the elixir, intended to borrow the flower to present to the Buddha, yet Chaohua seemed to dismiss its value, implying that Miss Chu could not possibly have concocted a true elixir of longevity. Miss Chu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Chaohua, sensing a change in her demeanor. "You are correct, Princess. The elixir I crafted cannot be compared to those made by Master Beauty. True elixirs require rare ingredients, such as 1,000-year-old ginseng, Ganoderma, and snow lotus, among others. My offering contains only the precious Ganoderma. Presenting the elixir to grandmother is merely a gesture for good fortune." The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that while it may not be the authentic elixir of longevity, it still held considerable value. Miss Chu added, "This elixir can enhance vitality and detoxify, similar in effect to the antidote I prepared for the princess." Xie Juan could not help but remark, "You speak so confidently, yet why can't you cure the princess's poison?" Chu glanced at Gu Wang. "I have informed the crown prince that I am unable to completely neutralize the poison affecting the princess. I can only assist in alleviating its effects. The elixirs I concoct are purely restorative." When Xie Shitsi suddenly posed a challenge, she found herself at a loss. She had already experienced Xie Juan's sharp tongue during her last visit to the princess's residence and preferred not to engage him in conversation. Instead, she sought assistance from Gu Wang. They had jointly opened a pharmacy, primarily to promote their elixirs. However, she had not anticipated both Chaohua and Xie Juan would attend. Their invitations were merely a formality, and she had never expected them to actually show up. Chu felt a tinge of anxiety. Gu Wang kept his gaze fixed on Chaohua, who was seated beside Madame Xie and Xie Juan. His annoyance at Xie Juan was palpable, especially since Zhao had made her stance clear in the imperial study. Currently, the elixirs Chu crafted could only suppress the princess's symptoms, not cure her. Xie Juan checked, implying that the princess would need to consume her detoxifying elixirs daily to survive. Chapter 21. Chu Yu's complexity. Chu Yu's expression momentarily stiffened before she regained her composure. Once she found the antidote, she would no longer need to rely on her detoxifying elixirs. "How much do you charge for a detoxifying elixir?" After a moment of hesitation, she replied, 1,000 taels per vial, with 30 pills in each. In essence, if the poison remained untreated, Chaohua would need to spend 1,000 taels monthly to ensure her survival. For her, that sum was insignificant, but the long-term usage posed a significant concern. Xie Juan chuckled again, choosing not to respond further. Suddenly, Chaohua realized that this was likely the very reason Chu Yu refused to cure her. She would be reliant on her elixirs, and while the first few doses could be given without charge, it was implausible to expect endless generosity. Even without monetary compensation, the Chu family would still expect benefits from the emperor. Chaohua's expression darkened as she glared intently at Chu Yu. "It strikes me as peculiar, Miss Chu, that with your renowned medical skills, you cannot cure my ailment." The princess's sudden fury exuded an undeniable aura of authority that left those around her instinctively anxious. Chu Yu quickly knelt, pleading, "Your Highness, please do not be angered. My medical skills are rather ordinary. I merely specialize in crafting restorative elixirs and preparing health tonics. I cannot cure all poisons. Even the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau have been unable to eradicate the poison within the princess, let alone me. I am not even a qualified doctor. The title of divine healer is merely a misrepresentation by others." She knelt there, her eyes reddened with a sense of injustice. The onlookers collectively felt that the princess was being overly tyrannical. After all, Chu Yu had attempted to assist her. Yet how could she be blamed for the inability to cure her? However, Chaohua was the eldest princess, and no one dared to speak against her. She had long been accustomed to her domineering ways, and anyone who incurred her displeasure would certainly face the emperor's wrath. Under the emperor's rule, where royal authority reigned supreme, It is common knowledge that one should not easily offend members of the royal family. The Chu family serve as subjects. Even the esteemed General Chu must bow before the young princess. Members of the Chu family felt anxious, fearful of inciting the princess's ire. Chaohua's brows furrowed, contemplating that this Chu Yu was indeed not an ordinary individual. It was clear that she possessed the means to cure the poison, but feigned her inability, thus casting herself as a victim while portraying Chaohua as malicious and oppressive. Next, all eyes turned to Chaohua, with some young nobleman eager to defend Chu Yu, for she was indeed a beautiful and capable woman. However, at that moment, the princess rose and approached Chu Yu, extending her hand to help her up. With a gentle smile that belied her anger, she said, "Miss Chu, please rise. I have not accused you of willfully withholding the antidote. Even if you possess the means to cure me, it is not my place to compel you. I am not so petty as to punish you for this. There is no need for you to be anxious." Chu Yu's complexion shifted slightly, her palms damp with cold sweat. "Your Highness, if I had the means to assist you, I would never stand idly by. Indeed, a healer's heart is kind. I believe Miss Chu has a good heart and would not allow anyone to perish if she could help." Chaohua smiled lightly, then sighed. Her beautiful eyes clouded with a hint of sorrow. "If even you, who are called a divine healer, cannot assist, then I must conclude that my days are numbered." At this, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they knelt in unison, proclaiming, "May the princess live long." Madame Xie approached and grasped Chaohua's hand, expressing her concern. "Do not lose heart, Your Highness. One will surely find the culprit and procure an antidote for you. Alternatively, we could seek the help of Master Bodhi." Chaohua glanced at the assembled crowd, realizing that only Madame Xie genuinely cared for her. "Mother, do not worry. It is late. We should return." The banquet had grown tedious. She typically avoided such gatherings. However, she had hoped to extend some courtesy to the Chu family, acknowledging Chu Yu's prior assistance with the elixirs. Yet, this woman seemed to have ulterior motives, and Chaohua now suspected there might be a connection between her poison and Chu Yu. With that thought, she cast a glance at Chu Yu, her eyes narrowing. "Everyone, please rise. The princess is leaving." Feeling displeased, Chaohua departed, and the crowd, fearing repercussions for the Chu family, hastily took their leave. Thus, the banquet concluded abruptly. After the gathering, the elder members of the Chu family glared at Chu Yu with disdain. Following the event, the women of the Chu family summoned her for a scolding. "You foolish girl, are you trying to bring ruin upon us?" Chapter 22. Targeted Remedies. Chu Yu sneered. "The princess herself has declared that she will not punish me. Why must you fret unnecessarily? Besides, did you not insist that I provide the longevity elixir for you? Now that I have done so, how can you blame me?" Madame Chu was left speechless. "I did not instruct you to present it at the banquet." "Well, I had no way of knowing that the princess would visit the general's residence today." Chu Yu felt a surge of frustration, uncertain of what Chaohua was scheming. But she had an inkling that the princess was aware of her secret. Madame Chu admonished sternly, "You must go to the palace and apologize to the princess at once. If she does not forgive you, you will not be permitted to return." Miss Chu Shui interjected with envy. "Elder sister should not be too close to the crown prince. Everyone knows that the eldest princess has feelings for him. The last person who dared to court the crown prince ended up as a cold corpse. Surely you recall?" Chu Yu's eyes narrowed as she recalled the deceased Miss Lin. She was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the death, which had nothing to do with Chaohua. "Thank you for your concern, little sister. The crown prince is my father's disciple, training in martial arts at our home. We are merely siblings. The princess is not as petty as you believe." With that, she turned on her heel and left, leaving Madame Chu and the others seething with anger. Labeling her a jinx, Madame Xie insisted on returning home, allowing Xie Juan to escort the princess back to her residence. After arranging for her mother's safe return, Xie Juan mounted the carriage and stated, "I will find the antidote as soon as possible." "Very well." Chaohua appeared composed, as though she had come to terms with life and death. "Do you not find Chu Yu suspicious? What is there to be suspicious of? Her antics today were merely an attempt to promote her elixirs at the banquet. She has opened a pharmacy specifically to sell her concoctions. It is all about profit. The women of the general's residence are not to be trifled with, and Chu Yu's intentions are far from innocent." Chaohua was taken aback. "That is precisely why I find her dubious. If I were to rely on her elixirs for sustenance, even if she does not profit from it, it could pose a significant risk in the future." Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity to chastise her. You only just realized this? I wonder if you will still dare to consume the medicines that Xie Juan provides. It is only because you believe in him so naively. He is the crown prince of Dongjin. How could he genuinely care for you? He is simply a pawn, acting under duress for the sake of survival. Xie Juan, that cunning rascal. Never mind, I won't speak further. The princess might become displeased. He yearned to chastise her thoroughly. How could she not comprehend such a simple truth? Chaohua fell into silence for a moment, then replied, I understand now. I shall no longer place my trust in him. Xie Juan, what caused this sudden clarity? Today, he appeared alongside Chuyu. Was that not enough for me to grasp the situation? My eyesight is perfectly fine. They have indeed become an item. Chaohua gave a light huff, fortuitously discovering a flawless justification. Xie Juan chuckled. Well, as long as you have come to understand. Chaohua nodded, and at that moment, the little system reacted. Gain 2 points of favorability from the antagonist. Please accept 1 chapter of plot. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. Chaohua glanced at Xie Juan. His expression remained unchanged, offering no particular indication of his feelings for her. Yet, the increase in favorability signified that he was in a good mood and held some affection for her. Though he did not express it, without time to ponder further, she processed the narrative. It revolved around Chuyu and the matriarch of the Chu family. Engaged in a heated debate, it turned out that Chuyu's relationship with the Chu family was quite strained. She had no intention of giving the longevity elixir to the matriarch, who had coerced her into surrendering it. To her astonishment, her apothecary was a joint venture with Xie Juan. Furthermore, the daughter of the Lin family had perished. Did Chuyu know the truth? Initially, she claimed she did not kill Lin Wanru, but no one believed her, as the woman had died in her chambers, leaving her with no defense. Chuyu seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. How did she acquire it? The plot was brief, around 1,000 words, lacking substantial content. The favorability points were insufficient to delve deeper. All she learned was about Chuyu and Xie Juan. There was no mention of how to antidote the poison or when Xie Juan would solve the case. Moreover, the truth behind Lin Wanru's death remained unexplained. She had to uncover this matter, for she could not unjustly bear the blame. Previously, she believed, as a princess, there was no need for explanations. She need not repeatedly clarify things she had not done. Who knew outsiders would perceive her differently, deeming her malicious and a murderer of the innocent? It was perplexing how the narrative solely centered around Chuyu and Xie Juan. Chaohua found their presence bothersome, with no new plot developments, and it continually displayed a prompt to recharge favorability points. What was happening? The princess appeared to be unhappy again. Xie Juan furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. Is it the poison acting up? Chaohua rubbed her temples. No, I just have a bit of a headache. Let me help you with that. Xie Juan immediately rose to sit beside her, his rare display of tenderness stemming from a good mood. Chaohua mused that to earn his favorability, she could only resort to the charms of beauty. Thank you, young master. With his spirits high, she must not dampen the mood. Otherwise, gaining favorability would be impossible. Resolute, she did not push him away, thinking it prudent to endure for the sake of favorability. Are you being polite with me? My dear wife, come here. Xie Juan chuckled, his mood buoyant. The weather today is delightful. If you feel better, I would like to take you somewhere. Where? Chaohua sought to garner more favorability by understanding his preferences, thereby applying the right remedy. Chapter 23. This young master is incredibly happy. Let's discuss it once you're feeling better. Upon arriving at the gates of the princess's residence, Xie Juan assisted her down from the carriage, then intended to visit the Dali temple. You should return first. I'm going to find my second brother. Chaohua also wished to accompany him, yet feared that her presence at the Dali temple might incite tension. A princess visiting might irk the emperor. Contemplating how to increase her favorability, she considered that perhaps watching the plot could yield answers. Well then, return early. What do you wish to eat tonight? Oh, anything will do. I'm not picky. Xie Juan maintained an impassive demeanor. His deep features naturally exuded an air of coldness. Those unfamiliar with him would struggle to discern whether he was happy or unhappy. Xie Juan, investigating other cases at the Dali temple, was taken aback by his entrance. Elder brother, you seem in good spirits. Did something pleasant occur at the Chu family's banquet? Xie Juan sat down, unwilling to easily divulge that his good mood was due to being summoned home for dinner by his wife. After spending several days with Chaohua, he found her less bothersome than he had initially thought. She possessed her own charm. Aside from her temper her fondness for bathing, and her cleanliness, she was quite agreeable. The little princess was rather endearing, soft and delicate. Holding her filled him with the sweet fragrance of her presence, providing comfort to his senses throughout the day. Nothing of note. You should expedite the investigation into the princess's poisoning. Days had passed, and if this continued, Chaohua would be in peril. The Imperial Medical Institute had no one capable of discerning the poison, nor did they know what it was. Xie Juan discreetly glanced at the documents on his desk, frowning slightly. Why are you investigating other cases? Who is currently responsible for the princess's case? Xie Zheng sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. The emperor was already aware that their family's chicken coop had been poisoned. If the assailant remained unidentified, they needed to find a way to detoxify the princess. If you are anxious, you could consult Master Bodhi. Perhaps he possesses a method to assist the princess. The case I am handling is rather urgent. Many children from the common folk have mysteriously disappeared. He believed it was more pressing to recover the children. It would take time to apprehend the person who had poisoned the princess, as they likely had a well-thought-out escape plan. Xie Juan noticed Xie Zheng's weary expression, appearing as if he had not slept well for several days. How long has it been since you returned home? Since the princess was poisoned, I have hardly been home. Xie Juan frowned. Then I shall investigate myself. You focus on your work. By the way, did the emperor reprimand you for your inefficiency? Xie Zheng rubbed his temples, sighing. I received quite the scolding. If that is all, then it is manageable. The emperor held both a deep reliance on and a wariness of the Xie family. Those who ascended to the throne often harbored suspicion. He needed to understand that the Xie family bore no ambitions. With time, it would be acceptable. Thankfully, Xie Juan had married his beloved daughter. Even if Emperor Mingda harbored dissatisfaction with the Xie family, he would weigh his options before taking drastic action. Xie Zheng shot him a glance. So, elder brother, are you suggesting you made a significant sacrifice? Indeed, you insisted I marry the princess, and I was adamant in my refusal. Xie Juan huffed. Xie Zheng. He did not favor Chaohua as a woman. I am not after mere beauty. Xie Juan coughed, nearly choking on his words. Very well. This young master does indeed covet beauty. Remember what you said today. When you marry, I shall see whether your bride is beautiful or not. Xie Zheng and his companions, being scholars, had different views than Xie Juan, who was rather rough around the edges in comparison. He had always preferred martial pursuits over scholarly endeavors. Initially, he had opposed the idea of marrying the princess, as Chaohua had affections for Guan, who would wish to wed a woman whose heart belonged to another. Moreover, Chaohua, as a princess, was of noble status. Even if she were to betray him, he could not resort to violence against her. Perhaps a divorce might suffice. Their family had urged Xie Zheng to marry her, as he was the legitimate son of the second branch, and thus the most suitable match for a princess. However, Xie Zheng was typically the most filial, fiercely opposing any arranged marriage with someone he did not like. Since the empress favored Xie Juan, the family ultimately decided on him. After meeting the little princess, he agreed to the union, not for any grand reason, but simply because he found her beautiful. To say he was drawn by her beauty was not incorrect, though he only coveted the princess's allure. Xie Zheng understood that his elder brother was considering the family safety, once chosen by the royal family. They could not refuse the decree. Aware that Xie Juan had endured many grievances within the princess's residence, he dared not provoke him. Is elder brother unhappy after marriage? This young master is exceedingly happy. Xie Juan would never divulge that he was despised for his lack of cleanliness and perceived as rough, carrying an odor of sweat. That would be utterly embarrassing. Only Chaohua dared to express such disdain towards him. Even now, they had yet to consummate their marriage. He had not experienced the joys of intimacy. For the infatuated young Master Xie, the allure of the princess was a source of profound frustration. Chapter 24. Your sister-in-law is calling you home for dinner. Xie Zheng could not help but smile. The princess was not as ill-tempered as outsiders claimed. She treated our family well, often bringing gifts for aunt and grandmother, revealing herself to be a kind-hearted girl. Xie Juan's lips curled into a shallow smile, contemplating that if she were a tad more obedient, she would be perfect. He mused, "Well, you carry on. Your sister-in-law beckons me home for dinner." Xie Zheng. Chaohua had inquired about the preferences of the prince consort, seeking information from the esteemed Madame Xie, which proved to be fruitful. Knowing Xie Juan's fondness for meat, an extravagant feast of chicken, duck, fish, and various meats was prepared. Has the prince consort returned? Chaohua, having awakened from a nap, learned it was already evening. Xiaohe draped a garment over her, mentioning the prince consort's imminent return from the Dali Temple. From now on, let us refer to him as the young master, Chaohua commanded suddenly. Xiaohe, puzzled, questioned why the princess would have the maid change her address. Previously, she instructed the maid to call the prince consort as such. Chaohua, believing this would irk Xie Juan, felt a sense of satisfaction. As the son of the Duke of the State, it was uncommon for someone of his stature to marry a princess, for such a union would preclude him from taking concubines and lower his standing. After all, he was a man, and no man wishes to find himself beneath a woman, even in the most intimate of matters, requiring her consent. This was utterly stifling. Xie Juan was equally reluctant to become a prince consort, declaring on their wedding night that he was not to be addressed as such. Upon learning this, Chaohua insisted on using the title, and as a result, Xie Juan left in a huff, not returning for several days. The princess wished for his happiness. Xiaohe, it seems the princess truly has developed feelings for the prince consort. Otherwise, why would she utter such words? At that moment, Xie Juan happened to step to the door and paused, pondering, is she truly developing affection for him? It was hardly surprising he entertained such thoughts, as the princess's actions invited speculation. First, she permitted him to sleep in her bed, then distanced herself from Gu Wang, and now treated his family with kindness. She even had meals prepared for him upon his return, expressing concern for his happiness. Su Jiu observed his master lingering at the door and urged, "Young master, the princess awaits your presence." Indeed, Xie Juan subtly shook his head, deeming it improbable that the princess harbored feelings for him. He resolved not to act hastily. Should he be mistaken, it would be quite the embarrassment. A wife was no ordinary woman, and thus he could not treat her as such. Ignoring Su Jiu's words, he stepped inside. Chaohua remained seated, accustomed to her status as a princess. Apart from her parents, she had never risen to greet anyone. Even when attempting to please Xie Juan, she maintained her lofty demeanor, subtly guiding him closer rather than approaching him herself. Why hasn't the princess dined yet? Xie Juan noted her unchanged haughty attitude. The sparkle in her eyes upon seeing him was absent, leaving him feeling disappointed. "I have been waiting for you," he thought, but found the sentiment rather insincere. The young princess was still naive. Xie Juan chuckled internally. What could the princess possibly desire from him? Beyond this reason, he could not fathom why someone so proud would seek to ingratiate herself with him. It was evident she wished to attempt a harmonious relationship. "My mother instructed me to treat you kindly." Chaohua smiled gracefully, deliberately serving him a piece of meat. "I have heard of your fondness for meat. I had my chef prepare these dishes. Pray, young master, do sample the culinary skills of my newly appointed cook." Xie Juan pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed intently upon her, and replied, "Indeed, I am quite fond of meat. Since residing in the princess's estate, I have not had the pleasure of enjoying it. Given your thoughtfulness today, I shall savor it all." Chaohua maintained her composure, saying, "If it is not to your liking, I shall have it improved." Xie Juan took a bite of the braised meat, chewing vigorously as though the food were his adversary, his expression fierce. The flavor was delightful, tender, fragrant, and sweet, well suited to his palate. Chaohua smiled, then do indulge further. Chapter 25. Having eaten meat, yet gaining nothing in return curiously, despite the sumptuous meal, he had not garnered any affection. Why? Chaohua found herself despondent, realizing that Xie Juan was exceedingly difficult to please. Had it been anyone else, she would have slapped him long ago. Alas, he was the future antagonist, and she needed his favor to alter certain outcomes. "I am full," Xie Juan declared, having consumed a considerable quantity of meat, emptying several plates. Sated, he excused himself to the study. Despite the lavish spread she had prepared, he had gained not a shred of goodwill. Chaohua's frustration mounted, prompting her to ignore him. Later that night, as Xie Juan requested a pillow be brought to the study, Chaohua was bewildered as to what had caused his displeasure, leading him to make such an unprecedented demand. "Princess, the young master has indicated he is busy and asks you to rest first. He will be sleeping in the study tonight," Su Jiu announced from outside. "Very well, take it to him," Chaohua replied, bewildered by his insistence on relocating a mere pillow. She found herself perplexed, feeling a sense of despondency. Xie Juan was indeed a challenging individual to please, his moods unpredictable and his thoughts inscrutable. It seemed she would have to investigate matters herself. The best course of action was to draw closer to Chu Yu. The Baichao Hall thrived, with many patrons seeking restorative elixirs and pre-prepared medicinal packages. The potions were costly, and a single medicinal package was priced at a minimum of 2 taels of silver, unaffordable for ordinary families. "Your Highness, that is the princess's carriage," Gu Wang remarked, spotting Chaohua's opulent vehicle, feeling an unexpected thrill as he approached. "Princess, have you come to procure medicine?" Chaohua had not anticipated encountering Gu Wang. As she had already arrived, avoiding him seemed overly deliberate. "I heard Bai Chao Hall is owned by Chuyu. Indeed, I happen to be passing by. Is there anything you require? Have you run out of the detoxification elixir? If so, just send someone to inform me, and I shall deliver it to you." Gu Wang stood beside the carriage, separated from her by a silk curtain, only catching a glimpse of the princess's graceful silhouette. No, he refrained from divulging the truth. The apothecary was a joint venture between him and Chuyu. Chaohua internally scoffed, thinking it unnecessary for the crown prince to concern himself. She would procure the elixirs herself when needed. "Chaohua, may we converse?" Gu Wang implored, a hint of urgency in his tone. Chaohua's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She was well aware of his pride. In the past, she had often sought to placate him, yet Gu Wang's arrogance surpassed her own. Even in times of desperation, he would not plead for assistance. He would only seek her. "There is nothing to discuss. Our association concluded the moment you appeared alongside Chuyu. Do not seek me out again, Gu Wang." In her moment of hesitation, memories of his actions in her dreams surfaced, hardening her heart. She uttered a final command before dismissing him. "Chaohua," Gu Wang called, hastening after her as she departed, astonished by her callousness. "Your Highness." Chuyu emerged from the apothecary, witnessing Gu Wang pursuing the princess's carriage, and rushed to intercept him. "I have completed my tasks. Shall we return?" Gu Wang, feeling irritable, cast a sidelong glance at her, discreetly withdrawing his arm. "I shall not visit the general's residence today, nor any day henceforth." Chuyu's eyes widened in shock. "Why? Did you not wish to learn martial arts? My father could teach you. I am rather fatigued and wish to rest." "You may return alone," he stated, his expression stiffening, surprised by his own words. Chaohua's disdain for Chuyu and their association had angered her, leading him to instinctively avoid her. He should not have cared so deeply for her. Gu Wang's countenance darkened further, and without another word, he turned away. "Your Highness," Zhu Yue, anxious to pursue him, was halted by the attendants. "Miss, you should return. The young master is in a foul mood." "Is it because of Princess Chaohua?" Chuyue's gaze darkened slightly, a cold smile lurking within her heart. The attendant offered no reply, merely clasped his hands and departed. Upon catching up with Gu Wang, he couldn't help but remark, "Your Highness, it seems Miss Chu has been weeping." It was evident to any discerning eye that Miss Chu harbored affections for the crown prince. Recently, as the two grew closer, there was concern that the crown prince might develop inappropriate romantic sentiments. If such were the case, they must swiftly inform their master. Gu Wang cast a frosty glance at him, retorting, "What concern is that of mine?" "Your Highness, please calm your ire." Chang'an stiffened, quickly lowering his head, daring not to provoke further. Standing at the entrance of the Baichao Hall, Chiyue's crimson eyes followed the retreating figure of the man. Bewildered by how things had come to this, was he not the one she loved? Chapter 26. Haste makes waste with no progress made. Chaohua's mood soured. She decided to visit the Dali Temple, hoping to encounter Xie Juan, who had recently been elusive, returning home late and leaving early, making it difficult for her to gain his favor. Just as her carriage arrived at the temple, Xie Juan emerged, inquiring, "Princess, what brings you to the Dali Temple?" "I seek you. I wish to know the progress of the case." Chaohua remained seated within the carriage, her form barely visible through the delicate golden veil. "Xie Juan Smaiv, there has been progress, but it requires your cooperation." "How must I cooperate?" "Allow me to enter your carriage first." Chaohua, feeling vexed, acquiesced with a reluctant nod. Xie Juan swiftly climbed aboard, taking up space within the carriage. Chaohua's lifestyle was refined. Her carriage was always stocked with pastries crafted by the imperial chef. After her marriage, she had moved out of the princess's residence, but her father, Emperor Mingda, cherished his daughter and had granted her the finest cooks. Each day, in the princess's residence, she could enjoy imperial delicacies, not to mention the exquisite, sweet confections nearby. Upon entering, Xie Juan inhaled the delightful aroma, his throat tightening as his gaze lingered on the slender neck of the young princess. To him, Chaohua was far more enticing than the platter of pastries before him. Suddenly, He felt a pang of hunger and hastily grabbed a piece of cake to occupy himself. Speak quickly. What progress? After consuming several pastries without divulging any information, Chaohua grew impatient, urging him onward. Xie Juan chuckled. What is your hurry? Haste makes waste. The more anxious she became, the less he felt inclined to share. Each time he witnessed her ire, he couldn't resist teasing her. Even in anger, the princess appeared remarkably charming. Xie Juan, the princess was indeed incensed. Her temper was notoriously short, especially with him. Isn't Gu Wang also searching for the culprit? Why do you not seek him out? Xie Juan's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Chaohua fell silent. Have you already sought him out? The man's demeanor soured further. Xie Juan couldn't help but scoff, realizing that upon seeing him with Miss Chu, the princess had come to unleash her frustrations here. Chaohua, feeling exasperated, protested, that is not the case. Do not speak nonsense. Then why did you seek him out? He retorted, you claim to have no feelings for Gu Wang, yet you swiftly run to pursue another man the moment he slips from your view. Xie Juan was infuriated, wishing to teach her a lesson. His heart burned with frustration. Unable to remain in the carriage any longer, he leapt out, causing Chaohua to pale in fright. Xie Juan. She feared he might have harmed himself, only to see him bounce back, full of vitality, as he mounted his horse and galloped away. She momentarily forgot that Xie Juan was a seasoned general, skilled in combat. His leap from the carriage had caused him no harm. Chaohua sighed, realizing that trying to appease the antagonist was an arduous task, and she contemplated giving up. At that moment, the carriage suddenly jolted, and then it dashed forward at breakneck speed. Princess! Chaohua cried out in alarm, and Chaohua lost her balance, tumbling face first to the ground. Thankfully, a blanket cushioned her fall. Otherwise, her exquisite beauty might have been marred. The carriage lost control in the street, creating chaos as people and goods were scattered about. Sir, it seems the princess's carriage is in trouble. Hearing the commotion, Su Jiu turned back, hurrying to intervene. Xie Juan, having heard the commotion, realized Chaohua was in peril and rushed back to pursue the runaway carriage. Chaohua. Inside the carriage, Chaohua struggled to maintain her seat, clutching the window to avoid being thrown out, her eyes brimming with tears. Xie Juan, jump down, I will catch you. Xie Juan rode alongside, but the carriage driver had been thrown off. Behind them, a young girl chased after, crying out. Chaohua, alone in the carriage, lamented, I cannot stand up. Tears streamed down her face, having fallen and struck the tea table multiple times. Now her entire body ached. Xie Juan, feeling anxious at her distress, abandoned his horse and leapt into the carriage, grasping the reins, but the horse seemed to have gone mad, ignoring all commands, galloping wildly and crashing into stalls and bystanders, causing pandemonium in the streets. Xie Juan's eyes hardened. He drew his sword, and with a swift motion, blood splattered the ground. Chapter 27. The carriage's frightful chaos finally. The chaos subsided. The carriage halted, and Xie Juan hastily turned back, tearing aside the beaded curtain, the exquisite East Pearl curtain now in tatters. The pearls scattered across the ground. Chaohua. Yes, Xie Juan. I am in so much pain, Chaohua murmured softly, lifting her gaze to him before losing consciousness. Chaohua. Xie Juan quickly scooped her up and jumped from the carriage. Upon hearing the news, Gu Wang rushed over, but he was too late. Stand aside. Xie Juan's expression was grim, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This was the location nearest to Bai Chao Hall. Where's Chuyu? Gu Wang regarded the unconscious figure in his arms, stating, there is no need for your highness to concern himself. Xie Juan ignored him, commanding someone to summon the doctor while he carried Chaohua back to the princess's residence. Useless. A bunch of incompetent fools. The princess has been poisoned, and her carriage was tampered with. Yet you have failed to capture the culprit. What purpose does the court serve in maintaining such incompetence? Drag them out and execute them. A group of ministers knelt, their foreheads pressed to the floor, afraid to breathe. Aside from the Dali Temple, officials from the Jingzhou prefecture and patrols across the city were summoned for a scathing reprimand. News of the princess's carriage running amok and her fainting from fright had everyone in a cold sweat. Indeed, the emperor's wrath was palpable. Should anything happen to the princess, they feared for their heads. Xie Zheng knelt at the forefront, pleading, Your Majesty, please grant me some time. I shall resolve this matter and uncover the truth. I grant you 3 days. Should the culprit remain undiscovered by then, I shall show no mercy. Emperor Mingda's fury was evident. Now be gone. A wave of relief washed over the group, gratitude directed towards Xie Juan as they hurriedly departed. Xie Juan was the prince consort, and with the Xie family as royal kin, any scandal could be mitigated by their protection. Emperor Mingda's concern for his daughter was palpable. "What is the situation at the princess's residence?" One of the inner servants, Gongin, replied, "Your Majesty, the princess has awakened and is reported to be unharmed, merely suffering from shock. She has some bruises from the collision, with the prince consort attending to her." Bruises? Is that all? When has the princess ever endured such treatment? Emperor Mingda's fury flared. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Gongin regretted his careless words, wishing he could retract them. Emperor Mingda huffed, instructing the imperial physician to concoct a salve for bruising, swelling, and pain relief to be sent to the princess's residence. "Inform the medical team. Should they fail in such a simple task, they shall return to farming." The medical team, daunted, worked throughout the night to prepare the salve, delivering it to the princess's residence. As Chaohua awoke, she felt as though she had lost half her life, her body aching unbearably. Chaohua applied medication, causing her to whimper in discomfort. Outside, Xie Juan paced anxiously, thinking, could he not be gentler? "Your Grace, the princess requests your presence." Chaohua, having finished applying the medicine, stepped outside. Xie Juan hurried into the room, asking, "How do you fare?" "It hurts terribly. How can my horse suddenly lose control? Surely someone intends to harm me. Have you discovered who it is?" Chaohua rose, leaning against the pillow, her delicate face pale. Startled by the runaway horse, she felt as though she had been poisoned, and had it not been for Xie Juan, her life would have been in grave danger. Xie Juan's expression was grave as he sat by the bed, stating that he had discovered the person who poisoned her was likely affiliated with the Lin family. Moreover, both the startled horse and the recent carriage mishap were not mere coincidences. It appeared that someone had long plotted to murder her. Months prior, when the princess had not yet wed and had not moved out of the palace, Lin Wanru, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, had died within Chaohua's palace. The emperor, inclined to protect his daughter, had merely confined Chaohua to her quarters, offering the Lin family a small compensation and announcing that Lin Wanru had succumbed to a sudden illness, claiming that the cause of death had nothing to do with the princess. However, the public believed that Chaohua had caused her demise. "I have reiterated countless times that I did not kill Lin Wanru," Chaohua exclaimed in frustration. When the incident occurred, she had indeed intended to teach Wanru a lesson, planning to frighten her with a couple of lashes, but upon her arrival in Chaohua's palace, she had merely been made to kneel. After kneeling for over an hour, how could it lead to her death? Xie Juan furrowed his brow, asking if she had thoroughly investigated the matter at that time. "No, I did not kill anyone, so what was there to investigate?" Chaohua replied, her agitation evident. "If it was indeed a member of the Lin family, they needed to send someone to investigate. Didn't you say you found a clue? Present the evidence," she insisted. Xie Juan explained, "There is not enough concrete evidence. The Lin family is already grieving the loss of their daughter, and the emperor wishes to suppress this incident to protect your reputation. If we rashly suspect the Lin family, they will surely protest, and the connection between Lin Wanru's death and you will only escalate." Chaohua understood that, regardless of the circumstances, she would bear the reputation of a malicious princess. This matter must be clarified. Even if the Lin family cries foul, we must investigate. I cannot unjustly bear the blame. The more they tried to conceal the truth, the more it would appear that she was guilty. If the Lin family dares to slander me, we shall take this to court and uncover the truth. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, surprised by her clarity of thought. "You speak with reason, Your Highness." Chaohua felt a surge of anger, her cheeks flushed. "Go find Chuyu. She knows the truth." Xie Juan was taken aback. "How do you know that Chuyu will know the truth?" Chapter 28. Do not leave. I fear nightmares. Chaohua sipped some water. Contemplating the truth she knew from the storyline, but she could not reveal it to him. She suspected that Lin Wanru had been poisoned and believed that Chuyu, who had a connection with Wanru and possessed medical knowledge, would know something. That woman seems to harbor many secrets. Seeing her eyes redden, Xie Juan reassured her. "Do not rush. Even if Chuyu knows, if she is unwilling to speak, there is little we can do." Chaohua pouted. "You are so clever. Surely you can find a way to make her talk." This was a deliberate compliment, and Xie Juan's lips curved into a faint smile, pleased by her praise. "Then I shall thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Rest for now. I will find a solution." The emperor has ordered my second brother to find the culprit within 3 days. If we fail again, the Xie family will be finished. Chaohua frowned slightly. What my father said was merely in anger. Do not take it to heart. Xie Juan smiled without responding, thinking that only she could perceive Emperor Mingda's kindness as jest. The young princess was too naive. To accompany the sovereign is akin to dwelling with a tiger. He smiled gently, refraining from further argument. You should rest now. Injured, Chaohua was unable to investigate the matter. If her favorability rating were higher, she could glean clues from the upcoming plot. For Chu Yu to divulge the truth. She needed leverage against her. Xie Juan. He heard her call just as he was about to leave, compelling him to return. Come here. Chaohua's face flushed, her palms growing cold with sweat. Are you unwell, Your Highness? He inquired, mistaking her discomfort. He approached, feeling her forehead, which was warm. She likely had a fever. I shall fetch the physician. Chaohua grasped his hand, unable to meet his gaze. Do not leave just yet. I fear nightmares. Stay with me for a while. Her voice was as soft as it could be. This was the first time she had acted in such a way. When her mother was ill, she had said the same to her father, and it had always worked. Unlike Empress Shun, she lacked the alluring gaze. Xie Juan maintained his composure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sleep now. I shall leave once you do. Chaohua clung to his hand, as if it was the only thing preventing her from drifting into nightmares, providing her with a sense of security. Xie Juan sat beside her, feeling the weight of her grip. It was somewhat torturous. The princess was not only soft-spoken, but also had delicate hands, small enough that he could encircle her wrists with a single hand. She was so fragile, it felt as if she could break with a mere pinch. As he leaned closer, he noticed the young princess seemed to be on the brink of sleep, her eyes clouded with drowsiness. Her long, curled lashes resembled butterfly wings, and her soft, pale lips were enchanting. He had never encountered a woman as porcelain-like as her. Unable to resist, he gently brushed his fingers against her soft lips, and his mind buzzed with surprise. Unbeknownst to her, Chaohua succumbed to sleep, releasing his hand and turning over to embrace her blanket. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. Young master, Su Jiu approached as Xie Juan exited. Perhaps sensing guilt, Xie Juan shot him a cold glare. Be quiet. Su Jiu was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his master was suddenly in such a mood. He merely intended to inform him that the second master had arrived. Xie Juan's thoughts were consumed with Chaohua's tender lips, leaving him disinterested in Su Jiu's chatter. Upon leaving, he found Xie Zheng waiting in the living room. Brother, how is the princess? Xie Zheng inquired, setting down his teacup. She was startled. Come with me to the Chu residence. Xie Juan collected his thoughts, his gaze sharpening. Xie Zheng was puzzled. What business do we have at the Chu residence? To investigate, Xie Juan replied with a light chuckle. When Chaohua awakened, a thought suddenly struck her. You have gained 4 points of favorability with the antagonist. Please collect your reward. 2 chapters of storyline. To have received 4 points of favorability was a delightful surprise upon waking. Chaohua felt invigorated, as if she had found gold, and closed her eyes to embrace the unfolding narrative. Chapter 29. Extracting the Truth from Chu Yu. In the general's mansion, servants led 2 exceptionally handsome young men inside. Young master, please come in. Upon the arrival of the Xie brothers, Chu Yu felt a pang of anxiety. She had already been informed that the Xie family was seeking her, and she wondered what business they had with her. The maidservant served tea and then withdrew. Xie Zheng adopted a formal demeanor, addressing her. Miss Chu, I have received confidential reports that you witnessed the circumstances surrounding Miss Lin's death. I have come to inquire about a few matters. Chu Yu was taken aback. Who said that? Wasn't Miss Lin said to have succumbed to a sudden illness? Xie Juan smiled. That is the official statement from the Lin family. Given your long-standing friendship with her, you surely know whether she suffered from any illness. There is no need for pretense. We are all reasonable individuals, he added, his words sharp and incisive. Chu Yu's expression darkened. She disliked dealing with him. On the day Wanru died, I was not in the palace, nor was I at Chaohua's residence. Are you mistaken, Master Xie? Whether I am mistaken or not, we must ask Miss Chu to accompany us back to the Dali Temple for further investigation. Xie Zheng interjected, signaling for her to be taken. Chu Yi Zito. I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family. You cannot take me to the Dali Temple without evidence. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding and my reputation is tarnished, can you bear the consequences? The 2 minor officials were intimidated, hesitant to act without clear justification. The Dali Temple indeed lacks substantial evidence, and prior to their arrival, the elder did not mention any intention to apprehend Miss Chu. The two were so frightened that sweat trickled down their brows. However, Xie Juan remained composed, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Juan. It was indeed his ill-conceived idea. Had it been Xie Zhang's way, he would not have acted so rashly. How could one arrest someone without any proof, merely on the princess's word? Such an action seemed overly hasty. Furthermore, they were not permitted to expose Chaohua. Xie Zhang found himself puzzled, observing how his elder brother would proceed. After all, Chu Yu was a general's daughter, not the offspring of a civil servant. She possessed considerable courage. A person who would not flinch before the emperor would certainly not fear them. Moreover, they were in the general's residence, and taking someone back to Dali Temple would not be an easy task. Xie Juan scrutinized Chu Yu and remarked, "Miss Chu, your agitation suggests a guilty conscience. If you are innocent, why not accompany us to the Dali Temple? Surely, you have nothing to fear." He added, "If you refuse to accompany us, I can only infer that you indeed harbor guilt, thus validating the informant's claims." Chu Yu felt a pang of fear towards Xie Juan. After all, this man could kill without a second thought. Under his piercing gaze, she felt her hands and feet grow cold, though she feigned calmness and retorted, "Then who is this informant you speak of? They can come to the general's residence and confront me. There is no need for Dali Temple. Such informants must be safeguarded. If we expose them, who would dare to report wrongdoings in the future?" Xie Juan chuckled lightly. Chu Yu's countenance darkened, her brows knitting in displeasure. "If you wish to know how Miss Lin died, you should inquire with the princess. She was the last person present in her palace. She should know best. Currently, there are whispers suggesting that Lin Wanru's death holds a deeper mystery, one that ties back to you. Seeking you out makes far more sense than approaching the princess, who is merely a bystander in this matter." Xie Juan's tone was icy, yet Chu Yu shot back with a cold smile. "But I was not in Chaohua Palace that day. I have proof of my absence. Is it not ridiculous to suggest that I know the cause of Lin Wanru's death?" Xie Juan chuckled. "Are you certain? Miss Chu, you must think carefully before you speak. Without evidence, we would not be here seeking you out." His smile was disarming, yet his gaze was frigid, causing Chu Yu to feel a surge of panic. I truly did not enter the palace that day. You can verify the palace records." Her demeanor shifted, revealing her nervousness. Xie Zhang, with years of experience in solving cases, could tell she was indeed hiding something. Her absence from the palace did not imply her lack of involvement. Lin Wanru had seen her prior to entering the palace, had she not? "We suspect she was poisoned. Miss Chu, if you know anything, please disclose it. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking you back to Dali Temple for questioning." The matter concerned the princess's safety, and the emperor took it very seriously. If the Chu family were implicated, General Chu would be unable to protect you. Xie Juan and Xie Zhang pressed her from both sides, wielding veiled threats and closing in. Chu Yu, overwhelmed, began to sweat profusely, gasping for breath. I will tell you, but will you promise to keep it confidential?" Chapter 30. The cause of Lin Wanru's death, what they said was not without merit. With Princess Chaohua embroiled in repeated troubles, the emperor's anger was palpable, and he was closely monitoring the situation. Should she become entangled, the Chu family would surely cast her aside, indifferent to her fate. Tears welled in Chu Yu's eyes as she beseeched the two young lords. "Since my mother passed, my life in the Chu family has been precarious. If they find out, they will not let me off easily. I fear retaliation from those lurking in the shadows, which is why I have refrained from speaking." It was unexpected for her that after so much time had passed, this matter was being dredged up again. Initially, she had no intention of speaking, but if this issue implicated the Chu family, it would undoubtedly become quite troublesome. Xie Zhang said, "As long as Miss Chu reveals what she knows, we will ensure your confidentiality." With Xie Zhang's assurance, Chu Yu's pallid complexion eased slightly. "I only know that Lin Wanru was poisoned. She succumbed to a colorless, odorless poison. Beyond that, I truly do not know." Xie Zhang and Xie Juan exchanged glances. "Do you know if Lin Wanru had offended anyone recently?" "Not that I am aware, although I had interactions with her. They were merely typical exchanges among young ladies of noble birth. We are all legitimate daughters. Hence, we were somewhat closer. I am not privy to her interpersonal relations." Xie Juan and his brother understood that such was life in the capital. Relationships often appeared close on the surface, but were seldom genuine. The so-called nobility and ladies of high birth were often hypocritical. Finding no further useful information from her, the two departed. After a day of discussion at Dali Temple, They returned in the evening. Chaohua had already awoken, and Xie Juan entered, casting a fleeting glance at her luscious lips. The princess has awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? No. Seeing her remain so composed, seemingly uninterested in what he had done with Chu Yu, was odd. Usually, she would have been eager to inquire. Now, she was unusually quiet. Xie Juan furrowed his brow. I visited Chu Yu today, and she revealed that Lin Wanru's death was indeed suspicious. She was poisoned with a colorless, odorless toxin. Chaohua was already aware. The storyline she had received indicated that they had pressured Chu Yu for answers. She was well informed about the entire process and felt no surprise. I have said before, I did not cause her death. If Chu Yu could discern the poison while offering incense to Lin Wanru, it indicated her proficiency in toxicology. The woman possessed the ability to create an antidote but chose not to. Could it be due to Gu Wang? Xie Juan continued. If we cannot identify who poisoned her, we will have no means to prove your innocence. If this matter is rashly disclosed, the Lin family may turn the tables, accusing you of administering the poison. The Lin family is foolish. If I possessed such formidable skills in poisoning, would I have been poisoned myself? Seeing her anger was rather endearing. Xie Juan could not help but smile. Do not be upset. While that may be true, the fact remains that a person died within your palace. You cannot cleanse your hands of this. Do not fret. We will continue our investigation. With this lead, it implies that someone is deliberately seeking to harm you. Lin Wanru may merely be a pawn in this game. Within the palace, schemes and intrigues swirled around her. As the favored eldest princess, it was inevitable that jealousy would breed those who sought to ruin her. The affair with Lin Wanru was clearly designed to tarnish her reputation, painting her as a woman of malicious intent. Chaohua pursed her lips. Very well. Tomorrow I shall enter the palace to question Mother. Those who had the opportunity to poison Lin Wanru are likely to be within my own circle. The thought sent a chill down her spine. If that person had intended to poison her, it would have been all too easy. We have 2 days left. If we do not solve this soon, I fear my younger brother may suffer. You should rest. I have matters to attend to. After visiting her, Xie Juan rose and headed to his study to organize the entire case. Chaohua, having seen the unfolding storyline, realized he was not as simple as he appeared. He was not only adept at combat, but also skilled in investigation, demonstrating cleverness in his methods, unlike Xie Zhang's rigidness. Without any evidence, Xie Juan had managed to extract information from Chu Yu. Xie Juan. Chaohua felt it necessary to re-evaluate him. Is something the matter? Xie Juan returned, recalling how she had implored him to stay with her earlier that morning. Chapter 31. Cultivating allies. You performed admirably this time. Chaohua sought to praise him further, believing that a positive mood would garner her more favor. Is that all? Xie Juan's interest waned, and he replied coolly, Rest well. I shall take my leave. Seeing that he appeared in good spirits, yet remained unaffected by her praise, left her feeling dejected. Today, she had gained 4 points of favor, perhaps because she had already given much, resulting in no immediate response. The recent events had provided ample clues. She could have thoughts, contemplating the recent occurrences. She rose to sit at her desk and began to write down the suspicious individuals on a piece of paper. The individual capable of poisoning Lin Wan is likely lurking within the confines of Chaohua Palace, hiding their identity deeply, and must be uncovered swiftly. In the stillness of night, the princess's chamber still glows with light. Princess, it is time for you to rest. Chaohua could no longer refrain from urging her. Tell me, on the day Lin Wanru entered the palace, was she offered anything to eat in Chaohua Palace? Chaohua, puzzled, recalled that there was none. That day, the princess had taken an afternoon nap, leaving her to kneel outside the palace waiting. As a close mate of Chaohua, she had originally been under the supervision of a matron, but Chaohua found her too verbose and dismissed her, entrusting many affairs to Chaohua. No food. How peculiar. Poison is typically ingested or inhaled. If she did not eat, there was incense lit in the palace that day. If it were tampered with, then Chaohua would have suffered as well, but since she is unharmed, we can rule out the incense burner. Chaohua methodically crossed off several queries she had penned down. Has Lin Wanru had any grievances with anyone? Chaohua replied, She is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, quite the opposite of Chu Yu. She is cherished in her family, with 2 elder brothers, and her parents and grandmother dote on her, pampered from a young age. It is no wonder she dares to vie for attention with the princess. Her temper was spoiled, often engaging in trivial disputes with other noble ladies. only to reconcile a few days later while enjoying floral outings, seemingly without any significant animosities. Lin Wanru had taken a liking to Gu Wang, frequently approaching him despite knowing he was favored by the princess, which indeed showed her audacity. Her death was shrouded in mystery, inciting great anger within the Lin family. Yet they were stifled by the knowledge that the perpetrator was the crown princess, supported by the emperor. They were mere subjects, powerless to voice their grievances. As Xie Juan suggested, the Lin family might harbor resentment, leading to a deliberate act of revenge against her. From her fright at the horse grounds, to the poisoning, and the runaway carriage, it was evident that someone had schemed behind the scenes. Chaohua circled the names of the two sons of the Lin family, Lin Mingji and Lin Pingji. Xieha, summon Along. Along was a werewolf she had rescued during a hunting expedition, abandoned as a child and raised by wolves, thus earning the nickname. But Princess Along is still not very articulate. Xieha's expression shifted uneasily. Along had been brought back for over half a year, his wild nature not easily tamed. Fearing he might harm the princess, he was sent for training. Chaohua had intended to teach him martial arts and human customs, with hopes of training him to serve as Gu Wang's personal guard for his safety. Chaohua's expression darkened, feeling increasingly that she had once been too accommodating to Gu Wang, considering everything for him, only to realize he had been exploiting her all along. The cold indifference in her gaze flickered momentarily. No matter, have him come. I have tasks for him. She would not allow that to deter her. She would personally instruct him. It was time to cultivate her own allies rather than relying on others. Along's simple origins meant that as long as she treated him with sincerity, he would surely be grateful. Soon, a youth followed Xieha into the room, dressed in gray with a leopard skin draped over his shoulders, resembling a young hunter from the mountains. However, his features were strikingly handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth. It was precisely his good looks that had drawn Chaohua to save him, as she had an affinity for beautiful and exquisite things. Greetings, princess. Along stammered, his cheeks flushing crimson, unable to utter a word after half a year of training. His martial skills had advanced significantly, and he had adapted to human habits. Yet his speaking, reading, and writing remained lacking. Chaohua approached him. Rise. There is no need for such formalities. The princess is so gentle. Along gazed at her intently. Xieha, witnessing this, could no longer contain her frustration. How dare you stare at the princess? Do not forget your place. Along, startled, quickly lowered his head. I am sorry. He resembled a child caught in mischief, a rather endearing sight. Chaohua chuckled. Xieha, do not be so fierce. You will frighten him. Princess, Xieha exclaimed, exasperated, unable to comprehend the princess's change. This was a werewolf who had returned covered in blood, wild and uncontrollable, having inflicted injuries on several guards. The princess had been terrified then. How could she now be unafraid? In the study, Xie Juan was organizing some documents. My lord, the princess is yet to retire, and seems to be summoning a man. Su Jiu, ever vigilant, entered to report. At this, he lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes. A man? Are there other men in the princess's palace? Just a small servant, a werewolf rescued by the princess. A werewolf? Xie Juan recalled. He was the man saved by the princess at the hunting event 6 months prior. What did she want with him at this hour? As he rose to head towards the peony garden, he encountered Xieha leading Along out, acknowledging the lord. Yet, Along stood frozen in place. Xieha hastily tugged at his sleeve. Hurry and greet the lord. The powerful aura emanating from Xie Juan, tinged with the scent of bloodshed, made Along instinctively wary. His keen senses detected danger, prompting him to display his latent aggression, and instead of bowing, he instinctively prepared to strike at the prince. Along, do not be reckless. Xieha cried out in alarm. But as a werewolf, his agility rendered her admonition ineffective. Xie Juan smirked coldly. Such an audacious little creature. My lord. Su Jiu swiftly intervened to halt Along's strike. The werewolf's strength was akin to that of a beast, catching Su Jiu off guard. Despite his own prowess, having once served as a drill sergeant in the military, he found himself struggling against Along's formidable strength. Is he armed with claws? Su Jiu thought, holding his sword without drawing it, using the blade to fend off Along's powerful strikes, narrowly avoiding injury. Bring him here, Xie Juan commanded, eager to test his mettle after a prolonged absence from combat. My lord, be cautious. This werewolf possesses immense strength, Su Jiu warned, drawing his blade to force Along back. Xie Juan chuckled lightly, beckoning to the werewolf, which only incited Along further. He roared and lunged at Xie Juan, who gracefully evaded the attack. The two engaged in a skirmish within the courtyard as Chaohua rushed inside to alert the princess. Hearing the commotion, Chaohua stepped out and quickly called, "Along, cease." Upon her arrival, Along immediately broke away from Xie Juan, rushing to her side in a protective stance, baring his claws and glaring at Xie Juan, instinctively warning him against harming the princess. Chaohua approached and gently stroked his head. "Do not fear, he is not a bad person. You and Chaohua should return now." Along's face flushed, his fierce demeanor softened instantly, breaking into a joyful smile, almost resembling a wolf dog wagging its tail. Yes, yet Xie Juan's eyes glinted with malice. Fixating on Chaohua's hand resting on Along's head, an inexplicable urge to twist the little servant's neck surged within him. Along's gaze sharpened. "Princess, he seems fierce." "It is nothing," Chaohua reassured him, glancing at Xie Juan and sensing his discontent, instructing her attendants to take the young werewolf away. Along is still young, having grown up in the mountains. He is unfamiliar with human nature and will require time to adjust. I hope the Lord does not take offense. Chaohua noted Xie Juan's irritation at her thin attire. The princess's interests are indeed quite intriguing. Why stay awake so late to summon a young werewolf? Chaohua frowned. What do you mean by that? Quite literally, I wish for you to remember your position. Although you are a princess, upon entering the gates of the Xie family, you must adhere to our family's rules. In the Xie household, we uphold strict morals. As a Xie woman, you must not engage in trifling affairs. Chaohua retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Initially believing he was merely upset over Along's aggression, she was taken aback by his presumptions about her. Enraged, she could not restrain herself and delivered a sharp slap across his face. With a sharp slap, Xie Juan was momentarily jolted into awareness, realizing that his harsh words had upset her. Yet, he could not restrain himself. After all, how could she dare to touch that little werewolf's head? He felt a deep-seated anger rising within him. The young lord, Xie Juan, was nearly terrified, gazing at his master's face, thinking it was all over. The young lord's handsome visage would surely be marred. Xie Juan's breath came heavy, his gaze cold and brooding. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Chaohua's hands trembled slightly, her legs almost giving way. "Xie Juan, stop right there." This was truly disastrous. How could she have struck him? The hard-won rapport was now at risk of evaporating. Chapter 33. The princess can bend and stretch. Xie Juan stood still, refusing to turn back, and angrily declared, "I will not apologize. You are in the wrong. Then let it be that I am at fault. Do not be angry." Chaohua gritted her teeth, stepping forward to tug at his sleeve. If she let him storm off now, it would be incredibly difficult to win him back later. This princess can bend and stretch. I shall endure you this once. Xie Juan, your highness, do you truly acknowledge your mistake? He had been furious. Yet he was taken aback by how quickly the little princess had changed her demeanor. Just a moment ago, she wanted to strike him dead, and now she was so sweetly trying to appease him. He had underestimated her. Chaohua nodded. Yes, it was my lack of discipline that provoked the young lord. Furthermore, I should not have acted impulsively and struck you. I promise not to do so again. And you must not accuse me of being flirtatious. That is too harsh. I am a princess. How could you slander me so? Had it not been for his sharp tongue and the false accusations he had cast upon her, she would not have struck him in anger. Was she to be blamed for defending herself? Xie Juan felt his anger boil. His expression darkened. But you summoned other men for half the day while disregarding me. It was one thing for her to exchange glances with Gu Wang, but now she even dared to flaunt her little werewolf before him, as if he were an easy target. A wolf is my subordinate, my guard. Yet you have Xie Juan accompanying you every day. Chaohua retorted, a wolf is no different from Xie Juan. He is not some other man. Xie Juan. He is not a man? How can they be the same? Xie Juan's gaze darkened further as he shot a look at Xie Juan, realizing that if she continued speaking, he would surely be driven mad. In any case, you shall not meet with other men in my absence. But you're home today, are you not? Chaohua could not fathom why he was so enraged. What need do you have for the little werewolf? She scoffed. Does this princess need to report to you about who she seeks out? He was being exceedingly audacious. This was an affront to his authority. Do not forget, I am the prince consort. I have no right to dictate your actions. Xie Juan was on the verge of losing his temper again, turning to leave. I need someone for protection, It is unsafe to venture out alone. Is it not acceptable for this princess to seek her own safeguard? Chaohua's voice was soft and plaintive, yet she could not comprehend why he was being so fierce. Xie Juan's expression finally softened. Today, I failed to protect the princess. It will not happen again. I will arrange for someone to safeguard you. Chaohua wanted to assert her distrust in everyone, having faced so many dangers, yet she realized that further arguments would be futile. She needed to win his favor, considering the unfolding events. Otherwise, the future could be perilous. Offending Xie Juan would yield no benefits, so she could only magnanimously forgive him this once. Xie Juan, too, wished to end the quarrel. He took her indoors, first washing her hands thoroughly, scrubbing them multiple times. Is that enough? Chaohua, gazing at her reddened palms, nearly wept. This man was too rough. Not fearing that he might scrape her skin off, Xie Juan's expression darkened, but he said nothing, rising to take the water away before returning with a medicine box. Chaohua felt a twinge of fear, retreating into her blankets. Let he come in to apply the medicine. There is no need to trouble the young lord. Xie Juan chuckled lightly. Is the princess displeased with me? She would not even shun a little werewolf, yet dared to disdain him. Xie Juan, you are frightening. Chaohua could not help but cry, her eyes reddening as glistening tears rolled down her cheeks. Xie Juan's expression froze, hurrying over to wipe her tears. What is there to fear? I have not scolded you, but your gaze is intimidating, as if you wish to devour me. I have already apologized, yet you still glare at me. Chaohua sniffed. Look, you have turned my hands red in your quest for revenge. And you say you are not fierce? If it were not for her desire to cultivate his favor, she would not allow him to come within a step of her. Xie Juan gazed at the weeping little princess, finding it difficult to articulate his feelings. Her few tears extinguished his anger. It was not that. I merely thought your hands were dirty and wanted to help you clean them properly. Chapter 34. Sending him a beauty, his voice softened, his expression gradually warming. Appearing less fearsome, Chaohua finally relaxed. Perhaps exhaustion had taken its toll. The little princess dozed off in his embrace. Xie Juan thought himself unfortunate. Having cared for her to rest, he still needed to bathe before he could join her in her fragrant bed. On ordinary nights, he would forego washing if he were to sleep alone, but now, if he neglected it, the next day, Chaohua's keen nose would detect even the faintest scent, leading to greater trouble. Reluctantly, Xie Juan could only wash up, change his clothes, and return. The princess had prepared many new outfits for him. He could wear a different one each day without exhausting the selection. Today, he discovered that her wardrobe was even larger than his study. Inside, the garments were sumptuous and exquisite, each piece crafted from the finest silks and fabrics. Relying solely on his meager stipend would hardly suffice to support the princess. Morning arrived. Where's the prince consort? Chaohua awoke feeling utterly fatigued. It was raining outside, the weather gloomy, and her plans to enter the palace were dashed. Xie entered, hanging the bed curtains and presenting clothing to assist her. The prince consort went to the Dali temple early this morning. Su Jiu just returned, having heard that they found the person who tampered with the princess's carriage. Who is it? Chaohua inquired hastily. It is the cousin of the Lin family, a servant of young master San. Chaohua furrowed her brows. Was that not the infamous San? What servant would dare act without their master's command? And since the He family relied on the Lin family, it was indeed the Lin family's doing. These individuals were quite prudent, having arranged a scapegoat before taking action. Send someone to inquire about the final outcome. Once he had helped her dress, she hurried out to instruct others to investigate. Upon returning, she found the princess seated at her desk, once again organizing yesterday's case, adding He Qing's name to the list. The princess lowered her head to write. Summon a wolf to see me. Xie, recalling last night's incident, felt a pang of apprehension. Your Highness, a wolf is wild and unruly. He nearly harmed the young lord yesterday, causing a quarrel between them. The young lord does not favor a wolf. It would be best if you did not meet him. Chaohua raised her gaze, contemplating seriously. She recalled Xie Juan's predatory glare from yesterday. Indeed, she could not repeatedly provoke him, or else her rapport would be jeopardized. Then let us not meet him for now. I will have him reassigned to serve as my guard later. Xie was hesitant, but dared not press further. Understood. Send someone to check when Xie Juan will return. Prepare ginger soup, hot water, and clean clothes. When he returns, have someone attend to him first before coming to see me. Chaohua was anxious to know the outcome, but also considered that she needed to win Xie Juan's favor, thus ensuring he was well cared for. Additionally, she would select 2 beautiful and obedient maidservants for him. He was taken aback. Was the princess implying she wanted to send warm bed maidens to the prince consort? Yes. Such matters were not something she could personally oversee. Xie Juan, at his age, was in the prime of his youth, needing a woman. She had nearly forgotten he had such needs. Men often desired numerous wives and concubines. Her father, with his harem of beauties, still felt it insufficient, selecting new beauties every 3 years to grace his palace. A man of Xie Juan's stature, had he not married the princess, would likely have already taken several wives and concubines. Furthermore, Chaohua was unwilling to consummate her marriage with him. If it were any other man, he would have already felt stifled and sought solace with other women. The more Chaohua pondered, the more she believed that the lack of affection she had recently experienced stemmed from this very issue. Indeed, being the princess's consort was a considerable burden for him. Chaohua's expression shifted. Your Highness, the heir is your consort. What kind of princess sends women to her consort? A princess is not like ordinary women, who are expected to be dutiful and allow their husbands to take concubines, nor should she be magnanimous enough to share her husband with others. She is a princess, and her consort ought to remain faithful to her alone. Chaohua only wished to quickly please Xie Juan, to gain his favor, and if he wanted to go, he could do so without further ado. Chaohua felt a chill run down her spine and dared not press the matter further. The last princess who had been so verbose had been dismissed. Chaohua detested anyone who defied her. She promptly went to arrange matters, as the household was filled with servants, each more beautiful than the last. Chaohua selected 2 charming and well-behaved girls, sternly warning them before sending them to the consort's quarters. Upon returning, Xie Juan initially intended to visit the peony garden, but the girls informed him that the princess requested he bathe and change at Mai Pavilion before seeing her. The princess was indeed troublesome. He had to bathe and change before meeting his wife. Upon arriving at Mai Pavilion, he saw the 2 young maidens kneeling to welcome him. They approached him, soft-spoken and tender-eyed, and greeted him. We have seen the heir. As they spoke, they moved to help him undress. Onzième Juanes faz d'arconed. How dare you enter my chamber? The 2 maidens shrank back, teary-eyed, pleading for mercy. Spare us, young master. Xie Juan's expression remained cold. Sujio hurriedly entered, as the heir usually bathed and dressed alone, without the need for close attendance. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend why 2 delicate beauties would be present in the chamber. My lord, I am not aware of this. How dare they approach the heir's bed under the princess's watchful eyes? Chapter 35. Was it not enjoyable? Who are you, and who permitted you to enter the young master's chamber? Have you lost your senses? Sujio was incensed. The heir was already in a foul mood. And now these 2 foolish women had arrived, putting him at risk of being reprimanded. The maidens cried, Young master, we are here by the princess's command to assist you with your bath and change. Without the princess's order, we would not dare come to my pavilion. Sujio was momentarily speechless, turning to look at his master, who, like Sujio, was taken aback by the princess's audacity. My lord, as the rain brought a chill, Chaohua, feeling weak, had Chaohua prepare 2 braziers in the room to warm things up a bit. Your Highness, the young master has arrived. Chaohua rushed in, flustered, her steps disordered. One might think she had encountered a ghost. Soon after, a tall, slender figure appeared before her. His garments were dampened with rain, clearly indicating that he had not yet bathed or changed. Xie Juan's expression was stormy, his eyes ablaze with anger. What do you mean by this? Are you not pleased? Did those 2 warm bed maidens not satisfy you? Chaohua looked at Chaohua puzzled. Chaohua's face was pale, and she dared not meet the heir's gaze. She approached Chaohua in a hushed tone. Your Highness, the Duke's household has strict rules. None of the masters have taken concubines, and the Duke forbids the young master from doing so. Not only is there no concubine, but also no warm bed maidens. The men of the Xie family maintain a clean and virtuous reputation. Originating from humble beginnings, the Xie family's elders upheld simplicity. Even Xie Juan, the pampered heir, had grown up in the countryside, living there until the age of 7 before moving to the capital, and had spent several years in the military, devoid of the vices seen in other noble families. Moreover, it was said that the heir was a cold and unapproachable figure, uninterested in women. The princess's act of sending him 2 maidens was an affront, one he would not tolerate. Chaohua rubbed her temples, I merely wish to show you kindness. Having noticed your recent fatigue, if you do not wish for their company, you may send them back. There is no need for anger." Her tone was gentle. Xie Juan's anger subsided considerably, yet he remained irritated. If the princess truly empathized with my hardships, she would attend to me herself. Sending others in her stead lacks sincerity. Chaohua's complexion fluctuated, her voice taking on a sharper edge. "How dare you demand that I serve you? You are truly audacious." Growing up surrounded by admiration in the palace. As the eldest princess, she possessed a fiery temperament. She could never adopt the subservient demeanor of women who sought to please men. She had assumed she was merely a fragile little rabbit, only to discover she could bite back. Xie Juan's gaze was icy. "If the princess cannot fulfill this request, then let us part ways. There is no need for you to send anyone to me." With that, he turned on his heel and left. His expression frightening enough to make the maidens tremble, compelled to kneel as subjects of the princess's household. Yet, Xie Juan's chilling demeanor was overpowering, an aura that commanded respect and obedience, causing them to bow involuntarily. Only Chaohua remained unfazed, believing Xie Juan was merely throwing a tantrum. Chaohua had not anticipated this backlash. Chaohua, trembling, thought the heir's gaze was fierce enough to kill, fearing he might harm the princess. "Well, I suppose it is my oversight. If he does not desire beautiful maidens, perhaps I should provide him with his favorite meat. Are there any new and delightful meats in the palace lately?" Chaohua contemplated other means to win his favor. It was curious. Had she not been told that the method she employed with Gu Wang could also charm him? Why had it not worked? Chaohua chuckled helplessly. "How would I know? The preferences of the crown prince and the young master are quite different. The young master favors meat, while the crown prince does not. Gu Wang, it seemed, was particular about his food, never indulging in gluttony. Whatever she offered him, he would feign delight, a mere facade." Since their conversation, Gu Wang had not sought her out, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. As she could not be of use to him, he would surely seek someone else to utilize. Chapter 36. The truth revealed, she needed to find a way to thwart him, even eliminate him, lest he bring ruin to Shiming in the future. Keep a close watch on Gu Wang. Report back to me with any of his movements. After a pause, she realized that sending an ordinary servant to monitor Gu Wang would be futile. He was too cunning for that. "Have my cousin come to the palace. Tell him I have matters to discuss." At that moment, she thought of the Shun family. She required covert operatives to assist her, necessitating someone to train them. And the Shun family was the only one she could trust. After Xie Juan's abrupt departure, he did not return, and she remained unaware of the developments at the Dali Temple. She could only send someone to inquire with Xie Zheng. Xie Zheng was known for providing genuine information promptly. Chaohua soon returned. "Your Highness, we have identified the culprit. It is He San." After capturing He San's servant and conducting an interrogation, they learned of his involvement. Chaohua fumed. He San truly has a reckless spirit, unaware of the consequences of his actions. He confessed that he had secretly orchestrated incidents at the horse ranch and the carriage, and even poisoned the princess, motivated by his affection for Lin Wanru, believing the princess to be the architect of her demise, thus plotting revenge. Lacking the courage to act himself, he had hired outsiders, remaining ignorant of the poison used against the duke's family. Though the perpetrator had been apprehended, a remedy for the princess's poisoning remained elusive. Solving the case and capturing the culprit brought no relief to Chaohua. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What does father plan to do about He San?" The emperor initially intended to execute the entire He family. However, Lord Lin interceded, persuading the emperor to grant a brief audience and ultimately decreeing that only He San would be punished, sparing the rest of the family. Was He San not aware of the identity of the person who scattered the poison? It is rumored to be someone from the underworld, who has since fled. This leaves Chaohua deeply concerned. She has been poisoned and is oblivious to the nature of the toxin. If she must rely on Chu Yu's remedies to suppress the poison's effects, does that not mean she is at the mercy of Chu Yu for her very life? As a princess, how can she entrust her fate to another? When was He San scheduled for execution? Gazing out of the window, Chaohua observed the torrential rain. Her expression clouded with uncertainty. The days ahead remain uncertain, and she is currently imprisoned in the dungeon. The He family is engulfed in despair, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Madam, he has fainted multiple times, only to awaken and weep as she clings to Lord He's leg, pleading for a way to save Sanlang. Surely, he was manipulated. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to poison the princess. Lord He, in a state of agitation, felt both anger and frustration. How could he lack the courage? He was audacious enough to poison the princess, nearly endangering the entire family. And yet he is of no use. Madam, he, consumed by sorrow, lamented, "It is all my fault. Please, my lord, think of a way to save our son. After all, he is your flesh and blood. You must save him." Lord He helped her to her feet, his own heart heavy with concern for their son. "I will find a way. You should return and rest. The emperor has already decreed his punishment, and our only option is to seek the long princess. However, with the day waning and the rain pouring, it is impractical to disturb the princess at this hour. The only feasible course of action is to approach the Xie family and negotiate, hoping to persuade the princess to intercede on their behalf." Madam, he hastily wiped her tears. "Very well, I shall heed your words and not trouble you further." Lord He nodded and, braving the rain, hurried to the Lin residence that very night, hoping they might devise a solution. Lord Lin replied, "At present, there is little we can do unless we find the antidote to save the princess. Only then can we redeem ourselves. San Lang himself has stated he does not recognize that wandering doctor. Where shall we find him?" Chapter 37. Cousin Shun Yu. As the rain subsided and the sky darkened, it seemed as though a tear had been rent in the clouds, allowing the sun to shine through, illuminating the vast expanse of blue. Chaohua awoke from a nightmare, sitting on her bed in a white nightgown, appearing fragile and delicate on the 3-meter-wide bed. Her hair cascaded like satin, and her pale complexion was marked by beads of sweat on her forehead. Wiping her brow, she noticed her lips felt particularly parched. "Xiaohe, what time is it?" "It is already the hour of Chun, Your Highness," replied Xiaohe, who swiftly entered and drew the bed curtains. Noticing her mistress's haggard expression, she could not help but feel concern. "Your Highness, did you have another nightmare last night?" "Indeed," Chaohua responded, her voice weak as if she were gravely ill. "Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe and change. Cousin will be visiting the palace shortly, correct?" Xiaohe glanced at the weather, which had cleared considerably. Young Master Shan said he would come to the palace shortly. "I sent someone to the manor early this morning to wait for him." "What a prince!" Chaohua rose and made her way to the bathing area, where young maidens assisted her in disrobing, their light garments accentuating their graceful forms. Her fair feet touched the water's surface as she slowly sank into the bath. Xiaohe approached to wash her hair. The young master departed the manor early this morning without indicating his destination. Chaohua narrowed her eyes. He is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Xiaohe sighed, uncertain how to respond. "Your Highness, have you forgotten? You quarreled yesterday. It is only natural that the prince would leave in a huff. Although Xie Juan is a prince, he is also the heir of the duke's residence. Known for his fiery temperament and martial prowess, he is not easily subdued, even by a princess. Your Highness, young Master Shun is already in the flower hall waiting." Chaohua opened her eyes. "Very well, ensure I am presentable." Typically, her bathing ritual lasts at least half an hour, but today, with Shun Yu's arrival, she had matters to discuss with him. In the flower hall sat a young gentleman, Shun Yu, dressed in a deep blue robe adorned with silver-edged cloud patterns. A matching wide silk sash cinched his waist, securing a jade pendant, while his dark hair was elegantly tied with a white jade pin, giving him an air of grace and charm. Upon seeing the princess, his warm gaze brightened, momentarily captivated by her beauty. "Cousin, please take a seat." Chaohua wore a light purple dress, the coolness of the weather following the rain evident. She draped a light brocade cloak over her shoulders, her figure still appearing somewhat delicate. "You seem to have lost weight recently. Do take care of your health," Xun Yu remarked, a hint of concern in his eyes, silently blaming Xie Juan for not caring for the princess properly. Recent events have caused Chaohua much distress. "He deserves punishment," he said, gritting his teeth in anger. "I sought you out, cousin, to ask for your assistance with a few matters." Shun Yu's demeanor softened. "Speak freely. I shall do anything within my power to help you. First, we must ensure He Qing's safety. Second, I require a few slaves who possess martial skills and come from untainted backgrounds." Shun Yu was taken aback, but He Qing has already confessed to his involvement. He harbors resentment over Lin Wanru's death, which has driven him to harm you. Why would you wish to spare his life? Chaohua replied, "I sense that matters are not as they seem. He may be a scapegoat, with a true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Until we apprehend the real culprit, He Qing must not perish. Ordinarily, he would have defended himself, But he offered no excuses and simply confessed, indicating he might have been coerced. Xie Juan frowned. That is because Xie Juan is astute. He presented irrefutable evidence before He Qing, leaving no room for denial. Even a servant has identified him. Chaohua smiled. I understand. It is indeed likely that he was involved. However, as we have yet to find the antidote, the case remains unresolved. Xie Juan interjected, that may be true, but the emperor has already issued a decree for his execution, scheduled for the 15th of next month. What can be done to save him now? Chapter 38. Are the young couple quarreling? You could ask your uncle or go to the palace and speak with the emperor to request a stay of execution until the truth is revealed. As a princess, Chaohua is not permitted to meddle in state affairs. Her father would disapprove of her interference. Moreover, she wishes to conceal her change of heart. Naturally, Xie Juan would not refuse her request. Very well, I shall visit the palace shortly. I will arrange for what you require as swiftly as possible. However, you will need protection. The palace guards should suffice. The slaves I intend to acquire will require training individually. The Ming emperor dotes on her, and when she married and left the palace, he provided her with a personal guard to ensure her safety. It is too cumbersome to be accompanied by guards in public. Chaohua replied, too ostentatious. In the past, I would have taken guards with me. Now, I desire my own covert protectors. The distinction between guards and secret protectors is significant. One operates in the light while the other in shadows. Moreover, the guards are appointed by my father. Only those I cultivate myself can be utterly loyal to me. The torment of nightmares has made me increasingly aware that I cannot rely on anyone else. Even if my father is powerful, he too can fall. I must grow strong to preserve my own life and protect my mother and younger brother. Xie Juan thought to himself that acquiring a few slaves was a trivial matter, and thus he acquiesced to her request. Your Highness, the Duchess of the Duke's residence has come to visit. After Xie Juan departed, Xie Li arrived. Chaohua was troubled by how to mend her relationship with Xie Juan, but upon seeing Xie Li, her eyes brightened with a plan. Mother, Xie Li, preparing to bow, was hastily supported by Chaohua. Mother, please sit. Your Highness, are you feeling any better? Chaohua smiled and asked, is this soup made by my mother? Yes, just a moment, replied Xie Li. She had carefully prepared a nourishing chicken broth for Chaohua's recovery, ensuring it was safe by tasting a portion herself before serving her. Moved, Chaohua grasped her hand and reassured her, you need not worry so much. The last incident was an accident, and the culprit has been caught. No one will dare to harm me again. Xie Li replied with a smile, we must still exercise caution. It was our lack of vigilance that allowed malice to strike, causing the princess to suffer from poisoning, a condition we cannot yet remedy. She harbored a deep sense of guilt, wishing it had been her who had endured the affliction. Chaohua took a few sips of the soup, declaring, it was not my mother's fault. The heir will find the antidote to save me. Noticing her son was absent, Xie Li inquired, has one gone to the military camp? I am not certain. The heir moved out of the peony garden without informing me. Chaohua replied, her expression dimming with sadness. Xie Li's heart sank as she quickly deduced that her son had upset the princess. You should rest well. I must return home, she said, leaving without further words. Upon returning home, she summoned her son, Xie Juan, who was investigating the poisoner. Hearing of the incident at home, he hurried back, asking mother, what do you need? Upon entering, he was met with a room full of accusing glares. Xie Li set down her teacup, her expression stern. Tell me, have you upset the princess lately? Xie Juan chuckled. Did Chaohua complain to you? You scoundrel. The princess is gentle and kind. Do not presume to judge her by your own standards, the elderly matriarch admonished, striking her cane against the ground. Just answer me. Have you upset her? Xie Juan's face turned cold, recalling a recent argument. No. Xie Li and the others exchanged glances, fully aware of his temperament. When he was displeased, he would wear a frozen expression and offer no explanations. Could it be that the couple had quarreled? In Chapter 39, the heir is portrayed as magnanimous. Today, I visited the princess at her residence. She has lost weight and spoke of you with great sadness. The fact that she has allowed you to reside back at the peony garden indicates her feelings for you. Must you persist in your stubbornness? Xie Li sighed. Since the princess has joined our family, we cannot allow her to be wronged. Chaohua, the daughter of nobility, is a treasure of the realm. Xie Juan marrying her is a stroke of incredible fortune. After meeting her, they discovered she was a rare beauty, possessing a fine character, contrary to rumors of malice. Madame Xie remarked, I have heard from Zheng Heir that Lin Wanru's death had nothing to do with the princess. Do not believe the slander about her wicked thoughts. Madame Xie San added, the princess is beautiful, compassionate, and dutiful. She gifts our family with valuable items and has even sent writing materials to the younger members. The two elder ladies, well-versed in the court's affairs, understood the emperor's fondness for the princess. They had initially worried about their sons being chosen. However, when Empress Shun selected Xie Juan, their concerns grew. It now seemed their fears were unfounded. Xie Juan, having grown up in the military, lacked the refinement of romantic pursuits and artistic expressions, yet the princess adored such things. It was indeed remarkable that they managed to coexist without incident. As they observed one another, Xie Juan's sister, Xie Juan, admonished, brother, do not bully your sister-in-law. Xie Juan, displeased by such remarks, stormed off. Juan, the women called after him. Xie expressed her concern. What should we do now? Juan is too stubborn. He was initially unwilling to marry the princess. Do we make a mistake by forcing him to marry her? If the princess is unhappy and the emperor finds out, he will surely blame us. One cannot defy imperial command, the matriarch replied, leaning on her cane. One will know how to handle it. Do not worry. Meanwhile, Chaohua sat in her study, feeling bored and occasionally flipping through books. Princess, the heir has returned and is heading towards the peony garden. I noticed he appeared quite gloomy. A servant informed her. Upon hearing this, Chaohua couldn't help but smile. Yes, let him in. With no one at the door to stop him, Xie Juan entered, filled with pent-up frustration. His face dark. Chaohua, seated elegantly, regarded him with a steady gaze, awaiting his words. Yet, he remained silent, his expression cold. After a pause, he finally spoke. Do you find this amusing? Chaohua had intended to ignore him, but reconsidered. Realizing she had not garnered any goodwill from him lately, nor discovered the identity of the poisoner. She approached him, tugging at his sleeve. Please do not be angry. It was my fault. I will not send a warm bed attended to you again. You should return to the peony garden tonight. I will sleep alone and have nightmares. Xie Juan had intended to engage in a lengthy debate, but was taken aback by the princess's unexpected display of vulnerability. Her soft, pleading gaze stirred something within him. Yet, he could not help but question, why send a warm bed attended to me? Chaohua stood close, playing with the jade pendant at his waist. I thought you were working too hard and deserved someone to attend to you. Isn't that what a good wife should do? She could not fathom why he was displeased with such a gesture. Surely, I cannot personally attend to your needs. That is beyond me. Suddenly, she realized her words could be misconstrued. Xie Juan's expression remained icy, contemplating that as her husband, it was indeed his right to be cared for. The princess's proximity, coupled with her sweet fragrance, was intoxicating, and he found himself drawn to her like a bee to nectar. Then why not send a warm bed attendant to Guwang? He is of age and yet unmarried. Chaohua's eyes suddenly turned as frigid as ice. Why bring him up? Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her reaction. Chaohua released his pendant, her patience waning. I simply feel remorse for my previous oversight and wanted to apologize today. If you persist in being difficult, do not blame me for turning away. Xie Juan's eyes narrowed slightly. The princess was being overly concerned. He was not the type to hold grudges. The events of the past few days had already slipped from his mind. Chaohua thought to herself that if he truly were so forgiving, he would not have moved out of the peony garden. Men often speak deceitfully. As long as you are magnanimous and do not hold a grudge, then it is well. You should return to the peony garden tonight. Otherwise, if my mother learns of this, she will surely think I am bullying you. In Chapter 40, she inquired, do you despise me? Xie Juan was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Why the sudden question? It's nothing. I am merely curious. He intended to sit with her for a while when an unexpected guest arrived. After Shunyu entered the palace, he swiftly selected a few slaves to present to her. Upon entering, he noticed Xie Juan seated beside the princess, both sharing the same chair. The intimacy of their posture was quite striking, as Chaohua was slender and the wide chair could comfortably accommodate two people. This closeness stirred feelings within him. Wasn't he had said that their relationship was strained? After all, on their wedding night, Xie Juan had been unceremoniously ejected from the chamber. Shunyu observed the changing hues of Xie Juan's complexion, feeling a surge of jealousy, especially considering that the heir was also present. Hadn't he gone to capture the poisoner from the underworld? He had returned to keep the princess company. Xie Juan cast a sidelong glance at him, her gaze narrowing. What purpose did the princess have for these individuals? Chaohua intended to keep her plans to herself for the time being, prioritizing the arrangement of the slaves before personally training them later. She also aspired to learn some martial arts. "Cousin, please take a seat," she beckoned. Xie Juan settled beside her, and Chaohua found herself uncomfortable with the proximity. His presence radiated warmth, making her feel uncomfortably hot. Yet, she hesitated to push him away, fearing it might extinguish the fragile goodwill she had managed to establish. This man was inscrutable, shrouded in mystery, and she struggled to decipher what would stir his affections. Chaohua felt exasperated. If he remained indifferent to her, she would be utterly at a loss. Not sensing her reluctance, Xie Juan remained close. Shen Yu's ears burned red. He was even more unsettled than Chaohua, unable to tolerate another man so near her. "Chaohua, you don't look well. Shouldn't you return to your quarters to rest?" Seizing the opportunity, Chaohua rose. "I would appreciate it if the heir could accompany my cousin for a while." Once she left, only Xie Juan and Shen Yu remained, and they found no common ground for conversation. After a brief silence, Shen Yu excused himself. "Sir, the princess is in the backyard training a few young slaves, along with that werewolf," Xie Juan reported. Xie Juan frowned. Was she cultivating her own faction? When did the little princess become so cunning? Once a frivolous woman, now she was training her own dark arts. What was her intention? The princess even seemed intent on learning martial arts, suggesting a serious commitment. Growing increasingly curious, Xie Juan made his way to the backyard. Indeed, Chaohua had changed into a fitted, practical outfit, having removed her jewelry and even her makeup, shedding her opulent gown to practice stances with the young slaves. The little maids, like Xiaohe, watched with concern, unable to comprehend why the princess would endure such hardship. The head of the guards, tasked with teaching them martial arts, felt anxious, hesitant to impose strict demands on the princess. "Your Highness, it's only the beginning. You've been practicing for a short while. Perhaps you could take a break." Chaohua, the delicate princess, had previously dabbled in horseback riding and archery, but had never endured the rigors of martial arts training. The fundamental stance was indeed arduous, and she found herself struggling. Within mere moments, her legs ached, trembling from exertion. The guard, unable to bear watching her toil, suggested she stop, and only then did she relent. "Your Highness, what happened?" The sudden loss of balance caused her to fall, leaving those around her in a flurry of concern. "Your Highness." The guards rushed towards Xie Juan, hoping he might persuade the princess to cease her grueling efforts, fearing for her safety. Xie Juan, his demeanor calm, swiftly approached, lifting the exhausted young woman gently. He gazed down at her, drenched in sweat, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Why do you wish to learn martial arts?" Chaohua's legs quivered, and her arms ached. She could barely walk and allowed him to carry her back to her chamber to rest. With nothing else to occupy her, she thought it prudent to practice martial arts for physical conditioning. Xie Juan laid her on the bed, dismissing the attendants who had brought ointments and water. Xiaohe glanced at the princess, and upon seeing her lack of objection, she and the other maids bowed and exited. "I wish to bathe. You may leave for now." Chaohua would not permit him to attend to her so closely. "If you continue this way, you'll have to bathe after every short practice session. How can one learn martial arts? For us practitioners, we train for an entire day, sometimes going 3 days without a bath. Can you endure that?" Xie Juan's eyes twinkled with mischief, likening her to a sweet dumpling filled with black sesame paste. Chaohua realized he was teasing her, and her cheeks flushed. He was not wrong. She could not withstand such discomfort. Having been raised in luxury, she was accustomed to bathing even after a light stroll in the imperial garden. The thought of going without was unbearable. Anyone daring to approach her after 3 days without a bath would find themselves unceremoniously tossed into the lotus pond to feed the fish. Within the princess's court, those who serve her were expected to maintain impeccable hygiene, with hair washed every 2 days. Failing to do so would result in dismissal. "Let me see your injuries. If there is any broken skin, it's best to avoid water." Noticing her pale countenance, Xie Juan softened, apprehensive to frighten her further. He set the medical box beside the bed, his expression unexpectedly gentle. If Xie Juan had been present, he would have been taken aback. The aloof air, displaying such warmth and consideration. Chaohua's face reddened as she protested, "I do not require your assistance." Having fallen hard, she now felt discomfort. Xie Juan scoffed lightly, deeming her overly sensitive. "Let me see what's the matter. Do you truly wish to learn martial arts?" Chaohua burrowed under the covers, considering him a lecher for his attentiveness. I'll teach you, My methods will surpass those of the guards. Initially, she intended to refuse, wary of his reputation as a strict instructor who mercilessly trained new recruits in the army. However, this presented an excellent opportunity to earn his favor through proximity. With her current lack of affection, she found herself at a loss regarding future developments. Do you have time? The journey from the military camp back to the capital isn't far. I can return every few days. If she were obedient and compliant, perhaps he would visit daily. After all, a beautiful woman was never tiresome to behold, and he could even enjoy the warmth of her presence. If he couldn't indulge in a feast, the closeness would still be satisfying. If you have time, then teach me. Slowly emerging from her cocoon, she blushed and added, I need to rest now. You may leave. Should her injuries be elsewhere, she wouldn't mind letting him tend to them. Her current injury, however, was not something she could expose. Xie Juan, unfast. Place the items down. Very well. Rest for now. I will go apprehend the poisoner. Chaohua entered to inspect her injuries. Relieved to find no broken skin, just some bruising. The princess, delicate and fair, had indeed endured a fall. After bathing, Chaohua climbed into bed, skipping dinner. The martial training had been grueling, and she wondered if she could persist. She remained bedridden for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the palace sent someone to inquire about her well-being. Your Highness, I assure you I am well. Please do not worry, mother, she replied. Upon seeing her improved complexion, the matron felt reassured. It's a relief to hear the princess is well. The crown prince has been punished by the emperor and is currently in solitary reflection. The empress has been unable to eat or sleep well lately. Punished? Why was I not informed sooner? Chaohua sprang to her feet, calling for her attendants to prepare her for a visit to the palace. The matron had hoped she would plead for the crown prince's release. The empress feared you would worry, which is why she did not inform you. Recently, Chaohua had been overwhelmed, suffering from poisoning and illness. After the heavy rains a few days ago, Emperor Shen had refrained from divulging the crown princess punishment. Why was he punished with solitary reflection? Chaohua inquired, concerned for her only brother, who she had always cherished. Your Highness, several days ago, the emperor questioned the crown prince on his studies. He failed to answer correctly and was caught attempting to escape the palace for leisure, which led to his punishment. The Emperor Mingde was in his prime, with many sons and daughters. Among his children, the crown prince was the 5th, only 9 years old. Having been designated as the crown prince due to being the legitimate son, he was still quite young, with other princes already 17 or 18 years of age. The eldest prince had turned 20 and married, establishing his own influence outside the palace. The crown prince remains unable to enter the court, prompting the gathering of forces and the nurturing of loyal followers. As the crown prince matures, it may become increasingly difficult to suppress his elder brothers, particularly the first prince. Concerned by these thoughts, Chaohua inquired about the heir. Chaohua replied that the heir had gone to the Dali temple. Chaohua instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch for him to be delivered. She contemplated the necessity of forging strong ties with Xie Juan and his family. Upon entering the palace, Chaohua noticed the emaciated figure of Empress Shen. However, upon seeing her daughter in good spirits and not ill, the empress smiled with relief. Why have you come to the palace? I heard that Zhao heir was punished by the emperor and is still confined, she asked. Chaohua took a seat and grasped the empress's hand, suggesting that she should have informed her sooner. Empress Shen remarked, It is my failure to properly educate the crown prince. Thus, the emperor's punishment is justified. In the past, when Chaohua resided in the palace, she would plead on behalf of the crown prince, but now that she has moved out, she can no longer assist him in a timely manner. When he returns, I will have a serious talk with him. Mother, do not worry. The emperor's actions are for Zhao heir's benefit. He is the crown prince, and if he does not study diligently and change his frivolous ways, how can he shoulder great responsibilities in the future? Empress Shen appeared contemplative, glancing at Yao Mama with confusion. Was Chaohua not in the palace to plead for the crown prince? Why did she suddenly express such sentiments, indicating she had no intention of requesting the emperor's intervention? Yao Mama wiped her cold sweat, unable to fathom the princess's change in demeanor. Chaohua noticed their exchanged glances and raised her hand to steady her brow. Mother, are you listening? Zhao heir's mischief is a result of our indulgence. Look at Xu Fei. She was strictly disciplined by the first prince since childhood, and now he has become exceptional, highly favored by the emperor. If Zhao heir does not strive to improve, he will never be able to compare with his elder brother. Upon hearing this, Empress Shun's expression shifted slightly, as she understood Zhao Hua's concern, though her heart ached for her son. I know, but Zhao Heir is only 9 years old. He must balance studying and martial training and often does not get enough sleep. He cries daily. Chapter 43. Transforming into a lifeless fish in winter with several elder brothers, each more talented and ambitious than the last. The pressure on the crown prince is immense. Empress Shun dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, realizing that the emperor had arranged Zhao Hua's marriage to Xie Juan for a reason. The Xie family wields military power and has connections in the court, with the emperor placing great trust in Zhao Hua's father-in-law. Should the Xie family support the crown prince, his path would be less arduous. Even if those princes harbor ambitions, without military authority, they would be powerless. The Xie family not only has military personnel, but also boasts civil officials. The second and third branches of the Xie family are composed of competent officials, with Xie Lao Yi holding the second rank as an inspector and Xie San Lao Yi serving as deputy minister of personnel. Xie Zheng, the second son, is a remarkable talent, revered for his judicious case handling at the Dali Temple, and enjoys the emperor's favor. Moreover, Xie San Gongzi is this year's top scholar in the capital, poised to excel in the forthcoming imperial examinations. Zhao Hua frowned, acknowledging the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Xie Juan. However, the Xie family has not explicitly declared their support for the crown prince. Empress Shun sighed. The Xie family will certainly refrain from openly backing the crown prince. They must remain loyal to the emperor. Aligning with him might provoke the emperor's ire. Zhao Hua had contemplated many matters recently and gained clarity on various issues. Empress Shun paused, her voice trembling. Zhao Hua, what have you been through lately? Why does it seem like you have matured overnight? Her daughter had never spoken so profoundly before, preoccupied with her own beauty and the trivialities of court life. Zhao Hua smiled. Mother, have I not experienced enough? Ever since the poisoning incident, I have pondered many questions. My past recklessness made me vulnerable to manipulation. Now, even in the face of poison, I cannot identify the perpetrator. The mastermind is cunning. If I do not strive to grow stronger swiftly, I may easily fall victim to their schemes. Empress Shun's demeanor grew serious. You are right. I have investigated within the palace, and I have already taken control of those present in your palace on that day. Would you like to interrogate them? Since her daughter had changed, it was necessary for her involvement. Empress Shun felt a sense of pride at Zhao Hua's growth. Zhao Hua agreed, and Empress Shun wiped her tears, summoning a young palace maid. This maid belonged to Zhao Hua's household, and even after moving out of the palace, she occasionally returned to stay. I am Chun Wan. I have seen the princess and the empress, the maid curtsied. Empress Shun, seated on her phoenix chair, admired the protective charm on her wrist. Chun Wan is a lovely name. Did your mistress bestow it upon you? Chun Wan trembled slightly. The name was given by the princess. Zhao Hua struggled to recall. Are you the one who poisoned Lin Wanru to frame me? That is an injustice. Chun Wan cried, her face paling as she bowed in fear. Zhao Hua, lacking patience, reminded her that the empress had already questioned her, and there was no need for further inquiries. You have a good performance. Now tell me how your mistress directed you to harm me. If you do not speak, I shall turn you into a lifeless fish in winter. The princess's sudden outburst startled even Empress Shun, who noted her daughter's formidable growth with a mixture of astonishment and pride. Chapter 44. The truth must be unearthed. Chun Wan continued to bow, insisting on her innocence. I am merely a lowly maid who sweeps the outer halls. I truly know nothing. Who would admit to wrongdoing? Zhao Hua retorted. If you claim you are innocent, explain how Miss Lin met her untimely death in my chambers. Zhao Hua now recognized that her attendants were all shrewd individuals. Chun Wan's tearful demeanor seemed contrived. I merely passed by Miss Lin. I did nothing, she insisted, raising her head to meet the gaze of the two elevated women. If you do not believe me, you may search my quarters. If I poison Miss Lin, there would be evidence. That is trivial, Zhao Hua replied. Given the time that has elapsed, any evidence would have been destroyed. Recognizing the maid's dubious nature, Zhao Hua declared, we should hand her over to the Dali Temple. They are the experts in investigations. Xie Zheng is already discreetly looking into this matter. If there are leads, let him pursue them, as it would be more prudent. Empress Shun was taken aback. If we do that, the situation will escalate. Your father has just managed to appease the Lin family. Should this blow up, they will undoubtedly come to the emperor for redress. At that moment, Lin Wanru had died within Chaohua's chambers, and no signs of poisoning had been discovered. The Lin family clamored for accountability from the emperor due to their daughter's sudden demise. As the daughter of a high-ranking official, Lin Wanru's father was the Minister of War, and her death in the princess's quarters demanded an explanation. Even a princess cannot disregard a life. With no evidence to support that Lin Wanru was poisoned prior to entering the palace, the emperor had no choice but to appease the Lin family, while subtly applying pressure to quell their unrest. After much effort to suppress the situation, should it resurface without proof that Lin Wanru was poisoned before her arrival, it would prove difficult for Chaohua to navigate. Chaohua insisted, "I understand, but the truth must be uncovered. Otherwise, the Lin family will always suspect that I was responsible for their daughter's death, harboring resentment against me. Teaching's clandestine schemes against me serve as a prime example. The Lin family truly wishes to keep the peace." Chaohua believes that recent events are undoubtedly connected to the Lin family. When the time comes, should they stir up trouble, the innocent shall clear their name. As their child, I fear not confronting them. Empress Shun, taken aback by her daughter's assertiveness, replied, "Well, since you have made this decision, your mother supports you." She had faith in Chaohua's ability to handle the situation, especially with the Xie family involved at the Court of Judicial Review. Bring Chun Yuan to the Court of Judicial Review for questioning. Chun Yuan's complexion changed, and she began to struggle. "Quick, prevent her from biting her tongue," Empress Shun urged. But alas, it was too late. The maid did not resort to self-destruction by biting her tongue. Instead, she had concealed poison in her mouth, and upon biting down, she ingested it and perished on the spot, foam spilling from her mouth. The two matrons nearby turned pale with fright, while a timid maidlet screamed. Both Empress Shun and Chaohua wore grim expressions. The news reached Emperor Mingde, who hurried to Xixia Palace to comfort the mother and daughter. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing the emperor, Empress Shun immediately feigned vulnerability, shedding tears as she collapsed into his embrace. "I never expected that Chaohua's palace harbored a traitor who harmed my daughter. It is my oversight, my negligence. I plead for your mercy, your Majesty." She hugged the emperor briefly before kneeling at his feet. Empress Shun, despite her fading youth, remained strikingly beautiful, having borne 2 children, and her figure was well preserved. Especially when she wept, she became exceedingly lovable, lacking the overwhelming authority typical of a primary consort, often yielding to the other concubines. Yet Emperor Mingde was particularly fond of her appearance. Seeing her distress, he felt an immediate pang of sympathy and quickly assisted her to her feet. "Do not weep, Empress. This is not your fault. It is the fault of that wretched maid. I shall ensure the Court of Judicial Review investigates this matter thoroughly." Chapter 45. Wronging Chaohua. Empress Shun rose, wiping away her tears. "Your Majesty is wise. This implies that Miss Lin's death is indeed suspicious. And we have wronged Chaohua." Chaohua, standing to the side, appeared significantly thinner, her pale pink palace attire accentuating her delicate beauty akin to a blooming peony. With reddened eyes, she gazed at her father, turning her head away in a semblance of indignation, as if feeling both wronged and sorrowful. Emperor Mingde recalled the month-long confinement he had imposed on her due to this affair, despite her tearful protests of innocence, which he had not believed at the time. A wave of shame washed over him. "Chaohua, your father was in the wrong. Do not be angry with me, all right? I shall investigate this matter immediately to restore your honor. Yes, I understand, father, that you act for my benefit. Were it not for the recent events, I would not have known that someone could be so audacious as to commit murder within the palace and frame my daughter for it." Emperor Mingde's heart sank. If such malicious intent existed within the palace, it must be severely punished. He gently touched his daughter's tear-streaked face, reassuring her, "I will ensure a thorough investigation." Both mother and daughter had red-rimmed eyes, neither weeping nor wailing, but their expressions evoked great pity. To lift their spirits, Emperor Mingde presented them with the latest offerings from the court and summoned the crown prince to join them for dinner. "Sister." The crown prince rushed into Xixia Palace, embracing Chaohua. "Sister, I miss you so much." Chaohua felt a headache coming on. Her younger brother had always been the center of attention, pampered and spoiled, resembling their mother in his propensity to cry. While their mother feigned weakness to garner their father's affection, the crown prince was genuinely a crybaby. Chaohua worried whether he would be bullied by the other princes as he matured. Enough of the tears. Zhao Air is a man. Men do not cry easily. She dabbed at his tears, noting her brother's handsome features and gentle disposition, which made her reluctant to scold him. The crown prince wiped his eyes, his cheeks and nose tinged with pink. His fair skin gave him an enchanting appearance. I was punished and confined in a small dark room, but I did not cry. I only cried because I missed you, sister. Chaohua beckoned him to sit. Then why did you not focus on your studies and instead sneak out of the palace? I did not sneak out. I heard that you had a carriage accident and were frightened, so I wanted to come and see you. The young prince spoke softly. His head bowed. As for his studies, that was hardly his fault. He had always received their father's approval. Efforts were futile, so he had decided to slack off. However, admitting such would surely anger his sister. Are you hungry? Chaohua, understanding the pressure of his studies, chose not to press the matter further, intending to assist him gradually. Yes. The young prince discreetly glanced at the empress and the emperor. Emperor Mingda remained stern. Having witnessed the distress of both the empress and the princess, he refrained from admonishing the crown prince to avoid further upsetting them. Let the meal be served. As the family gathered to dine, other princes and princesses would have been stiff and formal. However, Chaohua and the crown prince were entirely at ease, especially Chaohua, who had never feared their father. During meals, she casually used her chopsticks to serve him dishes, which he accepted without complaint, immediately devouring them. Empress Shun, observing this, felt a twinge of irritation, realizing that her husband was indeed a doting father. After the meal, Chaohua reluctantly returned to her quarters. Emperor Mingda suggested she stay in the palace for the night, but she hesitated, worrying whether Xie Juan would be displeased. Why was she suddenly so apprehensive of Xie Juan? The emperor mused quietly, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Empress Shun chuckled. This is a good thing. It may prompt her to sever ties with Gu Wang sooner. Upon recalling something, Emperor Mingda's expression turned serious. That evening, the emperor chose to stay in the empress's quarters. Chapter 46. So many rules upon receiving the news. The Lin family was taken aback. Could it be that one heir was not the one who caused the princess's demise? Lady Lin looked at her husband in confusion. Lord Lin shared her bewilderment. It remains unclear. If it was not the princess, then who could it be? Currently, the Shun family had entered the palace to announce a postponement of He Qing's execution, seeking to clarify the matter. If it were revealed that the princess was not involved, the Lin family's prior accusations against her would surely provoke the emperor's ire, leading to punitive measures against the crown princess. Lady Lin felt utterly drained. They had already lost their daughter and were in a state of emotional turmoil, believing the emperor had condoned the princess's actions. Now, with the revelation that the princess was innocent, who was the actual culprit? Falsely accusing the princess had tarnished her reputation and nearly led to Chaohua's poisoning. Emperor Mingda would undoubtedly hold the Lin family accountable. Do not panic. Let's await the outcome. We do not yet know who the true culprit is. At this point, we can only find the individual who poisoned the princess and seek to redeem ourselves. Lord Lin sighed heavily. By the time Chaohua returned to the princess's residence, it was already night. Your Highness, the young master has returned, a maid announced. Xie Juan had moved into the peony garden and even used her bathing pool. As Chaohua entered, she found him clad only in white trousers, his well-defined chest exposed, shoulders broad, and waist slender, fresh from his bath. His hair was damp as he approached her, towel in hand. How shameless! Chaohua felt her cheeks flush at the sight of his sculpted abdomen, quickly averting her gaze and muttering a curse under her breath. Is the crown prince all right? Xie Juan stepped closer, the height difference bringing her face near his muscular chest. Radiating warmth, Chaohua instinctively retreated, grabbing a garment from behind the screen and tossing it to him. What kind of behavior is this? Put on your clothes before speaking to me. Xie Juan narrowed his eyes, thinking how troublesome the princess was, burdened with so many rules. He regarded her with mild disdain. Chaohua's complexion paled, and she felt anger rising within her. If he found the rules too cumbersome, he could simply leave. After putting on the garment, Xie Juan waited patiently for her to express her displeasure. To his surprise, she remained silent. Have your injuries healed? Tomorrow, I have time to teach you martial arts. Chaohua instinctively resisted, wanting to refuse, recalling that she had been bedridden for 3 days. Yet, having committed to this training, she knew that backing out would only invite ridicule from Xie Juan. She is concerned about her reputation, so she can only force herself to nod. As for the matter of the abduction, there seems to be no leads. We can only start investigating the Lin family. Today, you interrogated a palace maid, and upon further inquiry, I discovered that she is closely associated with the third young lady of the Lin family. The third young lady of the Lin family? Lin Wanxin? Chaohua exclaimed in surprise. As a concubine, she rarely has the opportunity to enter the palace. How could she have contact with Xie Juan? There is no need for frequent visits. A single encounter is sufficient. My investigation revealed that Lin Wanru often bullied her. Lin Wanxin, being of lower status in the concubine hierarchy, is timid and has been bullied for a long time. Perhaps, out of a desire for revenge, she sees the opportunity to commit murder. Now that Xie Juan is dead, it will be challenging to find evidence. To uncover a breakthrough, we must focus on Lin Wanxin. In a few days, the Prince of Rome's residence will host a banquet. Should the princess attend? The Prince of Rome is the residence of the crown prince, who moved out of the palace after his marriage and was granted the title of Prince of Rome. Chaohua understood his implication. Yes, Lin Wanxin will likely attend. Chapter 47. Chewing on peony. Many guests were invited to this gathering of distinguished young ladies, so she will indeed be present. With that decided, Chaohua stood up to bathe. When she returned, the man was seated on a nearby couch, engrossed in a book. Dressed in a white nightgown, his hair unbound and cascading, he appeared somewhat disheveled. However, in Xie Juan's presence, he exuded an ethereal beauty, devoid of any earthly trivialities. With his elegantly defined hands holding a blue-covered scroll, his expression was placid, resembling a serene and aloof gentleman. At that moment, Chaohua no longer perceived him as a mere rough man. Are you done washing? Xie Juan noticed her gaze, lifted his eyes, set aside his book, and approached her. A flicker of panic crossed Chaohua's eyes, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Yet, recalling her desire to win his favor, she bore the discomfort and boldly grasped his hand. Let us go to bed early. The young master has been working hard lately. Immediately, she was swept into his arms. Since their marriage, Xie Juan had always acted according to her demeanor. If she were to turn away from him, he would never touch her. However, her sweet and obedient gesture of taking his hand led him to believe she was showing affection. In that case, he would not deny himself. After all, he was no monk, but a mere mortal. He gently laid her on the bed, displaying an unusual tenderness that night. Yet, Chaohua felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Gripping the blanket tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed. She stole a glance at him, only to shyly avert her gaze. Noticing her reluctance, Xie Juan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He turned her face toward him, asking, "Why would you entice me if the princess is unwilling?" Chaohua's chest surged with anger. "Do you not know how to speak? When did I ever entice you?" It was clear he was the one tempting her with his bare skin. Their eyes met, and Xie Juan smiled, suddenly releasing her wrist. His handsome face drawing near as he roughly sealed her lips, akin to chewing on peony petals. Chaohua felt uneasy, but his strength was overwhelming, leaving her powerless to resist. Gradually, she acquiesced to his advances. Her compliance stirred something within Xie Juan. Such matters were devoid of meaning if only one person was enthusiastic. This was not their first kiss. The last time, when she was poisoned, he had fed her medicine in a similar manner. At that time, she was in a daze and likely had no recollection. Now, however, she was fully aware, and the memory would be deeply etched in her mind. Gain 4 affection points. Please check the storyline. Chaohua's eyes widened, and her expression suddenly changed as she forcefully pushed the man away. Xie Juan, let go of me. The person beneath her began to struggle, and Xie Juan sensed something was amiss and halted. Chaohua's complexion turned ashen as she suddenly spat out blood. Chaohua! Xie Juan's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly supported her, calling out, "Summon the imperial physician." He had not anticipated that the poison within her would flare up at this moment. Chaohua brought the detoxification pill, stating, "The princess consumes a detoxifying pill daily. How could the poison flare up? Could it be that she has been poisoned by something else?" Xie Juan's expression darkened as he sent someone to the Chu family to invite Miss Chu over. Chaohua leaned against his chest, saying, "Chu has a way to detoxify me, but she seems unwilling." "How do you know?" Xie Juan asked in surprise. "I saw the storyline." Chaohua replied, "This man truly. If he did not sacrifice some of his charm, he would not be moved." Chaohua pressed her hand to her chest, realizing she had been poisoned by the love flower toxin. Her complexion worsened as she added, "I suspect she knows the cause of Lin Wanru's death, but chose not to speak of it, fearing repercussions, but more importantly, she does not want me to be at ease." The storyline only mentioned that she had been poisoned and that Chuyu was unwilling to help her, because she despised her. That woman seems to know many things. She's quite fond of Gu Wang. Xie Juan's expression darkened as he cradled her, gently stroking her head, saying, I will find a way to get her to detoxify you. The pain in my chest feels akin to being afflicted by the love flower toxin. I have heard that those poisoned by it cannot consummate. Xie Juan's face darkened as he cupped her face, saying, It should not be. Do not overthink. Chapter 48. He has already lost control at this moment. To tell him she could not consummate? Xie Juan was on the verge of exploding. The earlier kiss had already stirred him up. Has Chu Yu arrived yet? Everyone broke out in cold sweat, not daring to breathe. The young master's gaze was terrifying. Chaohua leaned against him, saying, I want to sleep for a while. Chaohua, do not sleep. Xie Juan shook her urgently. Her face was pale, as if she were on the brink of death, causing him to panic. Sir, Miss Chu and Prince Gu have arrived. At that moment, Su Jiu led them in. Chaohua. As Gu Wang entered, he rushed to the princess's side. Xie Juan could not hold back and kicked him. Gu Wang, caught off guard, was sent sprawling. Xiao. Chu Yu hurriedly ran over to help him, glaring at Xie Juan. What are you trying to do, young Master Xie? What offense has my Xiao committed to warrant such brutality? You should not be near Chaohua. Chaohua is my wife. He, an outsider, intrudes without invitation and rushes to the princess's bedside. How can I tolerate this? If it were not for the intention to have Chu Yu detoxify my wife later, I would not have shown her any courtesy. Chu Yu choked, helping Gu Wang up. My Xiao and the princess have been friends for many years. Hearing that she has been poisoned, he is concerned for her. I brought him along. If the young master does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. As she spoke, she attempted to lead Gu Wang away. Do not leave. Xie Juan ordered his men to stop them. Gu Wang had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xie Juan's kick had been heavy, and he was unafraid of harming him. After catching his breath, he said, You are detoxified Chaohua. A cold glint passed through Chu Yu's eyes as she glanced at the woman lying on the bed. I told you I cannot detoxify her. The detoxification pill cannot suppress the poison in her body, so I truly have no way to help. You must come over to examine her, Xie Juan said, his anger simmering. The two men stared at her intently. Gu Wang's expression was one of pleading. Chu Yu, who harbored feelings for him, found it hard to refuse his request, but she was also infuriated, unable to comprehend why he was suddenly so concerned for Chaohua. Wasn't it merely a charade to use her? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, unable to understand why things had changed. The princess was afflicted with the love flower toxin, and once it flared up a second time, no antidote could cure it. After examining her pulse, Chu Yu said, The young master should have known what kind of toxin the princess was afflicted with. That is the antidote. If you can detoxify her, why claim you cannot? Chu Yu's heart sank, but her expression remained composed. Previously, I was unable to ascertain that the princess was poisoned by the love flower toxin. This toxin is unique. It does not activate unless one feels love. Only upon the second flare-up can it be diagnosed. If the young master does not believe me, he may seek another physician or even Master Pu to offer a diagnosis. The woman spoke with conviction. Xie Juan's eyes narrowed, cold and sharp, as he searched her face for any signs of deceit. Yet, Chu Yu remained calm, showing no signs of weakness. Gu Wang's expression darkened as he murmured, The love flower toxin. At this moment, Chaohua's poison flared up because she had developed feelings for Xie Juan. The princess would not be in mortal danger. As long as she did not fall in love, she would be fine. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Chu Yu's lips as she regarded Xie Juan's darkened expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. What means might there be to cure the princess of her poison? Xie Juan inquired. Chu Yu appeared utterly powerless, stating, My medical skills are limited. I do not know. I can only seek the aid of Master Bodhi. The love flower poison originates from the western regions. I believe we must locate the rogue who administered it. Capturing the perpetrator may provide a solution. Such words were futile. If one could capture that individual, he would not desire to find her at all. Observing the two, Xie Juan felt vexed and waved them away dismissively. Gu Wang did not wish to depart. He wanted to wait for Chaohua to awaken and ascertain whether her affections for Xie Juan were genuine. Chapter 49. Do not ask what ought not to be asked. As long as Xie Juan remained, he could not stay in the princess's residence. Chu Yu pulled him aside, feeling discomfort, and asked, Senior brother, what troubles you? Did you not claim to have no feelings for the princess? Why do you appear so despondent? Even if I do not harbor affection, she remains a friend, Gu Wang replied, his gaze returning to its icy clarity, as if he were devoid of desire or attachment. questioning whether the love flower poison would manifest only if one fell in love. Seeing him regain his indifference upon leaving the princess's residence, Xie speculated he was merely performing a fade there. Clearly, he held no genuine feelings for Chaohua. This realization brought her relief, and she smiled brightly, stating, "Is it not said that one must be emotionally attached for the poison to take effect? Even mere desire could trigger it. In simple terms, the princess must not associate with men. Her recent poisoning may stem from her feelings of desire towards Xie Juan. Chaohua of all women." Gu Wang surely understood well enough without her needing to elaborate. That woman, relying on her status as a princess, acted as though she were a queen, embracing men without restraint. In their Western Ming, there were even princesses who kept concubines. After her marriage, Chaohua still entangled herself with Xie Juan, revealing her intentions. Gu Wang's expression shifted, displeased at hearing her spoken of disparagingly. "Chaohua is not that sort of woman. Do not speak so recklessly. Are you defending her now? What exactly do you feel for her, senior brother?" Gu Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he called her by her full name, rather than the endearing. "That is not a question for you to inquire." Chu Yu felt a chill run through her. I understand my mistake. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn in the future." She should have known this man was capricious, cold-hearted, even in a past life. Though he may have cared for her, she was never his foremost priority. Yet did he not despise Chaohua? Why was he treating her so differently now? Outside, the light was somewhat blinding as Chaohua stirred, her lashes fluttering open to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Xie Juan, with bloodshot eyes, had not slept all night. "You are awake? How do you feel?" Did Chu Yu manage to cure the poison for me?" Chaohua inquired, feeling no adverse effects, believing herself already cured. "No," he replied. "She said the love flower poison is incurable." Chaohua was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Yu to be so cunning. Xie Juan recounted the events, explaining that she might have already known you were afflicted with the love flower poison. Initially, she may have had a remedy, but claimed she could not diagnose it first. The imperial physician confirmed her diagnosis, stating that once the love flower poison recurs, it becomes irredeemable. But as long as one does not succumb to desire, there should be no issue. His attempt to consummate their relationship had triggered her poisoning. Chaohua pondered. The plot should be correct, yet it may shift beyond my control. Did Chu Yu foresee this outcome? What enmity could she possibly harbor against me? If it is due to Gu Wang, that reason is utterly unnecessary. Xie Juan felt vexed, gazing at the dazed princess, akin to a tempting morsel he could not indulge in, causing immense frustration. "I shall move out of the peony garden tonight. No need to move. As long as you do not touch me, that suffices," Chaohua responded, finding comfort in knowing Xie Juan could do her no harm. Xie Juan's eyes darkened. "No, we cannot share a bed. What need is there for such intimacy? I am no monk." Contemplating the prospect of leading a life of solitary celibacy, Xie Juan's spirits plummeted. Chaohua shot him a sidelong glance, understanding he merely desired physical pleasure without emotional investment, only captivated by her beauty. No wonder he remained unresponsive to her advances. "Will you seek other women then?" Chapter 50. Did Xie Juan force you? Chaohua was infuriated, realizing that this man was solely captivated by her beauty. If she were to lose her youthful charm, would he abandon her, leaving her akin to those cast aside in the cold palace? The mere thought ignited her disdain for men. "You are no different from other men." Xie Juan's charming eyes glimmered playfully, yet his demeanor remained cool. "Fear not, princess. As long as we are wed, I shall not betray you. For now, we simply sleep apart. Otherwise, I fear the princess may develop inappropriate feelings, and the love flower poison could resurface." Chaohua felt her composure shatter, exclaiming, "Who do you think has feelings for you? Xie Juan, you are utterly shameless." The audacity of his words was infuriating. Xie Juan remained expressionless. "Was it not you who initiated contact last night? Your blush revealed your attraction, and you took my hand, suggesting I retire early. Was that not an invitation?" Chaohua's face flushed crimson, mortified and enraged, as she seized a pillow and hurled it at him. "Xie Juan, you scoundrel! Get out!" Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xie Juan caught the pillow and rushed to soothe her. "Princess, do not be angry. It was my fault. You lack shame." Ultimately, she was a girl, and his words struck her pride. Inside, she seethed, thinking, what man could I not have as a dignified princess? Why do I need to entice you? You are insufferable. Xie Juan's gaze darkened further. Let me endure your blows. I spoke in error. Princess, do not be upset. The little princess sobbed and scolded, her hands growing sore from striking him. He felt a twinge of guilt and gently took her hands, drawing her into his embrace. Chaohua vented her emotions, weeping softly in his arms, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Xie Juan let out a quiet sigh of relief, covering her with a blanket before departing. Once he had left, Chaohua's eyes suddenly snapped open, devoid of any sorrow. She merely sought to mimic her mother's tactics to pry open the cold heart of a man, yet it appeared fruitless. She had not gained any affection, rendering her efforts futile. Angered, she struck the pillow, cursing the small system. Princess Xiaohe, stationed outside, heard the commotion and rushed in. Chaohua wiped away the remnants of her tears. Even in her acting, her performance was captivatingly poignant. Xiaohe was taken aback, realizing the prince had caused the princess to weep again, her anger flaring. Princess, if the young master continues to bully you, we shall report to the duke's residence. The matriarch will surely advocate for you. That is not the case. Do not speak foolishly. If she were to constantly report grievances, Xie Juan would grow weary, and she found him increasingly irksome. Chaohua felt a headache coming on, after last night's poisoning and blood loss. She lacked the energy for martial training and could only rest. Princess, His Royal Highness Gu seeks an audience. At that moment, Gu Wang appeared. Chaohua, feeling vexed, had no desire to meet him, but then a thought crossed her mind, and she narrowed her eyes. Very well, prepare me for dressing and grooming. Outside the hall, Gu Wang sat in a grand chair, expecting Chaohua to refuse to see him. Wang Yi. Yet he was taken aback when she approached him with the same joy as before, clad in a striking red dress that accentuated her beauty. Chaohua. Gu Wang rose, his gaze transfixed on her, unable to look away, having never realized her allure was so captivating. Did Xie Juan force you yesterday? He asked, concerned, knowing the love flower poison only activated when one fell in love. Chapter 51. He kissed her in front of Gu Wang. Chaohua recalled Xie Juan's words, her fury igniting. She had not expected him to be such a shameless man. Gu Wang gritted his teeth, even angrier than she, observing his furious demeanor. Chaohua suddenly felt her anger dissipate. With a smile, she remarked, do not mention him. Accompany me for a stroll in the garden. With the recent rains and all that has transpired, I feel utterly stifled. Very well, Gu Wang replied, inexplicably cheerful. In recent days, the little princess had been ignoring him, leaving him with an unsettling feeling he could not quite comprehend until today, when he realized it was precisely due to her indifference. Her temperament had shifted unpredictably, and just as he felt he could not manage the situation, she reverted to her previous self. If your health improves, I would like to take you out. In a few days, there is a flower viewing banquet at the Rongwang mansion. May I come fetch you? Chaohua engaged him in casual conversation, though her heart seemed elsewhere. Gu Wang, however, appeared oblivious and continued, it is perhaps better if we do not attend the banquet together. I fear it may invite unwarranted speculation. His smile faltered as he recalled her earlier dismissal, when she had told him never to seek her out again. He had assumed it was mere anger on her part. Now, as she broached the subject again, was she concerned about the trouble he might bring her? Did Xie Juan and the Xie family say something to you? No. Chaohua's expression revealed her discomfort. Have you considered returning to Dongjin? Regardless of the circumstances, you are the prince of Dongjin, and our paths cannot intertwine. Gu Wang's countenance stiffened. This was a sensitive topic. If they delved deeper, they could hardly stroll through the garden, let alone contemplate a future together. Was it the empress who advised you to curry favor with Xie Juan and align with the Xie family to assist Zhaoer in the future? He finally understood the reason for her change. It was not a matter of her heart wavering, but rather an acknowledgement that their identities and familial grievances destined them to be adversaries. He had grasped this long ago, underestimating her capacity for understanding. What are your thoughts? Chaohua squinted, hoping to glean something from his expression, but regrettably, his acting was too impeccable to reveal any emotion. Gu Wang replied with a gentle smile. I have told you before, returning holds no promise for me. If it were possible, I would wish to remain in Ximing, spending my life by your side. He had been sent to Ximing as a hostage to ensure peace, thus being bestowed the title of prince. Growing up in Ximing, even his father deemed him unfit for the throne, making it improbable that he would inherit it. Previously, such words would have moved her to tears, but now, she felt only a chilling detachment. The more he spoke, the more unsettling it became. His depth of character was unnervingly profound, as if he were impervious to scrutiny. Seeing her gaze lowered in apparent sorrow, Gu Wang could not resist the urge to step closer, wishing to embrace her and offer solace. Chaohua. At that moment, Xie Juan returned with his entourage, exuding the air of someone intent on catching a lover in the act. Upon seeing him, Chaohua felt a rush of amusement. It appeared Gu Wang still held some value for her. She quickly feigned panic, clinging to Gu Wang's arm. Do not misunderstand. Prince Gu and I are merely friends. He has come to visit today. Gu Wang's expression soured. He was not pleased to witness her intimate behavior with Xie Juan. Even though she was only placating Xie Juan for the sake of Empress Shun and the prince, it pained him to see such a scene unfold. Xie Juan, genuinely angered, withdrew his hand coldly, retorting, "What misunderstanding? I have yet to say anything, yet you are eager to explain, revealing your guilt." Chaohua bit her lip, falling silent. She rose on her toes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek, then resumed her hold on his arm, whispering, "Do not be angry, if you dislike it. I shall ensure he does not visit again." Xie Juan was left speechless, his anger suddenly without an outlet. Had she truly kissed him in front of Gu Wang? It felt surreal. Gu Wang's face turned a shade of thunderous gray, his gaze dark and brooding. "Gu Wang, you should return now." Chaohua clung to Xie Juan's arm, leaning into him with a radiant smile. Gu Wang felt a heaviness in his heart. "Very well, I shall visit you another day." He feared that remaining any longer would provoke him into a confrontation with Xie Juan. Once he departed, Chaohua released Xie Juan's arm. Xie Juan felt a pang of annoyance, sensing he had been used. She had turned her back on him. He had underestimated her. Feeling vexed, Xie Juan realized she had been influencing his emotions lately. He should not have come today, as it felt akin to jealousy, revealing how much he cared for her. "I see you are recovering well enough to stroll in the garden, so let us practice martial arts. I happen to have some free time." Chaohua felt like crying. She had been hoping to increase her affection levels to advance the plot. Why was he so cold, showing no tenderness? Truly a brute, utterly oblivious to a woman's feelings. "I do not wish to practice stances," Chaohua protested. "See, once Gu Wang leaves, your demeanor shifts. This woman is indeed using you to provoke Gu Wang." Xie Juan thought, feeling increasingly displeased. Practicing stances was fundamental. If one could not master the basics, then martial arts would be in vain, mere empty forms. He was serious, devoid of any softness. Chaohua, feeling overwhelmed, realized she had foolishly summoned him back, only to suffer. Practicing stances was exhausting. "Do you have any alternative methods that would allow me to progress without having to do stances?" Xie Juan's expression remained impassive. "There are options in dreams." Chaohua resigned herself, returning to her room to change clothes, gathering the few slaves she had purchased along with the little wolf to assemble them. This was a rare opportunity. Xie Juan was training soldiers in the military camp and would be more reliable if he trained her personal guards. Upon seeing Xie Juan, Alang bared his teeth, ready to challenge him, but Xie Juan swiftly subdued him with ease. Witnessing the man's prowess left Chaohua astonished. That day, Xie Juan had shown mercy, or else Alang would have surely met his end. The few slaves immediately felt a sense of dread towards Xie Juan, perceiving him as their master, which contradicted Chaohua's intentions. "That'll be all for today," Chaohua thought, dissatisfied. She had intended to train the slaves as her personal guards, but if they acknowledged Xie Juan as their master, her plans would be thwarted. They must understand that she was the true mistress of the princess residence. Even Xie Juan had to obey her. The slaves, sensing the princess's displeasure, immediately stiffened. Realizing she was the rightful authority and respectfully remarked, "We take our leave, Your Highness." Xie Juan approached her, rubbing his wrist. "It has been a short while, and you have already halted. How do you expect to master martial arts in this manner?" Chaohua, feeling cornered, replied haughtily, "I am not your soldier. Do not employ military tactics against me." Xie Juan intended to teach her a lesson, forgetting that she was a princess, born of nobility and possessing a rebellious spirit. She was not easily tamed, and now, under the influence of the flower poison, he could not even touch her. The thought of having lost an opportunity for intimacy left him frustrated. "If only I could pin her down and teach her a lesson, then she would know better," he mused. "Very well, we shall conclude for today. You should rest, as I must return to the Duke's residence. I will not be back tonight." Xie Juan had no desire to stay at the princess's residence, for it was tormenting to be surrounded by beauty he could not possess. "Wait a moment. I shall bathe and return with you," Chaohua exclaimed. Xie Juan frowned, I intend to stay at the Duke's residence tonight. Then I shall accompany you. Is there a problem? There is indeed a significant issue. You are a princess. In their eyes, you are akin to a celestial being, while I am but a toad. Your presence at the Duke's residence will diminish my status considerably. Moreover, your visit will surely cause quite a stir in their household. It is too late now. If the princess wishes to visit the Duke's residence, let us postpone until another day. I shall return home and inform my family to prepare for your arrival. Before she could respond, he hurriedly departed, seemingly eager to escape her grasp. Chaohua, feeling vexed, stamped her foot in frustration. Xie Juan, return to me. Yet, no one heeded her call. Xiaohe and the others sympathized with her plight. Your Highness, we shall go to the Duke's residence tomorrow and inform the old matriarch. Never mind. I merely wish to spend time with him. If he does not wish to see me, then so be it. Xiaohua's eyes turned red with frustration, and she felt a desire to abandon any pretense of seeking approval. After returning home, she took a bath and, utterly exhausted from a day of practicing horse stance, she fell into a deep slumber, free from nightmares for the night. At the Wang residence, the flower appreciation banquet commenced as scheduled, hosted by the Wang Fei. While the Wang was absent, upon hearing that the princess had arrived, the Wang Fei promptly rose to welcome Chaohua. A crowd of attendants bowed. Though the Wang Fei was exempt from this formality, Chaohua respectfully greeted her sister-in-law, and the Wang Fei, with a gentle smile, affectionately beckoned her to join the seating arrangement, expressing her delight at Chaohua's presence. I was concerned you might not come today due to your condition, she said. I've been cooped up at home these past few days. I was beginning to feel stifled. Chaohua engaged in polite conversation with her. The Wang Fei, being the daughter of the Su family, was 3 years her senior, at 19 this year. She had been married to the Wang for over 3 years, but had yet to bear children. The Su family was known for their grace and wisdom, and she was the legitimate granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, originally destined to be the crown princess, though the crown prince was still too young. The marriage to the Grand Tutor's granddaughter undoubtedly enhanced the Wang's influence. Chaohua, now understanding her mother's concerns, realized the drawbacks of not being the eldest son. The gathering consisted mainly of dignitaries' wives and accomplished young ladies, with Chaohua holding the highest status among them. Even the Wang Fei had to defer to her, for the Wang was the son of a secondary consort and of lesser birth. Chaohua, as the legitimate princess, favored by the emperor, commanded respect, and the Wang did not dare to provoke her displeasure. The Wang Fei, therefore, treated her with utmost care, pleased that they could enjoy the flowers and converse, alleviating the gloom of the day. Casting her gaze over the flowers, Chaohua mused that the princess's residence had an abundance of rare blooms, and the Wang Fei's collection was nothing extraordinary. The peonies this year are particularly splendid, she remarked, having a fondness for them. The Wang Fei, adept at playing her role, sought to outshine Chaohua's performance. If you like them, I can have a few pots sent to your residence. Unbeknownst to the Wang Fei, Chaohua's disdain was evident, prompting her to wonder if the young princess had grown more calculating. The potted peonies, no doubt cultivated with considerable care, seemed quite valuable. Chaohua smiled and replied, I have peonies in my residence. I would not wish to deprive my sister-in-law of her favorites. The Wang Fei felt a wave of relief, realizing she had only spoken in jest, for Chaohua had always been accustomed to the finest things, showing little interest in a few pots of flowers. Then let us admire the other blooms. If you like any, do let me know, she graciously offered. Chaohua, adorned in attire embellished with peony patterns, was herself a sight to behold. Amidst the gathering, poetry was recited, showcasing talents. Chaohua searched for Lin Wanxin, spotting her in a discreet corner. Before she could greet her, others noticed her fixation on Lin Wanxin, assuming the princess intended to reprimand the daughter of the Lin family, who had previously accused her of murder. With the truth now revealed, it was believed Chaohua would be furious. Surrounded by sycophants, Chaohua rarely engaged directly in disputes, yet somehow, others' actions often bore her name, leading to her reputation as a malevolent figure. Miss Lin-san, it appears you have not composed any poetry. It was Su Hongyun, the Wang Fei's younger sister, who brazenly challenged Lin Wanxin. Lin Wanxin's face paled, her hands gripping her handkerchief tightly, as she muttered, I cannot compose poetry. The murmurs of derision filled the air, mocking her presence at the banquet without the requisite skills. Lin Wanxin's eyes filled with tears, her innocence stark against the backdrop of her alleged schemes against her sister. The Wang Fei cast a reproachful glance at her sister, intending to defuse the situation, but Chaohua interjected. What of it if she cannot compose poetry? I too lack that skill. Su Hongyun, attempting to leverage Chaohua's reputation to belittle Lin Wanxin, found herself thwarted. Chaohua's words sent a chill through the assembly. Su Hongyun quickly smiled. Ah, but I know the princess possesses exceptional talent, a wealth of knowledge, far beyond mere display. The Wang Fei's expression darkened, and she shot her sister a disapproving look, feeling embarrassed for her. Yinner, perhaps you should speak less, she advised. Unbeknownst to them, Chaohua had chosen to defend Lin Wanxin, leaving Su Hongyun flustered and unsure of how to respond. The tension in the room was palpable, as everyone anticipated the princess's reaction. I have endured my fair share of reprimands from my father for my inability to memorize poetry. Su Hongyun was left speechless, her earlier remarks about the princess's talents now seeming foolish. The assembly held their breath, fearing the princess's wrath. Chaohua smiled again. Miss Su is still young. It is of no consequence. Su Hongyun's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling the weight of her embarrassment as she stood among the esteemed ladies. The princess's words had stung, and the consequences of her careless remarks weighed heavily upon her. After some conversation, feeling the lack of intrigue, Chaohua decided to depart. Lin Wanxin, not returning to the banquet, fled the Wang residence in haste. Once the festivities concluded, Chaohua returned home, only to be met by Xie Juan, who hurriedly informed her of Lin Wanxin's demise, having committed suicide by swallowing gold, leaving behind a letter. What does the letter say? Chaohua asked, taken aback. During the banquet, Lin Wanxin had shown no signs of distress. How could she have suddenly taken such drastic action? Xie Juan explained. She confessed in her letter to enduring years of torment from Lin Wanru, harboring resentment that led her to poison her. Perhaps upon your inquiry today, she feared her secret would be uncovered and, in her guilt, chose to end her life. Thus, the case could be deemed resolved, with the truth revealed. The emperor, incensed, punished the Lin family, restoring Chaohua's honor. Chaohua felt a lingering sense of dread, pondering who had provided her with the poison, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As a sheltered, noble woman raised in the backyard, it was implausible for her to possess such cunning. Acquiring poison without anyone's knowledge and orchestrating a scheme to make me take the blame. Perhaps the pressure from those behind her had become unbearable, prompting her to act in such a manner. I believe there must be hidden forces at play. Indeed, it is quite possible. Yet the case seems to have reached its conclusion, rendering further investigation unnecessary, Xie Juan remarked. The matter is indeed connected to your poisoning, but the culprits have been identified, one being He Qing and the other Lin Wan. With the resolution of Lin Wanru's case, Chaohua's innocence was established, and the emperor decided against further inquiry, attributing the incident of the princess being poisoned with a love flower toxin entirely to He Qing. He Qing is to be executed, such is the emperor's decree. Chaohua sighed and nodded, understanding that overt investigation was futile. Her only recourse was to cultivate goodwill and observe the unfolding narrative to uncover the complete truth. Noticing her pallor, Xie Juan suggested, you should rest for now. Chaohua grasped his sleeve. Are you returning to the duke's residence? Xie Juan halted in his tracks. I must go to the military camp. Their daily interactions made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. Should she suffer from the poison as a result, it would only lead to her harm. The case was concluded, and the rogue had vanished without a trace, leaving its resolution to the Dali Temple to unravel. Concerning your poison, the emperor has inquired with Master Putu, who will find a way. Chaohua smiled. So you mean you will only return once my poison is resolved? Indeed. Xie Juan thought to himself. Otherwise, what could he do? No, I've been away from the military camp for a while and need to return to address various matters. Chaohua released his sleeve, taking a deep breath. Very well, you may go. However, I must inform you that I require companionship. A vast princess's residence feels quite lonely without company. If you lack the time to accompany me, I shall seek others to do so, and you mustn't become upset, nor accuse me of being frivolous. Xie Juan's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Literally what I said. She had already made considerable concessions, lowering herself repeatedly to retain his presence, yet he remained indifferent. Thus, she could not continue to demean herself for his favor. Xie Juan felt a surge of frustration, sensing that the young princess was tormenting him, deliberately tempting him at such a critical juncture, fully aware of her restrictions regarding men. I'm very busy. If the princess finds herself bored, she may seek the empress's company. Engaging with other women was permissible, but seeking the company of men, especially Gu Wang, was out of the question. Should she pursue other men? Where would that leave him? Chaohua felt a headache coming on. She hadn't anticipated this tactic from him. Regardless of how busy you are, you still need to return home. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow. Did not the princess express her disdain for me, hoping I would not return? How is it that she now begs for my presence at home? It was truly perplexing. She was an enigma. Zhao is still young, and he requires support. Chaohua gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. Clever as he was, Xie Juan immediately understood. Her recent changes were all for her young brother, which was both pitiable and heart-wrenching. She was lowering herself to please him for the sake of family. This felt no different than his own attraction to her beauty. A mere transaction. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Juan reassured her, "Fear not. With the Xie family backing you, the crown prince's position will remain steadfast." While he could not guarantee much, he could ensure that if she became his woman, he would protect her and her family from any harm. With that, he swiftly departed. Is that all? Chaohua felt tears welling up, sometimes truly questioning if he was so single-minded that he could not grasp the situation. Chapter 56. 9 young men. Xie Juan's departure left Chaohua feeling abandoned. Struggling to increase her favor, she pondered what her cousin might be doing lately. She had no one and needed to cultivate a hidden guard swiftly to assist her. The eldest son is set to take a position in Jingzhou Prefecture and seems quite busy, Xiaohui replied. Summon Ailang. After a moment of thought, Chaohua decided to nurture her own personnel. Changing into a different outfit, she arrived at the training grounds, accompanied by the 8 slaves she had purchased, making a total of 9 individuals, including Ailang. Dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, her masculine attire accentuated her spirited elegance. Observing the few untrained guards, she inquired, "You do not yet have names, do you? Please grant us names, Your Highness." Unlike Ailang, these young men had spent years struggling at the bottom of society. Although they were now alone, without parents or possessions, they had grown up amidst humanity, aware of its nature and the clear distinctions of social class. "First, tell me your previous names and the masters you served." She needed to understand their past to ascertain their trustworthiness. The youths all around Chaohua, weary of practicing martial arts, deemed it too exhausting for a princess and preferred to cultivate individuals to safeguard her instead. Thus, she resolved to commence this endeavor. "In the afternoon, I will take you to the horse grounds to assess your skills in horseback riding and archery." The group felt a surge of excitement, realizing this meant they could remain. After a series of one-on-one contests, it became evident that Ulung was the strongest in individual combat, followed closely by Linhan. Chaohua smiled and declared, "You all performed admirably. I shall bestow names upon you. Ulung and Linhan will retain their names, while the rest shall be named Ing Qi, Ing Jiu, Ing Wu, Wei Zhuang, Wei Yin, Wei Li, and Wei Yin." The group expressed their gratitude for the names, as it signified their acceptance into the princess's retinue. Chaohua was quite pleased with their performance and stated, "In addition to mastering martial arts, you must learn to read and write. There is much to learn, and I shall grant you 3 months to accomplish certain tasks that I expect to yield specific results. Loyalty is paramount, and perfection is required. Exceptional skills are essential. I am just in reward and punishment, and I will not tolerate treachery." Her voice grew sharp at the end, causing the group to straighten in respect. Ulung inquired, "Princess, may I accompany you?" expressing a desire to be with her daily. The others exchanged glances, and Lin Han could not restrain himself, admonishing, "You must recognize your place. In the presence of the princess, you are to refer to yourself as her subordinate. Moreover, you are not to approach her without command, lest it be considered a grave disrespect." He had never encountered such audacity in a servant. Were it not for the princess's gentle nature, Ulung might have been punished already. Ulung pouted, thinking Lin Han was as bothersome as Xie Juan, and he resolved to compete for the princess's attention. "I spoke with the princess first. Your interruption is improper." Sister Chaohua said such behavior warrants a reprimand. He retorted. Chaohua interjected, "You should first learn the rules before lecturing others." Lin Han's face flushed, and he quickly bowed, exclaiming, "I am deserving of punishment." "Rise," Chaohua commanded. Ulung, being simple-minded and raised in the forest, was unaware of societal norms and could be excused from such rules. "Do not be anxious in my company. As long as you do not err, I shall not strike or scold you," she reassured them, feeling in good spirits. She beckoned Along closer, stating, "There is no need for formal bows." Along joyfully approached and nestled at her feet, saying, "Princess." Chaohua added, "Along, do not bully Linan. You are to be brothers and support one another." She gently patted his head, encouraging him to stand. Along's cheeks flushed as he affirmed, "I will learn the proper etiquette." "Linan, do not be angry." Linhan felt exasperated, realizing this little wolf boy possessed a cunningness that contradicted Chaohua's description of his innocence. In the afternoon, Chaohua took the group to the horse grounds, teaching them to ride and shoot arrows. While Along struggled with archery, the other 8 performed commendably. "Do not exert yourself too much." Chaohua came to instruct him personally. However, Along's great strength rendered the bow unusable with a single pull, leaving him disheartened. "Princess, I am of no use," he lamented. Chaohua remained silent. Linhan suggested, "Princess, Along possesses immense strength. Ordinary bows are ill-suited for him. A crossbow would suffice." Chaohua's eyes sparkled at the mention of a crossbow. "Indeed, that is a splendid idea." At that moment, Xie stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, I can craft a mechanical crossbow. I have lived with a group of hunters and learned to create special crossbows." Chaohua expressed interest. "Inform Chaohua of your needs and expedite the construction of the crossbow." Being recognized by the princess filled Xie with renewed determination. "Yes, Your Highness." Just then, a guard approached, reporting, "Your Highness, Prince Gu and several young lords from noble families have arrived." The horse grounds were not royal property, but privately owned by the Chu family, which Chaohua chose due to its proximity to the capital. Accompanying Gu Wang were the Chu and Lin families, along with noble ladies such as Chu Yu and Su Hongyan. "We pay our respects to the princess." Upon learning of Chaohua's presence, the guests hurried to greet her. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, with her hair styled in a masculine bun and a jade crown adorning her head, she sat atop a magnificent white steed. "Rise," she commanded. The young princess exuded grace and beauty, her demeanor proud and aloof, captivating all with a mere glance. The guests were taken aback, noting how Chaohua had blossomed into an enchanting beauty. Gu Wang, having never seen her in such attire, found himself drawn to her. Noticing several striking young men by her side, his expression shifted slightly. "Do as you please, do not mind me," Chaohua remarked as she kicked her horse's belly, urging it forward, her hands deftly managing the reins as she galloped toward the horse grounds, followed closely by the 9 young men. "Along, relax." From a distance, it was clear that one of the young men stood out. He was unable to ride, resembling a novice. "Princess, I feel somewhat frightened," the bold wolf boy admitted, startling everyone. Lin Han and the others rushed to support him, lest he fall and seek comfort from the princess. "Hold on to the reins and look ahead," Lin Han instructed as he rode beside him. "Your feet should be in the stirrups, and keep your back straight." Xie added from the other side. Wei Zhuang and the others surrounded Chaohua protectively. "What are those people? The princess seems to be enjoying herself with them," inquired Chu Ling, the eldest son of the Chu family. "The princess usually approaches you readily. Why is she ignoring you this time? Has Prince Gu fallen from favor?" Lin Mingji teased. Gu Wang's relationship with them was tenuous. They were all young lords from prominent families who considered themselves superior and had often bullied him. The hostage of an enemy nation, Chaohua had defended him diligently, but now, due to his recent accomplishments in martial arts, they regarded him with newfound respect, though they still sought opportunities to mock him. Gu Wang replied coolly, "The princess and I share a platonic friendship. Now that she has a husband, it is only natural for her to maintain distance. If she is ignoring me, she is also ignoring you." He noted that even the noble ladies were beneath her notice. Chaohua had never been one to curry favor with anyone, nor did she need to. Gu Wang ignored their banter, leaping onto a horse and pursuing the princess. What an arrogant fool. He is merely a dog, discarded by the princess. Chu Ling and Lin Mingji glared at him, particularly Chu Ling, who felt his father often compared him to Gu Wang. Chu Yu, overhearing, retorted, "You should not speak of your senior brother in such a manner." Chu Ling shot her a disdainful glance. They were not true siblings, but merely half-siblings, and he dismissed her admonishment. "Father has not taken him as a disciple. He is merely an embarrassment to the Eastern Jin dynasty, unable to even handle Xie Juan." He warned, "Do not be too close to Gu Wang. He is a prince of an enemy nation, and if he brings harm to us, I will not forgive you." Chu Yu's face darkened, and she glared at him, thinking him a fool, while he considered her the true embarrassment. Gu Wang would one day obliterate the Shiming, ascending to greatness, leaving them with no escape. Ing Wu and Ing Jiu swiftly approached to intercept Gu Wang, urging, "Your Highness, please stay." Gu Wang grasped the reins, his heart heavy as he watched the little princess fade into the distance. "Xie Xiao." Shui rode over. "Let's ride together." Gu Wang suddenly lost interest, replying, "I feel a bit fatigued. I wish to return to the manor." Shui's expression shifted slightly, hastily following him. "How can you be tired already? Have you been overexerting yourself in training? Starting tomorrow, I shall prepare medicinal meals to help restore your strength. Yue, do not come near me. It is not beneficial for you, nor for the Chu family." Gu Wang felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, wishing to avoid her altogether. Shui interpreted his words as concern for her, and her heart swelled with sweetness. "That is not true. The emperor has permitted my father to teach you martial arts, so it cannot be detrimental to the Chu family. We are siblings in martial arts. Caring for you is only natural." Gu Wang lowered his gaze, a cold indifference sweeping through him. "I do not require medicinal meals." His demeanor was starkly different from the gentle and caring man he had been in a past life. Shui watched him leave with such apathy, her eyes reddening as she pondered why he had changed so drastically. Could it be that the only alteration was in Chaohua's attitude towards Gu Wang compared to her previous life? Was it possible that she too had been reborn? Shui instinctively tightened her grip on the reins. Chaohua rode away, casting a glance back at the woman in red standing in the courtyard, Lin Han. Lin Han had already sensed her gaze fixed on the eldest daughter of the Chu family and understood the master's intent as soon as she called his name. He would keep watch over her. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive," Chaohua remarked, pleased with his response. Upon returning, she planned to bathe and begin daily training in martial arts alongside them. She had even hired a teacher to instruct them in both literature and combat, ensuring her days were fulfilling. Gradually, she forgot about seeking favor from Xie Juan. The man had been increasingly distant, having not returned to the princess's residence for over half a month. "Princess, the empress requests your presence in the palace." Chaohua furrowed her brows, wondering what trouble the crown prince had stirred. The messenger said nothing further. Chaohua rose, accompanied by Ying Qi, to the palace. Ailang instantly felt a pang of envy. "Princess, I too wish to accompany you. You have yet to learn the proper etiquette. I must enter the palace, where there are many rules. If you do not understand them, you may cause trouble for me." Ailang felt a twinge of disappointment, suddenly realizing the importance of proper conduct. "Yes, I shall learn the rules." Chaohua narrowed her eyes, satisfied, and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Good, be obedient." In Zixia Palace, Empress Shun grasped Chaohua's hands and seated her. "Chaohua, what is the matter with you lately? Why do you often go out with a group of young men? This is not appropriate. I have heard that the prince has not returned home for half a month. You must be upset about your outings with those youths. Although you are a princess and can do as you please, you must consider the Xie family and Xie Juan since you are married." Chaohua pouted, thinking that Xie Juan ignored her. He was not easily swayed, unlike her father, who could charm her mother with just a finger. "Those are guards I hired. Is it wrong for me to take a few with me when I go out?" Empress Shun was momentarily speechless, glancing at Ying Qi standing at the door, then frowned. "It is not that you cannot, but those youths do not appear to be guards. They resemble your little playthings." Chapter 60. I take pride in him. Xie Juan had matters to attend to in the military. He informed me before leaving. These guards were arranged by my cousin. If you are concerned, you may inquire with him. Chaohua thought she might have picked up strays, and her mother was always worried she would bully Xie Juan. Furthermore, she had no way of approaching men. Xie Juan likely believed that remaining in the princess's residence would provoke her poison to flare up, which is why he had not returned. Empress Shun felt a headache coming on. She had hoped for a swift consummation of their marriage, filled with love and a chubby grandson. Now, with Chaohua afflicted by that cursed love flower poison, she could not be near men. "Your father has already sent someone to seek Master Putu. Perhaps he has a remedy." Chaohua replied, feeling little hope. If Master Putu had a solution, he would have sent the antidote long ago. They would not have waited more than half a month without any news. She still needed to devise a way to earn Xie Juan's favor, following the story's progression. "Mother, do not worry. I will not act recklessly." Xie Juan was well aware of this. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago. She frequently practiced martial arts, studied, rode, and shot arrows with the guards, and news of her little playthings had spread throughout the capital. Xie Juan likely received word. He probably thought she was so afflicted by the love flower poison that she could not approach men, which is why he felt at ease. That was good. There was no movement from the Xie family, and the Empress thought they might not share the same concerns. Empress Shun smiled. You have lost weight. Do not overexert yourself. If only the Crown Prince had half your understanding, I would be at ease. Sigh. Chaohua frowned. What is wrong with Zhao now? Still the same. He refuses to study, which is quite vexing. Soon your father will summon him for questioning. I fear he will be locked in the small dark room again. Chaohua felt that this could not continue. I shall visit the Duke's residence. Someone must discipline the Crown Prince. Empress Shun did not dissuade her, thinking she intended to soothe the Xie family, who had undoubtedly heard the rumors about the princess keeping little playthings. The Xie family would likely have objections, but would not dare speak up due to Chaohua's status as the eldest princess. If it were another daughter-in-law, she might have faced severe consequences. Other noble young ladies would not dare to act so freely as the eldest princess. After conversing with Empress Shun, Chaohua left the palace and headed straight to the Duke's residence. Upon hearing that the princess had arrived, the Xie family rushed to welcome her, showing no signs of neglect. Grandmother, please rise. Chaohua quickly stepped forward to assist her. Mother, you need not be so formal. We are family. Xie Juan, you have grown taller. Chaohua gently patted the lovely young girl, who beamed with delight. Sister-in-law, you are touching my head, Xie Juan exclaimed joyfully. After exchanging pleasantries, they followed the elderly matriarch to her residence, Chunhui Garden. Compared to their last visit, everyone seemed less tense. Chaohua explained her recent interactions with the 9 young men and expressed her wish for Xie Sangongzi to privately guide the Crown Prince in his studies. However, she soon remembered that Xie Fei was preparing for the imperial examination and likely would not have the time. Moreover, the Xie family might not dare to discipline the Crown Prince, so she refrained from mentioning it. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not listen to rumors or be biased, Xie Laofu said. Since meeting Chaohua, they had ceased to believe the rumors. In the past, others had claimed she was malicious, arrogant, and domineering, but after interacting with her, they found that rumors truly cease with the wise. The princess had encountered danger several times, and it was essential for her to have protection. This responsibility should fall upon Juan. He was busy in the military and could not attend to her, so they hoped the princess would not hold it against him. Upon Chaohua's arrival at the Duke's residence, they had feared she came to lodge a complaint, but to their surprise, she spoke no ill of Xie Juan and even praised him. Such a good daughter-in-law was hard to find. Xie Laofu was exceedingly pleased with the princess. Chaohua smiled. I understand. Grandmother need not worry. I and the heir are of one heart. His work in the military is for the sake of protecting our home and country, and I take pride in him. Chapter 61. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the Xie family felt a wave of comfort, increasingly believing that Xie Juan was ungrateful. After the princess's departure, they immediately sent someone to the military camp to inform him that he must return to the capital. It was unacceptable for him to be away for half a month. Upon his return, the elderly matriarch scolded him. Xie Juan fronet, grandmother. My father has not returned home for half a year. Why do you not scold him? Xie Li replied. You are not the same as your father. He is a general and has many matters to attend to in the military, whereas you are not. At most, you are a new recruit's chief instructor. You have no such burdens. Do not make excuses. The chief instructor of the recruit camp is not merely a minor position due to his father's deliberate suppression. Otherwise, with his military achievements, he would undoubtedly be deserving of a much higher rank. He is well qualified to be a great general. Xie Juan, with an impassive expression, cast a cold glance at the exuberantly cheerful Xie Juan, who was clearly in high spirits. Did you meet the princess today? Xie Juan replied, Yes. The princess even patted my head. She is so gentle and praised my brother as a remarkable man worthy of admiration. She takes great pride in you. Brother, you should hurry back to the princess's residence and keep her company. Don't let her feel sad, or I might just disown you as my elder brother. Xie Juan chuckled to himself, knowing it was Chaohua. All right, grandmother, I shall return to accompany the princess. In the garden, the little princess was surrounded by several young men, each more handsome than the last, which made Xie Juan feel somewhat uncomfortable. This woman truly knew how to infuriate someone. After half a month of absence, she had managed to find 9 men to entertain her daily. What a remarkable feat. After reporting on the situation regarding Chu Yu, Lin Han was the first to notice Xie Juan, quickly bowing in greeting. Xie Juan remained silent. Chaohua gestured for the others to leave, commanding, Elang, you may go first. Elang hesitated, only daring to glare at Xie Juan with hostility under Chaohua's order. Lin Han stepped in to pull him away. Why are you back? Have you finished your business at the military camp? Chaohua plucked a peony and inhaled its fragrance, smiling radiantly, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Various tales of the princess and her young guards had circulated in the military camp. If this air continued to delay his return, he might soon find himself wearing a green hat. He had never been one to beat around the bush. Initially, Chaohua found his bluntness vexing, but she had grown accustomed to it, understanding that he simply needed to express his displeasure. Despite his rough exterior, he had a good heart. For instance, when she fell into a poisoned slumber, he had vigilantly stayed by her side for an entire day and night. Yet, he never seemed to harbor romantic feelings for her. Perhaps fearful that should she perish, he would have to answer to her father and implicate the Xie family. Everyone was aware that she required guards when she ventured outside. Moreover, she could not have contact with men, so what was he afraid of? Don't return with that cold demeanor. I do not appreciate it. If you find my demands excessive, then you should come back more often to keep me company. I have already told you that I need someone to accompany me. Xie Juan, it's only been half a month since I returned home. Noticing his silence, Chaohua took the initiative. If the heir dislikes me for being too clingy, then tomorrow we shall enter the palace together to seek my father's approval for our divorce. It will be a perfect opportunity to attribute the blame to me. My father will not punish you, nor will it hinder your prospects of marrying another lovely wife. The little princess's eyes shimmered with moisture, her voice soft and gentle. I know you did not willingly marry me, and I have put you through distress these past days. Xie Juan found himself at a loss for words, feeling cornered. Weren't you also unwilling? We agreed to live our separate lives. Why the sudden change? He added, and please refrain from speaking so sweetly. Her tone stirred something within him, igniting an urge to dominate her. Chaohua felt a lump in her throat, nearly losing her composure. Perhaps you should bathe and change first. In a fit of frustration, she turned away, believing that she and Xie Juan were simply incompatible. He was undeniably a rough man, ill-suited for the delicate arts of romance and poetry, favoring crude and direct expressions. It was infinitely more challenging to woo a woman than to climb the heavens. She fanned herself vigorously to suppress her rising temper. Xie Juan touched his nose, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. You haven't caused all this trouble just to seek a divorce from me, have you? Not all. What benefit would that bring me? Chaohua paused, not looking back. Xie Juan squinted slightly, nearly forgetting that her desire to draw closer to him was for the sake of her younger brother. The thought made him uncomfortable. Having a wife who harbored affections for another while seeking proximity to him felt deeply unsettling. Well then, I shall bathe first. You may continue to enjoy the flowers. Chaohua hurriedly followed him inside. You've worked hard, heir. Allow me to assist you in changing. As Xie Juan loosened his belt, he was taken aback, suddenly frozen, staring at the little princess. He swallowed hard. Your Highness, there is no need for such attentiveness. I have disregarded the rumors outside. My return is not for the purpose of seeking accountability. He could hardly believe she intended to assist him in bathing and changing. What exactly did she wish to accomplish? I understand. There is no need to explain things I have not done, nor is it necessary to curry favor with you. I merely feel that as husband and wife, I should fulfill my duties. As she spoke, Chaohua stepped closer, her delicate hand brushing against his waist. Do not touch me. Xie Juan reacted instinctively, grasping her wrist and pulling her from the bathing chamber, taking a deep breath. There is truly no need for the princess's help. I have grown up in the military camp, and am too rough a man to indulge in the princess's kindness. If they were allowed to touch, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Chaohua narrowed her eyes. What are you afraid of? I would not harm you. Or do you have some hidden ailment? Chaohua, stop this. His expression darkened, clearly displeased. If you are not afflicted by the love flower poison, I would gladly share a bath with you. But I hope you will not later lament that I have bullied you. If only she could be as proactive and willing. Only then would she be truly fulfilling her role. Chaohua's ears flushed crimson. Who would wish to bathe with you? How shameless. You may wash yourself. She returned his belt and promptly fled the room. Xie Juan smirked, feeling unexpectedly cheerful, unable to suppress a smile. Gained affection level 3. Please check the plot. As soon as Chaohua dashed out, she received a delightful notification from her little system. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. Closing her eyes, she absorbed the unfolding narrative. It detailed Gu Wang practicing martial arts at the Chu family, along with the mundane affairs among the women in the rear courtyard, without mentioning her poisoning. Chaohua felt a wave of disappointment. The story seemed centered around Gu Wang, the male protagonist. She had initially thought it was because of Chu Yu. What are you thinking? She sat on a chair, appearing to be lost in thought. Xie Juan emerged from the bath, as usual, clad only in trousers, moving about before her. Chaohua glanced up and felt her cheeks flush. Hurry and get dressed. I cannot fathom how a distinguished heir like you is unaware of your appearance. You maintain a respectable demeanor in public, yet privately, it is quite embarrassing. Xie Juan chuckled. We are husband and wife. The princess just took my clothes off. So what is there that you cannot see? The more he spoke, the redder her face became. Or do you dislike my physique? Chaohua bit her lip, stealing a glance at his well-defined abs, feeling unable to continue looking. I should not stare too much. Who knows if I might get a pimple? She feigned composure, saying, It's acceptable. Footsteps echoed from outside, prompting her to rise. Please hurry and dress. We shall dine together. As they ate, the atmosphere softened somewhat. Xie Juan noticed the dishes were all to his liking, albeit a bit heavy on the meat. He had been craving vegetables, but they served 8 treasure-stuffed bitter melon instead. That was bitter enough. He had no intention of eating it. Lin Han and Ying Qi served beside them. Xie Juan cast a cold glance at them, questioning, do they usually accompany the princess during meals? Yes, I want them to learn dining etiquette. They are merely guards. The princess doesn't need to be so meticulous. His tone resembled that of a jealous consort. Lin Han and Ying Qi tensed. Realizing an unsettling truth, the prince seemed less than fond of them. Chaohua replied, they are different. They are not ordinary guards, but my carefully selected shadows from the princess's residence. To learn is not merely to grasp these few concepts. She desires them to excel in every aspect, thereby enabling her to accomplish even greater tasks. Xie Juan furrowed her brow. What do you intend to do? A princess cannot arbitrarily cultivate her own shadow guards. Should the emperor become aware, he would only suspect her of treason. There have been instances in Shiming where princesses conspired against the throne. Thus, generally, the guards in a princess's palace are those bestowed by the emperor, leaving no room for personal shadow guards. Such clandestine protectors are not privileges every noble family can afford. Naturally, Chaohua understood the gravity of this issue, which is why she took them out daily to practice archery and horsemanship, treating them as mere diversions. Due to their striking appearances, everyone believed her to be a princess captivated by beauty, assuming she was merely raising handsome companions, without delving deeper into matter. She initially had no intention of revealing this to him, but as he is her husband, he would eventually discover the truth. I believe I need these individuals, otherwise, I will be at a disadvantage in times of crisis, as evidenced by the recent poisoning incident. Xie Juan's expression turned serious. Is that all? What do you think this princess intends to do? Chaohua chuckled lightly. He remains unaware of the challenges that will soon confront Shiming. Presently, she cannot eliminate Gu Wang. If he were to perish in Shiming, the peace between the two nations would be irrevocably shattered. A decade has passed, and the Eastern Jin is no longer the formidable force it once was, no longer fearing a war with Shiming. Xie Juan assumed she intended to groom individuals for the crown prince. I mentioned you need not worry. Starting tomorrow, I will have Shao Si and Shao Wu accompany the crown prince in his studies and martial training. I shall personally instruct him, even should the crown prince require companions. It is unwise for a princess to do so alone, as it would invite scrutiny. Chaohua, you personally instruct the crown prince? Zhao Er is quite mischievous. At times, he shows no fear even before the emperor. Can he truly manage the crown prince? Moreover, while his martial skills are commendable, can he truly teach governance and literature? Before she could react, the man swept her into his arms. We shall discuss this tomorrow. For now, sleep. Chaohua suddenly felt uncomfortable and instinctively struggled. Do not move. I shall not lay a hand on you. His words made her flush, yet his voice was cool and melodious, his countenance stern, devoid of any desire. Xie Juan smirked slightly. This air requires someone to hold while sleeping, much like how you usually see companionship. Chaohua's cheeks burned, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. Very well. The young princess nestled obediently in his embrace, her face buried against his chest, revealing her delicate pink ears. Xie Juan's gaze suddenly darkened as he fixated on her adorable ears, leaning down to plant a kiss upon them. Chaohua froze. Chapter 64. A mere taste of affection, fearing a repeat of the previous incident where the poison manifested, Xie Juan dared not act further, merely sampling the moment. Chaohua felt tense, but thankfully, no poison emerged. Awaiting a rise in affection, she found none. Sleep. Chaohua looked up, feeling rather vexed, uncertain of his motives behind the kiss. The following day, Xie Juan entered the palace to report to the emperor, proposing that the crown prince accompany troops for several months of training. She had thought he meant to teach within the palace, akin to the grand tutor, but he referred to military training. The emperor consented. Zhao heir is still young. How can he go to the military camp? Chaohua immediately grew anxious, fearing for the delicate crown prince's well-being. It was said that Xie Juan served as the chief instructor at the new recruit camp, known as the Cold-Faced King of Hell, where recruits would endure rigorous training under his command. Xie Juan remarked, "By the time I was the crown prince's age, I was already on the battlefield." That may be true for you. You likely are not even human, Chaohua thought to herself. Zhao heir did not grow up in the countryside like you, capable of enduring hardship. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow. Are you not concerned he may become inept in the future? At such an age, the Prince of Rome actively sought military training. The second, third, and fourth princes secretly toiled, while the crown prince remains sheltered under your and the empress's protection. If this continues, he risks becoming utterly incapable. Even if our family supports him, he may end up like a burden. His words struck deeply, piercing the heart of the crown prince. The child is right here. Ming Zhao's complexion shifted between hues of green and red, yet he dared not retort, "Elder sister, I have no issue accompanying brother-in-law to the military camp. Once I grow stronger, I can protect you." The crown prince, merely 9 years old, was delicate and fair-skinned, bearing a striking resemblance to Chaohua, both being exceptionally beautiful. Being publicly labeled as a burden by Xie Juan wounded his pride. His eyes reddened, filled with indignation. Yet he could not leverage his status against Xie Juan. The elder brother's cold demeanor and towering stature made him feel diminutive and helpless. He could not even match a single hand of Xie Juan's strength, and the truth of his inferiority to the Prince of Rome and others weighed heavily on him. Very well, but when you're in the military camp, heed brother-in-law's words and prioritize your safety. It's beneficial to undergo military training. It will strengthen your body and martial skills, better equipping you to protect yourself in the future. Chaohua affectionately ruffled his hair. If you grow weary, you may rest. Xie Juan quietly disapproved, believing she was overly indulgent with her brother, and, unable to bear it any longer, commanded that the crown prince be taken away at once. Su Jiao led the crown prince to the carriage, escorting him to the military camp. Xie Juan reassured her, "Rest assured, in no more than 3 months, I will transform him and rid him of his unruly nature." Does that imply he will not return for 3 months? We shall see. Xie Juan's expression remained impassive, contemplating how the little princess truly was quite clingy, adorably so when she sought attention. Gain 2 affection points. Please check the storyline. Chaohua. She seemed to have grasped a new method to win his affection. Princess Hisan has died in prison, reportedly poisoned and subsequently dismembered. Before his death, he scribbled a single character, Zhao. At that moment, Lin Han approached to report that everyone was now suspecting that you had orchestrated Hisan's poisoning. Chaohua, aware of the unfolding narrative, understood the circumstances. A shadowy figure had indeed killed him, concealing their identity. She smiled. They will all be executed. Why would I poison him? Someone has deliberately left his handwritten note to frame me. You must secretly investigate the He family. See if there is a letter in Hisan's quarters. Lin Han was astonished at how clearly the princess seemed to know. Yes, he had no time to inquire further and hastened to the He residence. This task was somewhat challenging, yet not insurmountable for an ordinary shadow guard. Lin Han understood Chaohua wished to gauge his capabilities and thus exerted extra effort. Chapter 65. Sealing the Apothecary Master. How could Sanling be poisoned? The emperor has decreed his execution. Why can't the eldest princess let him go? Must she resort to poison and dismemberment? Madame He, upon hearing of her son's poisoning in prison and subsequent dismemberment, fainted on the spot. When she regained consciousness, she wept bitterly, her eyes filled with hatred, stammering, "The eldest princess truly goes too far." Lord He, having witnessed his son's tragic state in prison, bore a grim countenance. Without solid evidence, one ought not to speak recklessly. The eldest princess has never been to the prison, and merely citing Sanling's note does not constitute proof. The emperor has decreed that Sanlang is to be executed tomorrow. The eldest princess need not take such actions. Madam, he retorted, you know not what you speak. The eldest princess has harbored malicious thoughts from a young age. Why did Wanxin suddenly swallow gold and take her own life? It is because she spoke with the eldest princess at the banquet in the Prince of Rome's residence. And whatever was said led Wanxin to despair and commit suicide. After her death, she left behind a letter. I believe this was all orchestrated. You think Wanxin possessed the means to poison Wanru? They are sisters. What deep-seated grudge could provoke such actions? Lord He sighed. Discussing this now is futile. Sanlang has confessed, and no one will sympathize with him after his death. As for Lin Wanxin, the Lin family cannot even find the perpetrator. Madam, he, heartbroken for her son, loathed Chaohua. Who else could it be? To conceal the wrongdoing of the eldest princess, she. Silence. He, the esteemed Lord He, in a fit of rage, struck her across the face with a resounding slap. Such an audacious act could only be committed by the current emperor. No one else possessed the cunning to deceive so thoroughly. To question the emperor was tantamount to a grave offense, punishable by the annihilation of one's entire lineage. Lady, he trembled in fear, and he questioned her, do you not grieve for your son, who met such a tragic end? This matter must cease here. Lord, he agitated, commanded, you are to remain at home, and you are not permitted to venture out. As the princess anticipated, a subordinate discovered a blood letter in He Qing's study. Lin Han had ventured to the He household and promptly returned with the item. Upon examining the blood letter, Chaohua noted the meticulous effort it contained. How could the princess have known that someone had stealthily placed this blood letter in He Qing's study? Lin Han found this puzzling. The princess mused. It appears there is something amiss. The perpetrator could have executed He Qing within the prison without detection and framed me, indicating a deliberate attack against me. The blood letter served as evidence accusing her of the murder of Lin Wanru, asserting that He Qing had confessed under duress, aiming to absolve himself. The adversary had intentionally crafted these incomplete pieces of evidence to paint her as malevolent, thereby obstructing her from clearing her name and implicating her in Lin Wanru's demise. The narrative provided by the small system revealed that it was not Lin Wanxin who had killed Lin Wanru. Rather, she had been murdered, with the appearance of suicide fabricated. How did the Court of Judicial Review respond? Chaohua crumpled the blood letter in her fingers. It seemed that only the emperor had been informed and did not intend to pursue the matter further. However, a subordinate had eavesdropped on Lord He and his wife's conversation, wherein Lady He insisted that the princess had intentionally killed He Qing and even suggested that Lin Wanxin's death was connected to the princess. Seated at her desk, Chaohua tapped her fingers thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, what has she been up to lately? Lin Han paused. She visits the Prince of Gu every day, or goes to Baichao Hall, which has been thriving recently, especially with the longevity pills. Baichao Hall was a joint venture between Chu Yu and Gu Wang. Was she attempting to amass wealth under the pretense of her medical practice? Chaohua replied coldly. Find a way to create trouble for Baichao Hall and have the pharmacy shut down, forbidding her from reopening. Chapter 66. Trouble at Baichao Hall useless. Why can't you manage even this trivial matter? Chu Yu fumed, unable to comprehend why events had diverged so drastically from her past life. In her previous existence, Chaohua had definitively murdered Lin Wanru, with no chance for reversal, and she had been labeled a malicious woman. Later, upon killing He Qing, Gu Wang had seen through her facade and detested her deeply. Yet now, everything had changed. Lin Wanxin had emerged, and He Qing had confessed voluntarily. Strangely, despite knowing her closeness to Gu Wang, why had she not sought vengeance or expressed jealousy? For some time, she had pondered this and secretly observed the princess's household, realizing that Chaohua had indeed transformed compared to her past life. She had not killed He Qing, but Lin Wanxin's death diverged from her previous experience. Moreover, she no longer pursued Gu Wang nor acted against her due to his affections. How peculiar! If she too had been reborn, she should know who had killed Lin Wanru. Yet Chaohua seemed unaware of many matters. Miss, something has occurred at Baichao Hall. Just then, a maid entered in a flurry, reporting that someone had purchased Baichao Hall's tiger whip pills and encountered issues, resulting in impotence. Chu Yu's expression darkened. Who was it? She hoped it was not a member of a powerful family. It turned out to be the old Lord Xian, who had recently taken several concubines and believed that the tiger whip pills would enhance his vigor. He had ordered 3 vials for a night of revelry with his concubines. Following a night of indulgence, he became utterly unresponsive. The physician revealed that he was now impotent, and upon realizing his predicament, Lord Xie furiously accused Chaohua of selling counterfeit medicines and reported them for closure. Chu Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Have you informed Prince Gu? This situation had not occurred in her previous life. She had helped Gu Wang establish several pharmacies, accruing considerable wealth. Now, with Chaohua as her sole venture, she had taken precautions to avoid past pitfalls, yet disaster had struck. The steward replied, "It has already been reported to His Highness. However, Prince Gu, as a hostage from an enemy nation, holds little sway in Shiming, especially against someone like Lord Xie, who is notoriously unreasonable. He is Zhao Hua's uncle, not a young man anymore, with a son already betrothed, yet he continues to take new concubines, only to discard them when he tires of them. He is aging and finds himself lacking. Having heard of Chaohua's efficacy, he purchased several vials to test for himself. It was only natural that trouble would ensue. But as a member of the royal family, who would dare to speak against him? As long as he remains alive, it is not the worst outcome." Zhu Yue, feeling increasingly distressed, ordered, "Come with me to Lord Xien's residence. We must save him." At the princess's residence, Zhao Hua learned of the situation and expressed her satisfaction with Lin Han's performance, commending him for a job well done, and inquired what reward he desired. As Lin Han gazed at the beautiful princess, his ears flushed with warmth. "These tasks are merely my duty." The princess had stated that rewards and punishments must be clear. This time, they had all performed admirably, especially Lin Han. "Speak freely of your desires. I shall grant you a reward." After some consideration, Lin Han knelt and expressed, "I wish to serve as the princess's personal guard, to protect you." "That is not a reward," Zhao Hua chuckled. "That is my sole desire. I seek nothing else." "As I lack for nothing in the princess's court," Lin Han replied. "Very well then, let be noted." Lin Han had swiftly secured the position of the princess's personal guard, which left Alang feeling somewhat anxious. "Princess, I too wish to be of service. Do not fret. All will have their chance," Zhao Hua reassured. "Indeed, Alang, there is no hierarchy among the princess's guards," Lin Han added with a smile. Alang snorted lightly, feeling both envious and competitive, wishing to earn the princess's favor as well. "I will not be outdone. I shall be the first guard to the princess." Lin Han merely smiled and ignored him. Zhao Hua truly wished to visit Lord Xien's residence to ascertain whether Chu Yu had indeed gone there. Yes, she is skilled in medicine. After the incident, Lord Xien ordered the heir to have Chaohua investigated. Chu Yu, anxious to rectify the situation, promptly made her way to Lord Xien's residence. One wonders how proficient her medical skills are. If she can cure Lord Xien's impotence, she certainly has genuine talent. Lin Han had secretly provided Lord Xien with potent information, ensuring he had consumed an entire vial of tiger whip pills in his disoriented state. "Keep watch over Lord Xien's residence. I do not wish for Chaohua to have another opportunity to recover." Zhao Hua's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Furthermore, if Gu Wang comes seeking me, inform him that I am unwell and unable to receive visitors." Lin Han nodded and departed to make arrangements. Indeed, Gu Wang sought her out, only to be met with a closed door. "Did the princess see you?" Chu Yu had also been turned away at Lord Xien's, as he had been incensed by her presence and ordered her out. Gu Wang shook his head. "No, Lord Xien would not see me either. What shall we do now? Chaohua has only just begun." Chu Yu felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, sensing that something was amiss. Is someone deliberately targeting Chaohua? Unless they know of our partnership in establishing it, no one would dare to provoke the Chu family. The Chu family is a prominent lineage in Shiming. Without significant status and capability, no one would risk antagonizing Chaohua. The Duke Xian is merely a pawn, one that even Xian Yao dares to exploit. What if this is discovered? Gu Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. His curiosity piqued about who that person might be. "I will investigate, but for now, there is no immediate course of action. I shall set it aside. Should anyone learn of his covert collaboration with Chu Yu to establish a pharmacy, it would not only implicate the Chu family, but also incite resentment from Shiming, leading to stricter surveillance upon him. At that juncture, his ambitions would be severely hindered. Who do you suppose it could be? Might it be related to Princess Chaohua? The first name that sprang to Chu Jing's mind was indeed Princess Chaohua. Gu Wang frowned. It was improbable, given Chaohua's naive disposition. She lacked such cunning. Chu Yu, displeased, scoffed internally. "How can you be so certain?" She has killed Lin Wanru and forced Lin Wanqing to her demise, subsequently orchestrating the dismemberment of He Qing. These acts were all her doing. Do you still regard her as innocent? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. That woman had caused her demise in her previous life. Chaohua is a woman of malicious intent. She would ensure that Chu Yu suffers a grim fate. Yet, she could not comprehend how Gu Wang had changed. With reddened eyes, she gazed at him. Ah Wang, have you developed feelings for the princess? Gu Wang's expression darkened slightly. This matter between me and Chaohua is not for you to inquire about. Chu Yu was taken aback, her heart increasingly filled with resentment. Did you not profess your affection for me? Gu Wang's countenance shifted, and he quickly retorted, do not speak recklessly. I harbor no such feelings for you, Miss Chu. I would appreciate it if you maintained your dignity. Impossible. You clearly have feelings for me, Chu Yu exclaimed, her excitement surging. The two suddenly became entangled, as Gu Wang felt as if he were grappling with a madwoman, attempting to extricate himself from her grasp. Calm yourself. I'm the crown prince of the Eastern Jin. The Chu family would never permit you to be with me. Realizing his current status, Chu Yu acknowledged the numerous reservations he must have. Even if he liked her, he would not admit it. With this thought, she gradually composed herself, forcing a smile as she gently grasped his sleeve. I understand. But could you promise me not to develop feelings for Chaohua? Chapter 68. The Crown Prince's transformation. Gu Wang felt no obligation to make her any promises. She was not someone of significance in his life. Let's return for now. We shall address the matters of Baichao Hall later. Meanwhile, Chaohua was in high spirits, preparing to indulge in a soothing bath before a restful slumber. At that moment, Xie Juan returned from the military camp, bringing the Crown Prince along. The two arrived in a flurry, clad in armor, with the Crown Prince looking quite regal. Sister, Ming Zhao exclaimed joyfully, clearly having enjoyed his time with Xie Juan. Dressed in simple training attire, he rushed over to envelop her in a bear hug. You're filthy. Go wash up first. Do not touch your sister. Xie Juan immediately intervened, preventing him from getting too close to Chaohua. She is my wife. I have yet to embrace her. Ming Zhao had grown taller, leaner, but much sturdier. He winked at Xie Juan, grinning. Then I shall stay in my brother-in-law's room tonight. Truly a clever child. Xie Juan had clearly rushed back to see his sister. The Crown Prince chuckled to himself as he followed the shadows away. Chaohua was pleasantly surprised by her brother's transformation. She had never imagined such a change. Her heart swelled with joy as she smiled brightly, embodying her name, as radiant as the morning sun. What have you said to him? He has changed dramatically, grown taller, and become more confident. Indeed, I never expected that Xie Juan, a rugged man, could possess such finesse. Xie Juan, observing her in her training attire, squinted slightly. Are you preparing for a bath, princess? Yes. Chaohua glanced down at her own attire. I just finished training and need to wash up. Then let us bathe together. I also returned from a military camp in need of a wash. My room is occupied by the Crown Prince, so I must make do in the peony garden. With that, he loosened his belt, not bothering to be polite as he confidently strode into the cleansing chamber. Chaohua's ears flushed crimson. She wanted to shout at him. Who said I want to bathe with you? However, recognizing his contributions in mentoring the Crown Prince, she felt it would be ungracious to sever ties. Moreover, she needed to endear herself to him to gain his favor. Recently, while he had been absent, she had discreetly accomplished much on her own, progressing smoothly, feeling as though she could alter the course of events without relying on the narrative. I have yet to resolve the poison of the passion flower. Xie Juan had already shed his garments, appearing disheveled. He glanced back with a smile. Does this mean, princess, that you find me appealing? Chaohua was taken aback, wishing she could give him a good scolding. Enough with your nonsense. Your physique is merely average, not even comparable to the guards by my side. What did the princess say? Noticing that something was amiss with the man, Chaohua instinctively tensed. Oof, you can wash by yourself. Once you are done, I shall return to bathe. Fearing he might accuse her of impropriety and spark an argument, she simply fled. Xie Juan felt utterly vexed. This woman was truly insufferable. But he took note of it all. He would collect his dues later. Chaohua rushed in haste. Princess, the Empress has sent someone to escort the Crown Prince back to the palace. At that moment, a maid approached with the news. Let them return. Inform my mother that I shall accompany the Crown Prince back to the palace tomorrow. How soon it was. Empress Shun had already begun to miss her son. Would the Crown Prince be spending the night at the princess's residence? Princess has stated she will escort the Crown Prince back to the palace tomorrow. Do not worry. I see that the crown prince and prince consort are getting along splendidly. Rest assured, if the crown prince could indeed change, it would be a joyful occasion. Empress Shun smiled brightly. That is excellent news. I see that the Xie family is willing to nurture the crown prince. Does this not indicate their support for him? Lady Yao replied. It should be so. It is likely that the princess has shown much improved attitude towards the prince consort. The prince consort's good spirits would naturally extend to his care for the crown prince. After all, Xie Juan was a man, still in the vigor of youth. The princess was a stunning beauty, and it would be no surprise if he found it hard to resist her charm. Chapter 69. A reward of a drumstick. Chaohua's demeanor softened, and only then did Xie Juan genuinely wish to assist the crown prince. Otherwise, how could he have proactively sought an audience with the emperor to bring the crown prince to the military for training? The fact that Xie Juan persuaded the emperor showcased that he was far more than a mere soldier. Empress Shun's smile grew ever more radiant, indeed. The son-in-law I have chosen shall not disappoint. I only hope Chaohua can reciprocate his feelings. If they are fond of one another, I shall be at ease. The crown prince spent the night at the princess's residence, dining with Chaohua and her brother. It seemed they had not sat down for a meal together in quite some time, and Ming Zhao was particularly delighted, consuming 2 bowls of rice. Chaohua noticed the crown prince had adopted a rather uncouth demeanor while following Xie Juan, as he ate noisily, devouring his food without the elegance befitting his status. She felt an urge to gouge her eyes out. Ming Zhao, do not forget you are the crown prince. You must maintain decorum while dining. Chew slowly and savor your food. Ming Zhao glanced up at her, then returned to his meal, pondering what elegance could possibly mean. Could it be eaten? In the military camp, if he did not finish his meal, Xie Juan would remind him that no one was obliged to treat him as a crown prince and would not bring him food. Initially, he would whine and cry to return to the palace, but no one paid him any mind. Ming Zhao, looking at Xie Juan, dared not complain to his sister in his presence. Mumbling through a mouthful of food, "Sister, hurry and eat. Otherwise, there will be none left." Xie Juan chuckled to himself, sensing the need to take the little princess to the military for training as well. It would be interesting to see how she would maintain her elegance afterward. Chaohua felt a headache coming on. Do not eat so quickly. Chew slowly. If you continue to gobble down your food, you might choke. In the midst of their conversation, the crown prince polished off another bowl of rice. I am full now. Sister, brother-in-law, you may eat at your leisure. I shall take a stroll and practice some more before sleeping. Xie Juan smiled. Do not forget to read a bit. You have your examinations in the palace tomorrow. Ming Zhao straightened his back instinctively, his eyes brightening. Understood, brother-in-law. I will surely strive to not let you down. Chaohua was left speechless. Was this truly her once mischievous and adorable crown prince brother? What had happened? Glancing at the departing crown prince, Xie Juan placed a piece of meat on her plate. The food will turn cold if you do not eat. Chaohua felt disheartened. Her appetite entirely vanished upon witnessing the prince's crude manner of eating. How could you have raised my brother to behave in such a manner? What is wrong with this? Is this what it means to be manly? Otherwise, he would just be a delicate little thing, crying at the drop of a hat. Do you wish for the prince to grow up into a weeping fool? Chaohua. Xie Juan checked. I knew the princess would look down upon someone as coarse as me. I do not look down on you, she retorted. You misunderstand. It is not disdain, but a deliberate misinterpretation of my words. Sighing, she thought, it seems the little princess does not favor his type after all. Xie Juan, realizing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had heard that Baichao Hall had been sealed. Was it the princess's doing? Certainly not, she replied with a firm tone, clearly lying. Xie Juan smirked, choosing not to expose her. So, Guang has come to see you, has he? Yes, but I did not meet him. Chaohua preferred to keep her clandestine affairs from him. Otherwise, he would pry deeper, and she wouldn't know how to respond. Xie Juan rewarded her with a chicken leg, clearly pleased, noting that the princess had truly given up hope in him. Chaohua wrinkled her nose, passing the chicken leg to him. I did not enjoy meat. I'm on a diet. You have worked hard, so take this chicken leg. What diet? You've already lost weight. Any further reduction will turn you into a mere stick. There would be no substance to hold when I embrace you. Xie Juan insisted, piling more meat onto her plate. He cherished her soft figure. Chaohua resisted. I do not enjoy meat. Then why have them prepare so much? I heard you like it, which is why I had them make it. She insisted, placing the meat back in his bowl. You should eat more. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, smiling. The princess made an effort to inquire about my preferences. Indeed, Chaohua replied succinctly. Xie Juan was at a loss for words. surprised and delighted by her efforts to please him. He thought to himself, if the prince were to grow strong, what reason would she have to curry favor with him? A sense of conflict stirred within him. If the prince remained weak, she would continue to cling to him. Life had been rather pleasant lately. Would she then sever the ties once he became powerful? Noticing his silence, Chaohua asked, "You are not going to the military camp tomorrow, are you?" "Yes. I will rest at home for 3 days. The prince can return to the palace to catch up on his studies. In the military camp, I have him read and write independently. If he encounters difficulties, he should note them down and consult the tutor upon returning." Chaohua raised an eyebrow. "Cannot you clarify his doubts?" Xie Juan chuckled. "I'm a man of rough manners, not well-versed in many characters. I must admit that I am not the refined scholar favored by the princess." "Is he mocking me?" Chaohua mused. Xie Juan had always looked down on her pretentiousness, making her feel as if he held a grudge. She laughed lightly. "No matter. I'm not the gentle and virtuous lady you might expect. I suppose I have disappointed you as well. Surely, you prefer a woman who is gentle and obedient." "Xie Juan, such a sharp-tongued little creature you are." News arrived from Master Putois, stating that there was a way to lift the emotional flower poison. Chaohua's eyes widened in surprise. When did this message arrive? And what is the method? It was not specified. It implies that the princess must visit Putois Mountain. "In due time, I shall escort you there." His gaze was intense, resembling a predator fixated on its prey. Chaohua understood the implications of lifting the poison, which made her heart race. Xie Juan's expression softened, undeniably drawn to the gentle spirit of the little princess. That night, as she lay down, she found herself unaccustomed to the sudden presence beside her. Although it was not their first time sharing a bed, she still felt uneasy. Xie Juan, in private, was quite indulgent and flirtatious. He insisted on holding her while sleeping, stealing kisses, and touching her inappropriately, causing her to sweat uncomfortably. Were it not for the fear of her emotional flower poison acting up, he would likely take further liberties. The thought of such a scenario made Chaohua's face flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Xie Juan was precisely that kind of man. If she showed him displeasure, he would certainly withdraw, but if she did not resist, he would dare to overpower her in bed. "I do not wish to sleep beside you." At that moment, she heard his melodramatic lament. Chaohua felt her ears grow warm. "Then sleep on the floor." She had not even shown disdain for him. How could he say such a thing? The bed was akin to a small room, with a blanket beneath, requiring no elaborate preparations to lie down and cover up. Xie Juan squinted slightly. "Did not the princess say she wished for me to support the prince? So what?" Chaohua remained silent, awaiting his next words. Yet, after a considerable pause, he simply closed his eyes and embraced her. Then be obedient. What was she to do? Chaohua contemplated kicking him off the bed. The next day, they entered the palace. Xie Juan took the prince to see the emperor, for he had initially received military orders that if the prince did not undergo a transformation within 3 months, he would be punished with 100 strikes. Chaohua was unaware of this and had arrived at Xixia Palace first. "Do not worry, mother. Zhao has changed significantly. Going to the military camp with Xie Juan has proven effective. He has grown taller, much sturdier, more confident, and has developed self-discipline." Hearing this, Empress Shun felt relieved, her face lighting up. "That is wonderful. How have you and Xie Juan been lately?" "Fairly well, I suppose," Chaohua replied nonchalantly. Xie Juan remained emotionally detached, exuding a cool demeanor, yet privately indulging in her charms, something the Empress likely could not imagine. Men are skilled at concealing their true nature. The intimate matters between husband and wife were difficult for Chaohua to articulate. His willingness to care for Zhao was already a great improvement. He had promised her that with his presence, they would not suffer any grievances. Empress Shun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with emotion. "Is that so? He truly is a man, far better than your heartless father. Xie Juan is a good man. You must hold on to him tightly," she urged. Only you think so, mother." Inwardly, Chaohua remained critical of the prince consort. Mainly, Xie Juan was too wicked, merely drawn to her beauty, yet offering her no affection. How could that be? Xie Juan is genuinely a good person. You offered him a warm bed maid, and he rejected it. Your father, on the other hand, would eagerly have me select beauties for him each month, sending him 10 or 8 lovely maidens. Empress Shan's irritation was palpable. Chaohua frowned. Is father favoring that beauty again? In truth, her father was no different from Xie Juan, outwardly dignified, yet privately indulging in the pleasures of beautiful women. Every 3 years, he would select new maidens, never turning them away. A new batch would always replace the previous ones, and he was unlikely to tire of them quickly. Is it still that Su beauty? Empress Shun fretted, pondering how the emperor managed such indulgence, especially given the youth of her son. If he were to pass, the young prince would certainly struggle against the other ambitious princes eyeing the throne. Chaohua felt a pang of embarrassment, sensing that her mother held little regard for her father, as if she viewed him merely as a tool. Did no one confront Su beauty? Is this beauty from the Su family the daughter of the Su household? No, she is not related to the Su family of the Honorable Wang Fei. That branch is already split. Currently, only the main branch of the Su family remains, while the other branches have separated. This beauty from the Su family is actually a cousin of the Wang Fei, the daughter of the second branch of the Su family. In essence, she is associated with the Su family, which ultimately ties her to the royal family. She is undoubtedly a pawn summoned by the consort Su Shufei, who will surely protect her. With Shufei's backing and the favor of your father, who would dare to trouble her? Thus, she navigates the harem with ease. Empress Shun felt a headache coming on. Has Yu settled well within the Jingzhou prefecture? This position was procured through her utmost efforts to please the old emperor, securing a post for her nephew. Emperor Mingde is particularly wary of the influence of powerful families. After Empress Shun entered the palace, the Shun family prudently relinquished political power, thus preserving their lineage. Even so, that man remains vigilant against the Shun family, covertly suppressing them, which has led to their current weakness. Observing her mother in such distress, Chaohua realized the hardship she had endured. She had never considered her mother's plight before, mistakenly believing that her father cherished her and that being an empress guaranteed a life of luxury. The truth is far from it. Her mother's achievements were the result of relentless effort, maintaining a facade of splendor while secretly courting favor from men. Compared to her mother, Chaohua felt far better off. At least she could dismiss Xie Juan from her bed if displeased. Might I prepare assistants to enter the palace on your behalf? Upon seeing her daughter speak earnestly, Empress Shun couldn't help but chuckle. The Shun family cannot possibly send another daughter to the palace. One is sufficient. But could she not be from a Shun family? After all, your father favors beauties. We shall cater to his tastes. Chaohua has grown indifferent. Not only does she foresee the eventual downfall of Shiming, but the current situation is also quite unfavorable for the three of them. Her father dotes on her, perceiving her merely as his daughter, yet he is exceedingly harsh with the crown prince. Empress Shun paused, acknowledging the truth in her words, but lamented the lack of suitable candidates. Are there individuals in the harem that could be courted for advantage? Chaohua pondered momentarily before continuing. Chapter 72, Matters Beyond the Harem's Concern. The Empress was deep in thought. Your Highness, Consort Shufei, Consorta, and Lady Su have arrived to pay their respects. Chaohua had come early. It was indeed the time for the consorts to greet the Empress. Empress Shun quickly composed herself, softening her gaze to exude an air of authority that commanded respect without anger. Chaohua sat beside her, observing as the consorts entered, led by Consort Shufei, who was exceedingly arrogant, her gaze dismissive of Empress Shun, the rightful empress. This was due to the power of the Su family and the close relationship between the Wang and the emperor. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The consorts greeted in unison before finding their seats, arranged according to rank. Chaohua sensed the discrepancy, narrowing her eyes. Mother, is this the beauty favored by father? Lady Su sat beside Consort Shufei, occupying a position that originally belonged to the virtuous consort, who was absent today. It was not her rightful place. Emperor Shin smiled. Indeed, she is truly a beauty. Feeling anxious, Lady Su glanced at Consort Shufei. Dealing with the Empress was manageable, but the Grand Princess was another matter entirely. Being the Emperor's treasured daughter who commanded respect, the Emperor had shown no restraint when it came to the Grand Princess. Lady Su rose. Your Majesty, both the Empress and the Princess are paragon of beauty. I am but an unsightly green leaf. My beauty pales in comparison to yours. Such sweet words. Chaohua chuckled softly, understanding why she garnered such favor. Lady Su, embarrassed, was about to sit when the little princess interjected. That seat belongs to the virtuous consort. It is not yours to occupy. Lady Su may be sweet-tongued, but she clearly lacks understanding of etiquette. Lady Su's face turned pale, quickly seeking help from Consort Shufei. Your Highness, Consort Xu Fei, unperturbed, replied, "My sister, the virtuous consort, is absent. Lady Su is my niece. It is her first time greeting the Empress, and I worried her nervousness would lead to a faux pas, so I allowed her to sit beside me for guidance. Hasn't she been in the palace for nearly half a year? Shouldn't she greet the Empress upon receiving favor?" Chaohua inquired, puzzled. Empress Shun smiled. "The Emperor is considerate of her hardships and has exempted her from the formal greetings. That is indeed a mark of favor." Chaohua observed the woman, finding her unimpressive, baffled as to how she could retain the affections of her capricious father. Lady Su's ignorance of etiquette must mean that Consort Xu Fei is also lacking in knowledge. The palace operates under a strict hierarchy, and should this disorder disrupt the balance, the Emperor would surely chastise the Empress for her mismanagement of the harem. Consort Xu Fei smirked. "Princess, what piqued your interest in the affairs of the harem today? As a married princess, isn't it rather improper for you to meddle?" Empress Shun's eyes darkened. "How dare you? Consort Xu Fei, I turn a blind eye to your usual antics, but do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Bring forth Lady Su. For her ignorance of decorum warrants 50 lashes. How dare she speak of my daughter?" Empress Shun's sudden fury startled everyone, even Consort Xu Fei, who had not anticipated such fierce resolve from the usually gentle Empress. Who would dare to confront her? Empress Shun and Consort Xu Fei had been engaged in a veiled rivalry for most of their lives. Apart from Chaohua's favor, Empress Shun found it difficult to contend with her. The power of her family was no match for that of the Su family, and her son paled in comparison to Consort Xu Fei's. Consort Xu Fei held Empress Shun in contempt, and during their quarrels, the Emperor often sided with her, ultimately fostering her arrogance. Empress Shun, seemingly devoid of backbone, continued to placate the Emperor, her submissive demeanor earning her the Emperor's favor, which led to her son being declared crown prince. Yet what of it? The Emperor still suppressed the Shun family at every turn. Chapter 73. As if anyone wouldn't cry, 2 palace maids entered, ready to escort Lady Su away. Consort Xu Fei remained seated. "Sister, must we truly make a fuss over a mere position?" She managed to smile, likely having secured assistance. For soon a figure clad in imperial yellow appeared. "The Emperor has arrived." All the consorts hurriedly stood to pay their respects. The Emperor was accompanied by 2 figures, the Crown Prince and the Prince Consort. "Mother, elder sister," the Crown Prince greeted before moving to Empress Shun's side. Empress Shun beamed upon seeing her son. "Zhao, you have truly changed." Xie Juan quietly took his place beside Chaohua. Upon noticing Lady Su kneeling and weeping, Emperor Mingda felt a pang of sympathy and approached. "What is the matter?" "Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I misunderstood the rules and sat in the wrong position, leading to punishment from the Grand Princess and the Empress," Lady Su lamented. "I deserve to be punished." Consort Xu Fei added fuel to the fire. "It is my fault. The virtuous consort is unwell today, and Lady Su came to pay her respects. I feared she might inadvertently offend the Empress. Hence my decision to have her sit beside me." The princess spoke without knowledge, causing displeasure to the Empress. "It is all my fault." Women in the palace are not lacking in cunning. Chaohua had not realized this before, as her mother had kept her away from the treacherous politics of the harem, leaving her unaware of her mother's true situation. Today was an eye-opener. A mere concubine, essentially a mistress, dared to overstep bounds with her mother? Chaohua silently scoffed. Her father. Before Emperor Mingda could speak, he heard his daughter's choked voice. "Is it not merely crying? As if anyone cannot do that." Chaohua's eyes reddened as she knelt. "It is my fault. Consort Xu Fei speaks the truth. As a married daughter, I am like spilled water. Since my marriage, I am no longer the royal family and should not meddle in harem affairs, even though the Su beauty relies on the affection of her father. Disregarding rank and etiquette and showing little respect for the Empress, as long as the noble Consort Xu believes her actions to be reasonable, it is not for me, the son, to speak out against them. After all, they are my elders, and I was wrong. Thus, I must apologize to both Consort Xu and the Su beauty." The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at the little princess's words. Empress Shun was astonished, casting a glance at Xie Juan, suspecting that she had influenced her daughter. Previously, her daughter had been rather reckless and straightforward, traits that had proven disadvantageous in the palace, prompting her to protect her fiercely. Xie Juan maintained a stoic expression, watching coldly. Consort Shu and the Su beauty were seething with anger, never anticipating such a retort from the little princess. Emperor Mingda could not bear to see his daughter cry, and hearing Consort Shu declare that she was not of royal blood incited his fury. Nonsense! Who dares to claim you are not of royal lineage? Xie Juan silently stepped forward to comfort the weeping little princess. Chaohua nestled in her embrace, tears streaming down her face, worried that her father would blame her for meddling in the inner court affairs. How could I? It was Su Beauty who was in the wrong. Lacking understanding of decorum and showing disrespect to the empress, such offenses deserve severe punishment. Emperor Mingda, feeling anxious, glanced at Xie Juan holding his daughter, finding him irksome. However, when it came to punishing Su Beauty, Consort Shu insisted it should not be done. If Consort Shu said so, it must mean I am in the wrong. Emperor Mingda's countenance darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Consort Shu. When did the inner court become a place where you, a mere consort, dictate the rules? Do you think the empress is merely a decoration? Empress Shun interjected, Indeed, I am merely an ornament. Perhaps I should excuse all the concubines from their greetings in the future. Chapter 74. Like a pair of affectionate lovers, Consort Shu and the others hastily knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, spare us. The little princess continued to cry. Emperor Mingda, feeling a pang of heartache for his daughter, commanded, Someone, take Su Beauty away for punishment. And Consort Shu shall have her salary suspended for 3 years and must copy the palace regulations 50 times. Should she dare to act out again, I shall show no mercy. And you, Consort Shu, if you dare to say Chaohua is not of royal blood again, you shall be sent to the cold palace. Consort Shu turned pale, unable to plead for Su Beauty. I understand my mistake. Su Beauty was utterly taken aback that the emperor would indeed punish her. Had all his affection toward her been feigned? In a palace filled with women, his precious daughter was unique. Thus, Emperor Mingda would not spare a thought for a mere beauty. Chaohua, cease your tears. I have already punished both Consort Shu and Su Beauty. No one shall dare to claim you are not the emperor's daughter again. After a moment of crying, Chaohua looked up at the emperor, realizing that her father indeed favored her the most. Seeing his daughter finally smile, Emperor Mingda sighed in relief. He would also need to appease Empress Shun, who was not easily mollified. The other concubines dared not advocate for Consort Shu and the others. Su Beauty received 20 slaps, her face swollen and disfigured. To soothe the eldest princess, Emperor Mingda rewarded Chaohua and Empress Shun with lavish gifts. Mother, I have heard the news, rushed the third princess, Chaohua, to visit her mother. Mother is well. It seems the emperor still favors that little vixen, Consort Shu thought, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, her heart filled with rage. Wishing she could eliminate Chaohua, Chaohua stomped her foot in frustration. Father is so biased. I heard he rewarded her with a plethora of gifts again. Last time, all the tributes from the palace went to her and her mother, and now again. It was too excessive. She had her eyes set on a pair of eastern pearls, waiting for her father to bestow them upon her, only to have Chaohua shed a few tears and receive them instead. How infuriating. Consort Shu shared her anger, realizing that the emperor's favoritism towards Chaohua was undeniable. Both were princesses, yet the emperor did not shower Chaohua with the same affection. This time, because Chaohua shed a few tears, a beauty like Su was sacrificed. Consort Shu finally comprehended that Chaohua was the one who truly needed to be dealt with. We cannot allow her to remain so complacent. Chaohua exclaimed, Do not act recklessly. Consort Shu contemplated Chaohua's recent behavior, noticing her own daughter's lack of progress. It seemed time to find a suitable match for her. What should we do, mother? Let us wait until your father cools down. However, Chaohua could not hold back. Once outside Consort Shu's palace, she rushed to the imperial garden to confront Chaohua. From a distance, she spotted Chaohua and her husband strolling together, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. Her gaze fixed on Xie Juan, then shifted away. Was he truly Chaohua's husband? She had heard tales of the sons from the duke's residence, all handsome as jade, but she had only met the second son, Xie Juan, and the third son, Xie Fei. She had never seen the heir, Xie Juan, who had spent years in the capital and only recently returned after serving at the border, marrying Chaohua shortly thereafter. He rarely entered the palace and seldom visited the inner court. Everyone claimed he was a boorish commoner, illiterate, lacking the charm and elegance of the second and third sons, with rumors that he was ruthless and fierce. Naturally, Chaohua was displeased and had caused a stir, even contemplating elopement with Gu Wang. Only after she secretly informed on Chaohua did the plan fail, resulting in her marriage to a warrior. She had assumed that the eldest princess's husband would be a brutish and unattractive soldier. To her surprise, Xie Juan was extraordinarily handsome, dressed in a crimson official's robe. His stature upright and graceful, his visage stunning. Had she known he was more attractive than Gu Wang, she would never have allowed Chaohua to wed him. Chaoyu felt a pang of regret, biting her lip as she approached elder sister. Chapter 75. Accompanying the husband on a visit, yes? Do you need something? Chaohua narrowed her eyes at the approaching third princess. Chaoyu, initially brimming with anger, hesitated upon seeing Xie Juan, not daring to raise her voice. Elder sister, might I implore father to forgive mother? She did not intend to say those words that upset you. Consider this my plea. Chaohua smiled. That is father's decision. I cannot dare to intercede. Consort Shu has merely received a light reprimand. You should have seen Su's beauty. Besides, father's actions are not solely for my sake. The palace has its rules, and anyone who errs must face punishment. Chaoyu is instantly incensed. What wrong has my mother committed? It is merely father's favoritism. You take advantage of his affection to have him punish my mother. So you question father's judgment? Chaohua replied calmly, casting a cold glance at her. Chaoyu tugged at her skirt. I do not. Her eyes reddened as she glanced at the man beside Chaohua, feeling wronged and fragile, hoping he might speak on her behalf. After all, Xie Juan was aware that Chaohua did not favor him, but rather Gu Wang. Surely any man would be concerned about that. If the third princess feels that the emperor's decision is unjust, let us visit the imperial study together and seek his counsel, Xie Juan suggested, speaking as she wished. Yet, his words caused Chaoyu's complexion to shift between shades of green and white. He actually sided with Chaohua. Chaoyu felt a surge of resentment, wanting to retort. However, Chaohua interjected with a smile. The heir speaks wisely. Chaoyu, let us depart. It is advantageous to act while the iron is hot. Chaoyu fumed silently, thinking her elder sister was no fool. Confronting their father while he was in a rage would only invite rebuke. In a moment of indecision, a palace maid reminded her. Princess, did you not wish to visit the Prince of Rong's residence? It is getting late. Chaoyu huffed. I'm not free today. I shall seek you out when I have time. With that, she left promptly with her maid. Chaohua did not even flinch. Having engaged in a power struggle with Empress Shun for over half a year, and with Chaoyu as well, though Chaoyu had never emerged victorious. Coward. Today, Xie Juan had witnessed how favored Chaohua was by the emperor. As long as it did not involve court matters, the emperor would always unconditionally support her. Shall we return? The performance of the little princess today truly opened his eyes. She was quite the actress, and indeed, the women in the palace were no ordinary characters. Today, with some leisure time, he suggested they visit the duke's residence. Chaohua was in good spirits. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, questioning the purpose of their return. Their home lacked delicacies and entertainment, and although she had visited a few times, she had never returned with him. On their wedding day, she had clearly stated her disdain for him, claiming her marriage was merely a royal decree and a temporary arrangement, asserting she would never be a proper daughter-in-law of the Xie family. Hadn't she previously mentioned wanting to visit the Xie family together? Considering their marriage had lasted quite some time without her accompanying him home, Xie Juan nearly choked on his own saliva, momentarily forgetting he was the prince consort residing in the princess's palace, effectively married to her. Hence, the notion of returning home was not entirely inappropriate. However, as a man, he found it rather humiliating to be subordinate to a woman. It was no wonder many were reluctant to marry a princess. He finally comprehended that being a prince consort essentially meant living off a woman. Aside from the privilege of sharing a bed with a delicate princess, there was little else worth sacrificing a lifetime of happiness for. If it were not necessary, marrying a princess was truly unwarranted, especially one who could be admired but not possessed. Gazing at Chaohua, he realized his plight was even worse. He had yet to savor a single morsel of meat, rendering him the most unfortunate prince consort in history. Shall we visit Bodhi Mountain tomorrow? He proposed, feeling compelled to resolve her floral poison quickly. Otherwise, his future happiness would be at stake. How long does it take to reach Bodhi Mountain? I heard it takes 3 days for a round trip from the capital to the Bodhi temple, she replied, not eager to rid herself of the poison. She feared that once liberated, Xie Juan would take advantage of her. Moreover, she had decided to abandon any intentions of winning his affection. She realized that by avoiding the future's narrative, Her goal was to keep Gu Wang imprisoned in Xi Ming indefinitely, should he return. There would be no chance of extinguishing Xi Ming, thus rewriting her destiny. Approximately, if we ride swiftly without rest, we could manage it in a day. Similar to a military camp, he assured her. Yet, Chaohua knew she could not endure such haste. She was too delicate for a relentless journey and would need to travel by carriage, necessitating breaks along the way. Even a week might not suffice for a round trip. I'll make the arrangements. Taking some time is acceptable. If you remain poisoned for too long, it may lead to unforeseen complications. Understanding his eagerness to consummate their union, Chaohua realized he was like a man who had never encountered a woman before. Let me ask you, do all men behave similarly? She inquired. Xie Juan, puzzled, asked. In what way? You all seem so casual with women, willing to indulge and then discard them once bored. Today, my father's demeanor further illuminated the essence of men. When he doted on Su Meiren, he spoiled her to the point of arrogance, daring to confront the legitimate consort. Yet, in an instant, he could heartlessly cast her aside. Previously, I saw no issue with this. Now, I ponder if, on a day of my misstep, would he be equally ruthless? She was beginning to grasp the meaning of being with a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. Xie Juan chuckled. What has brought about this sudden sentimentality in the princess? Did you not consider that one day I might abandon you? How adorable. Just tell me, would you? Taking her hand and gently squeezing it, he leaned closer, whispering with a smirk, that depends on your performance. If you wish for me to be unable to resist you, then put in the effort. Chaohua's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could strike him for his shamelessness. After a playful punch to his chest, which caused him no pain yet left him frustrated, Xie Juan mused. Is it so wrong to touch? Her hand was now reddened from her own strike, and she grimaced in pain as he began to rub it gently. Let us proceed to the Duke's residence, he finally suggested, having already sent word back to the Xie family. Chaohua understood that she could not afford to quarrel with him just yet. Maintaining a facade of peace was essential, so she acquiesced with a simple At the Duke's residence, upon hearing that the couple would join them for a meal, the family was elated. The matriarch herself took to the kitchen to prepare a feast. It was the first time their son brought his bride home, which brought joy to the elderly lady's heart. The entire family rushed to the entrance to greet them. Xie Juan glanced back, his lips twitching. Since marrying, he mused that his standing in the family had likely diminished even below that of the family dog. As Chaohua dismounted from the carriage, a large dog suddenly bounded towards her, causing her to pale in fright and leap into Xie Juan's embrace. He, taken aback, quickly supported her, chuckling, Fear not. Wang Kai is my military dog. I brought him home just yesterday. He never anticipated that the little princess would be frightened of dogs. It was indeed an amusing revelation. Chaohua, still trembling, clung to his neck, her face flushed with embarrassment. With so many eyes upon them, her mind raced, urging him to have the dog removed. Her voice quivered, and her cheeks blushed from face to neck. Xie Juan, observing her fear and shyness for the first time, felt a pang of protectiveness. He tightened his embrace, shielding her from prying eyes as they entered the residence. The dog was promptly taken away, deprived of its bones for the day. Daring to frighten my wife. You must have a death wish. Xie Juan shot a cold glance at Wang Kai, silently warning it. The dog immediately cowered, as if to say, my apologies, I did not realize she was your wife. The matriarch and others were startled, quickly ordering the dog to be taken away, fearing for the princess's well-being. If it scares her again, I'll have it stewed. She scolded the animal, feeling quite embarrassed. Chaohua stepped away from Xie Juan, her body rigid. A maid rushed over to adjust her attire. The elderly matriarch approached with a warm smile. For Ji, this behavior makes him appear rather petty. Yet there remains an unsettling feeling in his heart. He is not particularly fond of her mingling with other men. Chaohua relaxed slightly as she held the teacup, murmuring, well, it's all right. Their performance has been commendable. Loyal and obedient subordinates are indeed a delight to have. Chaohua found no faults with these guards. However, when it came to compliments, Xie Juan's expression grew increasingly frosty, hinting at his discontent. After a moment, Chaohua discerned his mood and, somewhat slow to react, blinked her eyes and hurriedly clarified, they are merely subordinates. You are the prince consort of this palace. Xie Juan smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he took her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Compared to being a prince consort, I would much prefer it if the princess called me husband. Startled, Chaohua fell into his arms. If you wish to be called husband, then do not be so forward, especially in broad daylight. Do you intend to indulge in debauchery? It was surprising to see such a side of him. No wonder he insisted on bringing her to his quarters. Chaohua, who prided herself on her beauty and image, felt uncomfortable sitting on his lap, as it made her feel like a woman vying for affection. Noticing her discomfort, Xie Juan chuckled softly and released her. Would you care to take a tour? I have a study and a bedroom. Chaohua, not wishing to be taken advantage of, eagerly nodded, yes. She scrutinized his bedroom, which bore no remarkable differences from an ordinary one, but his study was quite spacious, filled with books that lined the shelves. Chaohua was taken aback. Do you read often? Xie Juan touched his nose and chuckled lightly. Not really. These were all forced upon me by my father. He wanted me to excel in my studies when I was young. However, he could not sit still nor calm his mind enough to read. So, these are just for show? Chaohua casually picked a book from a shelf, discovering it was a military treatise. There are quite a few of these, along with some rare editions. The Xie family indeed values education, a scholarly lineage. No wonder they have rapidly ascended to the ranks of influential families in the capital within a mere few years. Xie Juan emanated an aura of authority. Despite being a martial official, his appearance exuded nobility and elegance, likely cultivated through constant exposure to such an environment. Though privately, he was a simple, brutish rogue. Oof. Chaohua glanced at his handsome profile, her cheeks flushing at the memory of sitting on his lap, thinking to herself, he truly possesses an admirable exterior. Whether he reads or not is one matter, but the atmosphere of valuing education is undeniably significant. Chaohua flipped through the book nonchalantly. Xie Juan watched her for a while before suddenly feeling compelled to grind ink and swiftly sketch a drawing. What are you drawing? Chaohua turned her head, puzzled. You shall not see, he replied promptly, hiding the drawing with a faint blush creeping onto his ears. It's time for our meal. Let us depart. The drawing was quickly concealed, leaving Chaohua in a state of confusion. Chapter 78. The Marriage Alliance of the Chu Family and the Prince of Submission. So petty. Xie Juan chuckled. I fear my drawing is too ugly to befit the princess's eyes. Perhaps next time. After dining at the duke's residence, they returned, with Xie Juan opting not to enter the manor, but instead heading to the palace to discuss sending Chaohua to Bodhi Mountain with the emperor. Upon her return, Chaohua sought out her secret guards, inquiring about the recent activities of the 100 Herbs Hall and Guwang. Shadow 7 replied, back to the princess. It seems the 100 Herbs Hall is preparing to reopen, as the Chu family appears inclined to send a daughter to the Prince of Submission's residence. The prince, having lost his vigor, does not intend to pursue the matter with the 100 Herbs Hall further. This endeavor was prompted by Chu Yu, who is to enter the Prince of Submission's residence. Is it to become a concubine for the prince? Chaohua was astonished by Chu Yu's capabilities, pondering that had Guwang not intervened, she might have indeed been quite competent. It's not a concubine. She's to become a primary wife. The princess's status being that of the second Miss Chu, Chu Shui. Chu Shui, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, was proud and would not willingly accept the concubine's role. Chaohua raised an eyebrow. Is that not the beloved daughter of Madame Chu? Would she truly allow Chu Shui to marry the elderly prince as a primary wife? Not to mention the prince's advanced age. His notorious lecherous behavior would ensure that Chu Shui would not enjoy a peaceful life. It would be somewhat better if she were to marry the prince's son. At least he is young. Marrying the prince. Chaohua felt a wave of nausea. Wasn't Chu Shui only 15? It was uncertain how the prince and his wife would react to such a young stepmother. It seems Chu Yu has some means of coercing Madame Chu and her daughter, compelling them to comply. However, Madame Chu has proposed a condition. Once the 100 Herbs Hall reopens, they must allocate 30% of the profits to Chu Shui. Upon hearing of the profit share from the 100 Herbs Hall, the Prince of Submission agreed to allow Chu Shui to enter and had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Just how lucrative is the 100 Herbs Hall? Merely selling elixirs and medicinal meals under the guise of promoting health and longevity attracts a plethora of wealthy individuals, reportedly raking in tens of thousands of taels a day. The prince, seeing the potential profit, readily acquiesced. This strategy not only paves the way for the reopening of the 100 Herbs Hall, but also secures the Prince of Submission as a formidable ally, ensuring a worry-free future. Chaohua clenched her fist, her knuckles cracking. We must find a way to uncover what leverage Chu Yu holds over Madame Chu. She would not permit the 100 Herbs Hall to resume operations. Shadow 7 responded, I have already begun an investigation, but they are quite secretive in the rear courtyard, making some information difficult to ascertain. Chaohua understood that such clandestine affairs would undoubtedly be approached with utmost caution. Perhaps this secret was substantial enough to jeopardize Madame Chu and her daughter's lives. Otherwise, they would not have easily acquiesced. Shadow 7 took his leave, and Chaohua began to fret. If only she could see the plot unfold, perhaps the resolution would come effortlessly. What troubles you? Xie Juan returned to find her lost in thought at her writing desk and inquired. Oh, it is nothing. What did my father say? Chaohua lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes imbued with warmth. Xie Juan was momentarily taken aback, not agreeing to her proposal, stating it was unsafe, and he would seek an opportunity to invite Master Bodhi to the capital. Are you truly untroubled? She suddenly gazed at him with such tender eyes that Xie Juan felt a flutter of anxiety. I hope no trouble arises. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to speak with my father, and we will hasten our visit to Bodhi Mountain. Chaohua rose to sit beside him. You must be weary. Let me massage your legs. Do you need something from me? She asked. If there is anything I can assist with, please do tell. I will help if I can. Just the sight of her being so obedient compelled him to comply with her wishes. He pulled her into his embrace, thinking that she had practically thrown herself into his arms. To let such an opportunity slip away would be foolish. Chaohua nestled against him, anxiously awaiting the system's notification of rising affinity, her heart racing. It concerned the 100 Herbs Hall. It was co-founded by Gu Wang and Chu Yu, and she did not wish to see them prosper. Chapter 79. There is no possibility of giving up. He is the antagonist. Thus, he must possess considerable prowess, being Gu Wang's nemesis. Chaohua pondered that she could only enlist his aid against Gu Wang. Did you not state that the affairs of the 100 Herbs Hall have nothing to do with you? Xie Juan narrowed his eyes, gently grasping her chin to lift her gaze. The little princess has been rather untrustworthy, concealing so much from me. Chaohua huffed lightly, turning her face away. It has nothing to do with me. I simply do not wish to see them profiting and scheming. That is a valid point. Gu Wang is indeed a cunning and sly man, and one must remain vigilant. Leave this matter to me. Do not trouble yourself. Xie Juan embraced her, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. The little princess is far too innocent, he thought, feeling her cheeks heat up. How could she not be stirred by such affection? Chaohua, blushing, nestled her head against his chest, murmuring, Then be cautious. Do not let them discover anything. I do not wish to engage with them directly. Xie Juan stiffened, his throat constricting as he tightened his hold on her, contemplating how soft her body felt against him. All right, I shall go take a bath. After a brief embrace, he reluctantly released her. Ah, what torment! He gently pushed her away and rushed into the bathing chamber, pouring a bucket of cold water over himself. Unbeknownst to Xie Juan, the 100 Herbs Hall did not successfully reopen. It was thoroughly sealed instead. Even when the Prince of Submission entered the palace to explain, the emperor refused to lift the ban on the 100 Herbs Hall. Upon Xie Juan's return from court, Chaohua joyfully exclaimed, How did you manage that? Her plan was to disrupt the alliance between the Prince of Submission and the Chu family, thereby leaving the 100 Herbs Hall without support. Yet Xie Juan's approach was altogether different. Gazing upon the adoring eyes of the little princess, Xie Juan felt an immense sense of joy. Striking at the heart of the matter, she remarked that such methods merely address superficial issues without tackling the root cause. She advised against such actions in the future, warning that they could lead to vulnerabilities. She had secretly orchestrated a scheme against the King of Offerings. Should he discover her machinations, he would undoubtedly harbor a grudge. Although the king appeared to lack respect for the elderly, he was nonetheless quite ruthless. I had discreetly reported the connection between Baijiao Hall and Gu Wang, while also having General Chu implicated. Consequently, the emperor would be unable to permit Baijiao Hall to continue its operations, and the Chu family would suffer as well. Emperor Mingde had merely instructed General Chu to teach Gu Wang some martial skills, a decision influenced by complaints from the Eastern Jin Emperor regarding Gu Wang's inadequacies in combat. His son had been rendered useless in the West Ming, bullied by others, and the Eastern Jin had intentions of bringing him back. However, Emperor Mingde was reluctant to send him back, knowing that as long as the Eastern Jin crown prince remained in West Ming, they would hesitate to mobilize their forces against it and would be obliged to offer tributes monthly. With such advantageous terms, West Ming naturally refused to release Gu Wang. Thus, he decreed that General Chu should instruct him in martial arts to prepare for the Eastern Jin Emperor. However, he did not intend for the Chu family to truly treat him as a disciple. Chu Yu and Gu Wang had partnered in business, amassing wealth in West Ming, which had provoked Emperor Ming desire. This raised suspicions about whether the Chu family intended to betray the state. Though no punishment was meted out to them, it was due to General Chu's outstanding military achievements and contributions. Chaohua lamented, expressing her own considerations of similar actions, but feared her father would not believe her. Moreover, she wished to avoid alarming the snake. Xie Juan gently pinched her nose, affirming that she had made the right decision by refraining from such accusations, as doing so would arouse suspicion and provoke the emperor's doubts regarding her involvement in state affairs. After all, as a princess, if she were to report to ministers, it would raise accusations of factionalism. West Ming had previously witnessed a princess's conspiracy against the throne, hence they were wary of any princess meddling in court affairs. At that point, even if Emperor Mingdo wished to favor her, he would have no choice but to be intolerant. The emperor cherished her because she was merely a decorative figure. This sentiment was too hurtful for Xie Juan to voice, fearing it would bring tears to the little princess's eyes. However, Chaohua was perceptive. She quickly grasped the implications, her countenance turning pale as the harsh reality dawned upon her. Her individual capabilities were limited, and there were matters that required Xie Juan's assistance. There was no room for complacency. They had to continue their endeavors. Xie Juan lifted her onto a chair, caressing her head gently, his voice soothing as he reassured her. Do not fear. The emperor is unaware of your involvement. He attributes this matter solely to the Xie family, and I have not intervened. It was my uncles who submitted the reports. Chapter 80. Shall we try? Chaohua thought it prudent to be kinder to him. She appeared docile, as if easily manipulated. Xie Juan's throat constricted as he observed her. Chaohua, it seems you have not suffered from any adverse effects. Shall we test it? What? Test it. The little princess feigned ignorance. Xie Juan, without further ado, demonstrated his intentions through actions. Chaohua placed her hands against his sturdy chest, not retreating. Yet, a pang of unease surged within her as she felt the gravity of their closeness. Xie Juan, I feel unwell, my heart aches. Xie Juan, taken aback, refrained from proceeding further. Affection level increased by 3. Please check the narrative. Chaohua clutched her chest, her lips twitching. Indeed, this man was solely enamored by her beauty. How does it feel? Does it still hurt? Xie Juan was vexed, realizing the truth of the saying that one could only admire but not touch. A bit. Are you feeling emotional or merely lustful? It was evident that the latter was true, yet Xie Juan secretly wished it was the former. He understood that Chaohua's compliance stemmed from her need for him. What if one day she no longer required his assistance? Would she simply dismiss him? Such a notion seemed fitting for a long princess. Chaohua's ears flushed crimson as she bit her lip, declaring, I wish to rest. She truly did not comprehend the male psyche. How could such matters be openly addressed? Was it not his kiss that incited her desires? Anyone would react similarly. Xie Juan chuckled softly. Not necessarily. If it were another woman, this young master would not engage. What do you mean? Xie Juan smiled, pinching her nose gently. You are still young, unaware of men's hearts. Take your time to understand, Your Highness. Chaohua's heart screamed in protest. At this moment, within the Chu family, Chu Yu knelt upon the floor. Father. General Chu's voice was stern as he slammed the table. Silence. I do not have a daughter so brazen as you. What are your intentions? Do you wish to bring ruin upon our family? The Chu household fell silent, none daring to intercede on her behalf. Chu Yu felt like an outsider in her own home, being the daughter of the first wife. General Chu harbored disdain for her mother, while the matriarch held no affection for her either. The stepmother, Lady Chu, viewed her as a thorn in her side, wishing for her swift removal. Chu Yu's fingers dug into her palm, filled with resentment. These individuals, with their hypocritical facades, had exploited her in her past life, squeezing her dry until her demise revealed their true nature. Awakened in her 10th year, she returned to unveil their true colors. Over the past 6 years, she had nearly severed ties with them. Yet, leaving the Chu family was unfeasible. She had too many enemies, and the most formidable was Ming Chaohua, that wicked woman. Father, I was wrong, but my establishment of Baichao Hall was for the benefit of the Chu family. The funds supporting our household have primarily come from my efforts, and the additional military stipend you received was provided by me. Without Baichao Hall, I will struggle to provide for our family. The matriarch's expression shifted, realizing the importance of finances. You cannot dismiss her like this. Her establishment of Baichao Hall has secured our standing. Without her, we would have been stripped of our military power by the Xie family. Although Chu Yu was rebellious, she was a source of income for the Chu family, their financial lifeline. If she could no longer generate income, how would they survive? In recent years, Chu Yu had generously contributed her earnings from the horse farm, and their lavish lifestyle had become a habit. Without money, they would no longer be able to indulge in extravagance. Chapter 81. Gu Wang under house arrest. Chu Xiong was filled with fury, exasperated by his family's actions. She had committed no wrongdoing in running the horse farm or Baichao Hall. Yet her association with the Eastern Jin Crown Prince was indefensible. I am tasked with teaching him martial arts. You must remain vigilant. He is the prince of a rival nation, and any misstep could plunge the Chu family into peril. The emperor is already suspicious of our loyalty. Should the charges be substantiated, have you considered the consequences? The faces of the Chu family darkened as murmurs of blame began to circulate. It is all Chu Yu's fault. I warned her to keep her distance from Gu Wang. Yet she obstinately refused to listen, the eldest son accused. Chu Shui's eyes flashed with disdain and satisfaction. Mother and I have both cautioned you, yet you chose to ignore our advice. Now that trouble has arisen, you have only yourself to blame. The crown prince merely contributed a small sum, less than 500 taels a month. It is not a substantial amount. I simply wish to cultivate a friendship. More connections mean more opportunities. Father has said, do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Who knows what the future holds? These fools would likely never comprehend that Gu Wang was the true powerhouse. Their disdain for him would ultimately lead to their downfall. General Chu's expression grew grave. Enough. No further discussion. Baichao Hall will cease operations. You are to return home and reflect. Do not meet Gu Wang without my permission. Father. Chu Yu felt desperation rise within her. Not allowing her to see Gu Wang was unacceptable. He currently had no feelings for her, and if they did not frequently meet, he would not develop the affections he had in her past life. He was struggling to maintain his own safety. Do not complicate matters further. Due to the situation surrounding Baichao Hall, the emperor had already ordered his house arrest. Originally a hostage, Gu Wang had little freedom. Had it not been for Princess Chaohua's fondness for him, which led her to summon him to the palace for companionship, he would have been confined to the hostage residence without any liberty. Now that the Grand Princess has married the heir of the Duke of Guogong, Xie Juan, and their relationship appears to flourish, the emperor assumes that his daughter has lost interest in Gu Wang. Upon discovering Gu Wang's restlessness and his dealings with Bai Keitang, he ordered his confinement. Henceforth, it seems unlikely that Gu Wang will attain freedom again. Chu Yu's expression shifted subtly as she pondered the situation, realizing she must find a way to assist him. With Bai Keitang unable to commence operations, Chu Shui felt a sense of relief and inquired, Father, does this mean I need not marry Prince Xian? Chu Xiong glanced at her, affirming that she must proceed with the marriage, for they had consented to the arrangement, and Bai Keitang's fate was unrelated to her engagement. Not only would Prince Xian not annul the betrothal, but he would also demand compensation for losses incurred. Without a third of Bai Keitang's shares, Prince Xian would be displeased, yet he believed that marrying a young maiden like Chu Shui would not be disadvantageous. Intending to bring her back to the manor for enjoyment, Chu Shui's face darkened, her heart heavy with despair. I do not wish to marry Prince Xian, she protested. Then why did you agree? Chu Shui nearly revealed her true feelings. Lady Chu quickly intervened, stating it was due to the desire for Bai Keitang's opening, as it belonged to the Chu family. Shui also wishes to contribute, especially since Prince Xian has specifically requested her hand. Lady Chu signaled her daughter to remain silent, cautioning that they were all in jeopardy. Chu Shui glared at Chu Yu, her eyes filled with rage, wishing to strangle her. The blame lay with that wretched woman. Gu Wang, confined to the hostage residence, found himself unable to visit the princess, which only heightened his agitation. Alone, he sought solace in drink. Your Highness, please do not drink anymore, a servant urged. Have you managed to deliver the message to Chaohua? Chapter 82. Chu Yu seeks assistance. There are no familiar faces around the princess. Only the new guards are attending to her, and the prince is keeping a close watch. Chang'an reported anxiously, noting that numerous spies have been placed in the princess's residence. However, recently, the Grand Princess had altered her demeanor, opting only for those she had meticulously selected herself. It would require considerable effort to deliver a message to the princess. Gu Wang's gaze darkened. What can you accomplish? What does this palace require of you? With a crash, his wine cup shattered on the floor, startling Chong and into silence. I shall go to the princess's residence at once. Unbeknownst to others, the master had a volatile temper beneath his polished exterior. Gu Wang rose, irritated, and gazed out at the night sky, contemplating how to thwart Chaohua from lifting the poison of love. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he declared, I shall venture to Putuwa Temple and eliminate the master. Chang's expression sharpened, understood. Princess, someone from the hostage residence has sent a box of gifts for you, Xie Juan announced as she entered with the package. Chaohua glanced at it dismissively. Take it to the storeroom. From now on, do not accept anything from Gu Wang. I have severed all ties with him. Should Xie Juan see this, he would surely be displeased. Chaohua quickly removed the package, realizing that the princess truly had lost interest in Crown Prince Gu. Recently, her relationship with the prince had grown increasingly affectionate, which was commendable. Chaohua hastened to inform Empress Shun of the developments, who feared her daughter might relent. Learning that Chaohua had not met Gu Wang eased her mind. The princess had finally come to her senses, which delighted her. Lady Yao remarked, the princess and the heir are growing closer. Once the love poison is lifted, the empress will soon hold her little grandson. The empress felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Though the crown prince was still young and she would have to wait years for a grandson, there remained hope for a granddaughter. Yet, the emperor had prohibited Xie Juan from visiting Putuwa Temple, and the master had not guaranteed the antidote for Chaohua's love poison. This wretched poison obstructs my hopes of holding a grandchild. It is truly vexing. Do not fret, for it is said that the heir is more anxious than the princess. Someone chimed in. Having been married for nearly half a year, Xie Juan had yet to consummate the marriage. Naturally, a young man would be anxious, especially with a delicate and beautiful princess before him each day. The empress chuckled. If he is anxious, there's hope. Recently, the crown prince had been performing exceptionally well. The emperor even praised him during a recent examination. Clearly, the Xie family knew how to raise their children properly, allowing the empress to trust Xie Juan to take the crown prince to the military camp for training. However, the emperor only permitted the crown prince to train there for 3 months, as he was reluctant to allow the crown prince to grow too close to the Xie family. The empress's frustration returned. The old emperor's excessive paranoia was truly irksome. Princess, Miss Chu requests an audience. Chaohua practiced martial arts in the courtyard when Chu approached her for assistance regarding Gu Wang, demonstrating her infatuation. Greetings, Your Highness, Chu greeted with a radiant smile. Curtsying gracefully, clad in a flowing red gown adorned with intricate gold and silver embroidery depicting blooming lotus flowers, she exuded both luxury and elegance, her slender waist accentuating her alluring figure. Chaohua, dressed in practical training attire, appeared poised and vigorous. After witnessing the scene repeatedly, she understood that Chu Yu was the heroine of the tale, and Gu Wang its hero. According to her little system, they were a match made in heaven. While Chaohua's role was merely to highlight the heroine as the malicious foil and serve as a catalyst for the protagonist's romance. The thought irked Chaohua. Rise. I have matters to discuss. Chu Yu gritted her teeth and knelt, pleading, Please, Your Highness, assist Gu Wang. If you do not help him, no one else can. Chaohua scoffed inwardly. Assist him in furthering the demise of Ximing? Does she take me for a fool? Gazing at the woman before her, Chaohua maintained her icy demeanor, a faint smirk gracing her lips. If she was to be the villainess, she must play her part well, lest she disappoint the author's painstaking efforts. Miss Chu, it seems you harbor deep affections for Gu Wang. Chapter 83. Gu Wang is not my man. Chu Yu's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the princess's insinuation. Your Highness, what do you mean? While she indeed cherished Gu Wang, the current emperor was closely monitoring the actions of the hostage residents, suspecting the Chu family of treason. She could not afford to openly express her feelings for Gu Wang or assist him directly. Her only recourse was to leverage Ming Chaohua. In her previous life, this woman had been utterly devoted to Gu Wang, willing to do anything for him. The emperor favored Ming Chaohua above all. If she were to plead for Gu Wang, he would surely grant him freedom. Your concern for Gu Wang is evident. Coming to seek my aid on his behalf. It is clear you are deeply invested in him. Since you care for him so much, why not petition the emperor yourself? Why seek me? Chaohua's eyes remained cold, her lips curling into a faint smile that sent chills down one's spine, making it clear she was not the same Chaohua of the past. Chu knelt, instinctively clenching her sleeves, fearing the princess had abandoned her feelings for Gu Wang. You once professed your undying love for him, declaring you would marry no one but him. Now that you have a prince, will you abandon him? I believe the princess is not so heartless as to turn her back on him, hence my plea for assistance. As Gu Wang is my friend and my partner in establishing by Kaitang, we earn meager profits of 500 taels each month. His actions are merely to afford gifts for you. Chaohua was momentarily taken aback by the smoothness of Chu Yu's words, reminiscent of Gu Wang himself. Had it been her former self, such flattery would have delighted her, but now, while Chu Yu continued her plea, she secretly observed Chaohua, detecting a cold indifference and even disdain in her gaze. What was happening? Did she no longer harbor the same infatuation for Gu Wang as in her previous life? So, you are saying Gu Wang joined by Kaitang at your invitation? Chaohua chuckled lightly. Chu Yu had not anticipated Chaohua's detachment toward Gu Wang, yet she could think of no one else capable of saving him besides her. Indeed, I noticed he was struggling to afford gifts for you, so I wished to assist him. Chaohua stepped closer, lifting Chu Yu's chin with her hand. At this moment, Chu Yu knelt, while the princess stood above her, a posture reminiscent of a malicious supporting character tormenting the heroine. Had the male lead been present, he would likely have been incensed. The derision in Chaohua's gaze mirrored the contempt a man might hold for a courtesan, leaving Chu Yu feeling utterly humiliated, her fists clenched, wishing to annihilate her rival. She truly was a captivating beauty, yet sadly, Chaohua uttered a cryptic remark that left Chu Yu bewildered, only to follow with, "I happen to possess a method to rescue Gu Wang." Chu Yu's eyes brightened with hope as she eagerly inquired, "What is this method?" Of course, she thought. It was impossible for this woman to truly disregard Gu Wang. Perhaps it was as Gu Wang had suggested. She was playing a game of feigned indifference, pretending to be angry while flaunting her affection for Xie Juan to provoke Gu Wang. Having lived a second life, she understood this woman too well. She was malicious and envious, willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. Chaohua chuckled softly, her voice low and enticing. "Your father favors beautiful women. If you were to enter the palace to curry favor with him, perhaps he would heed your pleas and grant Gu Wang his freedom." Chu Yu's complexion paled. "You. What did you say? You want me to enter the palace as the emperor's consort?" A consort was out of the question. At most, she would be a mere beauty, like Su Mei, and eventually discarded when the emperor grew weary. Chaohua's gaze turned frigid as she smiled. "What? Are you unwilling? If you wish to save your beloved, you must be prepared to pay the price." Chu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman remained as malevolent as ever, yet somehow seemed transformed from her previous life. Chaohua scoffed, "Otherwise, I already have a prince consort, and Gu Wang is not my man. Why should I incur my father's displeasure for him?" Chapter 84. Master of manipulation, it became evident that this woman was toying with her. Chu Yu's eyes darkened as she shrugged off Chaohua's hand and rose to her feet. If the princess was unwilling to assist, so be it. She hoped that one day, Chaohua would come to regret her decision. Bold, Lin Han could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to scold Chu Yu for pushing the princess away. Chu Yu looked up at him with a mocking smile, realizing that this was the reason for the princess's fickleness. Gu Wang had been utterly deceived by her. This woman was cunning and skilled at manipulating hearts, a true femme fatale. Yet, Gu Wang remained oblivious. Chaohua had indeed become more astute than in the past, but her core remained unchanged. In her previous life, this woman had a prince consort while maintaining secret lovers, all while demanding Gu Wang marry her, a true embodiment of deceit. Yet infuriatingly, in the end, Xie Juan's man still loved her dearly. The more Chu Yu pondered, the angrier she became. Why should she suffer this indignity? She vowed to expose Chaohua's true nature before Xie Juan and Gu Wang. Chaohua gestured for Lin Han to remain silent, asserting, "What I choose to do is not for you to question. Chu Yu, it would be wise not to provoke me, or you shall be the one to regret it in the future." Why did this woman harbor such animosity toward her? The plot had not revealed much, but one thing was clear to Chaohua. If she were the heroine, then Chu Yu must be the antagonist, destined to be adversaries. Chu Yu stiffened, intimidated by Chaohua's imposing presence, fearful to even breathe. Being the neglected daughter of the Chu family, she had faced bullying since childhood, instilling a deep-seated insecurity within her. Unlike Chaohua, who exuded an innate regal aura, her beautiful eyes both alluring and icy. Chu Yu gritted her teeth, fixating on the woman's stunning visage, feelings of hatred and jealousy bubbling within her. This humble servant takes her leave. After she departed, Lin Han remarked, "Princess, this Chu family young lady has audaciously disrespected you. Shall we inform General Chu to discipline his daughter?" He had never witnessed a woman daring enough to glare at the princess. Even the third princess, who had her differences with the eldest princess, would not dare act so brazenly. Chaohua chuckled lightly. Some individuals are inherently rebellious. Their disdain for you renders any attempt at discipline futile. Does Chiyu truly believe she can act with impunity? Yet she does so, which reveals her deep-seated resentment. It seems she fears no repercussions. Chaohua was puzzled. Why did Chiyu harbor such hatred toward her? She did not rescue Gu Wang, seemed indifferent to him, and had lost interest. Shouldn't that bring her joy? Lin Han believed the princess was too kind-hearted. Should they simply let her off the hook? Chaohua smiled, pondering whether she was truly so easy to placate. Chiyu suppressed her anger as she left the princess's residence. Upon arriving at the envoy's residence, she found it heavily guarded, with no access without the emperor's decree. "Miss, General Chu requests your immediate return to the estate," announced an attendant from Chu Xiong's secret guard. Chuyu's expression shifted slightly as she lowered the carriage curtain. Vexed, return home. Upon reaching the general's residence, Chu Xiong's whip lashed out. "Ju Yi Ue, do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" The whip cracked against her skin, instantly drawing blood. Xie Juan reclined on the rocking chair, feigning sleep, yet unexpectedly garnered a measure of affection. Although Xie Juan was not by her side, she sensed a peculiar fondness emanating from that man. Was he thinking of her? Pondering this, she rubbed her chin in perplexity. Unable to fathom the reason, she cast it aside and began to contemplate the plot provided by the system, which revolved around Chuyu's return to the general's residence and the ensuing conflict. Initially, her intention was to utilize the Prince of Xian to exchange brides, intending to teach Chuyu a lesson by having her marry in her stead. However, unbeknownst to her, someone had already taken action, yet Chu Xiong refused to consent. After reviewing the storyline, Xiaohua rose, pinching her brows as she heard footsteps approaching. Lin Han returned from outside, informing her that the Chu Wang clan was covertly collaborating with the heir of the Prince of Xian, whispering in his ear, which led to the prince demanding a bride exchange from the Chu family. The Chu Wang matriarch did not wish for her daughter's happiness to be compromised, while the heir of the Prince of Xian despised the thought of having a stepmother younger than himself. Thus they joined forces to arrange for Chu Yu to marry in her place. Naturally, General Chu would vehemently oppose this union, making it impossible for the marriage to materialize. Aware that someone was orchestrating this, he refrained from intervening. In his frustration, he disclosed Chu Yu's disrespect towards the princess to Chu Xiong, which resulted in Chu Yu receiving a whiplash. "Your subordinate acted without authorization. Please impose your punishment." Lin Han voiced his concern. Xiaohua frowned, indeed displeased with his unilateral decision to inform Chu Xiong. However, his actions stemmed from the fact that he could not fulfill her initial command. Recognizing his ability to adapt was commendable. Since he acknowledged his mistake, he should accept the punishment. Yet, Xiaohua was intolerant of disobedient subordinates. If everyone behaved this way, it would lead to a loss of control. She would not tolerate betrayal, especially from those she had selected herself. Lin Han exhaled in relief, grateful that he was not dismissed. "Understood, princess. I shall accept my punishment later." Closing the book, Xiaohua pondered. Does this mean the marriage contract between Chu Shui and the Prince of Xian is to be annulled? Chapter 86. The Assassination of Master Beauty. It should not be so straightforward. However, the actions of the Prince of Xian provided the Chu family with a perfect excuse to withdraw from the engagement. Previously, it could have been claimed that Chu Shui and the Chu Wang family consented to the marriage, leaving General Chu with no grounds to object. If they were to withdraw haphazardly, it would place the Chu family at a disadvantage, and the matter would inevitably reach the emperor, forcing the Chu family to marry off their daughter regardless. This time, however, the Prince of Xian had initiated the request for a new bride, thus placing him at fault. Chu Xiong seized the opportunity to propose the dissolution of the engagement. Thoughtfully stroking her chin, Xiaohua mused that this development complicated the prospects of having Chu Yu marry in her stead. Nevertheless, she concluded that the lash received from General Chu provided her a sense of satisfaction. The Prince of Xian was not someone easily dealt with. The Chu family would find it challenging to withdraw from the engagement unless they offered substantial benefits, such as requiring Chu Yu to pay. Li Nanu did, affirming the princess's wisdom. Xiaohua raised an eyebrow at him, questioning whether Chu Yu could cure the prince's impotence. It seemed unlikely, otherwise. The prince would not have reacted so severely to mere words from a concubine, demanding a bride exchange. Chaohua acknowledged this and instructed him to leave. Lina departed, voluntarily accepting 30 lashes as punishment. In the courtyard, Xie Juan returned to witness this scene, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. What transpired? He inquired. Lin Han explained. My subordinate erred and deserves punishment. Chaohua was willing to impose a penalty on him. Xie Juan felt surprised but stepped inside nonetheless. Chaohua had taken to remaining indoors. Engrossed in her reading. Master Beauty has been attacked. She exclaimed in astonishment. Attacked? How is he? Is he injured? Xie Juan's expression turned grave. He was wounded. Master Beauty was assassinated, evidently due to you. The assailants aimed to prevent him from neutralizing the love flower poison afflicting you. I visited Beauty Temple yesterday and met with Master Beauty. He intended to travel to the southern frontier in search of an antidote, believing that everything has its counterpart, and surely a remedy for the love flower poison could be found. Yet, who knew that upon his departure, he would encounter a swarm of assassins? Had I not arrived in time to save him, Master Beauty might have lost his life. Who would go to such lengths to thwart my detoxification? Chaohua pondered, unable to comprehend. The poison she suffered would not endanger her life. She felt no discomfort, save for the fact that she could not engage with men. Xie Juan is mirke. You might not like what I'm about to say. Are you implying it's Gu Wang? Chaohua immediately discerned his thoughts. That's impossible. He doesn't harbor feelings for me. So why would he obstruct my attempts to lift the love flower poison? If I were to succeed, it would inevitably lead to my consummation with you, and you have long yearned to teach me a lesson in that regard. Xie Juan's demeanor grew cold, revealing his displeasure. The princess truly regards me differently. I speak the truth. You mentioned that Gu Wang's feelings for me are insincere. He approaches me with sweet words merely to manipulate me. If that is the case, why would he wish to impede our union? He would prefer for us to marry, as he only needs to maintain some semblance of intimacy with me, making me feel guilty for betraying him and thus better exploiting my position. Xie Juan appeared taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Does the princess wish to consummate our union? Chaohua felt her ears grow warm. If I were unwilling, would you support Zhao and protect me? His desire to affirm that he would naturally agree was clear, yet she had inadvertently placed him at a disadvantage, as she was now emboldened to pursue their union. Xie Juan understood her motivations. Now, it could be said that she accepted him only because of the crown prince, and in the future, that might not be the case. Chapter 87. There is no free lunch in this world. He did not deny her assertion. Chaohua huffed lightly. I am aware that nothing in this world comes without a price. His feelings for her were merely a pursuit of her beauty. This was acceptable, as she only needed to gain his affection. Xie Juan chuckled. If the princess is unwilling, I shall not compel you. Within the princess's residence, your word is law. On their wedding night, she had made her intentions clear, and he understood that the little princess had long been enamored elsewhere. I am not unwilling, sensing his discontent. Chaohua blushed and hurriedly embraced him. Let us not mention Gu Wang again. In response to her embrace, Xie Juan would never push her away, realizing the little princess was quite intelligent. Holding her, he remarked, Master Beauty currently bears some injuries and requires time to recuperate before seeking the antidote. Then can he not tell us what the antidote is, so we may seek it ourselves? Chaohua leaned against him, gazing up in inquiry. Even Master Beauty does not know. He mentioned that we must find the source of the love flower. I will send people to search and bring back information from Master Beauty to study. This would take some time, Xie Juan mused, as impatience could not yield immediate results. I shall be heading to the barracks tomorrow, accompanied by the crown prince, so I may not return frequently. I shall miss you. Chaohua worried that prolonged separation might dull their feelings, causing her to lose the affection she sought. Did you think of me today? Xie Juan felt a flush creeping to his ears. How could she know such a thing? Did she possess some sort of insight? I was quite busy today. His implication was clear. He had no time to think of her. Should he admit it, she would surely assume he had feelings for her. Xie Juan recognized that the little princess had her heart set on someone else, and he must remain detached to avoid becoming overly emotional over a woman. It was best to keep matters transactional. Chaohua scrutinized him intently. His expression remained impassive, his brows unflinching, and his eyes devoid of any flicker. Truly, he was a man difficult to sway with emotions. She felt a sense of admiration. Keeping emotions at bay would undoubtedly serve him well on the battlefield. Yet, how had she unexpectedly gained affection today? Chaohua was utterly bewildered. What? Do you wish for me to think of you? The little princess remained still and silent, leading Xie Juan to believe she was upset. Indeed, of course, you are my prince consort, so I naturally hope you hold me in your thoughts. In her quest for greater affection, Chaohua deemed it essential to elicit his fondness. Xie Juan chuckled. Then does the princess hold me in her thoughts? Chaohua found herself at a loss for words as she gazed into the man's icy eyes, her heart racing in a moment of panic. Xie Juan, not a fool, could easily discern truth from falsehood, and in his presence, Chaohua felt utterly exposed. The little one truly was domineering, a classic case of allowing only the officials to ignite fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Xie Juan chuckled softly, releasing her grip. Would you like me to accompany you in practicing martial arts? Chaohua inwardly broke into a cold sweat, having anticipated his anger. After all, antagonizing a villain is no trivial matter. The aura he exuded, when not restrained, was suffocating. She maintained a facade of aloofness, pursing her lips in a bid to project an air of superiority. She was a princess, after all, and could not afford to show fear. Upon seeing her upright posture and valiant demeanor, Xie Juan could not suppress his laughter. Chapter 88. Thoughts of Chaohua. Has Xie Juan gone to the Bodhi temple? Gu Wang pondered, surprised at his haste. Had he found a way to relay messages to Eastern Jin? He could no longer remain idle. Although the reason behind this urgency eluded him, the thought of Chaohua breaking the love flower poison only to consummate her union with Xie Juan filled him with anxiety, making it impossible to calm his mind. His thoughts were consumed by Chaohua. This longing was unlike anything he had felt before. News had already been relayed. It remained uncertain whether the emperor would dispatch aid for the prince. Recent reports indicated that the second prince was favored, causing the empress to fall gravely ill due to her own mother-in-law's ire. Such misfortune seems to come in waves, Gu Wang remarked bitterly, his fingers digging into his palm. If Eastern Jin were to disregard the prince's plight, Gu Wang feared he would never attain freedom. He could rely only on Chaohua and General Chu for help. But with the Chu family backing General Chu, it was uncertain whether they would dare to take risks for him. In the late hours of the night, within the imperial study, the emperor received word from the Proton Mansion regarding the serious illness of the Eastern Jin prince. Emperor Mingda closed the memorial, ordering that a physician be summoned. The physician had already examined the prince and reported a severe, unrelenting fever, leaving him in a state of delirium. It's confirmed to be a high fever? Emperor Mingda questioned, perplexed. He had watched Gu Wang grow up. The boy was astute and cunning, and the emperor feared he might be employing a ruse to provoke Chaohua, now that his daughter had finally begun to let go. The emperor wished to sever any ties between her and Gu Wang. The physician had confirmed the gravity of the prince's condition and administered medicine, but there had been no improvement, and the situation was worsening. The imperial hospital feared he might be driven to madness by the fever or worse, succumb to it, which would pose a significant dilemma for Eastern Jin. Let the daughter of the Chu family visit the Proton Mansion, Emperor Mingda instructed, a shadow flickering in his gaze. After a nod from Lu Gonggong, a messenger was dispatched to the general's residence. Upon hearing the news, Chu Yu rushed to the Proton Mansion. Awang! Gu Wang lay on his bed, unconscious and flushed, his mind clouded. Everyone, please leave. I must administer acupuncture to Prince Gu, Chu Yu declared. The other physicians, sensing the urgency, quickly withdrew. Chu Yu lifted the man, heart aching. Why are you so foolish? You used the forbidden medicine she gave you. If misused, it could be fatal. After administering the antidote, Gu Wang rubbed his temples, knowing that without such measures, they would not believe him. Miss Chu, he coughed, I sought you out to request a favor. Chu Yu replied, I will assist with anything you need. Gu Wang frowned, aware of her affections. I will not allow you to help me for free. Will you go to the princess's residence for me? I have already been. Princess Chaohua has no intention of assisting you. Chu Yu's eyes darkened as she recounted her visit and the punishment she received from her father due to Chaohua's secret instigation. That woman is not as innocent as you think. She has deceived you. The injuries I bear are her doing. She pulled down her collar to reveal the wounds on her back, hoping to evoke his sympathy, thus deepening her disdain for Chaohua. To her surprise, Gu Wang averted his gaze, coldly stating, I am well aware of who Chaohua is. Refrain from speaking ill of her, as I do not wish to hear it. Awang, I have no intentions towards you. If you harbor any thoughts about me, we need not collaborate further. You may leave. Chu Yu's complexion turned pale. Why? Do you, like Princess Xiaohua? I do not wish to discuss this matter. Do not forget that it was you who sought me out to collaborate. Gu Wang replied, exasperated. Had it not been for Chu Yu's deliberate approach in front of Chaohua, she would not have been angered and shunned him. Chapter 89. Could you return every 3 days? Awang. Chu Yu's eyes turned crimson as tears welled up. Do not call me that. Gu Wang, feeling a headache from the complications of dealing with women, replied, I am fine now. You should return. There is no need to seek out Chaohua. He wished to avoid entanglements with a woman who had feelings for him. I will assist you. Anything that Chaohua can do, I can do as well. Awang, could you not be so cold towards me? Chu Yu struggled to accept his indifference. In a previous life, he had not been like this. Back then, his relationship with Chaohua was merely a facade, while his true affections lay with her. But now, everything had changed. What had gone awry? Perhaps it was due to her premature approach? In her past life, she and Gu Wang had only interacted after a year. After returning to the Chu family, she had sought to see him sooner, even resorting to arson. Upon returning to the capital, she had made several discreet attempts to connect with him. Yet he had scarcely acknowledged her, always accompanied by Chaohua, his childhood companion. Do not assist me. I do not wish to owe you a favor, Gu Wang insisted. Feeling increasingly burdened, he had summoned her to convey a message, but since she had already approached Chaohua, her involvement was unnecessary. Chu Yu found this hard to accept. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Chang'an entered. Miss Chu, thank you for curing our prince's ailment. It is already dawn. You should return home. They had lingered too long. The outside world awaited the physicians and the emperor's envoy. While Gu Wang faced no repercussions, a scandal could spell disaster for the Chu family, and the prince wished to avoid implicating them. Glancing out the window before looking back at the unconscious man, Chu Yu felt a wave of disappointment. Regardless, they were friends. Her endeavor to collaborate on the apothecary had inadvertently entangled him. She resolved to find a way to rescue him. Perhaps she was too hasty. He had yet to recognize Chaohua's true nature. Patience was key. Having made up her mind, she rose to leave. Chaohua had risen early to practice martial arts in the garden. Upon returning from court, Xie Juan spotted her striking figure and hastened over. Princess. The young princess brandished her whip, the sharp cracks echoing. For some reason, he felt a pang of sympathy. Was she training to strike him? Why, in good faith? Would she choose to learn the whip? Did you not go to the military camp? Chaohua asked, putting away the whip and wiping her brow with a handkerchief handed to her by a servant. Gu Wang fell gravely ill last night. Did you not hear? Xie Juan, initially intending to visit the military camp, had been summoned to the palace at the last moment. No one had informed her, but Chaohua was keenly aware. Having witnessed the unfolding events, her favorable disposition towards him had unexpectedly increased. It must have been due to Xie Juan holding her while they slept, enhancing his feelings. Chu Yu went to the Proton Mansion. She must not have met a dire fate. Gu Wang, being the male lead, should not easily perish. Chaohua's tone suggested she had moved on from him, and Xie Juan's spirits lifted as he replied, No, the fever has subsided. It seems Chu Yu possesses considerable medical skill. Unfortunately, the woman was too scheming. Had she known Chaohua had been poisoned with the love flower and would not provide an antidote, Gu Wang's quest for freedom might have fared differently. What do you think about Gu Wang's desire for freedom? Chaohua inquired. This is a matter of state. It hardly concerns me, she responded lightly. Gu Wang had made such a commotion to ensure Chu Yu sought her out, intending to continue exploiting her. Xie Juan felt that she was acting unusually, yet she refrained from inquiring further. I am heading to the military camp now. Gu Wang may soon be released from his house arrest, as the Eastern Jin state intends to retrieve him. Does that imply that Father Emperor consents to his departure? It is only upon the arrival of the Eastern Jin envoy that clarity shall emerge. In a facade of indifference, Chaohua contemplated keeping Gu Wang confined within the Proton Mansion indefinitely. She desired to imprison him for a lifetime. Moreover, Xie Juan's absence from the Princess Mansion meant that the two could not enhance their affinity for each other. Could you return every 3 days to keep me company? I shall do my utmost, Chaohua replied, extending her delicate hand to grasp the sleeve of his robe. I shall do my utmost. Xie Juan, devoid of expression, exchanged a glance with her before hastily departing. Standing in the wind, Chaohua felt a tumult of emotions. Was her expression insufficiently endearing, or was her voice lacking in softness? Why did that wretched man, Xie Juan, choose to disregard her. Feeling dejected, she thought, Xie Juan, how audacious of you. The sound of notifications rang out incessantly. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of favorability from the antagonist. The system is activated, upgrading to version 2.0. Chaohua paused, blinking in disbelief. Had he not been ignoring her? The acquisition of favorability indicates that he harbors feelings for you. Yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Xie Juan's preference for delicate and gentle women was indeed a revelation that shattered her previous understanding of him. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, acting as if he were indifferent to her. A man so contradictory. Why has no plot unfolded for me? Chaohua mused, glancing at the fading figure of Xie Juan, her lips curling into a slight smile. However, after waiting for some time, the anticipated plot did not materialize. The favorability of 50 has been utilized to activate the system. You can now continue to acquire plot content by gaining favorability from the antagonist family. However, should the antagonist harbor any grievances towards you, the corresponding favorability will decrease. It was no wonder that at times, despite sensing his good mood, the favorability points remained unchanged. This was the reason. Thus, Xie Juan was not only contradictory, but also rather stingy. System upgrade activated. You may acquire certain skills. The system provided her with a reminder. What skills? Chaohua inquired eagerly, yet the system remained silent, leaving her exasperated, especially at such a critical moment. Brother-in-law, your face is quite red. Are you feeling unwell? The crown prince, dressed in casual attire, emerged from the palace and met with Xie Juan at the entrance of the princess mansion. Upon encountering Xie Juan, he noticed his flushed cheeks, which appeared rather suspicious. Xie Juan quickly composed himself, adopting a cold demeanor. Hurry and mount your horse. Today we shall ride to the military camp. There is no time for a carriage. Yet, his heart raced, feeling as though he might falter. The image of the little princess, just moments ago, was simply too adorable. He feared he might succumb to the impulse of embracing her. Thus he hurriedly departed. Observing that Xie Juan swiftly regained his icy facade, Ming Zhao smirked subtly and climbed onto his horse. At the age of 9, he had been learning to ride and shoot arrows since 5. Yet, he did not enjoy riding as it was exhausting. Brother-in-law, I'm not very adept at riding. Can we slow down a bit? The young crown prince's face appeared pale, his eyes glistening as he looked at him. He and Chaohua were siblings, bearing a striking resemblance, particularly evident in their captivating eyes. Xie Juan's thoughts remained ensnared by the image of Chaohua's eyes as she tugged at his sleeve, pleading for his company. Just as he began to collect himself, he was met with a similar gaze. Xie Juan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Is it necessary for me to endure this? He thought. No. You are a man. Do not act so delicately like a woman, especially with such fair skin. You must tan. The young crown prince, looking innocent, retorted, but brother-in-law, you are quite pale as well. My royal sister favors my fair complexion. If I were to tan, she might not like me upon her return. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow. Did your sister express a preference for fair skin? The young crown prince's eyes sparkled with understanding. Finally grasping the truth, this man exhibited a markedly gentler demeanor whenever his sister was mentioned. Otherwise, he remained aloof. Indeed, the royal sister has stated that she adores your fair and delicate visage. Today, the sun is fierce. Brother-in-law, would you prefer to ride in a carriage? If you tan, my sister may not fancy you anymore. Xie Juan found himself in a dilemma, ultimately instructing for a carriage to be brought forth. Do not allow lust to cloud your judgment. Su Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Is he truly believing the young crown prince's excuse? Has the heir truly lost his senses? Just go if I say so. Xie Juan acknowledged that he had indeed become somewhat enchanted lately, increasingly infatuated with the little princess, which was hardly a favorable development. He yearned for beauty, yet he must not allow desire to overwhelm his reason. However, the crown prince remarked that Chaohua was fond of his fair complexion. This thought inadvertently led him to reminisce about Gu Wang, who also possessed a delicate appearance. Compared to Gu Wang, he felt darker. In the military camp, it was inevitable to face the elements and maintain a fair complexion year-round. Upon seeing the carriage, the young crown prince looked again at the glaring sun. Brother-in-law, could I ride halfway and then take the carriage for the remainder? It would provide an opportunity for me to entertain you with stories of my sister's past, especially those involving Brother Gu. Xie Juan's gaze sharpened slightly. You may come aboard. He was eager to inquire about how Gu Wang had once charmed the little princess with flowery words. Having been raised in the military camp, he was unaware of the little princess's preferences and history. In contrast, Gu Wang had been sent to Ximing as a hostage at the tender age of 7 or 8, reportedly captivated by Chaohua at first glance, requesting to become her attendant. Their bond could be described as a childhood friendship untainted by suspicion. As he contemplated this, Xie Juan felt increasingly unsettled. The young crown prince, secretly amused, replied, "All right, brother-in-law. I believe you are far more gentle and considerate than Brother Gu. It is no wonder my sister has developed feelings for you, preferring you over Brother Gu." The young crown prince's words were sweet, his voice warm and clear. His smile radiated vitality, making him immensely likable. Among the schemes, deceptions, and power struggles of the inner court, it was rare for a child to possess such a pure smile, save for Chaohua and Ming Zhao. The two siblings, to put it nicely, were innocent. To speak plainly, they were rather naive. Their fortunate protection was largely thanks to the Empress, a truly remarkable figure. Xie Juan glanced at the young crown prince. "When did your sister mention that she liked me?" Ahem, almost stumbled there. Ming Zhao's eyes darted nervously. "Just recently. The royal sister mentioned it to Mother Empress. And I overheard. Brother-in-law, you are the son-in-law that Mother Empress favored at first sight. With her support, the royal sister gradually developed feelings for you. Of course, I have also spoken highly of you in front of her. For instance, I praise you for your commanding presence and valor in the military camp." The two siblings shared a similar cunning nature. Observing the young crown prince's short legs swinging, Xie Juan smirked slightly. "Cease this flattery and sycophancy. Be sincere with those close to you. Does that imply that being close allows for such liberties?" Ming Zhao playfully stuck out his tongue, aware of his brother-in-law's capabilities. In his presence, he felt like Sun Wukong, unable to stir any waves. "Understood, brother-in-law. Now, enlighten me about Gu Wang and your sister's relationship." Ming Zhao hesitated, contemplating how to convey his thoughts without bruising his brother-in-law's pride or provoking his ire. After much deliberation, he finally managed, "My sister and Prince Gu are at best friends. To put it bluntly, my sister regards him merely as a little attendant." He recalled vividly that the royal sister was particularly fond of Gu Wang, and the two were nearly inseparable. It was said that when Gu Wang first arrived in Ximing, he was timid and reserved, frail in constitution. Thanks to my sister's care, providing him with countless tonics, including expensive bird's nest, and allowing him to reside in Chaohua's palace, he managed to survive. Gu Wang had been particularly reliant on my sister during his childhood. Xie Juan remained unaware that Gu Wang had just arrived in Ximing and was residing in Chaohua Palace, sharing meals and living quarters with the little princess. Anger surged within him. How could a hostage dine and dwell alongside a princess? Observing his furious demeanor, with eyes ablaze, Ming Zhao tentatively remarked, "Brother-in-law, are you perhaps envious of Gu Wang?" Chapter 92. Speaking unfiltered truths, Xie Juan scoffed. "Is there any reason for me to envy him? Clearly, he was merely a stubborn duck." Ming Zhao silently thought, as long as there was no jealousy, it was a relief. "I feared you might be envious, and therefore hesitated to tell you that my sister and Gu Wang shared a close bond in their youth, often wandering hand in hand through the imperial garden and attending the academy together. My sister, despite her inability to compose poetry, once penned a love poem for Gu Wang." Xie Juan's expression darkened. "What love poem?" Noticing his fierce gaze, the young prince shrank back. "I don't know. I only heard it from Mother. If you wish to know more, you can ask her." Xie Juan felt increasingly unsettled, nearly cursing aloud. It seemed the little princess harbored true affection for Gu Wang, while he was merely seen as a tool, an opportunist clinging to power without genuine feelings. However, that was all in the past. Now, my sister favors you. Ming Zhao's face displayed a mischievous grin. "How do you know she likes me?" Xie Juan is needed, utterly disbelieving. He had no desire to even look at that brat's face. The young prince declared they had traveled halfway by carriage and halfway on horseback, a statement made by the crown prince himself, indicating they were now halfway through their journey. The crown prince would ride to the military camp next. Ming Zhao lamented inwardly, uncertain where he had gone wrong. Brother-in-law, cutesy antics were futile. He should refrain from emulating his sister in such matters. Xie Juan grumbled. Ming Zhao pouted. He is not a pushover. No wonder the princess finds you distasteful. Xie Juan retorted, "You little rascal. If you weren't the crown prince, I would kick you away." Seeing this, Ming Zhao quickly hopped down. Xie Juan assisted him onto his horse. Your Highness, please don't provoke the young master. A clever child, albeit with a mouth that invites trouble. What utter nonsense! Ming Zhao grimaced. The princess was right. He truly was a capricious tyrant. Xie Juan glanced at his master in the carriage. His eyes seemed to blaze with fury, prompting him to hastily lead the horse away, thus saving the young prince from further trouble. Chaohua pondered how to keep Gu Wang confined within the hostage residence. She intended to visit him, hoping to gather information. Upon arriving at the gates of the hostage residence, the guarding general approached nervously. Princess, what brings you here? I have come to visit Prince Gu. Regardless, we are friends. Chaohua replied boldly. However, His Majesty has decreed that no one is to visit Prince Gu, as he is gravely ill and still recovering. To safeguard the princess's health, I must boldly request that you return, the general implored. Chaohua frowned. I shall speak with father. If there is no edict from the emperor, I cannot permit the princess to enter. Please do not make it difficult for me, the general said, sweating profusely. This princess was the emperor's favorite. Angering her would lead to dire consequences. Yet, he could not defy the emperor's orders. Chaohua realized how strict her father had been, contemplating her next move. Very well. You may rise. She decided not to enter, but to seek her father's edict in the palace. The onlookers were stunned. General Xiao, the princess has left? General Xiao Linghan was equally astonished. In the past, the eldest princess would have barged in without hesitation. Yet, now she had left without causing him any trouble? Perhaps she intended to seek out the emperor, which could lead to a complaint. Far worse. General Zhao's face darkened as he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Others regarded him with pity. General Xiao, do not be too pessimistic. Perhaps the princess merely wishes to obtain an edict from the emperor. Such words were mere consolation. Everyone knew how willful and unreasonable the eldest princess could be, as well as her fervent adoration for the crown prince of Dongjing. Chapter 93. Your Highness, do you not reluctantly part with the princess? Chaohua has come to the hostage residence. Gu Wang was elated upon hearing the news, his eyes sparkling with anticipation to see the little princess. Yes, but General Xiao did not permit her entry. Subsequently, the princess departed. Gu Wang's smile faltered, understanding the meaning behind Ming, the emperor's intentions. When will the Dongjing envoys arrive? Perhaps in another half-month, Chang'an replied. Your Highness should endure a little longer. Once our envoys arrive, you shall gain your freedom and may even return to Dongjing sooner. Gu Wang glanced at the bright sunlight outside. A faint smile tugged at his lips. I find myself somewhat reluctant to leave. What? Chang'an exclaimed, astonished, thinking he had misheard. Your Highness is reluctant to part with the princess? Having been by his side for many years, he had gained some insight into his thoughts. Gu Wang's expression darkened. What nonsense are you uttering? Why would I feel reluctant towards her? Chang'an remained silent, well aware of the truth. Clearly, you are reluctant. Clearly, you have been moved. Yet he understood his master had his own reservations. As long as your Highness understands, he and Princess Chaohua had no future together. Gu Wang's irritation grew. Enough, leave. I wish to rest. If the princess were to arrive, would you see her? Chang'an inquired, unable to resist. Gu Wang wrestled with his thoughts for a while. If she comes, allow her to enter. I wish to see what tricks she has up her sleeve. Previously, she had ignored him, declaring she wanted to part ways. If she were to come this time, to reconcile. Prepare some of her favorite pastries. Gu Wang's excitement bubbled beneath the surface, understanding his master's intentions. Chang'an withdrew. Father, please take care of your health. Chaohua arrived at the imperial study with a bird's nest soup, seeking an audience. Ming the emperor, weary from a day's labor, felt instantly uplifted upon seeing his daughter. He eagerly took a few spoonfuls of the soup. Ah, Chaohua's bird's nest is particularly delicious. Chaohua stepped forward to massage his shoulders. Father, you must not consume all the bird's nest. I watched the imperial chef prepare personally. She had entered the palace and gone straight to the imperial kitchen. The emperor had anticipated she might take some delicacies to visit the empress, but was pleasantly surprised that she had come to see him instead. Ming the emperor, savoring the soup, felt exceptionally content. Delicious. Reward this chef with 50 pieces of gold. Eunuch Liu promptly instructed someone to deliver the silver to the kitchen. Chaohua paid little heed to this matter. Father, after you finish the bird's nest, shall we stroll through the garden? Ming the emperor smiled. Very well. Do you have something to discuss with me? His beloved daughter always acted sweetly when she sought favors. He had known her since childhood. Ming the emperor had long discerned her intentions. I have no ulterior motives. I simply missed you, father. And I heard Xie Juan mention that the Dongjin envoys are arriving soon. Will Gu Wang be returning to Dongjin? Ming the Emperor furrowed his brow. Do you wish to see Gu Wang? A father knows his daughter well. Chaohua smiled, yes. But it seems I require father's consent to visit the hostage residence. What do you wish to see him for? Do not forget you have a fiancé. Ming the Emperor understood she had not come solely to visit him, because the Dongjin envoys are approaching. I fear they may claim we have not taken proper care of Gu Wang. I intend to subtly remind him not to speak out of turn. Ming the Emperor had been concerned about this issue as well, troubled that he lacked a suitable person to persuade Gu Wang. Yet, he felt uneasy about Chaohua going, fearing his daughter might be deceived by his sweet words once more. I shall arrange for someone else to speak with him. Tapte 94, Xie Juan's sharp dunga. Yet he is genuine. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Chaohua chuckled. Father, do not worry. I will not be deceived again. I have grown up alongside him, and he owes me a debt of gratitude. He will listen to my words. Ming the Emperor gazed at her. And what feelings do you harbor for him? Father fears he may harm you, but you must understand he is the crown prince of Dongjin, enduring humiliation in our Shiming for many years. He will not treat you sincerely. I already have a fiancé, she declared. I shall no longer entertain any thoughts of him. I only wish to alleviate father's worries. Gu Wang was quite familiar with me during my time in Shiming. Others might not capture his attention, but the Ming the Emperor found his words reasonable, so let it be. Consider it my duty to keep an eye on him. Chaohua took the imperial edict and left the palace, arriving at the Proton Mansion. She was not a stranger to the Proton Mansion, having visited before and navigated her way with ease. Chaohua found Gu Wang draped in a white outer garment. His complexion not quite well, as though he had just recovered from severe illness, yet his smile radiated warmth and brightness. You seem unwell. Please, take a seat. Over 2 months had passed since she last saw that smile, and the youthful flutter in her heart had faded. Perhaps it was due to her time spent with Xie Juan, which had revealed to her that handsome men were not limited to Gu Wang alone. Xie Juan's features surpassed his. Though Xie Juan had a sharp tongue, he was sincere. A casual remark made Gu Wang's heart race for quite some time. He anticipated her visit. I feared I might not have another opportunity. Regardless, we have been friends for many years. I heard the Eastern Jin envoys are arriving. You should be returning to Eastern Jin soon, right? Chaohua's expression turned slightly somber, uncertain if Gu Wang would choose to stay for her sake. Yet, she believed he would not stay merely for her. She intended to gauge his reaction. Gu Wang lowered his gaze and offered her a piece of cake. Try this. I had it freshly made with red dates. Chaohua glanced at the cake, accepted it, and took a bite, quietly waiting for him to speak. Do you wish for me to stay? I don't know. It's complicated. After all, Eastern Jin is your home, and you will return sooner or later. I have been keeping my distance lately to understand many things. There's a disparity between us. Chaohua gazed at him, acknowledging their shared burdens of familial grievances, yet they had grown up together. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, striving to display her reluctance. Gu Wang, will you kill me for the throne in the future? The little princess's reddened eyes were undeniably endearing. Gu Wang, unable to resist the urge, reached out to touch the tear at the corner of her eye, only for her to shy away. I understand. You need not say more. Let this be our final farewell. Heartbroken, Chaohua stood. Chaohua, Gu Wang rose as well, grasping her wrist, a heat radiating even through their garments. Chaohua felt uncomfortable and subtly withdrew her hand. You need not say more. I truly understand. The Eastern Jin envoys have arrived. You should part ways with Xie Juan. Chaohua blinked, bewildered by his words. What nonsense are you spouting? I will marry you. Will you come with me? She laughed internally, thinking, I must have been a fool to believe your words. Once in Eastern Jin, she would be a lamb led to slaughter. Xie Juan would never agree to a divorce, nor would her father consent to their union. Gu Wang furrowed his brow. Those were the very words he had once spoken to her. Back then, Chaohua had been infatuated with him, unwilling to marry Xie Juan, begging him to take her away. Yet, he had not consented. Chapter 95. The little princess seems to be deceiving you. Do you wish for me to stay? Chaohua narrowed her eyes, unable to discern the sincerity of the man before her, contemplating that his acting had reached an extraordinary level, making it difficult to distinguish truth from pretense. Yes, I hope you will stay. Regardless of whether he was acting or speaking from the heart, if he wished to feign affection, she would not hesitate to turn it to her advantage, curious to see how he would respond. To her surprise, his eyes sparkled with vitality. If you wish for me to stay, then I shall. Chaohua paused, wanting to say, then let us remain here in the Proton Mansion for the rest of our lives. Would you be willing? Yet she could not ask, but will you come to see me every day? Of course not, she thought. Feeling as if she was meeting Gu Wang for the first time, her heart burning with annoyance at his skillful performance. Do you not wish to return home? Gu Wang smiled. Of course I do, but I prefer you more. As he reached for her hand once more, he added, Chaohua, please don't ignore me. Lately, seeing you with Xie Juan has truly saddened me. Chaohua discreetly withdrew her hand. I am his wife. Those words pierced deeply. Gu Wang had never considered her and Xie Juan to be truly wed. Today, I am here on behalf of my father to see you. I have heard the Eastern Jin envoys are nearing. I hope for your swift recovery. Once you are well, my father will host a banquet for you. It is getting late. I will not disturb your rest. Chaohua presented him with some prepared gifts. Gu Wang gazed at the box. Did you prepare this for me? Of course not. It is merely some superficial offerings prepared by the palace. Recalling his actions in her dreams, Chaohua's lips curled slightly. Yes, it's ginseng and bird's nest to nourish your body. You must eat more. You have lost weight recently. She had finally transformed from the once domineering figure to a more gentle and caring Chaohua. Gu Wang felt an indescribable flutter in his heart, cherishing her newfound softness, longing to embrace her. All right. Yet, Chaohua turned and walked away. Chang'an observed the situation and sensed something amiss. Your Highness, the princess seems to be deceiving you. He couldn't help but remind him. It appears she no longer cares for you as she once did. Could she be deceiving you? Just as Gu Wang had initially sought to charm and utilize the little princess, silence. He snapped, unable to bear anyone suggesting that Chaohua did not harbor feelings for him. Chaohua cares only for me. I am well aware of that. Chang'an, meeting the fury in his eyes, quickly knelt. Your Highness, please do not be angry. Leave. Gu Wang was in no mood to see him. Chaohua sent a message back to her father. Your Majesty, rest assured. I see the Crown Prince, Gu, has deep feelings for the princess. When she expressed her wish for him to stay, he agreed. Eunuch Lu chuckled. The emperor stroked his beard, feeling pleased. It seems the arrangement of placing him by Chaohua's side was not a mistake. Initially, he hoped Gu Wang would develop a fondness for Chaohua, allowing him to manipulate the situation. Who would have known it was Chaohua who first fell for him? Now, it appears the tides have turned. As long as Chaohua remains calm and understands that nothing will come of her relationship with Gu Wang, all will proceed smoothly. Eunuch Lu remarked, truly, your Majesty is wise. Yes, let's withdraw the guard from the Proton Mansion. With the Eastern Jin envoys approaching, there is no need to keep him confined. Master, the princess has gone to the Proton Mansion, and the emperor has withdrawn the guards, granting Crown Prince Gu his freedom. In the military camp, Xie Juan's countenance darkened upon receiving the news. She dares to meet him? Chapter 96. The little one knows how to deceive master. Will you return to the capital? Sujio asked anxiously, fearing he would be upset and seek to confront the little princess, especially since Xie Juan despised Gu Wang the most, and the little princess had gone to see him. Recently, the little princess had been treating the young master increasingly well, and he had been in good spirits, but now. Why would I return so frequently? This young master has important matters to attend to and cannot accompany her. Xie Juan, his face cold, rose and went to the training ground, transforming into a devil. Visit her every 3 days? That little one knows how to deceive. Everyone suffered under this, especially the young prince who, at over 9 years old, was training with a group of robust men, struggling to keep up. What happened to my brother-in-law? During mealtime, Ming Zhao tugged at Sujio, eager for information. Sujio believed it prudent for a child to remain uninvolved in adult matters, so he refrained from sharing. Your Highness, the young master hopes you will improve quickly. Your time to train in the military camp is limited to 3 months. You must seize this opportunity. Ming Zhao felt utterly frustrated and suddenly increased his training intensity. How can I keep up? I'm so tired. Sujio quietly added an egg to his meal. Endure hardship to rise above others. Eat another egg. If you fill up, you will have the strength to train. We all went through this. By your age, the young master was already on the battlefield. How is that possible? The young prince's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be exaggerating. The blow is too great. How could a child not yet 10 possibly kill enemies? He is so timid that he does not even dare to harm a chicken. Sujio chuckled and said, this is true. The young master is quite formidable. In the future, Having such a brother-in-law to protect you will undoubtedly be a stroke of luck for the crown prince. Therefore, your highness should earnestly persuade the princess to treat our young master kindly. If this pivotal support falters, it is the siblings who will suffer. Having followed Xie Juan for several years, Xie Juan understood him to some extent. Aside from his family, Xie Juan is quite cold-hearted towards others. A person who is engaged in battle at such a tender age possesses a heart that is both ruthless and frigid. If the little princess marries him and does not remain faithful, the young master will not concern himself with their well-being. Xie Juan expressed this hope that the young crown prince could lend a hand to alleviate Xie Juan's frequent malaise, as it affects everyone, especially his personal guard. Ming Zhao fell into deep contemplation. Is he in a bad mood because of my sister? Xie Juan revealed an enigmatic smile, reflecting that the young crown prince was not entirely naive. On this day, Chaohua unexpectedly received news from the military camp, relayed discreetly by a personal guard of the crown prince. Yes, his highness is feeling rather unwell, but due to his promise to the emperor, he cannot indulge in comforts and must adhere to military discipline. Hence, he has not returned. The prince consort also mentioned that the crown prince's minor ailment could be remedied with some medicine. Chaohua was extremely anxious. Surely there are military physicians in the camp? Indeed, they have already consulted a physician. However, the camp's food is rather poor. We wish to send something delicious to his highness, but the camp's regulations are strict, especially under the prince consort's command, making it impossible to deliver. Hearing that her brother was ill and longed for something nice to eat broke Chaohua's heart. I will prepare a food box, and you shall take it to the military camp, claiming it is for the prince consort. It was perfectly normal for her to express concern for the prince consort and send him a midnight snack. It should not violate military rules, right? The guard replied with a smile. That would not be a problem. If the princess sends a food box to the prince consort, it could be arranged to include a portion for his highness as well. Chaohua then ordered 2 food boxes to be prepared and asked Lin Han to accompany him to the military camp to visit the crown prince, bringing along some medicine. When Xie Juan saw Lin Han enter with the food boxes, he raised an eyebrow. Who sent you to the military camp? Lin Han thought to himself. Naturally, it was the princess. Xie Juan could not be unaware of this, yet he feigned ignorance. In response to the young master, it is her highness the princess. Lin Han, recalling his master's instructions, responded earnestly. The princess is concerned that you are not eating well in the camp and have grown thin. So she prepared some dishes for me to deliver overnight. Chapter 97. Delivering a midnight snack to the prince consort. Xie Juan was unaware that the crown prince had sent someone back to the capital. He assumed it was the little princess who had arranged for the delivery. He mused that she still had some conscience. But her sudden gesture of sending him delicious food must be born out of guilt. Did she think he was oblivious to her secret visits to Gu Wang? He dismissed it. Another portion was sent to the crown prince. His expression remained indifferent, his emotions concealed. Lin Han discreetly observed and, sensing no irregularities, bowed and withdrew. Xie Juan, having caught sight of his master, followed him outside and asked, why did the princess suddenly decide to send the young master a midnight snack? Chaohua had instructed him not to divulge the crown prince's affairs. If Xie Juan were to discover that the crown prince was craving meat and had thus sent someone to inform the princess, he would surely be angry and punish him. Lin Han pondered for a moment and said, the princess, feeling for the prince consort's hardships, thought it normal to send him a midnight snack. The food contained nutritious ingredients like bird's nest and ginseng. The princess mentioned that if the young master enjoyed it, she would have me send it daily. That was not the case before. Also, I heard that the emperor ordered the withdrawal of the hostages from the residence, but the princess interceded. Xie Juan linked arms with him. Lin Han's eyes narrowed slightly, finally understanding what the young master wanted to inquire about. The princess merely followed the emperor's orders to visit the hostage residence to appease the crown prince, as the envoys from Eastern Jin were about to arrive. If they used this as an excuse to bring back their crown prince, it would be a loss for our Western Ming. Once Xie Juan had gathered the information, he let Lin Han leave and returned to report truthfully to his master. At that moment, Xie Juan sat at the table, beginning to eat the midnight snack sent by his wife, and casually tossed a chicken leg as a reward to his subordinate. Thus, it was not she who went personally. The subordinate felt that it was not the princess who took the initiative. Her filial piety was aimed at alleviating the emperor's worries. It was also heard that the crown prince agreed to remain in Western Ming due to the princess's plea. Xie Juan's gaze darkened. He remained displeased. for it indicated that Gu Wang harbored ulterior motives towards the little princess. He will be pleased to know that someone coveted his wife. He needed to find a way to drive him away. When would the envoys from Eastern Jin arrive? In about 7 or 8 days. On the day the Eastern Jin envoys arrived in the capital, Xie Juan and his father, Duke Fuhua, returned from the military camp to prepare for the banquet. Arriving a day early, when Chaohua learned of this, she had the kitchen prepare a meal for him. Dressed in armor, full of vigor, he rode a chestnut blood horse, his striking appearance garnering many glances. As he passed by a brothel, the courtesans waved their sleeves, and some daring young women even threw handkerchiefs to express their affection. Yet, the young master remained indifferent, riding past without a glance, causing the ladies on the upper floors to squeal in delight. The young master is truly handsome. Someone help me, I feel faint. Several girls swooned at his beauty. Not only was he handsome, but he also exuded an undeniable masculine charm. It was a pity that such a man was indifferent to women and never frequented such establishments. Xie Juan rode into the capital and halted in front of the princess's residence. Sujio, you shall escort the crown prince back to the palace. With that, he dismounted gracefully, handing the reins to his subordinate, his movements fluid and striking. Stepping into the residence in his black official boots, he stood tall. Chaohua did not come out to greet him as usual. She remained leisurely in the peony garden, waiting for him to pay his respects. However, this time, Xie Juan did not go to the peony garden, but instead headed to his quarters in Mo Xian Garden. Chaohua was puzzled. Was he in a bad mood? The maidservant could not discern. Xiao, he said anxiously. She genuinely could not tell whether the young master was happy or not. Seeing that he did not come to visit the princess at the first opportunity, suggested he might be in a foul mood. Normally, he would rush into the princess's chambers. Perhaps he intended to bathe before seeing her, as the princess disliked the scent of sweat and had high standards for the prince consort, forbidding many things. Xiao could only reassure the princess in this manner. Xie Juan was no ordinary young master. Even if he wished to neglect the princess, they were powerless to intervene. Recently, there had been no signs of affection from him, and Chaohua had come to understand that this man was not easily swayed. Determined to seek him out personally, she ordered, well then, have the meal sent to Mo Xian Garden. Let him dine there tonight. Upon entering his quarters, Xie Juan indeed intended to bathe, but had not anticipated the little princess's arrival. He entered to find the man undressing, and Chaohua's face flushed instantly. You. Chapter 98. Reluctant to push away, Xie Juan glanced back and hung up his armor, a slight smile playing on his lips. What brings you to Mo Xian Garden? Your Highness? His tone carried a notable chill. Chaohua signaled for everyone to leave the room. This is the princess's domain. I can go wherever I please. Why did you not come to the peony garden upon your return? Covered in sweat, I feared to offend the princess. Perhaps it is best you do not come closer, lest I spoil your delicate nose. Xie Juan methodically continued undressing until he was left in a white undergarment. Noticing she stood still, he frowned. Are you not leaving? I intend to bathe. Chaohua felt irritated. What temper are you throwing? What are you saying? Do I have any right to be angry with you? Do not be sarcastic. Speak plainly. If I have not treated you well enough, do not take advantage and then act coy. Chaohua had reached her limit, her anger boiling over. Recently, she had ensured he received midnight snacks daily. He devoured them with pleasure, but turned away without acknowledgement. Xie Juan initially intended to give her some time to cool off, hoping to teach her a lesson. However, seeing her genuinely upset, he felt a pang of compassion. What do you think your small gestures mean? Do you believe that bringing me supper is enough? Haven't you also sent plenty to the crown prince, and even to Gu Wang? Zhao Hua was taken aback, not expecting him to be bothered by such matters. Zhao Er is also in the military camp. I had to send him something. I couldn't possibly neglect him. As for Gu Wang, I have never delivered supper to him. Xie Juan scoffed. Was there ever a time when you didn't share meals together? Zhao Hua, undeterred, retorted. Sending a night snack through a shadow guard to Gu Wang is your idea of treating him well? Xie Juan was too annoyed to engage further. I need to bathe. I will dine at the Duke's residence later. You can eat alone, princess. Zhao Hua pouted. What do you mean by going back to your mother's house when you're upset? Don't you remember the past? I was young and naive then, but now that I am married to you, I've not dined alone with him since. That was all in the past. Why are you still jealous? Her tone softened, attempting to coax him, fearing he might truly return to the Duke's residence and provoke the Empress's ire. Continuing down this path would not bode well for her favor with him. You are overthinking it, Xie Juan replied, feeling vexed. Recently, He had been behaving in a rather effeminate manner due to a woman's influence, which was entirely uncharacteristic of him. I am not unhappy, nor do I harbor any resentment towards the princess. My father has returned home. I must go and dine. Xie Juan sought to maintain some distance. The little princess had her affections elsewhere, and matters of the heart could not be forced. Unexpectedly, Chaohua gazed at him with red-rimmed eyes. Do you consider me an outsider? You go home for a family meal and leave me at the princess's residence? Xie Juan, this is too much. I have already promised to treat you well, yet you behave this way towards me. Xie Juan was taken aback by her sorrow. Chaohua, please do not misunderstand. It is too late now, and it would be inconvenient to take you back to the Duke's residence. If you wish to return with me, I shall take you tomorrow. He would not dare return home without her. If his grandmother found out, he would certainly be denied entry. Then let us return together tomorrow. I have already arranged for dinner. It would be rather dull to eat alone. You haven't been here to keep me company lately. The little princess, in her pouting state, appeared quite adorable. Xie Juan's mood lightened, though he concealed it, gently wiping away her tears. Her delicate skin seemed to glow, her long eyelashes glistening with tears, resembling a porcelain doll, endearing to behold. In that moment, he finally understood why Emperor Mingda held her in such high regard. Her rosy lips tempted him to kiss her, and he found himself unable to push her away. Chapter 99. Making the little princess cry as these thoughts consumed him, he instinctively embraced her, leaning down to kiss her. It was as if he intended to punish her for her recent disobedience, and in doing so, he accidentally made her cry. Xie Juan, you're a beast. How could you bite? Chaohua's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as though he might devour her whole, baffled by his lack of tenderness. I did not mean to. Does it hurt anywhere else besides your mouth? Does your heart ache? Xie Juan felt a twinge of guilt and cradled her, speaking softly, his tone far warmer than before. After a moment, Chaohua sniffled. Everything hurts. I am both sad and distressed. What is there to be sad about? Xie Juan asked, sitting down with her. Sometimes, he couldn't help but find amusement in her tears. Chaohua turned her head away, as if to say, you should figure it out yourself. Is it because I have not been here to keep you company? You promised me. Chaohua replied, growing frustrated. This man was too fickle. One moment he showed her affection, and the next he was cold. And what about you? You assured me you wouldn't have any dealings with Guwang. Yet you went to see him while I was away in the capital? Xie Juan felt a surge of anger, gripping her chin. Princess, how dare you accuse me of being untrustworthy? Now Chaohua realized why he had been so distant. It was indeed due to this matter. I only wish to alleviate my father's troubles. The Eastern Jin envoy is coming. What if they use it as an excuse to bring Guwang back? Xie Juan laughed. Let them take him away, then. What is so special about that man? He merely looks like a pretty boy. Absolutely not. Chaohua retorted immediately. Xie Juan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. Do you still hold feelings for him? Not at all. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Given the plot provided by her dream, the outcome seemed increasingly likely, and she needed to alter it. Guwang must not be allowed to return to Eastern Jin. If he did, war would surely follow against Western Ming. To Xie Juan, her explanation felt dismissive, but he chose not to press further. Shall we bathe together? Chaohua grew anxious, her complexion paling. Would that be appropriate? I have yet to resolve my emotional turmoil. Then you can help me wash my hair and scrub my back. How could he say such a thing? Chaohua turned to leave, but he grasped her waist, making it seem as though escape was impossible. You want to help me wash my hair and scrub my back? Are you certain? She glared at him. Xie Juan held her delicate hand, marveling at how untouched she appeared, as if she could not withstand the roughness of labor. The little princess had never served anyone, but had always been served herself. If he allowed her to wash his hair, she might well pull it all out. I was jesting. Perhaps we could try bathing together. Chaohua resisted internally, having never shared a bath with anyone. Next time, perhaps. It is not safe now. Xie Juan chuckled, releasing her. Very well, wait for me. Was that a means of smoothing things over? Chaohua wiped her tear-streaked face, adjusting her skirt and sitting straight, awaiting him to finish bathing so they could dine together. Xie Juan finished his shower in an instant, unsure if he was truly clean. So quick? Chaohua questioned, her skeptical gaze fixed on him. I bathe, not soak, he replied, towel drying his hair. Chaohua indulged in long baths every day, filling the water with petals or herbal treatments, soaking for at least half an hour. If he were to do the same, he would have no time to accomplish anything else. Yet, Truth be told, the little princess was fragrant and soft, even without any cosmetic enhancements. You may soak. Tomorrow I shall prepare honey for your bath. You will emerge fragrant, soft, and sweet. A delectable experience. Chaohua responded, thank you, but I prefer not to bathe in honey. I might emerge only to be stung by bees. Xie Juan, in a good mood after his bath, took her hand and led her to the dining table. Will you be staying at Mo Xin Garden tonight? Well, it depends on you. The entire princess's residence belonged to her. Where could she not sleep? Mo Xin Garden had a bed, though without a soft mattress. She would ensure one was prepared. She wouldn't sleep well otherwise. Such obedience, how delightful, Xie Juan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Would you care to stay at the Duke's residence for a few days? My grandmother, mother, and Huan heir all adore you. They constantly praise you as a fairy, while I feel like a toad in their eyes. Chaohua chuckled mischievously, gazing at his handsome features. Is there such a thing as a toad as handsome as you? If toads look like you, how would the real toads feel? Xie Juan pinched her soft cheek playfully. Do you truly believe me to be a toad? Didn't you say it yourself? I never claimed such a thing, Chaohua murmured, though her thoughts might have drifted there. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. Chaohua felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. She had once thought of him as a toad wishing for swan meat, and she was grateful she hadn't voiced those thoughts aloud. Today, however, she felt as though her face might swell from embarrassment. Her eyes darted away. I am hungry. Xie Juan's lips curled silently as she refrained from exposing her companion, settling down to share a meal with him. The cuisine at the princess's residence was exquisite. It was far superior to what was served at the Duke's manor. Recently, Chaohua had grown accustomed to nightly treats that had spoiled his palate, rendering him unable to enjoy the fare of the military camp. He had gained a bit of weight as a result. At night, as he held her while sleeping, Chaohua remarked, Xie Juan, have you gained some weight? Is that not your doing? Xie Juan retorted, biting her lip, incredulous that he would criticize her for being plump. It seemed that apart from his handsome face, there was nothing she could do right in his eyes. What a troublesome little creature she was. Unable to resist, Xie Juan pinched her waist, her hand enveloping it entirely, declaring, you are simply too slender. Chaohua could only chuckle helplessly. Being too plump is not appealing. Your waist has thickened, and you don't look as lovely in your garments. What need do men have to be beautiful? As long as they possess strength, that suffices. The little princess blushed deeply, and Xie Juan found her utterly adorable, unable to refrain from pinching her cheek lightly. Casually, he mentioned, I have sent someone to procure the antidote for the love poison and dispatched it to the Bodhi temple. If all goes well, we shall soon be free from its effects. I am feeling quite tired. Chaohua's heart raced with anxiety. She was not averse to his touch, but had heard it could be quite painful. With Xie Juan's robust stature, she feared that her delicate frame might not withstand his affections. In such a scenario, she might not even reach a satisfactory conclusion to her story. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, Xie Juan assumed her bashfulness was simply that, shyness. No matter how refined and elegant, the princess was still a woman at heart. Chaohua was akin to a precious peony, requiring gentle nurturing. He softened his grip and spoke gently. Have you considered my earlier proposal? Will you accompany me to the Duke's manor for a short stay? He intended to marry her, not become a mere son-in-law. Deep down, he harbored hopes of living with his wife at the Duke's residence. Chaohua hesitated. She did not wish to share her space with strangers, especially an unfamiliar family. Although she was familiar with the Duke's family during her occasional visits for meals, the thought of cohabiting long-term felt cumbersome. As a princess, she was aware of the formality with which the Duke's family regarded her, particularly the elderly matriarch and Cieli. She was not well acquainted with the other two ladies. In the palace, she had no genuine friends. The courtiers and noble ladies fawned over her, but few were sincere. Chaohua despised those who engaged in flattery and sycophancy. Very well, she finally conceded, wishing to appease him. Xie Juan's face brightened, and unable to contain his joy, he embraced her fervently, showering her with kisses. The little princess, ever obedient, did not shy away, igniting a fervent excitement within him. How delightful she was! Regrettably, they could not pursue anything further. Chaohua's cheeks flushed. May I sleep now? I feel quite weary. If you continue like this, I shall have to throw you out to sleep. Chaohua was still unaccustomed to being so brazenly taken advantage of, leading her to express her displeasure. However, Xie Juan was thoroughly content, holding her close, and then He could not expect her to be entirely compliant and submissive. That would not be fitting of a princess. His strength was formidable, yet his embrace was warm and secure, providing her with comfort. As long as he was by her side, it seemed that nightmares eluded her, and she had surprisingly adapted well to sleeping in a different room. Xie Juan cherished the moments spent holding the soft little princess as they both enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, Xie Juan was summoned to meet the Eastern Jin emissaries and rose early. Despite his reluctance to depart, he longed to stay in bed with his wife for a few more days. Your father values you, which is why you must meet the Eastern Jin emissaries. Do not disappoint him. Chaohua also prepared to enter the palace for a banquet. Xie Juan jested. Does the princess wish for me to vie for power? Chaohua's eyes sparkled. Indeed, I hope you grow ever stronger, becoming the most steadfast support for the crown prince. As a princess, I am unable to engage in such affairs myself. If she could do so, she would not need to rely on him. Did he truly serve merely as a pawn for her ambitions? Xie Juan felt a tinge of resentment, yet he understood that the little princess's desires were not misplaced. She sought power, while all he desired was her. It was simply a transaction of power and favor. If I do not strive for success, would you not seek another? Chaohua thought he was speaking far too much today. She still had much to learn about the characters in this narrative. Currently, she only knew he was the antagonist, and the future male lead would only grow stronger. She needed to encourage him to become more formidable so he could eventually overcome the male lead. This was all for his benefit. Her goal was to defeat the male lead Gu Wang, and Xie Juan was one of her allies, if he remained weak. It would not suffice. A villain unwilling to grow stronger was not a good villain, and she would naturally seek a new ally if necessary. Seeing her silent, Xie Juan took it as her acquiescence. While he felt a pang of heartache at the thought of relinquishing such a treasure to another, he would not relish the idea of having no one to warm his bed, a scenario he would find unsettling. Yes, I will become the person the princess envisions. He aspired to be the foremost authority in the West Ming, a goal he held dear. His gaze was resolute, filling Chaohua with confidence. Very well. Let us strive together. Xie Juan opened his arms, smiling. Then will the princess assist me in my attire? Hey, you are not yet an authority. Why should I serve you? Chaohua huffed, feeling 100 reluctances in her heart. Yet, to encourage him, she begrudgingly rose to assist him. Ultimately, I shall manage it myself. Xie Juan realized he was setting himself up for failure. Expecting a princess to serve him was laughable. Chaohua truly was not adept at helping others dress. She was accustomed to being attended by maids. Shall I learn in the future? She struggled even to lift his armor. Her recent training had indeed strengthened her physique, but in the past, she would not have been able to manage such heavy gear. I was jesting with you. Xie Juan quickly took hold of the armor himself. With him present, the maids dared not intrude. Yet he found himself donning the armor and assisting the little princess in her attire. Chaohua spread her arms, genuinely allowing him to serve her. Once dressed, she smiled. Young master, will you assist me with my brows? She had whimsically recalled a saying about couples sharing the same level of respect. The princess, having dressed, still needed to groom herself. Xie Juan picked up the brow pencil. All right, come here. With her lips gently curved, Chaohua sat at the vanity, closing her eyes, allowing him to delicately shape her brows. Is it done? All done. Xie Juan set the pencil down and leaned down to plant a kiss on her soft lips. Feeling satisfied. How annoying. Chaohua's cheeks flushed crimson as she pinched him. This man has no shame in private. If you want me to shape your brows, you must offer some reward. He was not one to be at a disadvantage. In this world, she was the only one bold enough to command him to perform such tasks. Yet, if every day could be filled with such blessings, Xie Juan would gladly shape her brows daily. Chaohua chose to ignore him, gazing at her reflection. She looked quite lovely, and she would let Xiaohe assist with the rest of her preparations. If you must attend to your duties, please do so. You are already quite beautiful. Xie Juan believed she was radiant enough without further embellishment. They could spend the time together enjoying a meal instead. To attend the banquet, one must present themselves with poise and grace. This makeup was not suitable. You need not concern yourself with me. Chaohua picked up her mirror, applying red rouge to her lips, transforming them into a fiery red that contrasted beautifully against her fair skin, making her glow with vibrancy and allure. Xie Juan swallowed hard, wishing he could taste the rouge from her lips, but he knew such an action would elicit her wrath. The princess was already stunning, and without any makeup, she would outshine everyone. He suddenly felt a reluctance for her to present herself in such a manner at the banquet, where numerous men would behold her beauty. The sight of her enchanting form should only be for his eyes. Chaohua laughed. You know how to flatter. Hurry and greet the emissaries. It would be unfortunate to keep them waiting. Indeed, the hour was growing late, and Xie Juan had no choice but to attend to his responsibilities. I shall return to escort you. Chaohua was in no rush. She would wait until he returned from accompanying the emissaries. Xie Juan received the Eastern Jin envoy who had come to escort them to the palace. At the entrance, they encountered Xie Juan. Upon seeing the crown prince, the Eastern Jin envoys were moved to tears, exclaiming, Your Highness, you have suffered greatly. Xie Juan donned the ceremonial attire of the Eastern Jin prince, an exquisite golden robe, crowned with a golden headpiece. His demeanor transformed into one of cold authority. I am well, esteemed lords. You have endured a long and arduous journey. Please allow me to offer you a moment of rest before we proceed to the banquet. Indeed, several Eastern Jin officials replied, bowing respectfully. Xie Juan then turned his gaze to Xie Juan, a smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your efforts, young Master Xie. I shall not intrude upon the reunion between Prince Gu and his family. Farewell, Xie Juan replied, remaining mounted as he bowed and departed. Xie Juan's expression darkened as he watched him leave for a moment before turning back inside. Your Highness, the Emperor has sent us to bring you back to Eastern Jin. Once we enter the palace, we must coordinate our efforts, one of the officials urged as they entered. Uncle, how is my mother? The lead envoy, Uncle Zhang Jian, who was the elder brother of the Eastern Jin Empress, sighed. The Empress's health is not well. We can use this to express her longing for you, hoping you will return to Eastern Jin. The other officials nodded in agreement. Now, Your Highness, please share with us the grievances you have endured here, including the incident where Xie Juan injured you. We need to direct our ire towards the Xie family. The Xie family is one of the most prominent clans in the Western Ming Kingdom, with Xie Changqing and his son Xie Juan being formidable figures. If we can take this opportunity to suppress the Xie family, we could avenge our defeat at Qinglong Pass. Had it not been for that battle, the treacherous Xie Changqing would not have conspired to eliminate our marshal, Prince Jin, leading to the disastrous return of the Eastern Jin army. They would not have needed to surrender and send the crown prince as a hostage for peace. Surrendering for peace is a humiliation for Eastern Jin. This time, we must seek vengeance. Xie Juan recognized the rarity of this opportunity. Uncle, I do not wish to return to Eastern Jin for the time being. Zhang Jian's expression soured, his anger rising. What nonsense are you speaking? Why do you not wish to return? Give me a reason. As you said, we must eliminate the Xie family to avenge our past grievances, but Western Ming cannot punish them simply because Xie Juan injured me. You do not understand. Emperor Mingde highly favors the Xie family. He even married his precious daughter to Xie Juan. I have attempted to take action against the Xie family for my uncle's sake over the years, but to no avail. In my time in Western Ming, I have come to understand the strength of the Xie family and Xie Juan very well. Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow. I merely suggested teaching him a lesson. If this counterattack does not inflict damage upon the Xie family, then let it be for now. You must return to Eastern Jin with me. Dealing with the Xie family and the Western Ming Kingdom requires careful planning. Xie Juan remained silent, clearly disapproving. Zhang Jian, exasperated, urged, think of your mother. She has sacrificed greatly for you this time. Your Highness, you must ponder your actions carefully and not let our efforts go to waste. If Western Ming refuses to release him, they are prepared to fight back and break through with him. Xie Juan clenches fists. I understand, uncle. Do not worry. We will enter the palace and act according to the situation. Zhang Jian patted his shoulder. Very well, Your Highness. The battlefield is not in Western Ming. We shall return home first. The prince was in excellent health, indicating he had not neglected his training. His loss to Xie Juan at the training grounds was intentional, as he was indeed more skilled than Xie Juan. Over the years, the Zhang family had secretly aided him, nurturing his abilities. It seemed that during his time in Western Ming, he had bided his time and concealed his strength. Now was the moment to return and reclaim his honor. Xie Juan signaled for everyone to leave except for Zhang Jian. Uncle, if Western Ming does not allow me to leave, we will make a hard escape together. I wish to take Princess Chaohua with me. Uncle Zhang pondered. Princess Chaohua is the apple of Emperor Mingde's eye. He is quite fond of women. If she is in our possession, our chances of escape will increase. But the question is, do you believe she will come with you? He knew that Chaohua and Xie Juan had grown up together, sharing a childhood bond. They had long harbored mutual feelings, and it was well known that the elder princess was infatuated with Xie Juan. Initially, this was part of their grand scheme, with Chaohua being merely a pawn. However, Emperor Mingde was not easily fooled. Sensing something amiss, he hastily betrothed his daughter to Xie Juan, extinguishing Chaohua's hopes of marrying Xie Juan. Now, hearing tales of Chaohua's affection for her husband, it seemed she might have moved on. Would she still foolishly follow Xie Juan? Xie Juan smiled confidently. She will. He believed Chaohua still cherished him in her heart. Chapter 102. A Touch Beyond Reach. Zhang Jian sighed. It is good that you have confidence, but we must be thoroughly prepared and employ some tactics if necessary. Xie Juan understood, indeed, so let us not rush, uncle. How is the matter I asked you to investigate? Zhang Jian replied. The love flower poison is incurable. I have consulted with someone. This poison will not kill, but it torments the victim to a state worse than death. The condition is that Chaohua must be emotionally affected. This poison is designed for young lovers who cannot be together due to its effects, causing immense suffering. However, Chaohua is different. She does not harbor feelings for Xie Juan. They have not consummated their relationship and were never seen as a suitable match. Chaohua loves Xie Juan, which means the love flower poison is of no consequence to her. I cannot fathom who would wish to poison her with such a thing. Xie Juan, too, was perplexed. He pondered the fate of He Qing, whose whereabouts were unknown after his demise. Xie Juan sought the master Bodhi to concoct an antidote, and from his demeanor, it seemed promising. He did not wish for Chaohua to currently receive the antidote to the love flower poison, as Xie Juan was intent on possessing her body. Chaohua, however, was merely playing along for the sake of the crown prince and Empress Shun. Master Bodhi was indeed formidable, but obtaining the antidote would not be easy. Let us set this matter aside for now. We must prepare to enter the palace for the banquet. Xie Juan hurried back to the princess's residence after completing the tasks entrusted to him by the emperor-in-law. By then, Chaohua had already dressed and was directing attendants to gather her belongings. Why are you bringing so much? Upon entering, Xie Juan found the flower hall filled with boxes, leading him to believe she was departing for an extended journey. Chaohua smiled. Are we not returning to the Duke's mansion for a while? I must bring my things. In addition to her usual attire and toiletries, she also prepared gifts for the Duke's household. Xie Juan's gaze lingered on her splendid appearance. She was breathtaking. He searched for words to describe her beauty, unwilling to let her leave in such a state. It is only for a short stay. There is no need for such a large amount. The Duke's household will provide for you. Chaohua was adorned in a formal princess gown. A pure black dress embroidered with red and gold peony patterns at the sleeves, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, adorned with a jade pendant. And the long trailing skirt exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Crowned with a tiara of golden pearls, her appearance was resplendent. Standing in the grand hall, she radiated like a precious gem. With her poised stature and gracefully elongated neck, every movement exuded grace and poise. Her hands resting on her waist, she lifted her gaze to him, eyes filled with inquiry. Will you bring gifts? Of course, Xie Juan responded, unable to resist wrapping his arms around her waist. Those gifts were indeed extravagant. The princess was generous as expected. These items were rewards bestowed upon her by the emperor, naturally of excellent quality. The time is getting late. Let us proceed to the palace for the banquet together, Xie Juan whispered in her ear. Chaohua's earlobes flushed a soft pink. Do not touch me. My makeup cannot be disturbed today. She feared he might suddenly kiss her, which would complicate her makeup. Xie Juan indeed wished to kiss her, but restrained himself. The little princess was particularly fond of beauty, having spent an hour on her appearance today. If he were to mess up her attire and makeup, she would surely be upset with him. It is not permissible to touch. Chaohua's face flushed with embarrassment. Xie Juan's eyes curved with delight as she took the hand of her companion and exited, both of them boarding Chaohua's luxurious carriage to enter the palace. They arrived late, as others had already taken their places, so they bypassed the inner palace to pay respects to the empress and proceeded directly to the banquet hall. After everyone was seated, the envoys from Eastern Jin arrived with a noticeable delay. The crown prince of Eastern Jin, along with the envoys, has arrived. Upon this announcement, Xie Juan entered, leading the envoys, adorned as the crown prince of Eastern Jin, exuding an air of formality. Clad in a peach-colored robe, he emanated an aura of authority, contrasting with his typically gentle demeanor. His handsome features drew the attention of many noble ladies, who, upon catching sight of Xie Juan, shyly averted their gazes and engaged in hushed whispers. Chu Yu was particularly infatuated, her eyes seemingly glued to him. Today, she wore a striking red dress, opting for a more straightforward and elegant style, unlike the flamboyant attire of other women, perhaps in an attempt to stand out. After greeting the emperor, Gu Wang slightly bowed in respect. The crown prince may rise. The Mingda emperor smiled, inviting them to take their seats. Gu Wang settled down, his gaze meeting that of General Chu across the table, with Chu Yu seated opposite him. Chaohua and Xie Juan's seating was nearer to the concubines of the inner palace, a distance away, yet not preventing Gu Wang from stealing glances at her. Xie Juan, holding a wine cup, noticed the man stealing glances at his wife and felt a sudden surge of displeasure, glaring at him, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" The emperor, having heard of the martial prowess of the heir to the Duke of Fugua, proposed, "Since we are all gathered today, why not let him compete with our crown prince to liven up the banquet?" At that moment, Zhang Jian interjected with a smile. Everyone understood that Zhang Jian intended to help the crown prince save face. Following the recent incident where Xie Juan and Gu Wang had clashed at the horse grounds due to the grand princess, resulting in a humiliating defeat for Gu Wang, today presented an opportunity for him to redeem himself. Ding! At this juncture, Chaohua suddenly recalled details provided by the system regarding the plot. The welcoming banquet. The male lead battles the antagonist. The antagonist faces a crushing defeat. Since the system had upgraded to version 2.0, it seemed to offer direct hints about certain plot points rather than comprehensive guidance. Upon receiving the system notification, Chaohua felt an urgent need to alter this outcome. "The heir is unwell. Perhaps we should postpone the competition," she blurted out, surprising everyone, including Xie Juan, who had intended to confront Gu Wang. Why? Was she afraid of Gu Wang's potential loss? "I feel fine," Xie Juan murmured. "Why won't you let me compete? If you don't explain your reasoning, I won't comply." Chaohua shot him an exasperated glare. "I'm doing this for your own good. Gu Wang is cunning. Who knows if he deliberately lost you last time?" The system's hint suggested that Gu Wang had been feigning weakness. He had previously overwhelmed his opponent effortlessly, possibly as a strategy. "So you were concerned about me?" Xie Juan felt a sense of reassurance and squeezed her hand gently. "Don't worry, I will not lose." With the little princess's reminder, Xie Juan suddenly recalled something and grew cautious. Seeing him brimming with confidence made Chaohua anxious. "I accept Gu Wang's challenge," he declared, standing up. The Mingda emperor glanced at his beloved daughter, noticing her apprehension for her husband, who seemed unwilling to compete. However, this match was vital for the dignity of Ximing, and if they were to back down, it would allow Eastern Jin to gain the upper hand. Thus, he refrained from intervening. Chaohua felt a pang of anxiety, but Xie Juan was resolute, leaving her unsure how to stop him. The two had already taken the stage, the tension palpable. Gu Wang turned to Chaohua with a smile. "Shall we place a wager? If you lose, you shall gouge out your own eyes." Xie Juan's expression darkened, his irritation at Gu Wang's persistent glances at the little princess intensifying, a murderous intent coursing through him. Gu Wang's demeanor shifted. "If you lose, you will divorce Chaohua. Is the crown prince regretting not eloping with the little princess?" Xie Juan chuckled. Gu Wang's expression stiffened. He hadn't anticipated that Xie Juan knew of this matter. His gaze bore into Chaohua as if seeking answers. This exchange, witnessed by others, appeared to be a silent communication. Xie Juan's eyes glinted with cold fury, his fist cracking ominously, still staring. Suddenly, Chapter 102, Deception and Warfare. Unable to contain himself, Xie Juan struck Gu Wang squarely in the eye. The unexpected assault caught Gu Wang off guard, and the envoys from Eastern Jin expressed their discontent. How could he launch a sneak attack? Truly despicable and shameless, they remarked, subtly criticizing the Duke of Fugua. Xie Changqing observed the two young men engaged in a fierce bout. Deception and warfare is permissible. Zhang Jian, with a forced smile, responded. A fine lesson in cunning, Duke. The onlookers were astonished by Gu Wang's rapid improvement, as he matched Xie Juan blow for blow. He had trained under General Chu for merely 3 months, hadn't he? The Mingda Emperor's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized General Chu. Chu Xiong Faiget un Gom Fo Da. He had only taught Gu Wang basic techniques, yet the latter's innate talent had enabled him to excel rapidly. This was beyond his control. In this situation, further explanation would only raise more suspicion. Chaohua's anxiety escalated, fearing the plot might unfold as predicted, with Xie Juan facing defeat. After taking a hit, Gu Wang was furious and unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. Xie Juan was no pushover either, countering with a series of hooks, refusing to yield. He struck first, forcing Gu Wang into a defensive stance, and ultimately sent him flying with a powerful kick, fortuitously landing near the Eastern Jin envoy's table. Zhang Jian promptly intervened to prevent Gu Wang from falling too embarrassingly. The victor has been decided. He restrained the fuming crown prince, urging him to maintain his composure. Gu Wang's eye was swollen and bruised, his frustration palpable as he contemplated retaliating against Xie Juan. Although he had improved, so had Xie Juan, the Mingda emperor remarked. Both have performed admirably, particularly the crown prince, who has managed to hold his own against Xie Juan after only a few months of training with General Chu, truly a testament to his exceptional talent. This comment bore an undertone of mockery and warning. Observant individuals could discern that Gu Wang's skills were not merely the result of a few months of training. Xie Juan had been practicing martial arts since childhood. The only conclusion was that Gu Wang had undoubtedly trained in secret over the years. General Chu's countenance darkened as he contemplated how to justify this after the banquet. Zhang Jian chimed in, "Your Majesty is too gracious compared to the battle-hardened Xie Juan. Our crown prince has much to learn." Xie Juan disregarded their diplomatic banter, feeling invigorated and brimming with confidence as he approached Chaohua. "Why do you look at me like that?" Chaohua, somewhat stunned, met his gaze with surprise rather than admiration, as if questioning how he had emerged victorious. This reaction unsettled Xie Juan, as he sensed that, in her eyes, he was inferior to Gu Wang. Regaining her composure, Chaohua remarked, "I did not expect you to be so formidable." He actually won? This meant the plot could indeed be rewritten. Xie Juan sat down, holding her hand, and glanced toward Gu Wang. "Crown Prince, do not forget your wager of gouging out your eyes." Zhang Jian's smile faltered, while Gu Wang's expression darkened. The atmosphere became charged with tension once more. Xie Changqing chastised his son, "Waner, do not be disrespectful." Xie Juan, with an air of aloofness, yet a rebellious spirit, retorted, "This is the agreement I made with the crown prince. He even stated that if I lost, I would willingly divorce Chaohua." "The crown prince's actions are clearly an attempt to sow discord between us," Chaohua interjected. Gu Wang's countenance grew grim. Zhang Jian interjected, "It is all a misunderstanding. Our crown prince has grown up alongside Princess Chaohua and only wishes for her well-being, hoping that the heir will care for her appropriately." Xie Juan smiled and said, "This young master and the princess share a deep and affectionate bond, akin to glue. There is no need for the crown prince to worry, for in the future, Chaohua will only grow happier." Gu Wang's expression darkened further as he forced a smile, replying, "I hope this young master can keep his word." The matter did not linger long, as an envoy from Eastern Jin proposed to take Gu Wang back, citing that the Eastern Jin Empress was gravely ill from missing her son, and hoped that Emperor Mingda would show compassion and allow the crown prince to return home to attend to her. The Western Ming had stipulated that the Eastern Jin crown prince must remain in the Western Ming until the age of 20. Gu Wang, only 18, still had 2 years left. If he were to return early, he would have to pay compensation according to their agreement. When it came to compensation, the Eastern Jin was reluctant, having already drained their treasury from monthly tributes to the Western Ming over the years. The sum for 2 years' compensation would be no less than 500,000 taels, and the Eastern Jin did not wish to give more money to the Western Ming for nothing. The discussion yielded no resolution, and ultimately, the matter was tabled. After the banquet, Chaohua accompanied Xie Juan back to the duke's residence. It was already evening, and Grandpa Xie Changqing was still in the palace discussing the Eastern Jin envoy's request to take Gu Wang back. The Xie family's female relatives came out to welcome them, as they always placed great importance on such occasions. Chaohua felt a bit guilty and said, "Grandmother, I will be staying here for a short while. I'll be back often, so you need not come out to greet me each time. It makes me feel like an outsider." Upon hearing that she would be staying, the old matriarch was delighted, exclaiming, "It is wonderful that the princess can reside in the duke's residence. Consider it your home from now on. You are a princess. The necessary courtesies must still be observed, and the rules cannot be disregarded." The old lady had once caused quite a stir when she first arrived in the capital due to her ignorance of the customs, leading to many jokes at the expense of the Xie family, who were deemed nouveau riche and uncouth, hindering their offspring from marrying well. As night fell, they did not linger on the topic, and Xie Juan led her to his courtyard. "Are you tired?" Chaohua removed her elaborate outer garments and took off her hairpin, replying, "Not really, but I would like to bathe." Hot water was prepared, but the Xie family lacked a proper bath. They had only a bathing tub, albeit a new one, which Chaohua was still unaccustomed to. Xie Juan realized this and thought that raising a princess wife would not be easy. He needed to work hard to earn money. "Tomorrow, I will have someone dig a bathhouse lined with warm jade to create a bathing space just like the one in your peony garden. That would cost upwards of 100,000 taels, which was extravagantly wasteful. The Xie family was generally frugal, so it would be best not to burden him with such expenses." Chaohua smiled and said, "It's all right. I often bathe in a tub." Though she used a tub for herbal steaming baths, her own was far more luxurious than that of the Duke's residence. It was not that the Duke's household was impoverished. It was simply that her belongings had always been rather lavish. Nevertheless, Xie Juan was determined to provide her with a proper bath. He could not deny his wife what she desired. "You bathe first." After her bath, Xie Juan had someone bring in food, and they dined in Jinxian courtyard. After a day at the Duke's residence, Chaohua distinctly felt the weight of being married. Living in the Duke's residence was indeed unfamiliar, making her feel like an outsider, unlike the comfort of the princess's palace. Xie Juan had matters to attend to and did not accompany her. "Princess, did you not sleep well last night?" Xiaohe inquired, noticing her lack of energy. Chaohua replied yes. She had grown accustomed to her bed, and with Xie Juan absent, she had been summoned to the palace by her father after dinner and had since not returned. Thus, she had not rested well alone. "Then perhaps you should sleep a bit more. The young master hasn't returned yet." Chaohua rose, stretching her back. "On my first day at the Duke's residence, I should go pay my respects." Xiaohe, feeling pity for her, said, "You are a princess, even if you do not go to Chunwei Garden to pay respects." The old lady would not mind. Chapter 104. Where there are people, there are conflicts. She could not fathom why the young master insisted on bringing the princess to live in the Duke's residence, feeling it was a form of torment for her. Living in the Duke's residence meant being surrounded by a mother-in-law, elder matriarch, and aunts, which would inevitably lead to interactions that could be awkward. It would be difficult for the princess to adapt. Chaohua gazed at her reflection in the mirror. "Is it not the same in the palace? I am a princess. I trust no one in the Xie family would dare to make things difficult for me. Moreover, to not pay respects on the first day would leave a poor impression. If Xie Juan learned of it, his fondness for her would surely diminish. To garner his affection, she had to play the role he favored." Xiaohe remarked, "That may be uncertain. The matriarch and the elder lady would certainly have no objections to the princess, but others might not be as accommodating." She was not being overly anxious. The Xie family had 3 branches, and while the matriarch and elder lady hail from humble beginnings, the ladies of the second and third branches were quite respectable, both coming from prominent families in the capital. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Chaohua, a young girl who had been well protected by the empress, had never experienced palace intrigues, let alone the conflicts of a household. The inner residence was often chaotic, and the peace within the Xie family was merely a surface appearance. "Have you heard any gossip?" Xiaohe nodded. "Yesterday, I overheard some maids discussing why the princess would come to the Duke's residence. They wondered why she wouldn't stay in the princess's palace, and instead caused them to greet her daily, leading them to speak cautiously. The maids dared to voice such opinions only because they had heard complaints from their mistresses." Chaohua narrowed her eyes. "Were they from the second and third branches?" "Most likely. We belong to the first branch, and the first lady is kind, with only a nanny and 1 maid. Not many people. Yesterday, everything that was sent was from the first lady. I found them to be quite well-mannered. The second branch's lady is Mrs. Tao, and the third branch's lady is Mrs. Su. They both brought a significant number of maids and servants when they entered the Duke's residence. The second branch resides in the north courtyard, the third in the west courtyard, while the old lady and our first branch are in the east and south courtyards. In the capital, official residences were typically divided into 4 quadrants, with the 3 masters of the Xie family all being legitimate sons born of the old lady, leading to a harmonious brotherhood without major conflicts. However, the second and third ladies were married into the family only after arriving in the capital. Chaohua smiled and said, "Just some minor complaints. There is no need to mind them. I will not be residing in the Duke's residence for long." Xiaohe agreed, feeling fortunate that her mistress was a princess. Otherwise, it would be a trial. She helped Chaohua with her hair and adornments. After having a light breakfast, Chaohua took her attendants to Chunwei Garden to pay her respects to the old lady. Early in the morning, The other branches had already arrived, but the children had gone to school and did not attend. The Xie family was relatively small, aside from Xie Juan marrying. The other two young masters had yet to wed. Among those coming to pay respects were Mrs. Su, Mrs. Li, and Mrs. Tao. Upon her arrival, the old lady rose to greet her. "Princess, please take a seat." The others did not dare to delay. Chaohua stepped forward to assist her in sitting down. "Grandmother, please be seated." "Mother's second aunt, third aunt, please sit as well. We are family. No need for such formality." Despite Chaohua's amiable demeanor, being a princess made it difficult to avoid the weight of her status. They remained cautious in their speech. After a brief conversation, two young ladies arrived, namely Xie Yusin from the second branch and Xie Yushi from the third. The daughter of the first branch was still young and remained at home practicing needlework. Both were the same age, with Xie Yusin born just a day earlier, and both young ladies were graceful and charming. Having not seen them in previous visits, it was said they had been at their maternal grandparents' home. "Greetings, sister-in-law." The old lady regarded the two with a frown, remarking, "Where are your manners? How is it that you arrived so late?" "The princess arrived before you." Both Xie Yusin and Xie Yushi turned pale, quickly kneeling and saying, "Grandmother, we did not intend to be late." They had heard of the princess's beauty and, not wishing to appear inferior, had taken extra time to adorn themselves, which caused their delay. Seeing her daughters reprimanded, Mrs. Su and Mrs. Tao felt discomfort, inevitably harboring resentment towards the princess, yet dared not voice it. The old lady's sudden insistence on decorum was solely due to Chaohua's presence, making it seem as though everyone else should not keep her waiting. Having a princess as a daughter-in-law was indeed troublesome. "Enough, rise. In the future, do not arrive so late." The old lady scolded them lightly, but did not say more. "The princess will be residing in the duke's residence for a few days. You are of similar ages, so do accompany her more often." Both Xie Yushi and Xie Yusin nodded eagerly in agreement. Observing the two individuals, Chaohua realized she was not well acquainted with them. They rarely made appearances at social gatherings. However, they were quite attractive, possessing fair skin and lovely features. "Sister-in-law, I have heard that you have a fondness for peonies. These flowers were specially cultivated by the duke's residence," one of them remarked as they accompanied her through the garden. "You may not know this, but the duke's residence once lacked peonies, as cultivating such precious flowers would prevent them from raising chickens and ducks in the garden. Grandmother prefers growing vegetables over flowers." Another added, indicating that the garden had essentially transformed into a vegetable patch. Consequently, the Xie family disapproved of the old lady's ways, fearing their daughter would develop a taste for such humble pursuits, prompting them to send her back to her maternal home for proper upbringing. Their aim was to raise a true lady of the gentry. Oblivious to these matters, Chaohua examined the garden's freshly tilled soil and inquired, "When were these planted?" "Just yesterday. I believe. I heard that my elder brother intends to bring you back for a short stay, so grandmother immediately had the vegetable garden," Xie Yusin began, only to realize her slip and quickly covered her mouth, laughing softly. Previously, the duke's garden was solely for grandmother's vegetables and poultry. Xie Yushi, too, expressed her distaste. At that time, it was filled with unpleasant odors. Chaohua was astonished. Did grandmother still grow vegetables herself? Truly, she was a down-to-earth lady. When Xie Juan brought her farm-fresh eggs, claiming they were from the old lady's own chickens, she was inclined to believe it. Grandmother grew up in a mountain village. She is accustomed to farming. However, it is better now that you have returned to stay, sister-in-law. The garden will no longer be filled with foul smells, as it used to be when grandmother raised chickens and ducks, which deterred visitors from our home. This has caused second brother and third brother to remain unmarried to this day. Through their interactions, Chaohua realized they were no different from other noble ladies, and she furrowed her brow. "I feel a bit tired. I shall return to rest first." Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the princess found an excuse to leave. "Why has the princess departed?" Xie Yusin asked in surprise. Xie Yushi smirked. "She probably cannot bear the thought of the duke's residence using the garden for vegetables." Xie Yusin remarked, "The princess's visit will cost the duke's residence a considerable sum. These peonies alone cost 30,000 taels. Grandmother and aunt must be quite distressed." "Umph, such small-mindedness. Let it be. It's not as if the princess required our company. We are not obligated to accompany her." With that, the two departed together. Chaohua emerged from the rockery, observing the figures of the two sisters, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She realized she did not know much about the Xie family. Upon returning, Xie Juan noticed her discontent and asked, "What is the matter? Has someone from the Duke's residence upset you?" "Not at all. You do have two younger cousins. You did not see them during your last visit. Do they not reside in the Duke's residence?" Mentioning her cousins seemed to darken Xie Juan's demeanor. "Yes. They have grown up in the Tao and Su families. Second and third aunts believe the Duke's residence cannot produce true ladies of the gentry. Is it true that grandmother raises chickens and ducks in the garden?" Xie Juan chuckled. "Did they tell you that?" "Yes." "Does the princess find our home unpleasant?" Chaohua shot him a glance. "You did not bring me back for the sole purpose of probing my opinions, did you?" Xie Juan sat down and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Not at all. I desire for you to integrate more seamlessly into my family. Do not mind Xie Yushi and Xie Yusin. They do not represent our family as they did not grow up with us. Just look at my mother and grandmother." Chapter 105. A farce. I worry that with the garden now filled with peonies, grandmother might be displeased. So this was the source of her concern? Xie Juan's gaze softened as he pinched her cheek gently. Growing vegetables and raising poultry is a thing of the past. When grandmother first arrived in the capital, she struggled to adjust. Having endured a lifetime of hardship, suddenly living a life of luxury among numerous servants left her feeling out of place and often anxious. I heard that during the time when my second and third uncles were to marry, many noble ladies looked down upon our family due to grandmother's reasons. When she felt insecure, only farming could calm her restless spirit. His father and mother allowed her to cultivate vegetables and raise chickens and ducks in the garden, even maintaining a fish pond for their consumption. Xie Juan saw nothing wrong with this. He was born in the countryside and enjoyed the simple joys of rural life. However, when his uncles sought brides from the capital's elite, it was a significant matter for their family. The Su and Tao families were not particularly prestigious, yet they were not lacking either. Now, especially with the Xie family's military achievements, their status had risen considerably, and the ladies' identities had elevated alongside it. Having grown up in the capital, they were raised in the ways of high society, and upon arriving at the Duke's residence, they were taken aback by its resemblance to a rural estate, with chickens and ducks running amok, a barren garden, and only a few green vegetables. Disliking it instantly, they demanded to return to their maternal homes on their very first day of marriage. Consequently, the old lady had to remove the poultry and fish, replacing them with flowers and koi carp favored by affluent families in the capital. The garden was filled with precious flora. While second and third aunts may be content, grandmother feels pained by the expenses. Cultivating flowers and raising koi requires substantial funds. She believes it is not easy for my father to earn a living through his sacrifices on the battlefield, while second and third uncles are civil officials with meager salaries, hardly sufficient for such extravagance. Hence, they were no longer permitted to grow flowers, and instead, it became a vegetable garden. Because of this, the uncles supported the old lady, while the Tao and Su families felt uncomfortable. After having daughters, they proposed sending them back to their maternal homes for upbringing. The Tao and Su families, being ladies of the capital, naturally found it challenging to coexist with the old lady. It was understandable that they worried about sending their children away, as girls were typically raised within the confines of their families, heavily influenced by their surroundings. Initially, there were plans to send the sons away too, but the Xie family did not consent. Your two cousins did not grow up in the Xie household. They possessed the airs of noble ladies from the capital. If you enjoy their company, let them chat with you. If not, send them back. Grandmother dotes on you. You see, upon hearing that you were to return, she had the Duke's garden entirely planted with peonies. Xie Juan felt a tinge of envy. His grandmother was notoriously frugal and domineering, dictating the household's expenses even now. No extravagance was permitted, and money could not be wasted on frivolous matters. If she were to spend real coins on cultivating flowers without practical use, she would resist. It was better to grow vegetables that could be consumed. The second and third houses were only allowed to plant flowers in their own courtyards, and even then, only within limits. Yet, upon Chaohua's return, the old lady without a second thought allocated 30,000 taels specifically for her beloved peonies. Upon hearing this, Chaohua could not help but smile. I had assumed your family was quite harmonious, free of conflict. Xie Juan pinched her nose playfully. How could that be? Every household has its own troubles. Our family is relatively well off. While second aunts may have opinions about my grandmother and our family rules, they still chose to marry into our family, as we maintain a sense of decorum, where men uphold their integrity and rarely take concubines. When out in society, many women envied the wives of the Xie family, as their status was elevated. Those women appeared glamorous, but once home, they were often consumed with jealousy over various concubines and illegitimate children vying for inheritance. In the Xie family, however, such matters were non-existent. Chaohua thought to herself that perhaps the Xie family simply lacked substantial assets, but she refrained from saying so, fearing it might upset him. Nodding in agreement, she asked, "How long shall we stay in the Duke's residence?" Xie Juan raised an eyebrow. "Are you not comfortable staying here?" "Not particularly." Chaohua hesitated to express her discomfort, as they had spent 30,000 taels to create this garden for her. If she left after only one day, she would surely be met with their discontent. In truth, if grandmother enjoys a farming lifestyle, she could purchase the neighboring estate and create a farm for herself. Next door lies the official residence. Who but the emperor could afford it? Xie Juan chuckled at her whimsical thoughts. Chaohua contemplated persuading her father to bestow the estate upon her, envisioning a farm crafted as a gift for the old lady, which would surely move Xie Juan, deepening his affection for her. However, that matter could wait. There was an unresolved issue at hand. Did father summon you last night, regarding Gu Wang's return to Dongjin? She was reluctant to see Gu Wang depart. Yet he must be sent away. Xie Juan, disinterested in discussing this, murmured, "I'm a bit tired. I shall rest for a while." With that, he turned over and fell asleep, offering Chaohua no opportunity to glean further information. "Princess, the crown prince wishes to see you." A maid entered softly to relay the message. Chaohua glanced at the man sprawled on the bed before turning and exiting. Once she was gone, Xie Juan abruptly opened his eyes, feeling a surge of irritation, and called for someone. "Has the little princess left?" Su Jie replied nervously, "Yes," but she informed the old lady she would return to the princess's residence shortly for dinner. It was only the little princess who dared to openly visit the crown prince while being accompanied by the heir. Anyone else would likely have had their necks twisted by Xie Juan in indignation. Feeling vexed, Xie Juan donned his boots, intending to eavesdrop. At the princess's residence, "Chaohua," Gu Wang exclaimed, his eyes alight with surprise as he arrived directly at the princess's abode. "What brings you to seek me?" Chaohua maintained her composure. "Has father consented to your return to Dongjin?" "Not yet." Gu Wang had come to test her resolve, to see if she would be willing to accompany him. "If I promise to stay, I shall not depart." "Is that true?" Chaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. "I would be delighted if you could remain." Gu Wang, captivated by her radiant smile, found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Chaohua, I must return eventually. If not now, then in 2 years I shall leave. At that time, we shall no longer be able to meet as we do now." Chaohua smiled. "If you wish to return, then do so. There is no need to stay out of obligation to me." "That is not what I meant." Gu Wang frowned, choosing not to elaborate further. "How have you been faring with Xie Juan lately?" "Very well." Her nonchalant demeanor caused him to furrow his brow once again. "I heard you moved into the Duke's residence. Was that Xie Juan's suggestion?" "Yes." "Did you agree to it?" Gu Wang was incredulous that she would heed Xie Juan's wishes. "One marries a chicken, one follows a chicken. I am wed to Xie Juan, thus I shall abide by his decisions." Chaohua replied with a look that conveyed her sense of normalcy in the situation. Gu Wang was left at a loss for words. She no longer spoke of her affections for him as she once did so readily. "Then your relationship with him is not merely a fleeting dalliance, but a serious commitment?" His tone turned icy, his eyes devoid of warmth, now filled with indifference. Chapter 106. Do not invest too deeply from beginning to end. He was the one being toyed with. Chaohua sensed his disquiet and could not help but smirk coldly. "Gu Wang, discussing this now is futile. I'm already married to him. What else is there to do but live well together?" Zhao Heir was still young, and her mother was isolated and helpless within the palace. She had never perceived these dynamics before. Even if her feelings for Xie Juan were absent, she would not seek a divorce. She must continue to live in harmony with Xie Juan, for both she and her mother, as well as the crown prince, needed the support of the Xie family. "I have already stated that we can only be friends." Gu Wang's eyes brimmed with anger. "But you did not say that initially. You claimed you would not fall for Xie Juan, that even if you wed him, your heart would remain with me. You professed that you would love only me in this lifetime." "Chaohua, you are deceiving me." Only now did he comprehend that the little princess had misled him. Gu Wang's expression darkened, a tempest of rage brewing within him. Chaohua felt cold sweat bead in her palms. She was not afraid of what he might do at the princess's residence. "And what of you, Gu Wang? Is your heart truly sincere towards me?" Gu Wang's expression shifted slightly. Chaohua. Of course I'm sincere. His words stumbled, revealing a lack of true conviction. Chaohua smiled wryly. But when I was unwilling to marry Xie Juan, why did you not take me away? Now that you wish to, is it not too late? Gu Wang's smile faltered. He had not anticipated her piercing insight. I never said I would take you away. He forced a smile, his eyes betraying a cold detachment. Your decision is wise. We truly have no future. However, Chaohua, I hope your choice today will not lead to regret. With that, he turned to leave, and Chaohua's expression darkened. Uncle, let us go. Upon returning from the princess's residence, Gu Wang felt unwell and immediately sought out Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian looked surprised. Have you seen the little princess? Yes. She refused to accompany you? Gu Wang raised his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. She has become indifferent to me. Thus, there's no need to cling to what once was. It was merely his unreciprocated feelings. Chaohua did not harbor love for him. Believing that Gu Wang had developed feelings for the little princess, Zhang Jian felt relieved upon hearing his words. If we are to leave, we must secure the little princess's safety to exit the city. I will send someone to capture her. You need not involve yourself. Gu Wang's silence was an agreement. Princess. Lin Han and his companions arrived, awaiting her command. Chaohua, recalling Gu Wang's gaze, sensed he was preparing for a desperate gamble to escape from Ximing. Deploy people to monitor the hostage residence in the palace. He must not escape. Lin Han and the others acknowledged her orders and set out, leaving only Alang by Chaohua's side. Alang appeared excited. Princess, I shall ensure your safety henceforth. Chaohua smiled. Yes, let us return to the Duke's residence. She hurried back, as the Xie family was hosting a reunion dinner that night. After he left, Xie Juan emerged from behind a rockery. Su Jiu observed him, young master. Keep watch. Do not allow Gu Wang to escape. The emperor and others were aware that Gu Wang might attempt to flee, thus assigning Xie Juan to discreetly monitor him. He had initially considered letting Gu Wang go, wishing for him to never return. However, he had not anticipated the little princess's determination to keep Gu Wang in Ximing. From their earlier conversation, it was clear that Chaohua no longer held affection for Gu Wang, yet she was unwilling to let him go. Why was that? Xie Juan pondered, seeking the insight of a close friend. What a rare visitor. Mu Xiaogong, Mu Yu, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing him. What brings you to my humble abode? Xie Juan plopped down into a chair without ceremony. I seek your counsel on a matter. What matter? Mu Yu, a charming young man surrounded by many admirers, was aware of the strict decorum of the Mu family, which forbade his reckless behavior. After learning he had taken a mistress, they no longer allowed him to return home, leaving him to reside independently. Mu Yu dismissed the two young maidservants nearby, knowing Xie Juan preferred a more austere atmosphere. Xie Juan kept his thoughts to himself. Mu Yu, growing impatient, pressed, Speak up. What could possibly trouble the esteemed young master Xie? Are you not currently enraptured with the little princess? She is beautiful and delicate. What woes could you have? Mu Yu poured him a drink, his smile disarming. His charming eyes, filled with mischief, regarded Xie Juan. Xie Juan shot him an irritated glare. Is she a subject of your discussion? The line had been drawn. Mu Yu wisely fell silent. Then what brings you here? Chaohua does not wish for Gu Wang to depart. After much contemplation, Xie Juan finally voiced his concern, a topic he was reluctant to share. Yet he found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend. Mu Yu sipped his drink. Isn't that rather normal? Princess Chaohua has always held affection for him. Although she has married you, her heart may still linger on her first love. She has not given her heart. Xie Juan's countenance darkened, his frustration mounting. He felt as though he could strike Mu Yu in exasperation. Chaohua currently favors me. How convoluted! Mu Yu raised an eyebrow and said, So tell me, did you two consummate your marriage? The princess only fell victim to the love poison 3 months after your wedding, right? You didn't manage to seduce her after your wedding night? Xie Juan felt a throbbing in his temples, realizing he had chosen the wrong person to confide in. Even a bull would have been a better choice than him. Mu Huahua. Noticing his dark expression, Mu Yu gleefully remarked, There is plenty of time ahead. You just said the princess likes you now, so it will surely improve in the future. As for her reluctance to let Gu Wang go, well, that's rather difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it's due to the emperor. This reasoning was somewhat valid. Xie Juan thought similarly. Chaohua was very filial and likely wanted to relieve the emperor's burdens, rather than harboring lingering feelings for Gu Wang. But it's hard to say. The princess is innocent and naive. Her heart can only comprehend love, romance, and poetic sentiments, which it appears you cannot fulfill. Yet Gu Taizi can. And there lies a very pragmatic issue. The princess married you due to her mother's wishes, right? After all, Empress Shun is no naive fool. She views your family's military power as her primary interest. Xie Juan's furrowed brow tightened once more. Indeed, the princess's sudden change of attitude towards him was likely motivated by her desire for him to support the crown prince in seizing power. Mu Yu glanced at him, sensing he was onto something, and continued, "But don't be anxious. The princess has chosen to marry you, indicating she has ambitions regarding you, which means you still have a chance. As long as you grow stronger and possess something she covets, you need not fear her not biting the bait. Let me tell you about women. You cannot be too serious, nor can you invest too deeply in emotions, or else she will have you completely at her mercy." Xie Juan found the conversation tedious and promptly stood to leave. Upon arriving home, Chaohua returned as well. The moment he stepped in, she caught a whiff of alcohol. "Weren't you supposed to be resting at home? When did you go out to drink?" Xie Juan narrowed his eyes and retorted, "And who did you go out to meet?" "I just returned from the princess's residence. Gu Wang was looking for me," Chaohua confessed. Since he had already gone out, he must know whom she had met. So she decided to confess honestly. Xie Juan's expression softened. "I didn't drink. I merely met a friend who was drinking, and I caught a bit of the scent. What did he want with you?" As he spoke, he possessively embraced her. Chaohua understood that she could not stop Gu Wang on her own, so she confessed. He is definitely planning to escape. How honest and obedient she was. Xie Juan felt quite pleased. Even if their relationship was transactional, he would not allow the princess to betray him. "Rest assured, I will not let him succeed. It's getting late, and my father has returned. Let's head to Yixing Hall for dinner." Xie Juan held her tightly, reluctant to let go. Suddenly realizing the wisdom in what Mu Huahua had said, as long as the beautiful and delicate princess had intentions towards him, it was sufficient. Chaohua decided to set aside the matter for now. For the moment, Gu Wang had not made any moves, and it would be unwise to alert him. They arrived together at Yixing Hall, where Duke Xie Changqing himself came to greet her. He was indeed a pillar of the Ximing kingdom. The emperor held him in high regard, praising his bravery and martial prowess, as well as his integrity, which set him apart from other officials. He was wholly devoted to serving the country and never engaged in factionalism. Such qualities defined a truly admirable man. The emperor's esteem for her father-in-law was clear. Chaohua had not understood this before, but now she realized her father was correct. Xie Changqing was indeed worthy of their respect. "Father." As Xie Changqing led the others in preparing to pay their respects, the princess was the first to bow, demonstrating her respect as a daughter-in-law. Xie Changqing, a man known for his stern demeanor, bore a resemblance to Xie Juan. Seeing Chaohua's respectful gesture, he revealed a hint of surprise and approval in his eyes. Thinking that indeed, a royal daughter was different, his demeanor became more earnest as he clasped his fists and bowed. "I pay my respects to the princess. The rights between ruler and subject must not be neglected." Everyone else followed suit in bowing. Chaohua shot a glance at Xie Juan, who stood upright without bowing to his father. Unable to resist, she nudged him. "Pay your respects to father." Only then did Xie Juan bow. Take good care of the princess." Xie Changqing said no more, uttering just those words. Xie Juan had grown weary of hearing them, responding with a simple, During the meal, the atmosphere was quite subdued. Chaohua discreetly observed the three elder Xie men, all of whom exuded elegance and refinement. The second and third elders were particularly graceful, while the duke combined an air of aristocracy with a soldier's fierce demeanor. The second and third elders had not been mentioned by the emperor, but she presumed they were not lacking in merit. Sitting in the honored position, Xie Juan could not join her, as only the old matriarch and duke could sit beside her. Chaohua barely touched her food. She wanted to put down her chopsticks. But others had not eaten much yet, and if she stopped, they would hesitate to continue. She forced herself to finish a bowl of rice before pausing. "How is it? Are you adjusting well?" Once back at the Jinxing courtyard, Xie Juan could not help but ask her. "It's fine. It's not much different from dining at the palace. The palace feasts have more people." Chaohua expressed her indifference. "I noticed you hardly ate. Would you like a late-night snack?" Xie Juan, seated at the neighboring table, kept an eye on her. "No, I might gain weight." "You're too thin." Xie Juan scooped her into his lap, exclaiming, "You're just skin and bones." Chaohua's cheeks flushed. "Then don't hold me. Sleep now." It was uncomfortable to be held like this. She could only look but not touch. Xie Juan pondered how to quickly rid her of the poison she bore. With a man beside her, she felt a sense of security in her sleep. The next morning, Xie Juan left the residence early. Chaohua, as usual, went to Chunhui Garden to pay her respects to the matriarch. After sitting for a while, she accompanied Xie Yushu to stroll through the garden. Elder sister-in-law, shall we go shopping? The Duke's residence's garden, filled with peonies, was rather lacking in allure. The two young ladies, both fond of beauty, admired Chaohua's splendid attire and felt envious. I heard that Marin Hall has released some new jewelry. Feeling bored at home, Chaohua agreed. The two were excited, hoping the princess might gift them some jewelry. Upon arriving at Marin Hall and gazing at the dazzling array of jewels, Xie Yusin and Xie Yushu couldn't resist exclaiming over various pieces. Elder sister-in-law, what do you think of this set of jewelry? Xie Yushu asked, holding up a set adorned with gold and gemstones. It's beautiful, but it's too expensive. Grandmother won't allow you to buy it. Xie Yushu's expression fell at once. We don't have a single decent piece of jewelry. Chaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. If you like them, I shall buy a set for you as a meeting gift. Really? Elder sister-in-law is so kind to us. The two immediately beamed with delight and eagerly selected sets of jewelry, each worth 5,000 taels. After paying, Chaohua intended to return home. The two girls were elated with their new adornments and went back to the Duke's residence, parting ways to go to their respective rooms. Upon hearing of the incident, the old matriarch summoned the two ladies and scolded them. What kind of behavior is this? They must return the jewelry. Mother, this is a gift from the princess to Shuer and the others as a meeting present. How can we return it? That would be disrespectful to the princess. Indeed, jewelry worth 5,000 taels isn't actually that extravagant. Xie Tao and Xie Su quickly interjected, thinking that the princess was wealthy enough. What was 5,000 taels for a headpiece for Yushu and the others? The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Have you prepared a meeting gift for the princess? Every time she visits the Duke's residence, she brings you many gifts. Is that not enough? Our family does not covet the favors of others, especially since the princess is one of us. Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. I, as an old woman, am embarrassed for you. Is this the kind of upbringing that your families, the Tao and Su, have instilled in their daughters? It seems to me they've both been raised poorly. Xie Su and Xie Yushu's faces turned various shades of red and pale. Mother, please don't be angry. We will prepare a meeting gift for the princess later. Madame Xie observed their annoyance and remarked, well, as long as you know what to do. The two departed in mutual understanding. Upon their return, they returned the hair ornaments meant for the princess. Chaohua was taken aback. Why were they sent back? Xiaohe replied, I'm not entirely certain, but I heard that the old lady summoned the second and third madams and scolded them. It seemed she deemed Xie Yushu and her companions too excessive for squandering so much of the princess's money on the ornaments. Chaohua, taken by surprise, found herself at a loss for how to deal with the situation until Xie Juan returned. Do you think the second aunt and the others sent the items back out of anger? Xie Juan's expression darkened slightly. Every time the princess visits the Duke's residence, she presents them with gifts. If the second aunt and the others do not wish to accept this gift, then let it be returned. But I notice your two cousins seem quite fond of those two sets of ornaments. Xie Juan pinched her nose playfully. You're quite naive. They see you as an easy mark. Chapter 108. Winning hearts and minds, Chaohua scoffed. She was well aware of this. This palace does not lack for such trivial sums. They are your cousins, after all. It is merely a set of ornaments, nothing significant. Her actions were merely out of respect for their father, hoping to foster good relations with everyone in the Xie family. If a set of jewelry could smooth things over, why not? Yet, she had not anticipated the old lady's firmness in rejecting such petty advantages. But they do not appreciate it, Xie Juan stated, taking a sip of tea while seated. Chaohua furrowed her brow. What do you suggest we do? I can see that your second and third aunts are definitely upset. Madame Xie Su and Xie Tao presented her with a formidable dilemma. If the old lady were to find out, she would likely deliver another scolding. The thought of disturbing the household's peace over such a matter weighed heavily on Chaohua. It seemed the Tao family did not care, seemingly intent on opposing the old lady. Leave it to me. Xie Juan glanced at the ornaments and had them delivered to the second and third gentlemen, explaining the situation to them. Upon learning of the return, the second gentleman reprimanded his wife upon entering. What is the meaning of this? Who permitted you to act thus? Hearing about the ornaments, Xie Tao's expression shifted, and she could not help but retort coldly, I did not expect the princess to be so scheming. Silence. The man barked, causing her to stiffen. The ornaments were gifts the princess intended for Xie and the others. Mother claims we are coveting the princess's generosity. If so, is there any fault in returning the items to her? Any blame could only rest on the old lady's narrow-mindedness and favoritism. Mother means for you to prepare a gift in return for the princess. Furthermore, Xie and the others took the princess to the jewelry shop, deliberately selecting the most expensive items to purchase. Isn't that merely exploiting the princess's purse? What does it mean to covet her generosity? The second gentleman found the women's reasoning utterly incomprehensible. What Xie and the others did is wrong. Xie Tao's eyes reddened. Isn't it because the old lady forbids Xie and the others from wearing such extravagant ornaments? Which young lady does not have a decent adornment? Only Xie and hers lack one. You wouldn't even buy your own daughter one if asked. Your family is simply stingy, so petty. The third family, Xie, echoed her sentiments. After all these years of marriage, giving birth to your children, have you ever bought me a decent set of ornaments? Annoyed by the women's incessant bickering, the men chose to dismiss the matter and left in a huff. Unreasonable. They then took it upon themselves to purchase a gift for Chaohua. Also a set of ornaments, valued at over 5,000 taels. Second uncle, third uncle's gift. You should accept it. Xie Juan smiled. The Duke's residence was not short on funds, but did not permit the women to engage in such comparisons and extravagance. Each month, the Duke's residence provided Xie Shu and the others with 3 new outfits and 3 sets of jewelry, ensuring they lacked for nothing that young ladies should possess. Yet they were never satisfied. Seeing the exquisite ornaments and garments Chaohua wore, items unattainable elsewhere, only fueled their desire. If they dared to claim 5,000 taels today, tomorrow they would dare to seek Chaohua's imperial gifts. Xie Juan held little affection for her 2 cousins. Chaohua found the situation quite troublesome. Well, let's accept them then. Is there any news from the hostage residence? She inquired after dismissing the servants. Xie Juan raised an eyebrow. None. They will not act lightly until they are fully prepared. I shall keep watch. He cannot escape. Do not concern yourself with him. At present, he was more eager to resolve the matter of her floral poison. I will send someone to Bodhi Temple. I've heard that Master Bodhi has concocted a remedy. The man whispered playfully in her ear, eliciting a rapid heartbeat from Chaohua. Yes, let us try it when the time comes. Xie Juan embraced her, unable to resist kissing her. Does this not cause you pain? He was curious. They spent their days and nights together, yet he was the only one affected by it. The little princess seemed untouched. Chaohua's cheeks flushed as she clutched her chest. It does. Then why did you not say so? For if she rejected him, he would surely be displeased. It is not so serious, just a bit painful. Fearing for her well-being, Xie Juan released her. Then rest for now. I shall go to the study. Chaohua did not rest, but instead ventured to the palace. Mother, Chaohua, come sit beside me. Are you adjusting well to life in the Duke's residence? The Empress Shun greeted her with a beaming smile. It is satisfactory. Is father particularly busy of late? Chaohua sought to discuss the matter of the imperial residence. Upon hearing this, Empress Shun replied with a smile, it is merely an official residence. If you ask the emperor, he will grant it to you. After so many years as a couple, she understood the emperor's flaws. Yet he was exceedingly fond of her daughter Chaohua. If she desired the moon, he would find a way to pluck it from the sky for her. Chaohua expressed, but it is an official residence. If he grants it to me without due cause, will it not provoke resentment among the officials? That residence is not large. It would be difficult to bestow it upon a minister. This palace will speak to him, since it concerned winning over the Xie family. Empress Shun would spare no effort in her assistance. Will the floral poison be resolved? She was anxious that her daughter and Xie Juan had yet to consummate their marriage. Soon, I believe, Xie Juan mentioned that Master Bodhi has already prepared a remedy. Chaohua, however, remained unperturbed. Empress Shun nodded. Let's hope it succeeds this time. Has Su Shu Fei caused you any trouble recently? No. Since her punishment of house arrest, the emperor has not visited her palace. Empress Shun smoothed her hairpin, feeling quite pleased. Of late, the old emperor had been more attentive, often seeking her out. Observing her mother's radiant complexion, Chaohua remarked, in truth, father favors you the most, does he not? Empress Shun sighed. What of it? Ultimately, he still has other women. The old emperor was both unfaithful and unscrupulous, Yet he treated her reasonably well, showering her with affection, but only if she remained obedient. He had no fondness for overly assertive women. Father is the emperor. It is only natural for him to have countless beauties in the harem. Empress Xin chuckled, I understand. So I do not expect his undivided loyalty. As long as you and Zhao Er are well, I shall be at ease. Xie Juan is quite commendable. You will not misjudge him, so be sure to cherish him. Once the floral poison is resolved, consummate the marriage. Saying this, Empress Shun had someone fetch a box for her, advising her to examine it carefully. Chaohua's ears turned crimson. Mother, why must you always be so indecent? She stormed off without taking the brocade box. Empress Shin laughed. This child is shy. The princess is bashful. Shall we send it to the prince? Suggested Granny Yao. Perhaps not. Let us inform the emperor that Chaohua is fond of the official residence next to the duke's. Granny Yao realized her mistake and quickly halted. Sending such a note to the prince was indeed inappropriate. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately. The news inadvertently leaked. Su Shufei and her companions became aware. Mother, father is too biased. Chaohua already possesses such a grand princess residence. Why does she still need to be granted an official residence? I cannot allow her to succeed. Chapter 109. Do not keep kissing me. The palace originally intended to grant you a residence, princess, but the third princess has claimed it for her own use as the princess's estate. It seems that residence will no longer be available to you. Chaohua chuckled. That estate is hardly spacious enough. Is she truly intent on using it? Chao Yu enjoys competing with her. Even an estate must be contested. Xiuhe remarked. Perhaps she aims to oppose the princess by deliberately choosing this estate. Has her husband been selected yet? Chaohua smirked. Not yet. It is rumored that the emperor wishes for the third princess to marry the eldest son of the Su family, Princess Shang. Many are unwilling to accept this unless it is a commoner. But both the commoner Su Shufei and the third princess disdain such prospects. After much deliberation, Emperor Mingde can only present her with her own cousin. The eldest son of the Su family is indeed talented, both in literature and martial prowess, making him a suitable match for the third princess. Yet it appears the Su family is not in agreement. The third princess's temperament is well understood by the Su family. Her royal status makes them reluctant to marry into her family, unlike the Xie family, which prioritizes the eldest princess in all matters. Moreover, the Su family has no rule against taking concubines, but marrying a princess would eliminate the possibility for the eldest son to take a concubine. The Su family values numerous descendants. How many children could a princess bear for them? Thus, they sought to politely decline through Prince Rome. Xiuhe added, I have heard that the third princess seems to have an affection for the second son of the Xie family. Chaohua replied, if Chao Yu marries into the Xie family, it will surely create chaos. She felt a twitch in her eye. Her father would never agree to such a union. Indeed, Emperor Mingde would not consent. However, Chao Yu would not easily relent. As Chaohua was perusing a book, a system notification unexpectedly appeared in her mind. Princess Chao Yu harbors feelings for the second son of the Xie family and intends to drug him to consummate their relationship. The system's sudden alert indicated that it was imperative for her to alter this outcome. Without delay, Chaohua summoned Xie Juan back, for the system hinted at a singular result, omitting the process. She could only caution him to remain vigilant. Xie Juan, upon hearing of her urgent summons, rushed back without hesitation. What is it? Are you unwell? At this moment, keep an eye on your second brother. Chao Yu is fond of him, and since our father disapproves of their union, I fear she may take drastic measures. Chaohua grasped his sleeve, urging him to heed her warning. Xie Juan was astonished. How did you come to know this? My mother inquired about it. Empress Shun is well informed within the palace, so that makes sense. However, the third princess has not interacted with my second brother. Could it be a misunderstanding? Their family already has one legitimate son wed to a princess. Thus it would be impossible to allow the second or third sons to marry one as well. Chaohua scoffed. You do not understand Chao Yu. She has always sought to compete with me. When I requested our father for the estate next to the duke's residence, she, feeling disgruntled, approached our father to claim the adjacent estate as her own. Moreover, she subtly indicated her affection for Xie Zheng, wishing for him to be her husband, pleading for our father's blessing. Chao Yu believes that marrying Xie Juan would satisfy her desires. Hence, she seeks a husband on par with him. Xie Zheng is the perfect candidate. There is no question of affection. After all, Xie Zheng is handsome and accomplished, holding the position of a young official at such a young age. Marrying him would not be a loss. Xie Juan rubbed his temples. I will inform my second brother. The envoy from Dongjin has returned. Chaohua was taken aback. What of Gu Wang? He has chosen to remain. Xie Juan's expression darkened. It was evident that the man harbored resentment, wishing to take Chaohua with him and seek revenge against the Xie family. Gu Wang is no ordinary individual. He must have sensed that they were secretly watching him. Moreover, they could not easily target Chaohua, as she was in the duke's residence rather than the princess's palace, which is heavily guarded by hidden sentinels. It would be difficult to act against her. Chaohua was satisfied with this outcome. It was best if he did not leave. Are you reluctant to see him go? Xie Juan, feeling displeased, wrapped an arm around her waist, firmly grasping her. Chaohua let out a small sound. No, I simply do not wish for him to return and strengthen his power. Keeping him confined in the hostage's residence allows us to maintain control. Control him for what purpose? Even if he returns to Dongjin, he will not create much trouble. You need not worry about him attacking Shiming. I am here. As long as he remains, the young princess's household will not fall into ruin. Chaohua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling inexplicably heavy-hearted. Upon sensing her distress, Xie Juan cupped her face. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. I'm simply happy. Little liar. Xie Juan pinched her cheek, unable to resist kissing her again. Xie Juan, please do not kiss me so often. Sometimes my heart feels so painful. Chaohua was not entirely devoid of feelings when her chest ached. She could manage to endure it for a while, but gradually it became unbearable. Xie Juan squinted slightly. Is it possible that the princess has developed feelings for me? Chaohua's cheeks flushed as she turned away, ignoring him. Such matters were too embarrassing to confess. There were times when she would gaze at his figure, captivated. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Bodhi temple. Xie Juan chuckled softly near her ear before setting off. Before departing, Xie Juan sought out Xie Zheng, advising him to be cautious and avoid eating anything indiscriminately. Coincidentally, Xie Zheng was to visit the Su family today, as he and the eldest son of the Su family were classmates with a cordial relationship, along with Lin Mingji and Chu Lin. They were all students of the esteemed Su Taifu and frequently visited their mentor. Xie Zheng frowned. I understand, but brother, are you truly going to the Bodhi temple? Yes. Xie Juan, troubled by the thought that the young princess had been poisoned by the flower of love and must avoid men, felt increasingly anxious. He suffered daily, needing to resolve this matter. Having said that, he mounted his horse and departed. Xie Zheng proceeded to the Su Taifu's residence. Chaohua woke early, feeling restless, uncertain if it was Xie Juan or Xie Zheng who was in danger, with no system alerts to guide her. Lin Han, go to the Bodhi temple and protect the prince. Lin Han immediately accepted the order and prepared to leave. Just then, Chaohua called out to him, I shall accompany you. The system suddenly alerted her. Xie Juan will be ambushed and injured. Seeing this notification filled Chaohua with panic, disregarding everything else. She rushed to change her attire and prepare to take her guards out of the residence. Lin Han and the others expressed their concerns. Princess, it suffices for us to assist the young master. You should remain in the duke's residence. Chaohua, feeling increasingly anxious, replied, No. If Xie Juan dies, I will have no means to confront Gu Wang, and no one will support Zhaoer in the future. She could not allow him to perish. Should we inform the duke? Chaohua shook her head. No need. We shall leave the residence stealthily. If she informed the duke, he would undoubtedly prevent her from risking a trip to the Bodhi temple. Fearing that if she delayed further, Xie Juan might truly come to harm, she scaled the wall with her guards and rode towards the Bodhi temple. Meanwhile, Xie Juan was already under attack. Master, you should flee, Su Jiu urged, covering their retreat as they faced off against the assailants. End of chapter. Chapter 110. The young princess's 1,000-mile rescue. Xie Juan had already sustained injuries. An ambush had been laid for him, and he had unwittingly been struck in the shoulder by a poisoned arrow. I cannot move. I have been poisoned. You all go to the Bodhi temple and fetch reinforcements. I will stay behind to fend them off. Saying this, he expressionlessly pulled the arrow from his shoulder. Xie Juan. At that moment, a group burst in, swiftly dispatching several black-clad assassins. Chaohua! Xie Juan could hardly believe his eyes. The young princess had come to rescue him. Are you all right? Chaohua dismounted to support him, her heart finally settling as she saw he was still alive. The young princess risked herself to save him, and Xie Juan felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Overwhelmed with happiness, he reached out and embraced her, pressing a kiss to the corners of her reddened eyes. Do not cry. I am fine, just a minor injury. It seems you have been poisoned. Chaohua exclaimed, noticing the darkening of his lips and glancing at his wound. We must head to the Bodhi temple at once. Due to the sudden involvement of Chaohua, the assassins, realizing they could gain nothing, retreated. Lin Han approached with the cart, while Chaohua assisted a person onto it, only to be unexpectedly lifted by Xie Juan. "I am not as weak as you presume. Merely injured," he stated. Chaohua, exasperated, retorted, "You're poisoned yet still pretending to be strong? This trivial poison cannot claim my life," he replied, leaning against the cart, drawing out a dagger to incise his wound and expel the poisoned blood. The sight was painful, and Chaohua hurried to intervene. "Let me extract it for you." She bent down and kissed the wound on his shoulder, drawing out the toxic blood with determination. Xie Juan isa ears flushakrimsun, a tingling sensation causing him to involuntarily emit a sound. After several draws of the poisoned blood, Chaohua wiped her lips and inquired, "How do you feel now?" "Here, take an antidote pill." After consuming the pill, Xie Juan embraced her. "You should take one as well." "How'd you come here?" Chaohua nestled in his arms, still fearful of his condition. "I felt uneasy and worried about you, so I sought you out, not expecting to find you in such peril." "Who were those people?" "I do not know. They are likely individuals who wish for my demise." Xie Juan squinted slightly. "Let's not dwell on that now. We must head to the Bodhi temple. Your presence is fortuitous. We can consult Master Bodhi." "Very well." Seeing his lips regain their natural hue eased Chaohua's worries. Xie Juan gazed at her, smiling. "Are you afraid I might perish?" "Yes, if you were to die, I would be left in mourning." Chaohua felt slightly uncomfortable under his tender gaze. "I'm not so easily dispatched," he mused, thinking that if he were to die just after marrying his little bride, he would surely be unable to rest in peace. After a night of travel without pause, they finally arrived at the Bodhi temple. Chaohua, experiencing such continuous travel for the first time, felt sore and uncomfortable from the jostling. "Sir, the Duke's residence has discovered the princess's absence and is currently in a state of panic." An undercover guard from the Duke's residence arrived, astonished to find the young princess at the Bodhi temple with the heir. "Yes, inform my father that Chaohua is with me, and there is no need for concern." Xie Juan grasped the little princess's hand. The guard nodded and continued, "Additionally, there is news regarding Princess Chaoyu and young Master Chu. They inadvertently fell victim to a drug and were seen together at the Grand Tutor's residence." Xie Juan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chaohua. "Wavajin. The second young master is fine. It seems the drink was originally meant for him, which he did not consume. Young Master Chu drank it, leading to the incident with Princess Chaoyu." Chaohua's earlier worries were confirmed. Had she not warned him, Xie Zheng might have been coerced into marrying the third princess. In the general's residence, upon hearing the news, Chu Yu was incredulous. In her past life, it was indeed Xie Zheng and the third princess who were drugged and found together, forcing Xie Zheng to marry her. After marrying into the Xie family, the third princess frequently clashed with Princess Chaohua, creating chaos within the family. Eventually, the Xie family faced downfall due to corruption, leading to their exile, during which many perished. The instigators of this turmoil were the two sisters, Chaohua and Chaoyu. It was unexpected that this life had diverged from the previous one. She had refrained from interfering, fearing she might alter the course of events. Yet it seemed change was inevitable. Was it due to her rebirth? Furthermore, Gu Wang was supposed to leave Ximing this year. Yet he had not. Gu Wang's decision not to leave was attributed to Chaohua. Realizing this, Chu Yu felt a surge of resentment. What is the situation at the Grand Tutor's residence? The third princess has been taken back to the palace. The Grand Tutor has entered to plead for forgiveness. After all, such events occurring at the Su family's estate were significant. The eldest young master has just returned. With the matter being settled, the eldest young master would undoubtedly have to marry the princess. Chu Wang was displeased. "How could it be that you were the one drugged?" "Julin zet ponde. I'm not certain. I merely drank a bit and felt unwell. I later found myself in the Su family's courtyard with the princess." "Are you implying you forced the third princess?" Chu Wang's complexion paled in shock. "Mother, it is not as such. The third princess was under the influence as well. If it were not for the princess's own impatience, how could she have been so easily coerced with so many protectors around her? Both were drugged and in need of an antidote, which led to their being taken to a room in the Su residence." Chu Wang sighed in relief. "As long as that is the case. However, marrying the princess means our good days are numbered. Your sister's engagement has not been finalized. The Xianwang residence refuses to withdraw their proposal, and now this. What misfortune has befallen our family?" Chu Lin felt reluctant to marry the princess. If he were to marry, it should be someone as delicate and beautiful as the eldest princess. While Princess Chaohua was a princess, her beauty paled in comparison to the eldest princess. She was merely average-looking, and after the tumultuous events at the Su family's estate, her makeup had washed away, revealing her true appearance, which was quite unremarkable. Contemplating the fact that Xie Juan was to marry the stunning eldest princess while he was forced into wedlock with the unattractive third princess left Chu Lin feeling discontented. Mother, I am quite fatigued. Please allow me to rest for a while. Upon arriving at the Bodhi temple, Master Bodhi examined Xie Juan's injuries. Amitabha, he began, please rest assured. Your injuries are not severe. The timely extraction of the poisoned blood and the consumption of the antidote have alleviated the situation. Xie Juan smiled. Chaohua, I am well. But let the master check your pulse first. After examining Chaohua, Master Bodhi provided her with an antidote pill. Take this, and if you feel no discomfort, it indicates the poison has been dispelled. Thank you, Master. As night fell, Chaohua and Xie Juan decided to stay at the Bodhi temple. After Master Bodhi departed, Xie Juan, unable to contain himself, lifted her into his arms. What are you doing? This is the Bodhi temple. Chaohua's ears flushed as she hurried to prevent his advances. I am injured. We should wait until I recover. Xie Juan chuckled softly, but we can at least ascertain if the poison has truly been dispelled. With that, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Do you feel any discomfort? After the kiss, Xie Juan gently inquired, holding her close. Chaohua blushed deeply, shyly leaning against his shoulder. No, I feel fine. Then it seems the poison has indeed been dispelled. Yes. However, given your injury, it is not quite appropriate to pursue such matters here at the Bodhi temple. Shall we discuss it upon our return? Chaohua nervously clutched his clothing, afraid he might suddenly pounce on her. The young princess's soft plea melted Xie Juan's heart. Very well, I shall heed the princess's wishes. He awaited her favor. Chaohua sighed in relief. I would like to bathe. I wonder if it is feasible at the Bodhi temple. I shall arrange for hot water and guard the door while you bathe. You can wash at ease. With him by her side, Chaohua felt reassured, though she lacked her usual maidservants, having secretly come out with only bodyguards. After her bath, she felt dizzy. Xie Juan, do not move. I will come in to assist you. Xie Juan anticipated that the young princess would struggle alone and entered without hesitation. Chaohua sat in the tub, hesitant to rise. Please bring me my clothes. The floor is wet. Be careful not to slip. Xie Juan boldly approached, holding her clothing. We are already husband and wife. Do you still fear being seen by me? Chaohua felt a surge of irritation. Could he not speak of anything else? Do not worry. Seeing her shyly blushing, sitting motionless in the bathtub, Xie Juan couldn't help but smile helplessly. He reached out to lift her up, noting that the water had grown cold, and if this continued, she might catch a chill. Chaohua couldn't help but scream, quickly grabbing the clothes from his hands to cover herself entirely. Xie Juan, you mustn't look. Close your eyes. She simply could not bear the thought of standing before him unclothed. It was far too embarrassing. Had she known, she would have foregone the bath altogether. Xie Juan cradled the delicate little princess in his arms, his throat tightening as he leaned closer to whisper in her ear, it's only a matter of time. So do not fear. I shall not behave improperly. The little princess was still somewhat resistant to herself, and Xie Juan understood that she needed time. The fact that she could risk herself to save him was already a significant step forward. He appreciated her sincerity, and his feelings for her deepened beyond mere admiration for her beauty. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself wanting to protect her. Chaohua, still startled, began to calm down under his gentle reassurances. All right, I can dress myself. You may go out first. The little princess felt too shy, and Xie Juan did not press too close. He placed a fresh set of clothes by the bedside. Very well, call for me once you are dressed. The Bodhi temple, nestled in the mountains, was indeed cold at night, and he offered to sleep beside her. Chaohua went to the Bodhi temple. Xie Juan was taken aback. The ambush on the road had been orchestrated by him, a plan to eliminate Xie Juan. He had not anticipated that at such a critical moment, the little princess would lead a rescue for Xie Juan. Chang'an, cloaked in night garments, had personally participated in this operation, and his subordinates had witnessed that it was indeed the princess, accompanied by her skilled companions. It was evident that the little princess had been cultivating her own talents, selecting the best among them. Xie Juan clenched his fists in frustration. They were likely already at the Bodhi temple. Yes, he had heard that Master Bodhi had developed an antidote for the love flower poison. Although an antidote was not guaranteed, Master Bodhi was no ordinary expert. The longevity elixir he concocted was priceless and unmatched. If Master Bodhi could produce an antidote for the love flower poison, success was highly probable. Should Chaohua be cured, it was certain that Xie Juan would force the princess into consummation. Gu Wang understood men's nature all too well, especially towards a beauty like Chaohua. He ordered his men to keep watch over them. Gu Wang's fists tightened in resentment. "Your Highness, Miss Chu seeks an audience." At that moment, Chu made an unexpected visit. "Refuse her." Gu Wang had little inclination to meet anyone. Chu Yu seemed to anticipate his response, and after conferring with the Dark Guard, he relayed her words. "Your Highness, Miss Chu claims she can help you achieve your desires." "Just her?" Gu Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let her in." Chu Yu harbored affections for him, and he did not wish to entangle himself with such a woman. It could lead to complications. However, her assertion of being able to assist piqued his curiosity. Draped in a loose black cloak, she visited at night, exhibiting considerable courage. "Awang." Gu Wang's expression remained cold as he gestured for her to sit. He no longer addressed her as you were, leaving her feeling disheartened, her eyes misty. "Awang, there's no need for you to be cautious. Once a mentor, forever a guardian. My father holds you in high esteem. We are eternally siblings. This is also for the benefit of your Chu family. There is no need for us to interact further. Do not seek me out again." Gu Wang frowned, his patience wearing thin. "I know you are unwilling. You desire revenge for your royal uncle and wish to eliminate the Xie family. Rest assured, you shall succeed. However, one thing you must remember. You cannot fall in love with Princess Chaohua." Gu Wang's gaze turned icy as he regarded her. "Is that all you wish to convey, Miss Chu?" "Awang, I would never deceive you. Because she has lived again, she knows everything. I cannot explain it to her now, but please trust me. Princess Chaohua once held affection for you, yet turned to marry Xie Juan, showing that her feelings were not genuine. Should you persist in your infatuation, you will find yourself irretrievably lost." Gu Wang found her words displeasing. If not for Empress Shun and the Crown Prince's need for the Xie family's influence, Chaohua would never have humiliated herself to please Xie Juan. Her actions were solely for her family. Gu Wang lowered his gaze. "I appreciate your goodwill, Miss Chu, but it is late. You should return." "Awang." Gu Wang raised his eyes, his expression frigid. "This matter is my own. I do not intend to collaborate with your Chu family. Miss Chu, you may leave." His indifference left Chu Yu feeling icy. With no recourse, she departed. The Bodhi temple was indeed cold at night. Chaohua, unable to resist, snuggled into the warmth of the man's embrace, causing Xie Juan to have a restless night. The next day, he awoke feeling unwell. "Does your wound still hurt?" The little princess, oblivious to everything, nestled in his arms, concern etched on her face. Xie Juan smiled slightly. "Yes, a bit uncomfortable. Then we should consult Master Bodhi." Chaohua sprang up immediately. Xie Juan's expression shifted as he quickly held her back. "Do not move." Into this chapter, chapter 112. Tormented beyond repair, what is it? Are you very uncomfortable? Chaohua's eyes were filled with concern. Xie Juan's gaza darkanat, his handsome face looming closer. Chaohua. Before she could comprehend, she felt the world spin around her. Suddenly, the towering figure of the man enveloped her. The bed was warm, and his presence radiated a heat akin to a furnace, causing her to sweat instantly. His expression was somber, his striking features sharply defined. "Chaohua, I'm quite well." As he leaned closer, Chaohua sensed his intentions and felt an overwhelming anxiety, her palms growing clammy. She grasped the sheets beneath her, then gradually released her grip, wrapping her arms around his waist. Did we not agree to discuss this later? She truly did not want to engage in such matters outside. Xie Juan pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. "I know. I simply do not want you to worry." He was indeed a bit hasty, but who could blame him in such circumstances? Noticing the little princess's nervousness and shyness, Xie Juan ultimately relented, not wishing to frighten her. He released her and stood up. "Let us return today." Chaohua sighed in relief. All right. The eldest princess had gone missing, and upon hearing the news, Emperor Mingda became exceedingly anxious, nearly blaming the Xie family for their lack of protection. Xie Changqing felt a knot in his stomach. The little princess had vanished from the Duke's residence, which was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The princess has gone to the Bodhi temple with Juan. He is concerned about the potential consequences of the love flower poison remaining untreated, so he intends to seek Master Bodhi for an antidote." The princess may have secretly followed him out of concern for Juan. It was my oversight in not properly guarding her. Hearing that they were at the Bodhi temple with Xie Juan, Emperor Mingda felt somewhat reassured. As long as they are safe, we must send someone to bring them back swiftly. I have heard that Xie Juan was attacked. Though he was angry, the princess had ventured out on her own. The Xie family could not bear the blame entirely. Xie Changqing replied, yes, he sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. However, we must find out who dared to make an attempt on the Duke's heir. It is audacious to attack a scion of the Duke's family beneath the Emperor's nose. We must apprehend them and punish them severely. Xie Changqing affirmed, I am not entirely sure of the assailant's identity, but I will send men to ensure their safety. Emperor Mingda nodded. Yes. The Empress was still worried about their daughter. He needed to visit Zixia Palace. That woman was inherently timid. After Xie Changqing departed, Emperor Mingda went to comfort the Empress. Your Majesty, has Chaohua returned? Empress Shun's eyes were swollen from worry after a sleepless night. Emperor Mingda felt a pang of sorrow, though he maintained an air of indifference, concealing his emotions. She sought out the prince consort, and with Xie Juan by her side, there was no cause for concern. Empress Shun exhaled in relief. All was well. Unlike the past, when women would nestle close to her, Emperor Mingda furrowed his brow, unable to resist drawing her into his embrace, urging her to cease her tears. Chaohua is our daughter. The fortunate are watched over by fate. I have already dispatched someone to fetch them. Empress Shun, however, was devoid of the inclination to attend to him. Her affections had long since waned. Though she rested against him, her heart was not in it, merely a display of skill. Her voice, soft and delicate, resonated like a gentle caress, igniting a fervor within him. He cherished her tender, enchanting tones. When Emperor Mingda's gaze darkened, he lifted her effortlessly. Startled, Empress Shun quickly interjected, Your Majesty, I am fatigued today and unwell. Was she rejecting him? His eyes narrowed slightly. Lanner, you have been rather disobedient of late. His voice was cool, devoid of warmth, yet strangely gentle. Shen Shilan felt a chill course through her. After all these years of marriage, she had persistently played the role he favored, but her spirit was weary. The elderly emperor, despite his years, remained robust and powerful. They were a decade apart. Initially, he had intended to marry her half-sister, Shun Shijuan, whom he adored. Alas, Shun Shijuan met an untimely demise while saving her from fire. They had shared a bond since childhood, and the emperor, haunted by his lost love, had yet to establish a consort until Shinshilan blossomed at 16, captivating him instantly. As the emperor, he had no choice but to accept her into the palace. Upon her arrival, he treated her as a mere substitute for Shen Shijuan, harboring resentment and subjecting her to humiliation. As the legitimate daughter of the Shun family, raised in opulence, she could hardly endure such indignities. In her youth, she had been oblivious and had begged her father to allow her to leave the palace and eschew the role of empress. However, as the emperor began to suppress the Shun family, she gradually comprehended his motives. He believed they were responsible for the death of his beloved. Realizing this, she had merely played along for years, but with her daughter still young, she could not confront him openly. She could only hope for his swift demise, so she could ascend as Empress Dowager and see her son rule, thus beginning her own prosperous life. Your Majesty, I am no longer a young girl, and I cannot endure your whims. I fear I may fail in serving you adequately. Perhaps you should seek another consort? Shinshilan truly wished to avoid attending to this elderly emperor, feeling as though her body was being squandered. The emperor's countenance darkened at her words, irritation flickering in his eyes as he grasped her chin. Su Marin, I have already dealt with matters. Is it that you are still unsatisfied? Shinshilan sensed a chasm between them. She genuinely wished for him to seek solace in other women, to leave her be. I harbor no resentment towards your Majesty. I have not taken Su Marin to heart. Had it not been for your disrespect toward Chaohua, I would not have intervened. She understood the man was prone to jealousy, suspecting she might exploit their daughter to gain favor. He had long warned her against using their child for such purposes, a caution she had always kept in mind. You are the empress. Who in the harem would dare disrespect you? You have the authority to address such matters. He laid her gently upon the bed, but upon noting her reluctance, he refrained from pressing further, though discomfort lingered in his heart, prompting him to administer a minor punishment. Shinshilan struggled to breathe, pleading for mercy before he finally released her. Your Majesty. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, gazing intently at him, her words hanging unspoken. Emperor Mingda froze, the intention to depart dissipating as he leaned closer. In that moment, she heard him whisper her name tenderly, Ajuan. The two syllables plunged her into an abyss of emotion. Upon returning to the capital, Chaohua finally felt a sense of peace. The duke's household was rife with concern, especially after hearing that her father nearly punished the Xie family. Chaohua chided herself. I should have been more considerate and informed grandmother and father. She resolved to enter the palace and clarify matters with her father. Xie Changqing reassured her, it is not the princess's fault. She was merely worried for Wan'er. Thanks to the princess, Wan'er is safe. As long as he is unharmed, I am grateful, the elderly matriarch said hurriedly. Xie Juan had sustained injuries and required rest, appearing quite frail, which sparked great concern from both the matriarch and Lady Xie, who urged them to retreat and recuperate. Chaohua, believing him genuinely unwell, intended to tend to his wounds upon returning to the Jinxian courtyard. To her surprise, Xie Juan seemed invigorated, lifting her effortlessly. Weren't you feeling poorly? Chaohua glared at him in frustration. I was indeed suffering. Xie Juan could not resist planting a kiss on her. Chaohua, I endured greatly. Throughout their journey, she had thought him injured, allowing her to lean against him and drift into a peaceful slumber, oblivious to the strain he felt. Chapter 113. Delving deeper into his heart, young master, the emperor summons you to the palace. Just as Xie Juan was about to embrace his wife, the emperor, oblivious to the mood, interrupted. Chaohua nudged his sturdy chest. Let's go together. Father is surely worried about me. We shall continue this later. As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, for she understood that such matters were inevitable. If she continued to evade them, it would signal a lack of sincerity in their partnership. Since Xie Juan was enamored by her beauty, he was indeed easier to manage. Hearing her words, he pinched her cheek playfully. Do you think me a lecher? A man of base desires? Is that not the case? Chaohua's gaze was unabashedly skeptical. Who on their wedding night would not wish to possess her completely? Since she had softened her attitude, he had taken advantage, pressing his advances daily. Were it not for her unexpected encounter with the flower of love, he would have claimed her long ago. Despite her youth, she had witnessed much in the palace. Her father, for instance, presented a stern and majestic facade. Yet behind closed doors, he was quite the libertine. He judged the women of the harem by their appearance and figure. Those deemed unattractive received barely a glance. Chaohua had grown up in beauty, becoming increasingly enchanting, captivating the attention of men who exchanged lewd comments about her in private. She was well aware that men often operated with base instincts. The only exception was Gu Wang, who had never regarded her with such vulgarity. He remained unaffected by her allure. Perhaps it was because he harbored disdain for her. What troubles you? Noticing her distraction, Xie Juan felt his interest wane, pondering if he had been too hasty. Nothing. Let us proceed to the palace. Now that I have resolved to be a good wife, supporting the crown prince and vying for power for my mother and the Shun family, I shall not hold back. Whatever the young master desires, I will provide. The little princess suddenly appeared composed, no longer shy as she articulated her thoughts, indicating that she had weighed her options. Xie Juan furrowed his brow, his expression growing colder, wishing to inquire if her daring act to save him was merely a strategy to gain his trust and solidify his loyalty. If so, he had underestimated her. She had successfully penetrated his heart. He suddenly recognized the wisdom in Mu Huahua's advice. One must not invest too deeply, particularly with a woman like the eldest princess. At such a young age, she wielded such cunning and ambition, willing to endure humiliation for the sake of the crown prince and her mother. In a few years, should she truly grasp power, what would become of him? Xie Juan took a deep breath and straightened his posture. I shall change my clothes. With that, he turned away coldly. Chaohua, bewildered, wondered what had transpired. His temperament is truly capricious, shifting like the weather. Wasn't he just fine a moment ago? Xie Juan. I intended to coax him with a few comforting words, but he dashed off in a hurry. I suppose I must set this aside for now. After all, with his unpredictable nature, a little charm later almost surely mend things. Chaohua did not dwell on it further and rose to change her attire. The two entered the palace together. Xie Juan chose to ride rather than take a carriage. Chaohua frowned, concerned about his injury, urging him to ride in the carriage instead. Yet he refused. Xie Juan was in a foul mood, emanating an icy demeanor that suggested he was sulking. While others might interpret his words as normal, to Chaohua, They clearly indicated his displeasure. How to soothe the irate prince? In a state of disarray, Chaohua sought assistance from the system, but it remained indifferent, merely offering sporadic prompts, serving solely as a tool. This malevolent female antagonist self-rescue system was not designed to court the prince. Chaohua felt a sense of despair and, resigned, took the carriage into the palace alone, seeking counsel from her mother. "Sir, why aren't you riding in the carriage with the princess?" Sujio couldn't help but whisper, glancing back at the carriage. After all, he was eagerly awaiting the day the poison of love would be lifted, allowing him to consummate the marriage. He often remarked that the sole advantage of marrying a princess was her beauty and softness, which could warm one's bed. Initially, this was said in jest, as Xie Juan had never intended to marry the little princess. It was only after meeting her that he reluctantly acquiesced. While others might not perceive the prince's true nature, Sujio, having followed him for years, understood all too well that Xie Juan was simply captivated by the princess's beauty. This was only natural, considering they were both men. However, now that the poison had been dispelled, why was the prince seemingly displeased? Could it be that the little princess was unwilling? Xie Juan's expression was cold, his gaze frosty, and he was disinclined to speak. Noticing his master's frosty demeanor, Sujio wisely fell silent. Clearly, the prince was once again in a mood. Upon entering the palace, Chaohua first accompanied him to the imperial study. In the imperial garden, they encountered the third princess and Chu Lin, who had just come from the study, each holding a decree of marriage. Upon seeing Chaohua, Zhao Yu's expression became furious, akin to someone who had ingested gunpowder. "Sister, do not contest with me over the residence next to the duke's mansion. I intend to marry and establish my princess's residence there." She felt deeply aggrieved. She was originally meant to wed Xie Juan, only to end up with a worthless Chu Lin. Chu Lin lacked the looks, martial prowess, and abilities of Xie Juan. He was utterly incompetent. Chaohua's prince, at least, was handsome and accomplished, with significant military merit. The more Zhao Yu pondered, the more resentful she became. Wishing to seize the residence, Chaohua had set her sights on to balance her feelings. "That residence is far too small for your princess's abode," Chaohua kindly suggested, adding that it was the very one she had chosen, and thus it was unreasonable for someone to take it from her. "I want that residence for my princess's quarters." Zhao Yu insisted, unwilling to yield. "If you desire a favor from father, do so on your own merit. Do not make a scene before me." Zhao Yu's anger flared. "Father dotes on you. Anything you wish for, he will grant you. You are the elder sister, and I am the younger. What harm is there in granting me a little?" Just because Chaohua had first expressed her desire for that residence, Zhao Yu had approached their father several times. Yet he had not consented to grant her a princess's residence. "By your reasoning, does it imply that whatever you fancy, I must concede? Even if you covet my prince, should I relinquish him to you?" Chaohua's gaze was piercing as she shot her a cold look. Zhao Yu's heart trembled. She had never encountered such a fierce glare from Chaohua, leaving her truly intimidated. I. End of chapter. Chapter 114. The truth is revealed after a prolonged silence. Zhao Yu was at a loss for words. Her face flushed as she turned to Chu Lin in frustration. "You might as well say something." Chu Lin glanced at Xie Juan beside the eldest princess. After all, the prince was present. Given the circumstances, Zhao Yu was clearly in the wrong. What could he possibly say? Xie Juan's expression remained icy, radiating an aura of dominance. They were not like women, bickering over trivial matters. Should a conflict arise, he might find himself at a disadvantage against Xie Juan. However, as the son of General Chu, he was not one to back down easily, especially against the son of the duke who had been a long-time rival. Chu Lin was reluctant to lose to him. The eldest princess already had her princess's residence. Why contest a mere small official residence with the third princess? He hoped the eldest princess would take a step back and relinquish that residence to the third princess. Feeling a sense of relief, Zhao Yu raised her chin in triumph. Glancing at Xie Juan, who remained indifferent, clearly unwilling to support Chaohua. Chaohua's domineering nature was already off-putting. No man would take a liking to someone so unreasonable. "Have you eaten today? Will you not eat tomorrow?" Just as Zhao Yu was reveling in her moment of victory, a frosty voice shattered her smile. Xie Juan, surprisingly, had come to Chaohua's defense. Chu Lin's expression stiffened. Such words were inappropriate. "You shouldn't say that. If you want the residence, seek a favor from the emperor." Xie Juan cast a cold glance at Chu Lin. "Otherwise, how about this? Young Master Chu, let us compete. If you win, I shall request the residence from the emperor as a wedding gift for you. Chu Lin's expression darkened. This was a slap in the face. It was a mockery. If his bride could not even secure a residence from the emperor, how could he expect to receive one as a gift? That would be utterly humiliating. He did not have the gall to face the emperor, but Xie Juan was different. He had military merit. If he desired a residence, he could simply ask, and the emperor would surely grant it. After all, Xie Juan had returned from the battlefield and married the eldest princess, willingly relinquishing his military power and settling into the role of a mere instructor in a new recruit's camp. Marrying a princess inherently barred him from holding an official position. And Emperor Mingda had intentionally sought to diminish the Xie family's military influence. Yet the Xie family bore no resentment, complying with the emperor's wishes, and for this reason, the emperor regarded Xie Juan with favor. No need. I will strive for what I desire on my own. Chu Lin was deeply provoked, hastily pulling the third princess away, fearing that if he remained, Xie Juan would surely infuriate him further. Zhao Yu, equally frustrated, stomped her feet. You are worthless. What is wrong with fighting him? Are you afraid of losing? How could she possibly endure such humiliation? Chu Lin was vexed by her incessant complaints. Princess, if the emperor learns of this quarrel in the imperial garden, he may scold you again. One must tread carefully within the palace, a concept she seemed oblivious to, proving her ignorance. Chu Lin glanced at her meager figure. While a well-endowed woman might possess some advantages, she was neither endowed nor clever, lacking any usefulness. You. Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Humph. Chu Lin, do you dare to bully me? I do not dare, my lady. Chu Lin hastily reassured her, realizing that dealing with a princess was a troublesome affair. Were she another woman who would dare to be so brazen in his presence? Are you in a foul mood? Chaohua observed that his ire was unusually intense. He had nearly torn into Chu Lin moments ago. Xie Juan's lips curled into a cold smirk. No, I merely believe the princess is right. As we are married, it is my duty to protect you. Chaohua felt somewhat perplexed. She pondered his earlier remark and eventually realized he was responding to her words in the Jinxian courtyard. What is it? Did I say something wrong that upset you? She felt her statement had been entirely reasonable. Had they not agreed on mutual benefit, devoid of emotional ties? Xie Juan furrowed his brows, nearly crushing a fly, struggling to comprehend what had caused his displeasure. Did his anger not signify that he cared for her? Do not overthink it, princess. I'm not angry, he declared, his expression softening as he took her hand, leading her to meet the emperor. In the imperial study, upon seeing his daughter, Emperor Mingda immediately rose, embracing her to confirm her well-being, only to turn and glare at Xie Juan. How could you take Chaohua to the Bodhi Temple? I have previously expressed that departing from the capital is fraught with danger. Unless absolutely necessary, you must not take Chaohua outside the city. Father, it was my concern for the air that compelled me to sneak away to Bodhi Temple. Please do not blame the air. It was my lack of foresight that caused you worry. Chaohua clung to Emperor Mingda's arm, playfully. The emperor inwardly sighed, lamenting how a grown young lady cannot be kept. He found himself unable to suppress his jealousy towards Xie Juan. Even when Chaohua favored Gu Wang, she did not receive such treatment. Well, next time you must not act so recklessly. If you wish to leave the capital, you must inform me, so I can send someone to protect you. What if you encounter trouble on your own? What would your father and mother do then? Chaohua rested her head on his shoulder, assuring him that she understood and would certainly inform him next time. Her visit to Bodhi Temple, it turned out, was a blessing in disguise as the poison in her system had been dispelled. Emperor Mingda chuckled, affirming that Master Bodhi was indeed as remarkable as rumored, and he should generously offer more incense funds to the temple. In celebration of her successful detoxification, the emperor bestowed upon Chaohua the official residence of the Duke of the State. Xie Juan remained in the imperial study, playing chess with his father-in-law, while Chaohua visited her mother in the harem. Upon arriving at Zixia Palace, she discovered that Empress Shun was unwell. Mother, what has made you ill? Why did you not inform me sooner? Empress Shun's voice was hoarse, and she replied, I am not ill, merely. My throat is somewhat uncomfortable. It was a result of weeping. Yesterday, she had nearly been humiliated by the old emperor, and she was too embarrassed to summon the imperial physician. Are you well? How is the prince consort? Although Empress Shun felt achy all over, her daughter's presence brought her joy, momentarily pushing aside thoughts of the emperor. The poison in my body has been resolved, and Xie Juan sustained minor injuries, but he is fine now. Mother, have you caught a chill? Perhaps you should summon the physician for a checkup. Chaohua, noticing her mother's pallor, grew concerned. Unsure how to communicate with her daughter, Empress Shun took her hand and asked, "Have you and the prince consort consummated the marriage?" The look on her daughter's face suggested she had not. Without experience, one cannot truly understand. Chaohua was both amused and exasperated. "Mother, do not worry about me. My relationship with Xie Juan is quite good. He is injured, so we have yet to consummate. Moreover, we were summoned to the palace immediately upon our return. How could we have consummated? I will summon the physician for you." Empress Shun wished to protest, but it was too late. Speaking caused her throat to ache. Summoning the physician caught the emperor's attention. Upon learning the news, Emperor Mingde lost interest in chess, and he and Xie Juan promptly went to Xie Palace. Upon entering, they overheard the mother and daughter conversing in hushed tones. Chaohua insisted, "I truly am fine. You must blame your father. Once you and Xie Juan consummate the marriage, you'll understand." Empress Shun's gentle voice was tinged with hoarseness. Emperor Mingde cast a cold glance at Xie Juan, regretting bringing him along, as their secrets had been laid bare, leaving him with little authority. Xie Juan remained silent. As the conversation progressed, Chaohua began to comprehend her mother's hints. Just as she grasped the situation, she saw her father and the prince consort entering. Faced with the two men, Chaohua could not help but feel a wave of disdain. Father, her beloved daughter's disdain shocked the emperor, who could not bear to meet her gaze. He felt a headache coming on and cast an irritated glance at the empress. Upon seeing the men, Empress Shun feigned weakness and retreated into her bedding, murmuring, "Your Majesty, I am unwell. I cannot rise to greet you. If you are unwell, then rest well. What did the physician say?" Emperor Mingde maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression somewhat predatory. Empress Shun, her voice hoarse and unwilling to speak, had Yao Mama relay the message. "Your Majesty, the physician said the empress is overly fatigued and has caught a chill. She requires rest." Empress Shun rolled her eyes inwardly. After that night, how could she not have caught a chill? Now she felt miserable and had no desire to engage with the emperor. Emperor Mingde remarked, "Very well. Then the empress should rest. I shall visit again in a few days." The implication was clear. He would not be visiting her in the meantime, preferring the company of others. Empress Shun thought to herself, "Hurry and leave. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty." The emperor stayed for a while before departing. As the empress needed rest, Chaohua chose not to intrude. On their way back to the residence, Xie Juan approached the carriage, and Chaohua nearly looked down on him. Xie Juan felt compelled to explain, "Chaohua, do not be afraid. Cough, cough, I shall not behave rudely." Chaohua blushed. "Did you all hear that?" "Yes. Your conversation was too careless. Did no one think to close the door?" She was unaware that the emperor's gaze had almost killed him. No one enjoys having their marital intimacy exposed, especially not a son-in-law and his daughter. Yet, Xie Juan truly was taken aback, having not anticipated the emperor's peculiar interests. Given the emperor's prime age, it was only natural he would have such needs. The emperor had entered without a sound. Even if someone had closed the door, it would have made no difference. "Yet why did you not give me a signal?" Chaohua's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had no desire to delve into her parents' intimate matters. Her mother's comments were likely meant to impart wisdom and caution her about the consummation. Who would have expected to be overheard by them? She wondered if her mother felt awkward. In any case, she was mortified and somewhat resistant to the idea of consummation. "A signal?" Xie Juan chuckled at her. "Don't overthink it. I will not force you if you are unwilling." Chaohua felt a headache coming on. She could not say she was unwilling. If she did, he would certainly be angry and threaten to return his family. Now that he had moved into the Duke's residence, she did not know when he would leave. "I am not unwilling. We are husband and wife, and it is my duty. I only hope the heir will grant me some time, as I'm still young." She was merely 16, while Xie Juan was already in his 20s. Xie Juan leaned back lazily in the carriage, glancing outside, stating the princess should return to the Duke's residence. "I plan to step out for a bit." Chaohua did not inquire further about his whereabouts. He could still venture out, indicating that he was not gravely injured. However, Chaohua was fatigued and needed rest. After escorting her to the Duke's residence, Xie Juan set off with Sujio. He intended to investigate who had attempted to assassinate him. Upon hearing of the assassination attempt, Muyu was quite surprised. An assassination attempt? In these times, who would dare to target you? Has your family offended anyone? Even in the midst of court struggles among great families, they typically engage in polite rivalry rather than resort to such treachery. Moreover, the Xie family has always spoken through strength. The power they have gained is well earned, and others respect him enough not to attempt such an act. Currently, Xie Juan holds no military power and has merely become a prince consort, which in theory poses no threat to those princes. Xie Juan, with his elegant fingers gripping a jade cup, took a measured sip of wine, his deep eyes glimmering. The crown prince has our Xie family as a formidable ally. If anyone were to act against us now, it would surely provoke the emperor's ire. The princes are astute and would not dare to act at this time. If it is not them, then who could it be? Well, you cannot fathom who else it might be. I suspect it is a romantic rival. Xie Juan's gaze sharpened. Muyu paused, then could not help but laugh. A romantic rival? Are you referring to Gu Wang? Surely he does not have genuine feelings for the princess. If he truly cared for her, he would have acted long ago and not left it to you. It is not that he is undermining his brother. It is simply the truth. For so many years, the little princess has been devoted to Gu Wang, eager to marry him at once. Yet Gu Wang remains unmoved. If he desired her, he would have pursued her by now, especially given the princess's unparalleled beauty. Do you think everyone is like you, having never seen a woman? Gu Wang does not lack the desire to marry. He simply cannot attain her, as the emperor would never consent. Muyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this observation. However, he is a prince from an enemy nation, held here as a hostage. Where does all this talk of assassination come from? I recall, he only has 2 personal guards, and those in the hostage residence are all appointed by the emperor, right? Xie Juan remarked. He is exceedingly cunning. Have you not yet grasped the situation regarding the welcoming banquet? He has been feigning ignorance all along. He is already proficient in martial arts. Muyu furovit herburoth. But in the end, did he not lose to you? Xie Juan shot him a glance. Do you think this heir would lose? This is hard to say. If Gu Wang is indeed feigning weakness, it would be unexpected for everyone. Xie Juan was also unaware of his martial prowess beforehand, given that they had only clashed once before. At that time, Gu Wang was in a state of disarray, hardly a match for Xie Juan. Naturally, one would subconsciously underestimate him. If Gu Wang were to launch a sudden and fierce attack, and Xie Juan were to let down his guard, it is conceivable that he could be defeated. Xie Juan lowered his gaze. That day, I was fortunate to have Chaohua's reminder. The little princess seems quite fond of you. I heard she traveled a great distance to rescue you. So what is the situation? Have you two already achieved something? Muyu teased him with a wink. Xie Juan remained impassive, his demeanor as frosty as ice. I sought you out to ask for your assistance in keeping an eye on Gu Wang. Muyu lamented. The people you sent failed to uncover any flaws. How would I fare any better? He was reluctant to undertake such thankless labor. Are you truly planning to nestle in Shengyuan, indulging in a life of revelry with a few women? Do you not intend to return to the Mu family? Muyu instantly shed his frivolous facade, smiling. Of course I will return. Then assist me. Muyu's eyes widened in surprise. What do you intend to do? Chapter 116. The desire to win the heart of a beauty. Muyu? What does that mean? I do not comprehend. Unfortunately, Xie Juan was disinclined to engage with him further, raising his cup to drink and departing. Chaohua returned to the duke's residence, where she encountered Xie Zheng in the garden. Sister-in-law. Xie Zheng hastily approached to greet her, expressing gratitude for her reminder of the third princess's schemes against him. Upon hearing that the third princess and Chu Lin had consummated their union, he felt a sense of survival. Had it not been for Chaohua's warning, he might have been caught unawares and ingested that cup of wine, thereby necessitating marriage to the third princess. No need for thanks. We are all family. Xie Zheng nodded. Noticing her fatigue, sister-in-law, you should return to your quarters to rest. I shall not disturb you. Chaohua returned to Jinxian courtyard, bathed, and then slept, only to awaken in the evening. Xie Juan had yet to return. Princess, please dine first. The heir has mentioned he will not return so soon. Chaohua stretched, feeling quite relaxed. It was only later that evening that Xie Juan returned. Why are you still awake? You napped all day after returning from the palace and are not yet tired? Did you go out drinking? Xie Juan, having not bathed, dared not embrace her. I met with friends and had a small drink at their home. The little princess has quite a keen nose. You shall go bathe. Chaohua felt a twinge of anxiety. All right, do not fear. If you do not trust me, I shall sleep in the study later. The man kept his word and did nothing to her, which was indeed surprising. How had he transformed from such impatience to restraint? Chaohua found him perplexing. Indeed, the heart of a man is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. The following day, Xie Juan needed to return to the military camp, and the prince accompanied him. It was notable that the prince had grown considerably taller. Chaohua felt quite grateful to Xie Juan. I will have someone deliver supper to you daily. Perhaps that is unwise. It may cultivate poor habits in the prince. Oh, Chaohua conceded the wisdom in that and did not object. Once he departed, she remained busy, planning to renovate the adjacent residence as a birthday gift for the elder Mrs. Xie. Constructing a farm would not be overly costly. After arranging for the work, she would occasionally supervise. Xie Juan pulled her mother into the house. Mother, have you heard? The princess has requested the residence adjacent to the duke's estate. She is now hiring people for repairs. Could it be she plans to move next door? Following the previous incident with the jewelry, both Xie Yushu and Xie Yuxian were averse to Chaohua, even harboring disdain for her residing in the duke's estate. Being at home for a day meant the elder lady imposed numerous rules and expectations upon them, insisting they prioritize the princess in all matters. Why should they? They did not view Princess Chaohua favorably. Had she truly been so wonderful, she would have stepped forward to explain when the elder lady scolded them regarding the jewelry. The CF family returned the jewelry to her, hoping she would personally deliver it to demonstrate her stance to the elder lady. However, who could have known she would send Xie Juan to deliver it to the two elders, leaving them feeling out of place? It was truly a cunning maneuver. Xie Tao held her daughter's hand, smiling. She cannot stay long at the duke's residence. She will inevitably return to the princess's residence. The adjacent residence is less than a third of her princess's estate. She cannot possibly move next door. Xie Yuxian cannot help but feel envious. She already possesses the princess's estate. Why does she compete for the residence next door? It is truly greedy and domineering. The elder lady and others praised her to the skies. There is no helping it. She is the emperor's most favored princess. The third princess cannot compete with her. Best to avoid provoking her. Xie Tao advised her daughter, "Did you hear? In the future, spend less time with her." Xie Yuxian nodded. "Mother, has father mentioned when I may receive the 5,000 taels worth of adornments? Your father says you are still young and do not require such extravagant jewelry. Should an important occasion arise, I will ask your father for it then." Xie Tao felt some resentment, but understood her husband's reasoning. Instilling vanity in their daughter at such a young age was not prudent. You all do not care for me. At the Tao family, I am utterly despised by my cousins. They think our duke's estate is shabby, lacking even a decent set of jewelry. Xie Tao felt a pang of discomfort. Next time we return, I will buy you a new set of adornments to take with you. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuxian's spirits lifted. You are the best, mother. Shall I go shopping today? It is the perfect opportunity to select embellishments for the third princess. The third princess has always treated me well. She is kind and approachable, far superior to Princess Chaohua. Chaohua always carries herself with an air of superiority and is ruthless. Xie Yuxian and the others harbor no affection for her. Xie Tao, wearied by her daughter's insistence, eventually relented, giving her 5,000 taels to choose her own pieces. Meanwhile, Xie Yushu also pestered her mother for funds, and the two set out together to select jewelry. After choosing their gifts, they entered the palace to find the third princess. Chaohua was still sulking over the lost estate. "You have come. Princess, do not be angry. That residence is hardly suitable. We are merely inconveniencing you by creating a princess's estate." Xie Yushu interjected. Xie Juan nodded in agreement. Chaohua did not genuinely desire that residence. She merely sought to assert herself, feeling defeated by Chaohua, which left her unsatisfied. "I understand, but that residence is right next to the duke's estate. If my princess's estate were close to the duke's, we could play together often." The two were instantly moved, realizing the princess had chosen the duke's adjacent residence solely to be near them. "I suspect sister-in-law intends to build a garden, not a princess's estate." Chaohua thought to herself, though outwardly she feigned distress. "Forget it. If father has bestowed it upon my elder sister, then it belongs to her, and we shall not discuss it further." They presented their carefully chosen gifts to her. Chaohua barely glanced at them, finding such items beneath her notice. Yet she graciously accepted them and then took them to the imperial garden to play. "Tomorrow, I shall visit the duke's estate for some fun. I can also check on my elder sister and see what Chaohua intends to do with that residence. Perhaps she harbors some secret." The two readily agreed. Indeed, the poison that afflicted the crown princess has been resolved, so she and Xie Juan must have consummated their marriage, right? Zhao Yu suddenly inquired. The two exchanged glances, both unversed in such matters, and their cheeks flushed. Surely, they have not. If they had, there would have been a formal announcement. Their elder brother had not returned from the military for long after being injured upon returning from the Bodhi temple. Zhao Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that the crown princess had not forgotten Gu Wang. Her sudden concern for your elder brother was perplexing, as she had previously shown little regard for the members of your noble house. Chapter 117. A marriage bestowed by imperial decree, Xie Yushi remarked. The third princess is unaware that my elder brother harbors no affection for the eldest princess. Xie Juan's agreement to marry her was solely due to the imperial decree. Is that so? Zhao Yu mused, agreeing with this sentiment. However, it was evident that Xie Juan and Chaohua had been seen together frequently, and Chaohua had ceased her interactions with Gu Wang. Since she had stopped seeking Gu Wang, a transformation had begun to take shape within her. Perhaps it was that elder brother did not wish to consummate the marriage with the eldest princess, especially considering that on their wedding night, she had expelled him from their chamber. My elder brother is the heir of the noble house, possessing a cold and proud demeanor. Naturally, he would be reluctant to assume the role of a prince consort. The marriage to the eldest princess had reduced him from a general to a mere commander, an unsettling transition for anyone. The two continued their discourse, noting that the eldest princess had her own affections, a fact well known. Upon learning of the marriage, Xie Juan was aware that as a man, enduring the knowledge of his wife's affections for another was intolerable. Given Chaohua's royal status, the Xie family dared not express any grievances. Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief, recognizing that Chaohua merely feigned happiness in public. Let's not dwell on this. Instead, let's engage in a game of throwing pots. Chaohua sought out a craftsman to commence the design of the estate, specifically enlisting Shen Yu. Cousin, Shen Yu exclaimed, having just emerged from Jingzhou Prefecture, his eyes lighting up upon spotting the princess. What brings you here? Has something occurred? His words left Chaohua feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she rarely sought out her cousin and only approached Shen Yu when in need. Previously, her heart had been solely focused on Gu Wang, leaving little room for concern for others. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of remorse. I wish to visit my uncle, she finally managed to say. Shen Yu's face brightened. Very well, I shall accompany you. Indeed, cousin, let us board the carriage together. This marked Shen Yu's first experience riding in a carriage with her, stirring excitement within him. I heard you visited the Bodhi Temple. Were you injured? I have been too busy of late to check on you. Upon entering Jingzhou Prefecture, he had been inundated with various matters and had wished to send someone to ensure her safety. Are there many cases in Jingzhou Prefecture? Zhao Hua inquired curiously. Not particularly, Shen Yu replied, reluctant to elaborate, as he had just assumed his post and was confronted with numerous unfamiliar challenges. The prefect of Jingzhou was aligned with the Prince of Rong, making it improbable for him to receive favorable assignments, and instead, he faced many obstacles. If you encounter difficulties, do confide in me. Even if I cannot assist, I can lend an ear. Zhao Hua felt a wave of guilt, recalling how neglectful she had been towards her maternal family, while the Shen family had always treated her with kindness, particularly her grandfather. I am well. It is merely that there is much I do not understand and need to learn. My aunt has worked hard to secure me a modest position, and I shall strive to excel. Zhao Hua nodded and suggested, if you have any uncertainties, you might consult Xie Juan. He serves in the Dali Temple. The operations of Jingzhou Prefecture and the Dali Temple should be somewhat similar, as they both deal with cases concerning the populace. Shen Yu smiled. Each has its own responsibilities, though there are indeed differences. Nevertheless, you are correct. I shall seek out Lord Xie when I have the opportunity. Upon witnessing his ease, Zhao Hua felt reassured. Realizing there was no need for her cousin to bear such immense pressure, they could proceed gradually. The small system indicated that this was a world of minor characters, existing merely to accentuate the protagonists. Thus, fortune may not be in their favor. The carriage came to a halt at the Ho residence. Word of the princess's arrival spread, leaving the Shun family both excited and anxious. After all, it had been 3 years since the eldest princess last visited, following the family's disapproval of her closeness with Gu Wang, prompting them to urge her to distance herself from him, which had incited her anger. Today, her sudden appearance left them uncertain of her intentions. Similar to the Xie family, the entire Shun family emerged to greet her. Grandfather, Zhao Hua exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the elder Shun. The elder Shun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glistening with moisture. What grievance has befallen you, my dear Zhao Hua? Beside him, her uncle, Shun Jing, furrowed his brow. Has Xie Juan mistreated the princess? Zhao Hua's eyes reddened as she shook her head, smiling. No, Xie Juan treats me well. I simply wish to see my grandfather and uncle. Shen Jing and the elder both silently exhaled in relief. The news that she missed them filled their hearts with joy. Let us dine at the Ho residence before you return, Shen Jing proposed. Very well, Chaohua agreed. And Shen Jing promptly instructed the lady of the house to prepare a feast featuring her favorite dishes: braised lion's head, sweet and sour ribs, pine flower fish, and roasted goose. Madame Shen cheerfully responded, I shall personally attend to the cooking, and hurried off. Chaohua, linking arms with her grandfather, urged, please take your time, grandfather. After enjoying their meal at the Shen residence, Chaohua conveyed her plans regarding the craftsman to her uncle, opting not to trouble Shen Yu, who was currently busy. Upon learning of her intentions to design the estate, Shen Jing assured, I shall procure the finest craftsman for you. Whatever you require, I will arrange. I wish for it to be a secret, conducted discreetly. Shen Jing assumed she preferred to keep a low profile, and consented. Cousin, do visit the Duke's residence when you have the chance. The eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Xiao, hesitated, having always kept her distance from the princess due to Zhao Hua's previous disdain for her, stemming from a mere conversation with Gu Wang, which had led to Zhao Hua publicly labeling her a seductress, causing Shen Xiao to struggle with suitors ever since. Cousin, I apologize for my past behavior, Zhao Hua said, recalling her previous actions, wishing to explain that they were merely dictated by the narrative's requirements. Shen Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. That was long ago. There's no need to mention it again. Zhao Hua felt a deep sense of remorse and stepped forward to grasp Shen Zhao's hand. I was in the wrong. I was young and ignorant. I'm truly sorry. Her heartfelt apology left Shen Xiao and others astonished, unable to comprehend her sudden change in demeanor. It is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it anymore, they agreed. Indeed, you must visit the Ho residence often, the elder Shen added. Zhao Hua's eyes glistened as she addressed her grandfather, uncle, and aunt. I regret my past foolishness, but I assure you, I shall no longer be so naive. The elder Shen replied tenderly, Our Zhao Hua princess has done nothing wrong. The fault lies with others. Those individuals have surely deceived our dear princess. End of this chapter, chapter 118. The princess's fury after engaging in numerous conversations with the Shen family, Zhao Hua felt a sense of relief. Upon returning home, she contemplated many things. She could not merely think of rewriting her own future. She also aspired to alter the fates of the Shen family, the Xie family, her mother, and even the kingdom of Ximing. Lost in thought, she soon arrived at the Duke's residence, where she fortuitously encountered Xie Juan and her companion, returning from the palace. Sister-in-law. They walked arm in arm, appearing quite pleased. Upon seeing Zhao Hua, they averted their gazes, for despite their disdain, they had to show respect to the princess. Zhao Hua, absorbed in her thoughts, did not engage much with them, merely nodding in acknowledgement before continuing on her way. What does she mean? The two were left speechless. Is the princess really that remarkable? Though she is a princess, the third princess is entirely different from her. Mother, she truly looks down on others. Upon returning, the two rushed to their mother to complain incessantly. Xie Taoshi and Xie Xushi were quite displeased. Previously, she had treated everyone in our family with kindness, and now her true nature is revealed. Indeed, there are no smoke without fire. Rumors abound that the eldest princess is willful and ruthless. Her heart is malicious as they come, and not a word of it is false. The Lin family has lost 2 daughters because of her. Associating with her surely leads to a dismal fate. Xie Yushu and Xie Yusin exchanged glances and then said, Mother, you won't believe it. We encountered Miss Chu in the palace, and she said that the eldest princess would bring ruin to our Xie family. Xie Taoshi frowned. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Xie Yusin replied, Mother, it wasn't us. It was Chu Shui who said it. The Chu family ought to minimize their interactions with her. Xie Xushi understood well that the Xie and Chu families were rivals. Their daughters are too naive and may be exploited. She promptly warned her daughters, if the old matriarch hears of this, she will punish you. You must not speak of it again. Only then did the two obediently fall silent. The following day, Chaohua sent someone to invite Shen Xiao to the Duke's residence for a visit. Shen Xiao arrived as promised. Her relationship with the young ladies of the Duke's residence was not particularly good, so she felt quite apprehensive. Upon entering, she encountered Xie Juan, second young master. Shen Xiao felt a bit nervous and hurriedly greeted him. Xie Juan glanced at her with indifference, returned the greeting, and then asked, Is Miss Shen here to see my sister-in-law? Yes. Shen Xiao, with her delicate and elegant features, willow-like brows, and high nose, adorned in a light pink gown, radiated beauty and grace. Xiaohe, please escort Miss Shun to see my sister-in-law, Xie Juan instructed a maid before stepping out of the residence. Shen Xiao turned back for a glance, and couldn't help but blush, thinking how handsome the young master of the Xie family truly was. Xiaohe, a maid from the second branch, noticed her stealing glances at their young master and instantly shot her a disdainful look. Please, Miss Shun. The Shun family has fallen from grace. How could a spinster like Shun Xiao dare to covet our unparalleled second young master? Shameless. The maid concealed her contempt. Shen Xiao did not look back and followed the maid to the Jinxian courtyard. Cousin, Chaohua greeted her at the door, linking arms with her. Cousin, help me with a reference. She took her to the next room. Once the maid delivered her, she left. Upon returning, she informed the second Madame Tao of Shun Zhao's visit. Tao was furious, exclaiming, "The eldest princess has gone too far. Does she wish to invite a wolf into the fold? Just because her cousin cannot marry, she wants to foist her onto my son? No way." Enraged, she intended to confront Chaohua, but a nearby matron advised, "Madam, do not act impulsively. After all, she is a princess, and we currently have no evidence. If we recklessly confront her, we may end up at a disadvantage." Xie Taoshi felt exasperated. What evidence do we need? I recall the eldest princess herself said Shun Xiao is a vixen, seducing men everywhere. Is it wrong to say she is tempting Zhenghe? After a few words of counsel from the matron, she calmed down slightly. No, I must hasten to arrange a betrothal for Zhenghe to prevent him from being targeted by that dubious vixen. With that, she hurried to find the old matriarch, declaring her intent to return to her maternal home. Shen Xiao planned to leave, and Chaohua saw her off. In the garden, they encountered Xie Yusin. Upon hearing the maid's report of Shun Xiao seducing her brother, Yusin could no longer contain herself and rushed to block their path. She slapped Shun Xiao, exclaiming, "Shun Xiao, you shameless vixen." Shun Xiao cried out, covering her face. "Why are you hitting me? I hit you, you fox spirit, shameless creature. You dare to seduce my brother. You, an old maid who can't even marry. How dare you dream of being with someone like him? Shameless." Xie Yusin prided herself on having Xie Zhang as a brother. Any woman who aspired to be his sister-in-law must possess the noble status and grace of a third princess. Not be a woman like Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao's eyes filled with tears. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever seduced your brother? Don't deny it. We all saw you. You are indeed seducing him. Yusin retorted angrily. Perhaps in her fury, she forgot that the eldest princess was present. Chaohua's expression darkened, and she suddenly shouted, "Enough!" Xie Yusin's face turned pale, trembling as she stammered, "Sister-in-law." Chaohua regarded her cousin's cheek, momentarily disregarding chastising her, and commanded, "Summon the physician. If my cousin's face is harmed, I shall not spare you." Xie Yusin, terrified, burst into tears, crying, "Sister-in-law, please do not be angry. I didn't mean it. I was just too upset. She seduced my brother." "Silence. Who allowed you to speak such words?" Shun Zhao's greatest pain was being labeled a vixen, accused of seducing men. Chaohua, after much effort, managed to clarify matters for her cousin, seeking to ease her heart. Who could have imagined that this incident would be used against Shun Xiao, inflicting her with further hurt? Whoever said such a thing, if they have no evidence, I shall have their skin flayed. Chaohua had not been this furious in a long time. The princess's wrath sent the duke's residence into disarray. The old matriarch and the first madam rushed over upon hearing the news. Even the second madam, who had just arrived at the Tao family, hastily returned before her seat had warmed. Upon her return, her daughter was punished by the old matriarch, receiving 10 lashes, and was required to apologize to Shun Xiao and the princess. Shiner, Xie Taoshi, upon seeing her daughter lying there, nearly fainted. The maid who had accused Shun Xiao of seducing Xie Zhang, Xiaohe, was punished with 30 lashes and lay there barely alive. Chaohua would not show mercy to the maid. She looked upon Xie Yusin with leniency only for the sake of the Xie family. Seeing her daughter punished, Xie Taoshi was infuriated and could not help but exclaim, "Princess, Yusin did not speak falsely. Your cousin Shen Xiao is not a virtuous woman. She is indeed a vixen, seducing men everywhere. You said so yourself. She should not have been allowed into our duke's residence." Fortunately, Shun Xiao had already left. Otherwise, she would have been deeply saddened to hear such words. Chaohua's expression stiffened. "Second aunt, my cousin is a good person. I do not wish for anyone to speak ill of her again." With that, she rose, bowed to the old matriarch, and said, "Grandmother, I have caused you much trouble at the Duke's residence. I shall return to the princess's residence shortly." The old matriarch glared at Xie Tao. "Princess, do not be angry. It is all Tao's fault. I will ensure they are properly disciplined. If you wish to return to the princess's residence, you must wait for Juaner to accompany you. Otherwise, when Xie Juan returns and discovers his wife is missing, he will be quite upset." Chapter 119. He is in a state of agitation. "Master, the princess has returned to the princess's residence." Su Jiu reported all that had transpired in the capital. Xie Juan furrowed his brows. "Back to the capital? I did not expect that the little princess would suffer grievances at the Duke's residence." He did not realize that there were still people in the Xie family who could be so foolish. Su Jiu hastily followed up. "Should we take the little prince back with us?" "No need. Let him sleep with his father tonight." Su Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief. "The Duke will likely not agree to that. What is there to disagree about? I slept alongside him in the military camp when I was young. He's taken care of children before. But the little prince is the heir. If his own son misbehaves, the Duke can simply discipline him. If the little prince misbehaves, the Duke would likely not dare to do the same. Though the little prince is obedient when sleeping alongside Xie Juan, would Xie Juan really discipline him? The little prince fears him." Xie Juan did not care for such details. He had been away from the military camp for half a month and had not returned to embrace his little wife. Now that he heard she had suffered grievances, he had to go back. Su Jiu could not persuade him and dared not press further. The two discreetly left the military camp. It was not until the Dark Guard led the little prince to the tent that Xie Changqing realized that his reckless son had left his post without permission. "Uncle!" On the verge of anger, at that moment, the young prince sweetly called out to his uncle. Xie Changqing recalled the appearance of the little girl from his childhood, and his heart was filled with frustration. Indeed, his son was adorable when he was young, but now that he is grown, he often wished to reprimand him. "Well, the prince shall stay with me tonight. I have some matters to attend to, so you should rest first." The young prince climbed onto the bed, clutching his blanket, and turned to look at the diligent Duke of Gua, asking, "Aren't you going to sleep with me, uncle? It's already quite late. You must take care of your health." Xie Changqing felt a sense of comfort in his heart, knowing the child was still young. He set aside his official documents to accompany him. "Is your highness uncomfortable in this bed?" Ming Zhao replied. "No, I simply do not wish for you to tire yourself." During the past few months in the military camp, he had grown fond of the Xie father and son. Although they appeared cold on the outside, they were warm-hearted within. His father was often busy, but he would not accompany him to sleep. He had heard that Xie Changqing managed to care for his child while also engaging in battles. Young Xie Juan was truly fortunate. Xie Changqing's expression softened. "I'm not tired, your highness. You should rest early. We have training in the morning. There are only 2 weeks left, so bear with it a little longer." However, Ming Zhao began to feel reluctant. Chaohua returned to the princess's residence. "Your highness, please calm down. I just sent someone to the Hobu. They said that Miss Biao's condition is not serious, so do not worry." Chaohua remarked while helping her change into more comfortable attire. Chaohua's expression softened. "All right, I will send some scar-removing and swelling ointment to my cousin later." Chaohua nodded. "Your highness, do you think leaving the princess's residence will upset the heir? It seems he wishes for you to stay at the Duke's residence." She added, "Moreover, both the old lady and the first lady are reluctant to part with you. It is only certain individuals from the second and third houses who are disagreeable. You mean Xie Yuxuan and her daughter, Xie Yusin, right? Everyone else is fine." Chaohua understood Xie Juan's sentiments, but she felt uncomfortable staying at the Duke's residence. "When he returns, I will explain everything to him. Today, I punished Xie Yusin with 10 strikes. Tao and her daughter will surely hold a grudge against me. Remaining at the Duke's residence will only cause difficulties for the old lady." Not wanting to dwell on it further, Chaohua decided to rest. Chaohua refrained from discussing the matter any longer and withdrew to allow her some peace. Chaohua lay in bed, unable to sleep as thoughts of the day swirled in her mind. For the first time, she felt she had acted excessively, having caused such great harm to Shun Shao with a mere remark. Even now, people still criticized her for it, using it as a source of mockery. It was no wonder no one had come to propose to Shun Shao. Perhaps this was the reason. The more she pondered, the more discomfort she felt, and she could hardly remember why she had said such a thing. After all, Shun Shao was her cousin. How could she have inflicted such harm on her own kin for the sake of Gu Wang, a mere outsider? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps, causing her heart to race. She instinctively reached for a dagger hidden in the dark compartment, as a tall figure gradually appeared at her bedside. Stretching out a hand to draw back the bed curtains, she exclaimed, "Who is it?" A dagger was thrust towards him, and Xie Juan quickly turned his head to evade it, seizing her delicate wrist. "It's me. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Chaohua sat up, concealing the dagger. "Why are you back?" "Just because I returned. I cannot help but be cautious." Unable to sleep, he admitted. The little princess's face bore no trace of a smile, indicating her displeasure. Xie Juan removed his armor, wishing to snuggle under the covers. "Get down." Chaohua immediately protested. "You reek. Go wash up first." Xie Juan lowered his head to sniff his arm, and indeed detected an odor. After a long day of work and travel, he had come to see her without washing up. "All right, wait for me." Chaohua's ears flushed with warmth, thinking, "Who wants to wait for you?" The man quickly rushed off to bathe, not fearing the cold water. Upon his return, he dove into her blankets. Cold. Chaohua was infuriated, wishing she could kick him out. "It's too late. It's not appropriate to ask someone to prepare warm water. I bathed in cold water. We can cuddle to keep warm. Soon enough. We won't be cold." Xie Juan smiled, sticking to her like a piece of adhesive plaster. They lay closely together, feeling his warm breath even through their clothes. Soon, the coldness dissipated. "You're holding too tightly. I can't breathe." Chaohua was pressed against him, his arms encircling her, making her feel somewhat heavy. "Don't be angry anymore. Tomorrow, I will help you seek vengeance." Xie Juan leaned down to kiss her ear softly, his voice low and gentle. Chaohua stiffened slightly. "Already know?" "Yes. I'm fine. Grandmother has already scolded them. There's no need to mention this matter again." "Then why are you unhappy?" "I'm not unhappy. You ran back to the princess's residence out of anger, yet you claim you are not unhappy?" Xie Juan turned her to face him, rolling over to pin her down. "Then why can't you sleep? Are you thinking of me?" "Who is thinking of you? Don't be so vain." "I'm sleepy." Yet the man leaned closer, their eyes locking onto his dark gaze. Chaohua's heart skipped a beat as she realized what he intended to do. "Xie Juan, The darkness enveloped her like a shroud, her mind sinking into a haze. "Are you unwilling?" Xie Juan cupped her face, gently brushing his thumb against her lips. "My stomach doesn't feel well." That's not an excuse. She genuinely felt a sudden chill in her abdomen, an uncomfortable sensation. Xie Juan reached out to touch her belly and realized something was indeed amiss. He immediately got up to summon the royal physician. In the dead of night, the physician was brought to the princess's residence by the guards. Lord Air, what seems to be the matter with the princess?" Xie Juan's expression was icy and intimidating. "She has a stomachache." The little princess's face turned pale from the pain, and he was frantic with worry. Chapter 120. A first experience. The physician was greatly frightened by his demeanor. An elderly man like him was easily startled and trembled as he approached Chaohua to take her pulse. Xie Juan, anxious and restless, couldn't help but ask, "How is she? Has the princess been poisoned?" The physician replied, "No, the princess has simply begun her monthly cycle. It's her first time." Xie Juan's mind went blank. The little princess was indeed so young that she hadn't even begun her cycle before. Is it really that painful? Is there any pain relief medicine? The physician prescribed medication and took his leave. Usually, discomfort accompanies this, and the princess has some cold symptoms. I will prescribe medicine to help her recover. "Princess, you're indeed 16 now?" After the physician left, Xie Juan sat down and began to rub her belly gently. "Yes." Chaohua felt slightly better after taking the medicine. "I heard some girls start at 13. Why are you so late?" Chaohua weakly responded, "How would I know? I've never experienced it before. It's so painful. I don't want to go through it again." "You silly girl. The arrival of this signifies that you are growing up." Xie Juan's gaze softened as he held her close. "Now sleep. Are you going back to the Duke's residence?" "Yes, just for a brief visit. You should rest at home. If you dislike the Duke's residence, then you need not return." Chaohua bit her lip, clarifying, "I have no objections to the Duke's residence. I just prefer to live independently, where we can be free. Then from now on, we shall reside at the princess's residence." Xie Juan accompanied her for breakfast before returning to the Duke's residence. "Juan, has the princess calmed down?" The old lady immediately inquired upon his arrival. "The princess is no longer angry. She simply felt unwell, which is why she did not return." "What was wrong? Was she upset?" The old lady was instantly concerned. Xie Juan chuckled. "No, she has simply grown up." "Grown up?" The old lady and Xie Lisher exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Could it be? Have you consummated your marriage?" Xie Juan's Liebswische. "No, You are overthinking it. The little princess is still quite young. She hasn't even begun her cycle yet. If I were to act prematurely, it would be worse than a beast. We shall wait a couple more years before discussing that. The two elders slowly realized the situation, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Xie Juan sat down, casting a cold glance at Xie Taoshi. Though Xie Yusin's actions were certainly inappropriate, the princess has punished her. If she understands her mistakes, that is sufficient. Additionally, they should have less interaction with the third princess in the future. Xie Taoshi's expression was rather grim, and though she wished to speak, she hesitated, mindful that it was Xie Yusin who had initiated the altercation. The third princess had grown close to the Su family, allies of the Rong Wangfu, and the ensuing entanglements were substantial, especially with her impending marriage to the esteemed young Master Chu. It was prudent to maintain a distance from the third princess. As for the words of the second aunt, they were indeed unflattering. The princess's actions were not commendable. She had taken it upon herself to orchestrate a match between Miss Shun and Zheng. If it had been anyone else, it might have been overlooked. But the situation involved Shun Xiao, whose reputation was not only notorious, but also that of an unmarried woman past her prime. Even with the princess's endorsement, I would never consent to this union. Xie Juan furrowed her brow and inquired, "When has the princess ever suggested matchmaking for my second brother?" She did not say so outright, but that was her implication, Xie Taoshi replied. "You may not be aware, but had it not been for Chaohua, my second brother would have been compelled to marry the third princess." The elder ladies were left in a state of confusion. Xie Juan recounted the events in detail, leaving Xie Taoshi frozen in disbelief. I had no idea. It was one thing to be ignorant in the past. But now that she was aware, she hoped the second aunt would no longer harbor any misconceptions about Chaohua. Additionally, Chaohua is my wife, and I do not wish for her to be subjected to the scrutiny of your family upon her return home. Xie Juan's demeanor was icy, devoid of any warmth, and her frigid tone sent shivers down one's spine. The old lady Xie cast a disdainful glance at Taoshi, her heart filled with ire. Had it not been for the princess, Zheng'er would have been in dire straits. Is this how the Tao family, reputed for its scholarly lineage, educates its children? Look at Xian and Shu. What virtues have they cultivated? Xie Taoshi and Xie Xushi were rendered speechless, their countenances darkening. Once Xie Juan had delivered her admonition, she slipped away, opting not to return to the military camp, but rather to take leave in the capital to accompany his wife. Xie Taoshi, her heart heavy with lingering dread from Xie Juan's words, immediately sought out her son for clarification. Yes, it was my elder sister-in-law who urged my elder brother to caution me. Without his warning, I would have been unprepared. The visit was to the home of a mentor, and setting aside their differing allegiances, he held the esteemed Su Taifu in high regard. Who would have suspected that he would find himself ensnared in the Su family's schemes? It was difficult to believe that the Su family was unaware of the machinations at play. Henceforth, he could hardly expect to visit the Su residence without trepidation. Xie Taoshi realized she had misjudged the Grand Princess and felt a pang of guilt. Then her thoughts turned to Xin Xiao. Was she not attempting to seduce you yesterday? Xie Zheng frowned, feeling a wave of discomfort at the word seduce. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? Miss Shun is the niece of the Empress, a distinguished young lady. She is gentle and poised. How could she engage in such behavior? Then why did the Grand Princess accuse her of seducing Prince Gu and call her vixen? The old adage, where there's smoke, there's fire, comes to mind. If she were not at fault, the princess would not have spoken thus, and she would not have remained unmarried all these years. Xie Zheng felt a headache coming on. Back then, the princess had been young and had been deceived by Prince Gu, uttering those words in innocence. Rumors cease with a wise mother. How can you judge Miss Shin's character based on unfounded gossip? Then you're no different from all the others, lacking your own discernment. It is evident that such tales cannot possibly be true. As for why no suitors have come forth for Miss Shan, it is likely that her virtues have gone unnoticed. Xie Zheng recalled the fleeting glimpse he had caught of her beauty and felt she was indeed remarkable. The Shun family produced beauties. The Empress was both beautiful and dignified, possessing both grace and intellect. Naturally, Xin Xiao was a great beauty as well. Mother, if it is my destiny to wed, I wish it to be her. Xie Taoshi exclaimed, absolutely not. Zheng'er, what are you saying? I will never agree to your marriage with that woman. Xie Zheng's lips curled into a slight smile. If there are no suitors willing to propose, I shall seek assistance from my aunt. The men of the Xie family are resolute. Once they make a decision, it is seldom altered. Xie Juan, Xie Zheng, and Xie Fei possessed stronger wills than their father, choosing their brides independently. After deciding to marry Shan Shao, Xie Zheng wasted no time in his pursuits. Xie Taoshi lamented and wept for a considerable time, until the old lady could no longer endure the commotion. What does Miss Shen lack that she is unworthy of Xie? Cease this disturbance. She is a legitimate daughter. The old lady had met Shan Shao and found her to be quite admirable. Xie Taoshi sobbed, but I promised my sister-in-law that Zheng would marry Jiao Jiao. No. The old lady immediately expressed her discontent. One daughter from the Tao family had already entered their household, and she was far from pleased. To accept another would be overwhelming. Zheng, your grandmother supports you. Soon, I shall accompany your aunt to propose to the Shun family. Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, aunt. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Xie Taoshi, in a fit of rage, smashed a teacup. I refuse. If you dare to wed Shen Shao, prepare for my bereavement. Chapter 121. Is she jealous? What is the meaning of this? What is happening? Are you out of your mind? To threaten the child with self-harm is unworthy of being Zheng's mother. The old lady was on the verge of losing her temper at such a daughter-in-law. Zheng, pay her no mind. Xie Taoshi, in a fit of fury, retorted, fine. Go to the Shun family to propose. I will immediately return with the coffin. Xie Zheng had never witnessed such a fierce reaction from his mother, and he said, I will not marry a daughter from the Tao family. From this day forth, do not pressure me into wedlock. Xie Taoshi opened her mouth, only to burst into tears. Zheng, I am your mother. Xie Zheng's face was ashen, and without uttering another word, he turned and left. As for Chaohua, she was unaware of the turmoil at the Duke's residence. She had spent the day in bed, feeling unwell, and only learned of Xie Zheng's visit to the princess's estate upon waking. In the flower hall, Xie Juan was entertaining his younger brother. Why do you look so pale? Did you argue with the second aunt at home? Yes, Xie Zheng replied tersely, preferring not to delve into the matter. His demeanor colder than Xie Juan's. Where is my sister-in-law? I wish to apologize. Yesterday's incident was due to my mother's misunderstanding. Xie Juan smiled. Chaohua has said to let bygones be bygones. She is not upset, merely unaccustomed to staying in our home. She is currently unwell and cannot come to see you. Xie Zheng instinctively thought of something and raised an eyebrow. Has my brother achieved his desires? Not quite, Xie Juan said, feeling anxious at the mention of consummation. Chaohua is still young. Then I shall not intrude upon your affairs. Xie Zheng intended to stay at the Dali Temple for a few days. After he departed, Xie Juan returned to check if the little princess had awakened. Upon entering, he found her seated at the edge of the bed. Have you just woken? Yes. Chaohua rubbed her eyes and instinctively covered her abdomen. Xie Juan, I lost so much blood. Am I going to die? It was her first experience with such blood loss, and she was unaware it could happen. Silly girl, Xie Juan chuckled, moving to embrace her. Are you so afraid of death? Who isn't afraid of death? In her dazed state, Chaohua had a nightmare, dreaming of her father, mother, and Zhao are all perishing, with her being hung at the city gates. Pierced by 1,000 arrows. Em hungry. Xie Juan breathed a sigh of relief. He was not one to placate. I heard that Xie Zheng has come. What is he here for? To apologize. Chaohua thought of Shen Shao. Do you have any other good friends to introduce? My cousin is quite nice. Are you truly considering letting Ajing marry Shen Shao? Of course not. Your second aunt dislikes my cousin. If she marries Xie Zheng, she will surely be mistreated. Chaohua's eyes glimmered with disdain at the thought of Xie Taoshi's countenance. I want to find a man for my cousin who will cherish her. One who is 100 times better than Xie Zheng. That would surely infuriate Xie Taoshi. Xie Juan's mind wandered to Mu Huahua, recalling that his reputation was less than stellar. What do you think of Muyu? Flower boy Muyu? Are you joking? Muyu is merely rebellious, and those women around him are not genuine. He is a decent person. Chaohua had no fondness for Muyu. He was too frivolous and flighty. Choose someone else. How can you judge him without having interacted with him? Besides, perhaps your cousin might actually like someone like Muyu. Xie Juan and Muyu can be described as individuals who have grown up together. Xie Juan can confidently vouch for Muyu's character. Chaohua, in a state of inner turmoil, urged, you must first focus on your health. You are far too weak at the moment. Once you recover, you can concern yourself with the affairs of others. A few days later, upon regaining her strength, Chaohua discreetly set out to investigate Muyu herself. If Xie Juan's words held true, the Mu family's lineage might indeed be suitable for her cousin. My lord, it seems the eldest princess is watching you from a distance. Muyu remarked with narrowed eyes. Surely that cannot be true. Upon turning, he indeed spotted a carriage in the corner. None other than the eldest princess herself. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. What could the little princess want from him? Was she perhaps interested in him? Intending to summon him to the princess's residence as a consort? Panic surged within Muyu, just as he contemplated approaching her to inquire about her intentions. He noticed Gu Wang emerge from an alleyway and board the princess's carriage. It dawned on him that she was not tracking him, but rather rendezvousing with Gu Wang. Muyu immediately instructed someone to inform Xie Juan. Gu Wang, what are you doing? Who allowed you to board? Chaohua glared at the man, her displeasure evident. A glance outside revealed that Lin Han and others were restrained by his men. Chaohua, it is quite the challenge to see you, Gu Wang remarked, his mood particularly irritable at the thought of her. Do not fear, I mean you no harm. Chaohua scoffed lightly. This is Shiming. Do you dare act against me? Gu Wang settled down beside her. Let us not be so hostile. I came to have a proper conversation. You have stated before that we are friends. Chaohua was perplexed as to why her father had not imprisoned him. So, Gu Wang, what business do you have with me? Is it forbidden to seek your company without a purpose? Gu Wang had merely passed by, noticing her carriage and deciding to approach. What do you find so interesting about Muyu? He instructed the driver to move the carriage away. I was merely passing through, he chuckled lightly. If there is nothing else, accompany me for a ride. I have a fiancé. Will he be displeased if he sees us together? Chaohua stated candidly. Gu Wang's expression darkened. When we are together, can we refrain from mentioning Xie Juan? Just then, as the carriage began to exit the alley, a group of cloaked figures appeared. Your Highness, we have assassins. Without knowing whom they sought to kill, they attacked with reckless abandon. Sharp swords pierced the carriage. Be careful. Gu Wang swiftly pulled her into his embrace for protection. Gu Wang, let me go. Chaohua protested, struggling in his grasp. Ignoring her resistance, he leaped from the carriage, holding her with one arm while wielding a sword with the other, dispatching several attackers in mere moments. Chaohua was astonished, having not anticipated his martial prowess. By the time Xie Juan arrived with reinforcements, the attackers had largely been dispatched. Gu Wang still held her close, looking into her eyes as he reassured, Chaohua, do not be afraid. It is all over now. Chaohua pushed him away, feeling the chill of another's gaze. Xie Juan, she uttered, surprised by his presence. Indeed. Thank you, Prince Gu, for saving the princess, Xie Juan said, his expression dark and brooding. He approached and firmly guided the little princess back toward the carriage. Gu Wang smiled. Young master, do not misunderstand. The assassins aimed for Chaohua, and to ensure her safety, I had to hold her. There was no intention of impropriety. I understand. No need for explanations, Prince Gu. I trust the princess. Chaohua initially believed him, but once inside the carriage, the narrative shifted. Why did you come to see him? She blinked, pondering whether he was envious. He sought me out, and then we were ambushed by assassins. Chapter 122. The Retreat. Why did you not defend yourself? Why let him carry you? Are you jealous? Xie Juan's expression shifted dramatically. Princess, you should understand our relationship. Yes, I comprehend. But you are mistaken. My encounter with Gu Wang was coincidental. He merely sought me out. It is not as you imagine, Chaohua explained. Do not be upset. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on him, leaving Xie Juan momentarily frozen. It was the first time the little princess had initiated such an act. Henceforth, avoid him. Do you understand? The implication of his kiss ignited a fervor within Xie Juan. Ding! Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared, granting him a surge of affection points. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 5 affection points, allowing you to view 3 chapters of the plot. He had thought this feature had vanished, but it seemed it had evolved to directly reveal the narrative. After reviewing the plot, Chaohua's expression soured. What troubles you? Xie Juan, in good spirits, lifted her onto his lap, convinced that if the princess favored him, he must cherish her well. I am contemplating who would wish to assassinate me. Having seen the narrative, she realized the cloaked figures had come for her and not Gu Wang. Xie Juan furrowed his brow, equally astonished. They sought your life? I initially believed it was an attempt on Gu Wang's. That scoundrel has entangled you in this mess. I will investigate. Indeed, the last assailant targeting you is Gu Wang, correct? Chaohua had not anticipated that it truly was Gu Wang. Xie Juan chuckled. How did you come to that conclusion? At the time, I mentioned it was him, and you dismissed my words. Because she had viewed the plot. Otherwise, how could she know that Gu Wang did not harbor feelings for her? She could not fathom that he would go so far as to endanger Xie Juan for her sake. How do you know now? Xie Juan questioned, perplexed. I surmised. Chaohua leaned against him. Regrettably, there is a lack of evidence. Such assassination attempts left no traces. They employed only the most skilled assassins. Xie Juan stroked her head. I will handle this. Let's return for now. As for Mu Huahua's claims about the princess following him, he cast them aside. Who could wish to assassinate Chaohua? Emperor Mingda erupted in fury upon receiving the news. Should anything befall the princess, it would reflect poorly on the capital's security, and an emperor's wrath could shake the very heavens. He promptly dispatched people to investigate. Following the assassination attempt on Chaohua, the emperor rewarded her with a plethora of gifts. It infuriates me. Her attempt on her life surely stems from envy. Father has lavished her with gifts. Every month, the tributes returned are bestowed upon Chaohua. His favoritism is unbearable. I refuse to accept it. Chao Yu fumed in the palace. Why does that woman not simply perish? Concubine Su rushed in to counsel her. Chiyu, do not act this way. Your wedding day approaches. A bride should be radiant and joyful. If you continue to weep, your eyes will swell, and it will be difficult for you to look your best. Mother, my fate is so cruel. Why does father favor Chaohua so? She receives all the finest things. For my wedding, the princess's dowry pales in comparison to what Chaohua has received. Such jealousy. Is this how a princess should be married? Seeing her daughter sobbing uncontrollably, concubine Su felt a pang of sympathy. Quickly, bring me that exquisite jade pendant. The steward fetched a flawless piece of jade, utterly bewildered. My lord, the princess has been attacked. What purpose does the pendant serve? The old marquis stroked his beard. It is to calm Chaohua's nerves. She adores beautiful and exquisite things. Once she sees something lovely, she shall cease her tears. Prepare a multitude of peony flowers and send them to Chaohua's newly established garden. The steward chuckled in disbelief. But that garden is meant to be a farm for the princess, reportedly to be a birthday gift for the matriarch of the Guogong residence. Oh, is that so? Chaohua truly is a devoted granddaughter. The old marquis felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing his granddaughter was dutiful to others but scarcely visited him, her grandfather. He waited each day with bated breath for her arrival. Understanding his thoughts, the steward consoled him. The princess is dutiful when your birthday arrives. She will undoubtedly present you with a gift you cherish. Those words delighted him. Indeed, that is certain. Chaohua is the best to me. Let us hurry to the princess's residence. As I stepped outside, I encounter my son, Shun Jing. Father, are you heading to the princess's residence? He inquired. Indeed. And where are you off to with that blade? The old marquis cast him a sidelong glance. Shun Jing's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Naturally, I'm seeking vengeance for Chaohua. How dare they harm my niece? I shall flay them alive. You speak truly. However, you won't find anyone to confront now. It would be wiser to recruit more shadow guards to protect Chaohua discreetly, replied old Marquis Shun. Shun Jing nodded. I shall select individuals at once. Here, I have a Dongzhu pearl. Please take it to Chaohua to ease her worries. Shortly after, Madame Shun and Shun Xiao rushed over, expressing their desire to accompany me to the princess's residence. Chaohua had sent numerous medicinal plasters, demonstrating her thoughtfulness, and offered support to Shun Xiao, which endeared her to Madame Shun. The entire family proceeded to the princess's residence together. At that moment, Xie Juan was tenderly holding the little princess, unable to resist the urge to consummate their relationship. Upon hearing that her grandfather had arrived, Chaohua shyly urged him, quickly, rise. My grandfather is here. In broad daylight, being discovered would be mortifying. Very well. Xie Juan felt a pang of frustration, but was relieved for the interruption. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to temptation, having promised to wait 2 years. Chaohua, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly arranged her attire before meeting her grandfather and the others. Once they confirmed her well-being, they lingered for a while before departing. Chaohua had prepared a meal, inviting them to dine at the princess's residence. She hoped Shun Xiao would stay with her, but Shun Xiao declined, stating, I will come to accompany you when I have the time. Xie Juan had returned from the military camp specifically to spend time with her, and she did not wish to intrude on their reunion. After bidding farewell to her guests, night had fallen. Xie Juan spoke little, merely engaging in a game of chess with the elder. Your grandfather holds you in high regard, Chaohua remarked. Only you do not seem to appreciate me, Xie Juan retorted, lacking decorum when alone with her. Chaohua chose not to respond. She was not inclined to discuss matters of the heart at that moment. After all, she had once been earnest with Gu Wang, pouring her heart into a relationship that he had dismissed. Deep down, She had lost faith in love. Now, her sole ambition was to alter her family's fate. Surely, Xie Juan felt similarly. He was likely drawn to her solely for her beauty, she mused. Smiling, she dismissed the thought as a mere slip of the tongue, suggesting, "It is late. Let us retire for the night." Xie Juan furrowed his brow, perplexed by her meaning. They lay down together, and Chaohua anticipated he would pursue what he had refrained from during the day. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he remained still, making no move. I suddenly recalled an urgent matter. "You may sleep first," he declared, rising to don his attire and leaving in haste for the military camp in the dead of night. Chaohua was left contemplating, unable to restrain her curiosity as she asked Chaohua, "What is wrong with him? Is he displeased with me?" Chaohua was equally bewildered. The princess had instructed them to prepare a yuan pa. If the prince had avoided consummation tonight, was it due to impotence? Chaohua's expression darkened. Chapter 123. An elder sister should yield to her younger sister. Chaohua visited Empress Shun to discuss Shun Zhao's situation. The empress took her hand, acknowledging it was my oversight. Xiao Xiao should indeed seek a husband. In a few days, I shall host a banquet to facilitate her selection. Xie Juan mentioned that Mu Yu is quite suitable. What do you think, mother? The empress's eyes sparkled. Ah, the eldest son of the Mu family. He is indeed a fine match. The Mu family's influence was substantial, and if Xie Juan had taken notice, he must possess commendable qualities. Do you know Mu Yu, mother? I have met him. He is a decent young man. The empress replied with a smile. Let's hold a banquet and proceed with our selection. The empress wished for her niece to marry someone she favored. Yet the prospective groom's family background must also be commendable. The Mu family is a good choice. Previously, Chaohua might have thought her mother was solely interested in power. But not now. Xie Juan's intention for Shun Xiao to marry Mu Yu indicated he was paving the way for the future. Yes, we shall first assess his character, and we must also obtain the consent of your maternal uncle and others. The empress nodded in understanding. I will discuss this with your maternal uncle. Before the banquet could be held, news arrived of the third princess's wedding. Due to disagreements over the dowry, the third princess and her mother had caused quite a stir. After spending some time with Empress Shun, Chaohua was summoned by the Dowager Empress, who insisted that the dowry was insufficient and demanded an increase of 20%. The empress felt apprehensive. That woman, Su, has truly lost her mind. Does she think that by appealing to the Dowager Empress, she can gain something? The Dowager Empress does not favor us. Whether she gains anything or not, it will ultimately bring us no benefit, Chaohua remarked, aware that, apart from her father and mother, no one in the palace held any affection for her, especially the Dowager Empress. Mother will accompany you. I should go first if anything occurs. You can summon help and bring father to rescue me, Chaohua suggested. The empress paused briefly before chuckling. You clever one. Do not provoke the old lady. She is of advanced age, and if she becomes agitated, your father will punish you out of filial piety. Chaohua understood. She would not behave impulsively as she had in the past. After all, the Dowager Empress was her biological grandmother. Upon arriving at the Dowager Empress's palace, Chaohua gracefully curtsied. Chaohua pays her respects to her imperial grandmother. The Dowager Empress, aged 60, with graying hair and sharp eyes, appeared vigorous. Upon seeing Chaohua, her smile faded, and she made no effort to allow her to rise, instead feigning ignorance as she engaged animatedly with consort, Su, and others nearby. Chaohua repeated her greeting loudly. Chaohua pays her respects to her imperial grandmother. I heard you. You may rise, the Dowager Empress replied. Really, a princess lacking in poise and grace. Chaohua rose and took her seat. What instructions does your imperial grandmother have for me? The Dowager Empress frowned, clearly displeased with Chaohua's haughty demeanor. Among her many grandchildren, only Chaohua did not attempt to curry her favor. I wish to inquire why you have taken over the princess's residence from Chaoyu. Do you not already possess a princess's residence? In response to your imperial grandmother, that residence was bestowed upon me by father. It is not particularly grand, and thus is unsuitable for Chaoyu's princess's residence. Your father dotes on her and has chosen a larger one for her, the Dowager Empress questioned. Is that so? Chaoyu pouted. Your imperial grandmother. I would prefer the residence adjacent to the duke's estate. I do not care about the size. Merely wishing to be closer to the royal city to easily return and pay my respects to you. The Dowager Empress nodded. Very well, Chaohua. You must quickly bestow that residence as a dowry to Chaoyu. After all, you are the elder sister, and a sister should yield to her younger sibling. Chapter 124. Such unlucky words must not be spoken, your imperial grandmother. You jest. Chaohua is a concubine princess. For her to receive such a generous dowry would imply that our royal family does not comprehend the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Chaohua replied unhurriedly. The Dowager Empress was momentarily speechless, having not anticipated her to be so eloquent. Who claimed that Chaohua's dowry was excessive? Was it not all according to ancestral customs? What you give to Chaohua is a gift from you as the elder sister. It does not count as the royal dowry. Chaohua smiled. How can it not count? When I marry, even the trousseau given by my grandfather is considered part of my dowry. Furthermore, the estate belongs to me. If I do not wish to give it to her, does your imperial grandmother intend to compel me to do so? She felt immense anger. The Dowager Empress was so biased and unreasonable. The Dowager Empress was livid. Such audacity. Chaohua calmly knelt. Your imperial grandmother, please do not be angry. If you're concerned about Chaohua's seemingly inadequate dowry, you may grant her another reward. It was impossible for her to give anything to Chaohua. She owed her nothing. The Dowager Empress, enraged, turned pale and fainted shortly after. Chaos erupted in Yonghe Palace, and someone was hurriedly dispatched to summon the imperial physician. The incident quickly reached Emperor Mingde. Father, it is all my elder sister's fault. She insisted on provoking the Dowager Empress. Chaohua exaggerated. Consort Su played peacemaker, your majesty. Do not be angry. Chaohua is still young and inexperienced. She does not know how to speak delicately. Please do not hold it against her. Emperor Mingde's expression darkened. Chaohua, what is going on? Why did you provoke the Dowager Empress for no reason? Do you not realize her health is frail? If the Empress Dowager were to become angered, he would be powerless to protect her. Chaohua remained silent and unyielding. Addressing the emperor, Father, I have said nothing. It was Chaohua who insisted on troubling grandmother for the official residence, demanding that I relinquish the estate you previously bestowed upon me as a dowry. I was unwilling, which displeased grandmother. Had it not been for Chaohua coveting my belongings, she would not have been upset. Chaohua's expression shifted, and she quickly knelt, exclaiming, Father, this is not the case. It was my elder sister's disrespectful words that provoked grandmother's ire. I never claimed her residence. Chaohua scoffed. Chaohua is a princess. It is unbecoming to lie. It tarnishes the dignity of your title. I am not lying, Chaohua thought to herself, unwilling to concede, knowing there would be no repercussions. Father, every word I speak is the truth. Should I utter a falsehood, may I meet a wretched end. Chaohua cast a sidelong glance at Su Shufei. Her posture resolute. Emperor Mingde instinctively spat, forbidding the utterance of such ominous words. Shufei, you speak. If any lie is uncovered, I shall not be lenient. The emperor did not inquire about his two daughters, but directed his question to Su Shufei. Immediately, she felt as though she were seated on pins and needles. If Chaohua were to lie, it could be attributed to her youth and ignorance. But if she were to lie, it would be treason. Your Majesty, Chaohua indeed has a fondness for the official residence adjacent to the Duke's mansion, as it boasts a natural hot spring. It is a geomantic treasure, warm in winter and cool in summer. They had long desired it, but due to its small size, it is unsuitable for either a princess's residence or the Duke's mansion. The emperor has been reluctant to bestow it upon officials due to its hot spring, yet unexpectedly awarded it to the Grand Princess. The mother and daughter are indeed filled with jealousy. Emperor Mingde sighed heavily, casting a displeased glare at Chaohua. So you claim Chaohua lied? You possess great audacity. Father, please quell your anger. I did not intend to deceive. I merely feared your favoritism towards my elder sister. Sob. Realizing the situation had come to light, Chaohua knelt and could only weep. Father, you cherish my elder sister and neglect me. I had requested that residence from you first, yet you granted it to her. Why? Chaohua protested. Emperor Mingde furrowed his brow, explaining, that residence was first sought by Chaohua. Furthermore, it is close to the Duke's mansion, allowing her convenience in returning to her marital home. As for your princess's residence, I have directly offered you a choice adjacent to the general's mansion, which is twice the size of the one next to the Duke's mansion. Is that not satisfactory? Moreover, I have even added 20% to your dowry. Have I not treated you well? Chaohua sniffled, but my princess's residence lacks a hot spring. My sister's has a natural hot spring, and you have bestowed her another residence with a hot spring. That is unjust. Emperor Mingde chuckled coldly. According to your reasoning, should Chaohua possess something, you must possess it as well? What is wrong with that? I am your daughter. Zhao Yu's heart was already brimming with discontent, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she boldly expressed her thoughts. Su Shufei turned pale, intending to advise her daughter when the emperor coldly retorted. Then, what the Wang Rong? Should he receive the same treatment as the crown prince? Your majesty, please do not be angry. Zhao Yu is simply thoughtless. Su Shufei was frightened and quickly knelt, bowing her head in supplication. Your majesty, please show mercy. The Wang Rong harbors no such thoughts. The crown prince is the legitimate son, the future heir. Even if the Wang Rong is capable, he remains a subject. Emperor Mingda's gaze darkened. I see you have not properly educated the third princess. From tomorrow onwards, let the empress teach her proper etiquette. Su Shufei's face turned ashen. Zhao Yu, still indignant, attempted to speak further, only to be struck by Su Shufei. Zhao Yu, silence. Continuing to speak would only lead to the Wang Rong's downfall. Zhao Yu, frightened, dared not utter another word. At that moment, the imperial physician emerged to announce that the Empress Dowager had awakened. Emperor Mingda rose to visit her. The Empress Dowager, weak and frail, remarked, Your Majesty, Chaohua is audacious and has committed an act of disrespect. You must discipline her well. Emperor Mingda's countenance darkened. Empress Dowager, Chaohua is but a junior. How could she dare disrespect you? It would be unwise to trouble her for the transgressions of youth. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted slightly, realizing that he was not her biological son, but rather one who cherished his beloved daughter above all. Your Majesty speaks truthfully. However, it is indeed biased to grant Chaohua both a princess's residence and an official residence, which is intended for court officials. Unbeknownst to the Empress Dowager, that residence was requested by young Master Xie, who had earned significant military merit. It is not unreasonable for him to exchange his achievements for a residence. He intended to gift this residence to Chaohua as a garden, an affair beyond the emperor's purview. One cannot question his son-in-law's affection for the princess. Emperor Mingda, feigning a smile, effectively countered the Empress Dowager's argument. The Empress Dowager was left speechless, realizing the truth. Your Majesty, my body is weak. I shall rest well and concern myself less with the matters of the children. After a brief stay, Emperor Mingda departed. Chaohua, in good spirits, followed him out of Yonghe Palace, clinging to her father's arm. Father, do not be angry. I shall strive to be more composed in the future and avoid upsetting the Empress Dowager. You have done nothing wrong. Do not mind her. Emperor Mingda could not bear to see his precious daughter wronged. He would handle everything. Thank you, father. Chaohua felt warmth in her heart, vowing not to let Ximing fall into ruin. Father, I have a question, though I'm uncertain if it is appropriate to ask. What is it? Emperor Mingda instructed his attendants to prepare the imperial feast so that he could dine with his daughter. Why do you not imprison Gu Wang? He is currently roaming freely. Perhaps he was the one behind the assassination attempt last time. Emperor Mingda replied, What purpose would there be in imprisoning him? I deem it unnecessary. He will eventually return. Imprisoning him would only deepen his resentment towards us in Ximing. It is also unwise to kill him, as that could ignite war between our two nations. Ximing cannot afford another conflict. It would drain our resources and harm the people. Chaohua's mind sparked with clarity, recognizing the wisdom in his words. How could she only think of imprisoning Gu Wang? Perhaps if he could be swayed, the outcome could change. But could he truly be swayed? What if he returned and still chose to wage war against us? Emperor Mingda was surprised that his daughter pondered such matters, even if he were to go to war. We could resist at that time. His return to Dongjin does not signify much. He would still have much to gain. Gu Wang grew up in Ximing. If his influence is minimal upon his return, he may become the crown prince and even the emperor of Dongjin, potentially hindering Dongjin. Meanwhile, the other princes of Dongjin, raised in Dongjin, each more exceptional than the last, could ascend to the throne. Furthermore, if Gu Wang survives and returns, Dongjin would be mired in internal strife. Without unity, how could they oppose Ximing? These concepts would be too complex for a princess to grasp. It is merely a matter of 2 years. There is no need to imprison him. As long as you do not heed his sweet words, that is sufficient. Your father fears you may be manipulated by him. If you do not listen to him, then nothing will befall Ximing. Chaohua had initially contemplated violence, but a sudden reminder from her inner system warned, do not kill the male lead, or the entire plot will collapse. They cannot survive without it. And she can only rewrite her own narrative, while the male lead's story continues to unfold. Understood, father. Chaohua inwardly simmered with frustration. Resolving to abandon this line of thought, after sharing the imperial meal with her father, she returned to her quarters. Upon hearing that her daughter was safe, Empress Shun exhaled in relief and summoned Madame Shun. The banquet proceeded as scheduled, attracting numerous noble young men and ladies, all of whom understood it was an arranged marriage banquet. Upon hearing this, Xie Juan returned, entering the palace alongside Mu Yu. Why did you bring me to the palace? This is clearly an arranged marriage banquet. I have no intention of marrying. Mu igreku pretestage. At your age, how can you remain unmarried? Entering the palace to take a look might be worthwhile. Perhaps you could encounter your destined sweetheart. He had just returned from the military camp and had yet to see the little princess. Upon meeting her, he would readily abandon his good friend, rushing to seek his beloved. Alas, Mu Yu would be utterly exasperated. He was indeed a man who favored romance over friendship, a truly heartless fellow. Chaohua. He called softly, Xie Juan, come quickly. His sudden appearance took Chaohua by surprise. Why have you returned? She inquired. Is it not permissible for me to return? Xie Juan pinched her cheek, finding it delightfully tender, untouched by powder or rouge, a sensation that was irresistibly charming. Chaohua swatted his hand away. Behave yourself outside. Be cautious not to reveal your lasciviousness. Feeling a knot in his heart, Xie Juan wondered how he had earned the label of lecher. I brought Mu Yu along. Shall we find an opportunity for them to converse? Just then, they encountered Mu Yu and Shun Xiao, unexpectedly joined by Xie Zheng. Chaohua sensed something amiss. Your second brother cannot possibly fancy my cousin, can he? Chapter 127. A trip to the wilderness, surely not. Xie Juan felt a jolt of apprehension. It seemed unlikely. If Xie Zheng had indeed taken a liking to Shun Xiao, he would have mentioned it, for his second aunt did not approve of Shun Xiao, and Xie Zheng would not go against her wishes. Look, he said, glaring at Mu Yu, his eyes fierce as if he wished to devour him. Chaohua felt her intuition was quite accurate. It was likely that Xie Zheng had developed an affection for her cousin. I shall inquire. Do not. We mustn't interfere. Chaohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. If both Mu Yu and Xie Zheng were enamored with Shun Xiao, it would certainly lead to an entertaining spectacle, indicative of Shun Xiao's exceptional qualities. Xie Juan gazed down at the little princess who was grasping his arm, feeling an inexplicable itch in his heart. Would the princess accompany me back to the palace? Why return? The banquet has only just commenced. Xie Juan found such gatherings tiresome. I wish to take you out for some fun. Chaohua paused, lifting her gaze to his cold yet handsome visage, instinctively blushing. Where shall we go? You will know once we arrive. Staying in the capital is rather dull. I shall take you to the wilderness. With that, he discreetly led her away. Chaohua hurriedly informed someone to relay the message to Empress Shun. Their hand-in-hand departure caught the eyes of many, some envious, others jealous. Chu Yu glanced at Gu Wang beside her. Wang, do you see how affectionate the Grand Princess and young Master Xie are? Chaohua's absence from bothering Gu Wang brought her some relief. Otherwise, she would have dealt with her earlier. Gu Wang had already noticed them. Seeing Chaohua blush while gazing at Xie Juan made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Such remarks seemed utterly pointless. Chu Yu's expression shifted slightly, Wang. Gu Wang had little interest in conversing with her and rose to leave. Yet, Chu Yu hurriedly followed Wang. The Prince of Xian is unwilling to break off the engagement. Could you assist me? The prince is to marry your second sister, not you. Gu Wang recalled her previous assistance and considered repaying the favor. However, he reconsidered. If he wishes to marry me, he must not take Chu Shui. I would be ruined if I wed him. Please help me. I know you do not harbor affection for me, but we could become engaged. If we are betrothed, the prince would no longer pursue me. Gu Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. General Chu may not consent. Chu Yu blushed shyly. Their consent is unnecessary. You saved me when I fell into the water, and we share a bond. Gu Wang's expression darkened, disapproving of such an arrangement. I will find another way. With that, he quickly departed, discreetly following Xie Juan and the others out of the city. Xie Juan took the little princess on horseback, leading her to a farm. Recently, he had observed the little princess tending to the farm and assumed she enjoyed it, thus bringing her to play. Chaohua chuckled. I intended to transform the adjacent residence into a farm as a gift for my grandmother. Xie Juan's eyes sparkled with surprise. What did you say? A birthday gift for your grandmother? How could you be so considerate toward my family? My grandmother adores pastoral life. The Duke's residence is not spacious enough, so I wish to create a farm for her to present on her birthday. Xie Juan felt touched. Princess, you are truly filial. She is your grandmother. Thus, She's also mine. It is only right to show her filial piety. Xie Juan found her words delightful, leaping from his horse to hers, encircling her with his hands. Thank you, princess. My grandmother will surely cherish this gift. He spoke close to her ear, his warm breath causing her ears to flush. You must also help me take care of Zhao. This is a matter of reciprocity. Xie Juan gazed at her rosy ears, his eyes darkening as he leaned down. Chapter 128. Beyond the mortal realm, is it merely a matter of reciprocity? Chaohua's ears burned, compelling her to turn away. All right, let us not dwell on such matters. Are we not here to enjoy ourselves? This is my first visit to a farm. What delights await us? Seeing her retreat, Xie Juan released her and dismounted. We can fish, have a barbecue, and race horses. There are plenty of enjoyable activities. Standing amidst the lush green grass, she resembled a celestial maiden, untouched by the mundane world. Xie Juan found it difficult to divert his gaze. Princess, what would you like to eat? Anything will suffice. Chaohua picked some wildflowers, finding it quite delightful. However, upon reaching the vegetable patch, she discovered insects. Ah, she shrieked in fright. Do not be afraid. Xie Juan hurried over and swiftly crushed the bug. Chaohua watched in disgust, feeling her skin crawl. Xie Juan, I want to go back. This farm is not enjoyable at all. Startled, she jumped into his embrace. Xie Juan grinned, finding her fear amusing. If you are scared, wait for me inside. I will catch fish and prepare some for you. I assure you, the fish here are delectable. Chaohua shook her head, still terrified of the insects, clinging to him, refusing to dismount. No, I fear the insects. Let's return quickly. With no other option, Xie Juan carried her onto the carriage, making their way back home. All done. There are no more insects. Do not be afraid. Chaohua exhaled in relief. All right. By the time they returned to the capital, it was already evening. News from the palace indicated that Mu Yu and Xie Zheng had sparred, with Xie Zheng leaving Mu Yu battered and bruised, inciting discontent within the Mu family. I knew it. Xie Zheng must have feelings for my cousin. The empress still sought to court the Mu family, and this could spell disaster. Chaohua felt a headache coming. She believed her mother was not mistaken. An alliance between the Mu and Shun families would benefit the crown prince. However, the likes of Prince Rong and others would certainly not wish to see such outcomes, especially since Xie Zheng had just pummeled Mu Yu. I will return to inquire about the situation. It may be a misunderstanding. Xie Juan initially shared this thought, aiming to draw the Mu family into their fold. This was merely a preliminary plan. Afterward, he might not remain in the military camp, but would seek a position in court to secure his place in the political sphere. After escorting Chaohua back to the palace, Xie Juan promptly returned to the duke's residence, seeking out Xie Zheng. Zheng, what is the matter? Why did you fight with Mu Yu? Mu Yu is nothing but a playboy. How could someone like him be allowed to marry Xin Shao? Brother, are you out of your mind? Xie Zheng's expression darkened as he realized Xie Juan, an empress Xin intended for Mu Yu to marry Xin Shao. He could not contain his emotions and ended up striking Mu Yu during the sparring match. Mu Yu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xie Zheng had attacked him so fiercely. However, misfortune turned into fortune, as the Mu family seized the opportunity to bring him back home. Mu Yu is a good person. One cannot judge merely by appearances. Furthermore, you do not have feelings for Xin Shao. Mu Yu marrying Shun Shao has nothing to do with you. Xie Juan narrowed his eyes, keen to gauge Xie Zheng's sentiments. Xie Zheng's face oscillated between red and pale. Who says I do not like Xin Shao? I have long asked my aunt to propose marriage. Is that so? Did your mother agree? If this matter were to be settled, Xie Juan would undoubtedly be aware. It was only because it had not been finalized that the old lady had refrained from making any bold declarations. Xie Zheng, feeling agitated, replied, My mother does not approve, but that does not hinder my desire to marry her. Let me inform you, neither the Shun family nor Empress Shun will agree. Xie Zheng furrowed his brow, why not? Chapter 129. Chaohua has designs on me, what could be the reason? Perhaps it is due to their incompatible destinies. Xie Juan patted his shoulder and said, I believe you should reconsider. Your mother disapproves of Shun Shao, and the incident with that slap has left the Shun family with a poor impression of our CF family. So they would never allow their daughter to marry you. Moreover, Chaohua is already wed to him, and the Emperor Shun is unlikely to want Shun Shao to marry into the CF family. The Mu family is the preferred choice, so your chances are slim. Xie Zheng, being astute, was well aware of this, yet he felt discomfort in his heart. After all, he was the one who had initially taken an interest in Shen Shao. Brother, I merely wish to take a wife. I have not yet made a concerted effort. How can you be so certain that Shen Xiao would refuse to marry me? I believe the Empress Shen is a reasonable person. She would not sacrifice her niece's happiness. Xie Juan chuckled lightly. That is because you do not understand Empress Shen well enough. She is far from the delicate figure she appears to be. Otherwise, how could she single-handedly elevate her son to the status of crown prince? Chaohua initially did not wish to marry him. Yet the Empress insisted that her daughter wed someone she did not favor. The little princess is quite pitiable, constantly trying to please him for the sake of her mother and brother. Xie Juan observed this and, fortunately, did not mind. In fact, he found it rather enjoyable. However, the little princess was still young, and he did not wish to frighten her. For now, he would have to endure and wait 2 more years before savoring the experience. Xie Zheng's expression shifted slightly. Even so, I must give it a try. Can you be certain that Shen Xiao is fond of you? Xie Juan shot him a glance. Do not say that I have not imparted wisdom to you. Marrying a woman who does not love you is truly unfortunate. But marrying a woman who does not even like you is a greater misfortune. A wife who loves you will be wholly devoted. But if she harbors no feelings for you, Xie Juan chose not to elaborate further. He was, after all, a living testament to this reality. Isn't your sister-in-law quite fond of you, brother? Xie Zheng felt that he had recently been overly happy, who did not know how well the little princess treated him. That is where you are mistaken. Chaohua has ulterior motives regarding me. Otherwise, the little princess would not even spare him a glance. That girl has high standards. If it were not for his pleasing appearance, she likely would not have compromised and clung to him. Xie Juan contemplated the necessity of stirring the little princess's feelings towards him. Otherwise, it would be challenging to manage the situation. Xie Zheng raised an eyebrow. She is attracted to brother's good looks? Is that a problem? Chaohua was still too young, perhaps not fully grasping her ambitions to gather power for the crown prince. Furthermore, she was quite clever, knowing to seek out Xie Juan, allowing him to take the lead while she remained hidden behind him, controlling him alone. Xie Zheng was not interested in hearing about his brother's romantic exploits. Is it true that you are unwilling to assist me? It is not that I do not wish to aid you. I simply believe you must understand that it would not be appropriate for Shen Xiao to marry into our family. However, if you truly have feelings for her, you may attempt to get closer and pursue her. I'm only informing you that neither Empress Shen nor Chaohua would agree to Shen Xiao marrying you. It is not a reflection of your worth. Xie Juan chose not to speak further, and Xie Zheng sighed. I understand. After discussing matters with Xie Zheng, Xie Juan returned to the princess's manor. The matriarch had asked him to bring back a bamboo basket of farm-fresh eggs. Upon seeing the basket, Chaohua felt a wave of warmth. Did grandmother send these for me? Indeed, grandmother is quite fond of you, and even instructed me not to pilfer any. They're all for your nourishment. Xie Juan handed the eggs to the maid before moving closer to embrace her. However, upon reflection, he reined himself in and adopted a cool demeanor. I have matters to attend to. Please rest, princess. Chaohua was intent on getting closer to him, seeking affection and more favor. Yet at that moment, he was about to leave. Stop. Xie Juan, what do you mean by this? Chapter 130. She wants to keep him, she wants to keep him? Xie Juan turned back, his eyes narrowed. Princess, I truly have matters to attend to. What matters? You just returned. If you had business, you would not have taken me to the farm. Chaohua huffed, looking at him with a knowing expression. Xie Juan smiled. Chaohua, do not be mischievous. I genuinely have matters to address. You would have me vie for power, and I must prepare accordingly. Muyu has been injured by a Zheng. I need to visit the Mu family to offer my condolences. Currently, the crown prince's influence was waning, and the Mu family had not yet chosen a side. It was said that Prince Xiang was interested in courting the Mu family, intending to marry Mu Yu's sister as his princess. Prince Xiang was the 3rd son. He was yet to marry. Among the 4 princes, only the eldest, Prince Rong, had taken a bride, thus wielding the greatest power. However, this did not imply that the other princes would refrain from competing in secret. Upon hearing this, Chaohua released her grip. Very well, I understand. You may go about your business. It was her oversight. She had been so focused on winning his affection that she forgot her priority was to strengthen her own power. The system had indicated that she merely needed to adjust certain aspects of her narrative, and she had already begun to alter the situation. What remained was to bolster her influence, ensuring she would one day be able to contend with Gu Wang. Perhaps this was the purpose behind preventing her from eliminating Gu Wang. Seeing her compliance, Xie Juan could not help but step forward to embrace her. Leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, sleep well tonight. With that, he swiftly withdrew. Chaohua's face flushed crimson. her heart racing as she pondered the meaning behind his actions. Princess. It was not until Chaohua entered to inquire about her meal that Chaohua regained her composure. No need to wait for Xie Juan. Chaohua mused. Now that Xie Juan had taken tangible steps, it was sufficient. She dined, bathed, and then retired for the night. Xie Juan returned from the Mu family, only to find the little princess already asleep. I heard she had her meal, bathed, and then rested without waiting for you, master. Su Jie reported. Xie Juan gazed expressionlessly at the peony garden, uncertain of what to convey. After a brief glance, he turned and returned to his chamber, the Mashuan courtyard. The next day, Chaohua sought him out. How is Muyu? Is there a chance for him and my cousin? Xie Juan clicked his tongue. Why are you so concerned about others? Muyu was interested. It was unclear what Xinxiao thought. If Muyu had genuine intentions, he would have proposed. However, Zheng would also be making a proposal. Chaohua frowned. Let's hope Zheng does not involve himself. Her thoughts mirrored this sentiment. Having married Xie Juan, the Xie family was now her own. There was no longer a need for the Shan family to forge ties with the Xie family, especially since the Xie matriarch did not favor Xinxiao. Marrying into the duke's estate, with a mother-in-law who did not like her, would not guarantee a happy life. Chaohua advised against Zheng's proposal. Xie Juan replied, Zheng has the right to pursue his own happiness. Let him navigate his own path. We shall not interfere. Chaohua nodded, indeed. When will you return to the military camp? In a few days, I suppose. Why? Do you wish for me to leave? Just a night apart made Xie Juan feel uneasy. Without the little princess by his side, he was nearly sleepless. He reached out to hold her. Chaohua embraced him. No. In a few days it will be grandmother's birthday, so I think you should wait until after her celebration to depart. Also, Chaohua is to marry. I wish for you to accompany me. Xie Juan smiled. Very well. As he spoke, he drew closer, their foreheads touching, their breaths entwined. In a chapter 131, Xie Juan, do not fool around. Chaohua assumed he was about to kiss her and instinctively close her eyes, only for the man to suddenly release her. All right, I will accompany you. Chaohua was left feeling quite embarrassed. Why did he seem to be intentionally avoiding her? Previously, he had been quite clingy, always wanted to hold her while sleeping and stealing kisses. They had agreed to consummate their marriage, yet he seemed to hesitate in this regard. Chaohua could not fathom what he desired now. It had once been said that he was attracted to her beauty. Was he no longer interested? If that were the case, she would have no means of garnering his affection. And what was she to do then? Chaohua found herself in a dilemma. Realizing that Xie Juan did not harbor romantic feelings for her, but merely appreciated her good looks. If he were to lose that attraction, it would be exceedingly difficult. Let's dine first. Xie Juan gently pinched her cheek, appearing much like his usual self, yet that was where the similarity ended. Chaohua was reluctant to rush things. She feared it might come off as insincere. After they dined together, she could not help but inquire, will you not stay at the peony garden tonight? A hint of coldness crept into the man's demeanor as he replied. His temperament was indeed unpredictable, fluctuating between joy and anger, revealing a heart cloaked in profound complexities. When Xie Juan chose silence, his brows knitted together, and his expression was icy, making him seem utterly frigid. He wished to reside at the peony garden, cradling the little princess in his arms each night. Yet with her emotions now unbound from the flower's poison, he feared he might lose control. She was still young, and his desires had evolved beyond mere physicality. Thus, he deemed it wiser to sleep apart. Having said that, he rose and retreated to his courtyard. Xiaohe observed the prince's retreating figure and queried, Princess, what has come over the young master? It was rare for the princess to extend an invitation. How could he refuse her? I cannot fathom it either, Chaohua replied. The villain's thoughts were perplexing, and the absence of system prompts suggested that Xie Juan held no affection for her. Chaohua dismissed the matter, deciding it was best to ignore him. The following day marked Zhao Yu's wedding. Her princess residence was still under repair, so she took up temporary lodging at the Chu family home. Given their prior intimate relations, an early marriage was imperative. It appeared the dowry had been reduced by 20%, a punishment from the emperor for instigating the empress dowager's ire against Chaohua. The Ming emperor intended to penalize her. Throughout the journey, Zhao Yu wept as she departed for marriage, only finding solace once she reached the Chu family for the wedding rites. Zhao Hua attended alongside the prince, drawing considerable attention. The couple was strikingly handsome, captivating the eyes of many. The noble youths focused on the princess, while the ladies admired Xie Juan. Xie Juan rarely graced such gatherings, save for the last event honoring the Eastern Jin envoy, where he garnered considerable admiration. Today, he donned a dark red ensemble adorned with golden floral embroidery, accentuating his fair complexion and charming demeanor. Xie is truly handsome, even more so than Xie. One remarked. Indeed, were it not for his looks, the grand princess might not have wed him, another chimed in. However, Gu Wang's appearance quickly overshadowed Xie Juan's brilliance. The protagonist's aura was formidable. Chaohua unconsciously glanced in his direction, and fortuitously, he met her gaze. Recalling her father's words, she instinctively offered a smile. She could not eliminate him. At least not for now. What is the princess observing? Xie Juan's eyes narrowed with irritation, silently commanding her not to look at him. Startled by his sudden anger, Chaohua quickly replied, "I wasn't looking." Unruly, he retorted with a sardonic smile, intending to find a suitable moment to remind her of who her true companion was. Yet, the little princess halted him. Xie Juan, cease this nonsense. Just then, a system alert flashed in her mind. Gu Wang will be drugged, falling prey to Chu Yu's seduction. Your task is to rescue him. This mission darkened her expression. Why must I save Gu Wang? Chaohua resisted internally. This was the narrative of the main characters. If anyone were to rescue him, it should be Chu Yu. This narrative is predicated on mutual demise. If the male lead meets a tragic end, so too shall the supporting characters. This is a self-redemption system. Originally, it was you who saved her from the male lead's machinations, the system explained. It seemed unfair that she must alter the storyline to safeguard herself, especially when it was evident that she could win over the male lead and shift his affections toward her. Only then could she escape the role of a malicious supporting character. She needed to alter the narrative's course. After the system's lengthy explanation, Chaohua begrudgingly agreed to undertake the task. However, Xie Juan remained irate. I believe you are the most beautiful. Chaohua quickly soothed him, lest her efforts go awry. His mood lightened slightly, and he remarked, I believe the wedding is nearing its conclusion. Shall we return? But we haven't yet partaken in the banquet. She urged. Let us wait a moment longer, she said, linking her arm with his while signaling to keep an eye on Gu Wang. Very well, Xie Juan acquiesced, now in a better mood and willing to linger a little longer. They seated themselves, and he served her food, insisting she eat. At that moment, Gu Wang approached. Raising his cup, Xie, I toast to you. Xie Juan poured the wine and replied, Gu Wang, please. The two engaged in pleasantries. Chaohua scrutinized his cup, suspecting it had been tampered with. Wait, we must use larger bowls for toasting, she declared. Bring forth the large bowls. Gu Wang turned towards her, Chaohua. He intended to express concern, for the assassination attempt had not yet been resolved. The servant girl soon arrived with the large bowls, under the escort of Chu Yu. In that case, I too shall toast the princess, he announced. The 4 large bowls were presented, leaving uncertainty about whether they had been drugged. Chaohua selected the bowl beside Gu Wang, while Chu Yu narrowed her eyes and chose one as well. The remaining bowls were chosen by Xie Juan and Gu Wang, and together they raised their cups. Xie Juan consumed his drink and snatched the cup from Chaohua's hands, declaring, the princess cannot partake in wine. I shall drink on her behalf. After finishing, he leaned in, whispering, this wine is potent. Do not drink it, lest it harm your stomach. Chaohua gazed at him, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Then let us return, she replied. Chu Yu watched their departing figures, simmering with frustration, puzzled as to why Chaohua had chosen Gu Wang's cup. What is it? Gu Wang inquired, sensing her unusual demeanor. Nothing. Xie has a more robust tolerance for wine and is quite considerate of the princess, Chu Yu smiled. Gu Wang frowned, wishing to avoid further conversation, as it always touched upon his insecurities. He glanced at Chaohua, supporting the swaying Xie Juan, feeling a pang of concern. He turned his attention back to his own cup, only to find someone had intercepted it. Chu Ling raised his cup, declaring, Gu Wang, I toast to you. Gu Wang had no choice but to accept another drink, replying, Congratulations, Chu de Gongzi. Thank you, Chu Ling replied, feeling quite jovial. After downing his cup, he suddenly felt unwell. Oh dear, it's quite hot, Gu Wang observed, immediately discerning that he had been drugged. Had Chaohua not suggested the cup swap, he would have been ensnared. Chu Ling was escorted away, while Chu Yu's heart raced, bewildered as to who would dare drug Gu Wang. She pondered which large bowl had been tainted, seeking a rationale to make him intoxicated enough for her to whisk him away. Yet Chaohua thwarted her at every turn. Gu Wang realized the Chu family was plotting against him, and, in a fit of anger, swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Xie Juan, having consumed the wine, felt something amiss. Though it wasn't overly severe, he struggled to repress the urge to kiss the little princess, even to tear her clothing. Princess, you feel so cool. I'm rather warm. Xie Juan pressed closely against her neck, and Chaohua felt his forehead, which was burning. Xie Juan, bear with it a little longer. We shall discuss this once we return to the princess's residence. Xie Juan was acutely aware of his own condition. He had been drugged, and he had no idea which scoundrel intended to harm her. If she had consumed that cup of wine, she would surely have been ensnared. Chaohua, prepare some cold water. I believe I have been affected by an aphrodisiac, and the physician cannot antidote it. The only remedy lay in harmonious union, but he did not wish to approach her in such a manner. Seeing the veins bulging on his forehead, clearly struggling, Chaohua embraced him. Soaking in cold water will only lead to illness. I am your wife. I can help. Xie Juan swallowed hard. Really? Then the princess must not cry. He leaned down to kiss her. Bear with it a little longer. We are still in the carriage. Soon we will arrive at the princess's residence. Chaohua felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Though she had prepared for this, being in the carriage was particularly embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her voice soft and hesitant, truly a catalyst for his desires. Xie Juan nearly lost control, tightly gripping her waist. Then do not move, or I may not be able to restrain myself. His body burned with heat, pressing against her, leaving Chaohua blushing profusely. She dared not act recklessly, yet Xie Juan could not help but kiss her, and she remained still. It was not until the carriage halted that Xie Juan regained a semblance of clarity. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the little princess, disheveled, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters, on the verge of speech yet hesitating. The princess, terrified, could scarcely breathe, her delicate neck bearing several bite marks, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, easily breakable with the slightest touch. Xie Juan, Chaohua's voice quivered with a hint of tears. She felt pain in her neck, her waist nearly crushed by his rough grip. The man was insufferably crude, especially when inebriated, verging on frightening. Truly a beast. Xie Juan slapped himself, muttering, "Forgive me, Chaohua. Fear not. We have arrived at the princess's residence." He hurriedly retrieved a cloak from the carriage's hidden compartment and wrapped it around her before swiftly carrying her into the estate. Upon reaching the peony garden, he gently set her down. Rest for a moment. Chaohua assumed he would continue the unfinished business from the carriage, but to her surprise, he turned away immediately after setting her down. Xie Juan, what is the matter with him? He resisted the urge to look back, stating, Chaohua, I shall await the day you willingly choose me. With that, he departed quickly. Chaohua felt a flicker of emotion. Back in the Mo Xian courtyard, Xie Juan plunged into a cold bath. Suzhou had arranged for an ample supply of icy water. My lord, why not take this opportunity to consummate your union with the princess? He pondered, baffled at why Xie Juan had entered the room only to emerge again. The little princess seemed not to have objected. Soaking in the tub, Xie Juan felt vexed. What do you understand? Chaohua is still young, and her heart does not belong to me. To take advantage of her vulnerability would be beneath me. Suzhou was taken aback, thinking to himself, when did the lord become so principled? On the battlefield, he was the most cunning and opportunistic. Moreover, my lord, have you not been enamored with the princess's beauty for quite some time? This opportunity was rare. How could you not seize it? Find out who attempted to drug Chaohua, came the icy voice of his master. Suzhou recalled that his master had been drugged after visiting the Chu family, indicating someone was scheming behind the scenes. He promptly set off to investigate. After Suzhou left, Xie Juan remained in the tub until the effects of the drug wore off, which was by evening. Xie Juan, how do you fare? I have summoned a physician to examine you. He heard the princess's voice call from within. He smirked, donning a garment before stepping out. It is nothing, do not worry. Chaohua sighed in relief and sat down for the physician's examination. Xie Juan obediently complied as the doctor felt his pulse, stroking his beard. The effects of the aphrodisiac are not severe. You are now well, princess, you may rest easy. Thank you, esteemed physician. Once assured of his well-being, Chaohua instructed her attendants to see the physician out. Were you frightened? After the physician departed, Xie Juan pulled her into his embrace, recalling his roughness towards her while out of his senses. Not too much. The princess leaned against him, unable to suppress her curiosity. Why? Why not let me help with the antidote? Do you dislike me? If you do, that would be troublesome. Xie Juan lowered his gaze to meet her sparkling eyes. If he lost control under such influence, what if he harmed the princess? You are quite fearful of pain, are you not? Chaohua's cheeks flushed crimson. Indeed, she was terrified of pain, having never been injured throughout her life, and even her recent martial training had resulted in few bumps. Well, at least he possesses some conscience. She mused. At that moment, Xie Juan returned with news. My lord, I have news to report. Xie Juan released the little princess, and they both sat upright. Xie Juan entered, cupping his hands in respect. It is said that the eldest son of the Chu family also fell victim to the aphrodisiac. Its potency is formidable. Had it not been for Chu Lin's timely marriage, he might have met a tragic end. Even so, Chu Lin is gravely weakened. The physician has visited the Chu family and reported that the eldest son lost control on his wedding night, injuring the third princess. The two subsequently fainted together, and upon awakening, the physician advised that he is not to approach women for the time being. Xie Juan's eyes narrowed. What does the Chu family have to say? If they dare to drug me, they must provide an explanation. General Chu offered a statement, claiming it was a plot to disrupt the wedding, and several individuals have been apprehended for administering the drug. Chaohua pondered who would wish to drug Xie Juan. I suspect you and Chu Lin may have both ingested the tainted wine. Xie Juan recalled that the cup of wine consumed by the eldest son of the Chu family appeared to belong to Gu Taizi. Had it not been for Chaohua suggesting the use of a large bowl, Xie Juan might have fallen victim as well. Xie Juan, as if uncovering a hidden truth, felt discomfort at the thought. Did the princess know that Gu Taizi was in danger? Were you attempting to save him? Chaohua flushed, realizing how astute he was. No, I had no prior knowledge. Xie Juan sought you out for a drink. I merely suggested the large bowl to deter him. Who could have foreseen such events? Observing the innocent expression on the little princess's face, Xie Juan found himself reflecting. Perhaps he had overthought it. Even if someone intended to harm Xie Juan, Chaohua could not possibly have known in advance, especially since Xie Juan himself seemed oblivious. It was perhaps mere coincidence. It appears the Chu family harbors many secrets. The one who administered the drug must surely be from their household. Chaohua nodded. You have soaked in cold water all day. You need rest. Let us retire early. She had secretly completed her task as per the system's instructions. Such matters, if spoken of, Xie Juan would likely find hard to believe. Xie Juan glanced at his master before discreetly retreating. Unable to resist, Xie Juan embraced the little princess. Are you not afraid of me? Why would I fear you? You are under the influence of an aphrodisiac. It is understandable. I was indeed quite frightened. Xie Juan chuckled. So, does the princess harbor feelings for me now? End of this chapter. Chapter 135. Regrets of the past, my princess. It is time for your meal. At that moment, Xiaohe arrived with dinner. Xie Juan released her, suggesting, let's eat first. Chaohua breathed a sigh of relief. Very well. After their meal, they strolled together before returning to their quarters for sleep. Exhausted, they nestled under the covers, both falling into a deep slumber. My princess, it seems the third prince's condition is more severe than anticipated. It is said he may be incapacitated. Xiaohe returned to report, visibly embarrassed. I did not expect the drug to be so potent. Chaohua stroked the peony in her hand, contemplating why the system had urged her to save Xie Juan. It appeared the individual who secretly drugged him wished him ill, even seeking his demise. Had Xie Juan been the one to ingest the drug yesterday, he might have faced a tragic end or public humiliation. In either case, his reputation would be ruined. Indeed, fortunate that the effects on the air were not profound. Chaohua pondered. There must have been two factions seeking to poison him, one wishing for his demise and the other desiring to possess him. Just as she was deep in thought, Lin Han entered to announce, May I report, my princess, that Gu Taizi seeks an audience. He is in the capital. How dare he come? Xiaohe exclaimed in astonishment. What is there to fear? Whether or not I have any grievances with him is irrelevant. Chaohua replied with a light laugh. Let him enter. Xie Juan arrived bearing gifts, entering with a smile as warm as spring. Chaohua, thank you for yesterday. He inquired about Xie Juan, expressing concern. Is he unharmed? As he settled in, his gaze fell upon the princess, specifically her neck, where the marks left by Xie Juan during his intoxication were starkly visible. His complexion paled, fingers clenched tightly. There is no serious harm. It was merely a case of inadvertent assistance. No need for concern. Chaohua instinctively touched her neck, realizing she had not concealed the marks earlier in the morning while preparing her makeup. Xie Juan smiled lightly, relieved that there were no significant issues. As long as you were safe. I heard that the young master Chu mistakenly drank your wine and fell victim to an aphrodisiac. It seems someone intends to harm you. Xie Juan appeared somewhat distracted, lost in thought, and simply nodded. Yes, I have already begun my investigation, yet I have found no substantial evidence. The previous assassination attempt was indeed a consequence of my actions. Were those assassins targeting you? That cannot be true. She recalled that the attempt was aimed at her. The situation remains unclear. Ultimately, it was my presence that caused you distress. After conversing for a while, Xie Juan took his leave. Before departing, he turned to the little princess, Chaohua, and asked, "Do you think we can return to the way things were?" The princess, with a cold demeanor, replied, "I do not comprehend your meaning." He clarified, can we be friends?" For some inexplicable reason, Xie Juan's eyes reddened as he forced a bleak smile. "Of course. I just wonder if the crown prince has always felt this way." According to the storyline, he would bring about the downfall of the Xie Ming dynasty. At that time, they would be adversaries, no longer friends. The bonds of childhood affection and years of unrequited love could not outweigh the enmity that dwelled in his heart. She pondered whether Xie Juan's thoughts were genuine or merely a requirement of the narrative. Xie Juan chuckled softly, "Chaohua in my heart, you have always been the most significant person." After enduring such tumultuous days, he finally comprehended his true feelings. Indeed, he harbored affection for her. Upon arriving in Xie Ming, the only person who had ever offered him warmth was the little princess. How could he not cherish her? Yet, the fate he bore forbade him from embracing this emotion, causing him to disregard her kindness. Now, he could only lament his past decisions. Chapter 136. Recognizing one's true feelings. It was only now that he recognized his true feelings. It was too late. Xie Juan departed from the princess's residence, laden with regret. Once he was gone, Chaohua instructed her attendants to prepare gifts as she planned to visit the Shun family. She was uneasy about Shun Zhao's future. After all, she had yet to decide between Mu Yu and Xie Juan. The princess's visits did not necessitate such extravagant gifts each time. Madame Shun welcomed her into the home with joy. Although she had previously harbored resentment toward Chaohua, the little princess's beauty and charm had melted her heart. Now, she treated the princess with genuine kindness, even suggesting that Empress should assist in finding a suitable husband for Chaohua. With that, Madame Shun felt at ease, returning to her former affectionate demeanor. "I haven't visited the Shun family in ages. This is a gesture of goodwill. I should have brought gifts during the festive seasons. But I was inconsiderate back then. My aunt has always prepared gifts for me on my birthday, so I must reciprocate." Madame Shun chuckled at her enthusiasm. "Very well. We shall accept your gifts." She inquired, "I heard that the young master suffered from an aphrodisiac yesterday. He did not harm you, did he?" Chaohua blushed and replied, "No." Upon seeing her shyness, Madame Shun refrained from asking further, inviting her to sit down, with Shun Xiao joining them. Chaohua turned to her and asked, "At the last banquet, did you encounter anyone you fancied?" When discussing her relationship with Xie Juan, Shun Zhao's cheeks flushed, yet she remained composed when speaking of others. Inwardly, Shun Xiao thought, this cousin remains as adorable as she was in childhood, blushing at the mere mention of such matters. "Well, I do not know. Marriage is a significant matter, best left to the discretion of our parents and aunt." Shun Xiao understood that her marriage was not solely her decision. It was largely a union that served the interests of the crown prince and the Shun family. Madame Shun had conversed with Empress Shun, who indicated a preference for the Mu family. Chaohua sat beside her, grasping her hand. "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Cousin, please share your thoughts before considering the opinions of the elders. After all, you will be the one living with your husband for the rest of your life." Shun Xiao smiled. "Chaohua, you seem to have changed. Cousin, I have grown up. I am discussing serious matters with you." Chaohua playfully chided. Madame Shun naturally wished for her daughter as happiness, saying, "Yes, Shower, if you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. We will help you weigh your options before making a decision." Shun Xiao felt embarrassed, her cheeks burning. "Mother, why are you saying this?" Madame Shun laughed. "There are no outsiders here. Why should you feel shy?" Chaohua nodded in agreement. Shun Xiao sighed, contemplating, "Well, I think Mu Yu is rather decent." Chaohua's eyes brightened. "You fancy Mu Yu?" "I did not say I like him." Shun Xiao blushed. "I just find him amusing, especially when I think back to our first meeting." Chaohua found the situation quite promising. "What about Xie Juan? I heard from Xie Juan that he is interested in marrying you." Shun Xiao was taken aback, unable to fathom that Xie Juan wished to marry her. "That cannot be true. I have never spoken with him. He attended the banquet. He even fought Mu Yu for you," Chaohua insisted. Xie Juan, known for his cold demeanor, rarely attended palace banquets, let alone display jealousy for Shun Xiao. It was surprising that Shun Xiao had not noticed. Perhaps she was too oblivious. Feeling somewhat awkward, Shun Xiao admitted, I think he's quite good, but The thought of marrying him had never crossed her mind, especially since Chaohua was wed to Xie Juan. If she were to marry Xie Juan, she would have to call Chaohua's sister-in-law. Madame Shun, relieved that her daughter had made a choice, advised, You and Xie Gongzi are not suited. His mother does not favor you. Trust me, Muda Gongzi is excellent. Both your father and I, as well as Empress Shun, think highly of him. Chapter 137. A proposal. Shun Xiao shyly remarked, Ultimately, it depends on Mu Yu's intentions. If he does not come to propose, I shall not force my affections upon him. That is only natural. Xie Juan has also spoken well of him, and he seems to have fallen for you at first sight. Let us wait and see. He is recovering from his injuries inflicted by Xie Zhang before he can propose. Chaohua stated. As the three conversed, a maid entered to announce, Madam, the second lady of the Xie family has arrived to propose for the second young master. What? Madame Shun exclaimed, rising in surprise, glancing at Chaohua and her daughter. I shall go see. Shower. You keep the princess company. Very well. Shun Xiao sat back down, feeling anxious. Chaohua, why has the second lady of the Xie family come to propose? Does she not despise me? Chaohua mused, who knows? Perhaps she cannot deny her son's wishes. According to Xie Juan, Xie Zhang was quite taken with her, falling in love at first sight. Now that Mu Yu was involved, it was unlikely he would easily concede. He must have persuaded his mother to propose. Mothers tend to favor their sons. And both Xie Zhang and Mu Yu were still unmarried at the age of 19, which must have caused concern among their elders. Cousin, this is your moment of choice. Chaohua encouraged, patting her hand. There's no need to feel pressured by my mother's influence. Make your own decision. Shen Zhao's gaze faltered. Well, I suppose I shall wait and see. I'm uncertain about their intentions. She, too, was 19, while her brother Shun Yu was even older at 20. It was somewhat more acceptable for men, but for a young lady, being 19 and unmarried could be deemed as being past the appropriate age, leading to an unfavorable reputation. Shen Xiao could not comprehend why Mu Yu and Xie Zhang would take an interest in her. Do not rush. Take your time. Shen Xiao smiled. I am not in a hurry. I am already an old maid. A couple more years will not matter. But what about you? How is your relationship with Xie Juan? Is it not going well? Chaohua responded, It seems to be fine, but do you truly have feelings for Xie Juan? Shen Xiao, perceptive as always, could tell that there was a lack of mutual understanding between them. Having once adored Gu Wang, no one understood better than Shen Xiao how deeply Chaohua cherished him. Chaohua felt perplexed. While she did not reject Xie Juan, she feared losing herself in another relationship. Ever since that dream, she felt as though her life was an elaborate facade, meticulously arranged by unseen hands. The affection she had once held for Gu Wang might also have been orchestrated. The system had mentioned that this was a fictional world, entirely fabricated, devoid of historical basis. If that were true, then her growing fondness for Xie Juan might also be a mere product of design. She feared falling into a trap once more, unable to extricate herself and endangering her loved ones. Upon reflection, she decided it best not to engage in matters of the heart. Presently, her relationship with Xie Juan was rather satisfactory. Shen Zhao's gaze was filled with confusion. Chaohua, she remained a character of significance, yet had not awakened to her true self, likely unable to comprehend. Chaohua pondered briefly and replied, I have come to understand that since we are husband and wife, we are indeed a family. Zhaoer and mother need the support of the Duke's residence. This indicated her heart had not yet been stirred. Shen Xiao sighed inwardly, surprised that her younger cousin had truly matured, considering the needs of her brother and mother and willing to make sacrifices for them. Therefore, she too would choose Mu Yu. If Chaohua could sacrifice her own happiness for her family, then so could she. Did her cousin harbor affection for him? Chaohua furrowed her brow. It was too early to speak of feelings. There was no dislike or rejection, and she believed they could gradually cultivate affection after marriage. If Mu Yu proposes, I shall accept, Shen Xiao stated with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Madame Shun and Shun Jing were dealing with Xie Tao. End of this chapter, chapter 138. Do you deserve it? Madame Shun, I first wish to apologize for Xie's impulsive actions against Miss Shun recently. It was my failure to properly educate my daughter, Xie Tao stated, initially offering an overt apology. However, Madame Shun remained unsmiling, deeming it unnecessary to revisit past grievances. I wonder what brings second Madame here to the Shun residence. Noticing her feigned ignorance, Xie felt a surge of irritation, but was compelled to maintain a cordial demeanor. Madam Shun, I have come to propose for my son. Zheng'er has fallen in love with Miss Shun at first sight. Madam Shun's smile was cold and insincere. My Chaohua is an old maid with a questionable reputation. Second Madam has even remarked that my daughter is a fox spirit, unworthy of the unparalleled second young Master Xie. How can she be deemed worthy? The memory of her daughter being humiliated at the Duke's residence ignited her fury. Do they still wish to marry her daughter? Do you think you deserve it? Xie Tao's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red as she forced a smile. Madam Shun, we have previously misunderstood Miss Shun. The princess clarified that day at the Duke's residence, stating that Shun Xiao is a good girl. We were misled by rumors, and we certainly did not intend to speak ill of her. I sincerely apologize to you and Miss Shun once more. I hope you can forgive us. For her son's sake, she had to endure. Xie Tao nearly bowed in supplication. Zheng'er truly likes Miss Shun. You will treat her well in the future, and I promise she will not suffer any grievances. Madam Shun felt slightly appeased, but still wore a stern expression. Second Madam, I must regretfully inform you that my Chaohua has no interest in your son, so let us put this matter to rest. The unparalleled second young Master Xie deserve a match of equal stature. Our family does not seek to climb higher. Rejected, Xie Tao could only depart, thinking to herself that the Shun family was nothing but a fallen house. Who would be interested? Zheng'er, Shun Xiao has stated she does not like you, and the Shun family also disapproves of this match. Moreover, Princess Chaohua is present in the Shun household, and she has not spoken a single good word on your behalf, so I have truly done my utmost. Since the Shun family does not approve, I believe we should abandon this engagement. You should listen to your mother and marry your cousin. All right? Xie Zheng's face darkened. No. With those two words, he stormed off. Zheng'er. Xie Tao was distraught, at a loss for what to do. Shen Xiao truly was a fox spirit, enchanting Zheng'er. How shameless. Mother, since the Shun family does not agree, I believe even if second brother were to propose himself, it would be in vain. Let's not pursue it. Xie Yuxian comforted her, assisting her to sit. Xie Tao's head throbbed. She hoped for the best, but feared her son would remain resolute. The men of the Xie family were notoriously stubborn. Once they made up their minds, it was unchangeable. Then we must devise a plan to bring second brother and cousin together. Have cousin come to our home tomorrow to keep me company. Her frequent appearances before second brother will surely spark some chemistry. Xie Tao's eyes brightened at this prospect, deeming it a splendid idea. She promptly sent someone to the Tao family to invite Tao Jiao to the Duke's residence. Upon arrival, she fortuitously encountered Chaohua, who had intended to visit the elderly matriarch. Chaohua, seated in her carriage, noticed the numerous bundles and speculated whether Tao Jiao intended to stay at the Duke's residence. It appears so, Xiaohe whispered. Tao Jiao's heart brimmed with delight upon seeing the princess's carriage, but she quickly concealed her triumphant smile, approaching to pay her respects. I greet the princess. Rise. Chaohua responded with a tone neither warm nor cold. Tao Jiao understood that this princess was not to be trifled with, feeling a sense of trepidation within. Into this chapter, Chapter 139. Skills exchange. Tao Jiao followed Chaohua to the old matriarch's Chunwei courtyard to pay her respects. Along the way, she attempted to cultivate a rapport with Chaohua, but all her efforts were ignored. Hence, she resigned herself to abandoning the attempt to befriend the princess. The two entered the room one after the other. Madam Shun hastily rose to welcome Chaohua. Your Highness, why do you bow again? I heard your knees are in pain. Please sit, do not stand. Chaohua hurried over to assist her in sitting down. Madam Shun touched her knee. I suffer from chronic cold knee. It is an old ailment that cannot be cured. I believe it will rain in a few days. Whenever my cold knee flares up, rain is sure to follow. As she spoke, cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It seemed her knee was indeed causing her distress, and her complexion turned pale. Chaohua promptly instructed someone to prepare a warming pot, wrapped in cloth, to place on her lap and gently massage. Grandmother, how do you feel now? The old matriarch felt somewhat relieved and smiled. Much better. I did not expect the princess to know how to massage. I learned it from my grandfather. My grandmother also suffered from cold knees when she was alive. Madame Shun was familiar with Shun's matriarch, but not closely acquainted. Chronic cold knees are indeed difficult to remedy. As Chaohua observed the elderly woman, her thoughts drifted to her deceased grandmother, unable to bear the thought of her suffering from illness. If only she could heal her. Just then, the system unexpectedly delivered good news. As previously stated, if you perform well in your tasks, There will be rewards, including skills. Since you saved the male lead last time and have yet to receive a reward, would you like to exchange all your favor points for this skill? Given your interest in medicine, Chaohua was astonished and inwardly inquired, "Do I still have favor points? I have not received any notifications lately and assumed Xie Juan no longer held any affection for me. These favor points are not from the antagonist prince consort, but from other characters, such as the previously resentful Madame Shun, your cousin Shun Xiao, and even Madame Shun. You have done many things recently that have altered others' attitudes toward you, earning their favor. The favor points from other characters differ from those of the antagonist prince consort. The favor points from others cannot be exchanged for plot advantages. They merely assist you in enhancing your supporting role aura, allowing you to shift your fortune beyond that of the female lead. Such a fortunate turn of events. Chaohua felt excitement swell within her and asked, "But mastering medicine is not something that can be accomplished overnight. If I suddenly possess medical skills, people will surely be suspicious. Having exchange for the medical skill, using it discreetly can ensure your safety and allow you to aid those you cherish. How to avoid suspicion lies within your own capabilities." After contemplating, Chaohua decided to proceed with the exchange. 18888 favor points successfully exchanged for medical skills. Please accept, host. While pondering why others' favor points were so high and Xie Juan so low, a multitude of medical texts flooded her mind like an incomprehensible script. She slowly closed her eyes. And once these pieces of knowledge coalesced, she grasped the old matriarch's hand and attempted to feel her pulse, astonishingly discerning her ailments. "Your Highness, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Madame Shun, seeing her in deep thought, grew concerned, believing she was fatigued. "Please rest." Chaohua smiled. "Grandmother, I am well. I visited the Bodhi temple and learned a bit from Master Bodhi. I was just taking your pulse." Madame Xie was rendered speechless, her expression quite endearing. "So the princess is skilled in medicine?" "Not quite. She merely possesses a rudimentary understanding. If grandmother believes in me, I could alleviate your chronic leg pain with acupuncture." With that, Chaohua instructed her attendants to prepare silver needles. "I apologize for any oversight. I shall strive to revise my work before sharing it in the future. Thank you all for your support." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 140. Trust in the Princess Taoyao, left to the side, felt indignant, convinced that Madame Xie was merely looking down on her. Suppressing her anger, she smiled and remarked, "I never expected the princess to be so remarkable. Just a visit to the Bodhi temple, and she has mastered the art of acupuncture? I heard from Miss Chu that she studied medicine since she was 10, and it took her over 6 years to learn acupuncture. Moreover, the court physicians are seasoned practitioners with extensive experience before they dare to treat patients with acupuncture. Yet the princess, with her scant knowledge, believes she can treat grandmother's chronic leg pain. Truly, she is a prodigy." Upon hearing this, the maids around the old lady grew anxious but dared not voice their concerns, fearing they might anger the princess. "Perhaps we should summon the court physician," they suggested. "This is no trivial matter. Should anything go awry, it would be difficult to explain." Chaohua chuckled. "It's merely acupuncture on the leg. It's not as if I'm inserting needles into the head, so there's no danger. Besides, I have studied medicine with Master Bodhi for several years. Although I have only visited the Bodhi temple once, Master Bodhi once resided in the palace for a time. Everyone recalled that in the past, when the late emperor was gravely ill and had abdicated, the current emperor, in his filial piety, personally invited Master Bodhi to the temple to attend to the late emperor's health. During that time, the Long Princess was just 5 years old, often accompanying the late emperor. Listening to Master Bodhi recite scriptures and learning medicine alongside him was not implausible. Unlike Chuyu, who was an uncherished, legitimate daughter needing to rely on her medical skills for recognition, the princess would not easily offer her services. Madame Xie glanced at Taoyao with a slight furrow of her brow, then turned to Chaohua with a warm smile. "Grandmother believes in you. Feel free to proceed with confidence." Chaohua nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, indeed. Miss Tao, you may take your leave. Grandmother needs to rest." And the princess should not be disturbed while treating her. At the old lady's gesture, Mama Lu kindly escorted Taoyao out. Taoyao, simmering with anger, yet forcing a sweet smile, replied, "Very well, I shall visit again to pay my respects to grandmother." Chaohua earnestly began the acupuncture on Madame Xie. Initially, she felt nervous. Despite her theoretical knowledge and familiarity with acupuncture points, she was still a novice. This was her first attempt, and she feared making errors. She proceeded cautiously, slowly inserting the silver needle into the old lady's leg, gently twisting and lightly flicking it. These were the foundational skills of acupuncture. Having observed court physicians treat her, Madame Xie noted that the young princess indeed seemed competent, her demeanor calm and collected, suggesting she possessed real medical knowledge. Deep down, Madame Xie felt a swell of joy, believing her grandson had truly found a treasure, beautiful, intelligent, dignified, and kind, with none of the airs of royalty. Such a fine girl was rare to find. "Grandmother, how do you feel?" Madame Xie beamed at her, her expression growing increasingly gentle. "Much better. I feel a warm sensation coursing through me, very pleasant." Chaohua's heart raced with excitement, as this indicated efficacy. She proceeded to insert another needle until a few drops of dark blood were drawn from Madame Xie. "What is this? Could it be that grandmother is poisoned?" Mama Lu instinctively inquired. Chaohua collected the silver needles and smiled. "Not at all. This is merely coldness and stagnant blood. It cannot circulate within the bones. And I used acupuncture to draw it out. Gradually, grandmother's knee will no longer pain her." "Is that so?" Mama Lu exclaimed, exhilarated. "The princess is truly a miraculous healer." Chaohua replied with a smile. "I merely possess a modicum of skill. I am no miraculous healer. We must take our time. Revealing too much too quickly could raise suspicions." Just then, a clear and melodious voice resonated from outside. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 141. A natural talent, self-taught one, Madame Xie's spirits lifted upon seeing her eldest grandson. "I have been suffering from my old ailment, and the princess is treating me with acupuncture." Xie Juan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chaohua. "The princess knows acupuncture?" "Merely a smattering. I learned a bit from Master Bodhi in my youth, though I have not practiced in quite some time. I am grateful for grandmother's belief in me. I did not expect it to be effective," Chaohua responded with composure. Xie Juan smiled placidly. "Indeed, the princess is quite impressive." "Grandmother, how do you feel?" Madame Xie stood up and twirled to demonstrate. "Look, I can run and jump again. For years I have suffered various ailments, and no medicine has worked. This is the first time I've felt relief." "Grandmother, take care." Xie Juan rushed over to steady her. "In just a few days, you will celebrate your 60th birthday, and we must hold a banquet for you." Madame Xie chuckled. "Oh, what banquet? Just bring Chaohua to the Gua Gongfu for a meal with me. Hosting a birthday feast would be extravagant." "Extravagant? Others hold grand feasts every year. Just recently, didn't old Madame Chu host a birthday banquet? She often looks down on you, so we shall have a more splendid celebration than hers, and she shall be green with envy." Madame Xie smiled, grasping their hands together. "Grandmother hopes you two will soon bless me with a plump great-grandson. That is my wish for this year's birthday." Xie Juan looked at Chaohua and said with a smile, "I shall strive for that." Chaohua blushed deeply. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old lady, they departed together. Once in the carriage, Xie Juan could no longer contain himself and pulled her into his embrace. Lifting her chin, "Princess, perhaps you should provide me with a thorough explanation. Learning from Master Bodhi? Such a flimsy excuse to placate the old lady will not deceive me." Xie Juan began to suspect she was not truly the Long Princess. Chaohua struggled slightly, turning her face away. "Be gentle. You are hurting me. Then tell me, how did you suddenly acquire medical skills? Did you truly study with Master Bodhi? If I told you, you wouldn't believe me, so I want to share." The little princess was indeed mischievous. Xie Juan's eyes narrowed, and his hand slid from her waist upward, pausing at her arm. "Will you speak?" "Ha ha! I never expected you to be so shameless." Chaohua squealed, for he was tickling her. Laughter erupted, and tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Xie Juan stopped. "Ha ha! Cease this at once. Will you tell me?" He paused, his stern face gradually drawing closer, their eyes locking. Chaohua laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Xie Juan, you are being outrageous. Who allowed you to tickle me? Should you dare to continue, I'll have someone give you a beating." Xie Juan grinned. "The princess is threatening. Tomorrow I shall inform the empress. Do not use mother to frighten me." Chaohua feigned anger and struggled to escape his embrace. "Do not squirm. I am discussing serious matters." Xie Juan shook his head in exasperation, holding her waist tightly to prevent her escape. "Do not change the subject." Originally, he intended to let the matter slide, but she was too astute, not easily swayed by charm. Chaohua pouted. "You may not believe what I say. How can I know you won't believe me if you do not speak?" Chaohua raised an eyebrow. I am gifted and self-taught. When I was young, Master Bodhi resided in the palace to treat my grandfather's health. I frequently accompanied him to the Tai Palace, and through observing Master Bodhi's acupuncture on my grandfather, I naturally learned it. Xie Juan, showing great respect, exclaimed in surprise. So, the princess possesses an extraordinary memory? Indeed, Chaohua nodded confidently. However, who claimed to be incapable of reciting poetry? After all, the teacher had tapped her hand lightly. If the princess has such an exceptional memory, it should not be the case. Chaohua's pride was quickly doused by his words, inciting her frustration. This princess, I simply do not fancy reading those antiquated verses. Then why does the princess delight in poetic sentiments and romantic affairs? Now, there was no way to refute that. Chaohua was on the verge of losing her composure. Xie Juan, do you insist on opposing me? Noting her annoyance, Xie Juan playfully pinched her nose, saying, who would dare? Yet, her ability to deceive seemed to grow stronger. Very well, if you are reluctant to share, I shall refrain from asking. I believe you, the princess is exceptionally intelligent and self-taught. Chapter 142. The Old Lady's Birthday Banquet. The eldest princess knows medicine. How could she? Tao Jiao arrived at the second household, sharing the news with Xie Tao and her mother, both of whom were utterly astonished. Aunt, I witnessed it myself. The princess performed acupuncture on the old lady with silver needles, quite convincingly. Xie Tao grew increasingly perplexed. If she possesses such skills, why did she not save herself when poisoned? I cannot clarify that. Tao Jiao, still fuming, felt that the old lady had not regarded her with any importance. If she were to marry into the family, she feared she would hold no status whatsoever. Aunt, has my cousin returned? Not yet. Xie Tao sighed, mentioning her son with a hint of exasperation. He had moved to the Dali Temple and seldom returned home. Although the topic of marrying Shun Xiao had been dropped, he still did not come home. No matter, in a few days, it will be the old lady's birthday banquet. He will surely return then. Jiao, practice your dance diligently. You shall make a remarkable impression at the banquet. Zheng'er will surely take a liking to you. The three soon ceased discussing the eldest princess's medical skills, their current aim being to see Xie Zheng wed Tao Jiao. I promise, Aunt, I will not let you down. Tao Jiao replied shyly. The day of the old lady's birthday banquet arrived swiftly. Not only did Xie Zheng return, but the duke and other gentlemen, along with younger generations, gathered to celebrate the old lady's longevity. The Xie family, having resided in the capital for many years, hosted their first grand banquet, prompting many to show their respect by attending upon receiving invitations. Congratulations to the old lady, wishing you longevity akin to the East Sea and blessings surpassing the South Mountain. May you celebrate many more years to come. The guests offered their heartfelt congratulations and presented gifts. The old lady donned festive attire adorned with symbols of fortune and prosperity. After the gifts were exchanged, someone could not help but inquire what the heir and the eldest princess had prepared for the old lady's birthday. As everyone else had given gifts, it seemed the eldest princess and the prince consort were the only ones who had not. Xie Juan had intended to keep it low-key, waiting until the banquet was over and only family remained to reveal their gift. However, upon being prompted, he consulted the little princess, who nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the gathering. The young couple, hand in hand, radiating affection, were a sight to behold, admired by many. Grandmother, Chaohua and I have prepared a fragrant peach and plum garden for you. As he spoke, Xie Juan gestured toward the adjacent garden. Please, come with us, grandmother. The two estates were separated by a wall, which they had breached. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that the princess and the heir had bestowed such a generous gift. A garden personally crafted by the eldest princess. Upon entering the garden, everyone was captivated by the refreshing pastoral lifestyle it offered. The old lady was particularly delighted at the duke's residence. She was limited in her gardening pursuits and was not permitted to raise chickens, ducks, or geese. Now, this expansive garden allowed for all that and more, including fish, a cow, and 2 goats, complemented by a rockery and a quaint farmhouse. Upon seeing the house, the old lady's eyes glistened with tears. It resembled the home where she had lived with her husband. I had it made to resemble it. Xie Juan smiled. The air here is fresh and pleasant. You may come and reside here if you wish. The old lady joyfully responded. This was all Chaohua's idea, wasn't it? You, a man of simple means, would never have thought of such a thing. Indeed, it was all thanks to your wonderful granddaughter-in-law. Xie Juan chuckled. as long as grandmother is pleased. That is all that matters, Chaohua added. At the same time, the Chu family matriarch had also arrived, her expression turning sour upon witnessing the scene. Her grandson had married a princess, yet he did not exhibit such filial piety. Chapter 143. Wasteful extravagance. When the elder lady of the Xie family first arrived in the capital with her husband, she was still young, and the Xie family was merely a rising newcomer, not yet a duke's household, but a humble general's family. The young Xie patriarch was exceptionally handsome, clad in fine attire, exuding an air of authority, much like Xie Juan today, perhaps even more favored. Before marrying the elder Mr. Chu as a secondary wife, the Chu matriarch had been infatuated with the then General Xie, declaring her desire to marry him upon returning home. However, at that time, General Xie was already wed with children. Being in his late 20s with a teenage son, he cherished his first wife dearly, remaining devoted even after attaining high office, never abandoning nor neglecting her. Many noble young ladies in the capital admired him, some even willing to become concubines, yet General Xie did not acquiesce. Among those pursuing him, the Chu matriarch was the most insistent, disregarding family opposition, frequently intercepting General Xie on the streets to profess her affection. Coldly, he ignored her advances, but she persisted, even conspiring against the newly arrived elder lady of the Xie family, bullying her. Often away at the military camp, General Xie was unable to protect his wife, resulting in her frequent victimization. Upon learning of this, he furiously sought the emperor's intervention, leading to the Chu matriarch being punished, receiving the emperor's reprimand, and ultimately marrying the elder Mr. Chu as a secondary wife. Later, due to impending warfare, General Xie, uneasy about leaving his wife and children in the capital, sent them back to their hometown. Reflecting on the past, the Chu matriarch was filled with displeasure, unable to bear seeing the elder lady of the Xie family thriving while she seemed to be faring worse. Intent on provoking her, just then, the third princess, Zhao Yu, could no longer contain her anger and publicly admonished the eldest princess. Sister, you requested this residence from father solely to create a farm. You are wasting resources. How could you prefer to gift others with a vegetable garden rather than allowing me to use the estate as a princess's residence? The third princess scolded while in tears. The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, aware of the noble status of both princesses and the implications involving the emperor. Chaohua, unwilling to let her festive spirit be marred at the old lady's banquet, retorted, "Did you fail to grasp what father said in the palace the other day? Must I reiterate? You are merely leveraging father's favoritism to bully others." Zhao Yu's expression changed, recalling the events with the Empress Dowager that day, her heart racing. Yet, with so many witnesses, she felt compelled to respond, lest she appear cowardly. "Seize her and throw her out." Zhao Hua dismissed her. "You dare." Zhao Yu, infuriated, appeared ready to confront her. "Zhao Yu, do not act impudently." At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from the crowd. It was Prince Rome, clad in a purple dragon robe, exuding a commanding presence as he approached. "Brother, please adjudicate. Look at her. She is so oppressive." Zhao Yu, seeing her brother arrive, clung to his arm, casting a triumphant glare at Zhao Hua, as if to say, "I have my brother backing me." However, Prince Rome reprimanded her instead. "Do not act recklessly in front of the Duke. Should you continue, do not blame Zhao Hua for asking you to leave." Zhao Yu, exasperated, opened her mouth to retort but was pulled aside by the princess consort, who advised her to remain silent. Prince Rong then bowed to the Xie family, smiling. "Zhao Yu has been willful. Her words were thoughtless, and I hope the Duke and the old lady will forgive her. Allow me to apologize on her behalf." Xie Juan coldly remarked, "Since it is the third princess's fault, she ought to apologize." End of this chapter. Chapter 144. Why do you reject me? Why should I apologize? I have not said anything wrong. Chao Yu retorted, hands on her hips, visibly agitated. The Princess Rong could not restrain her. "Then please take your leave. Do not spoil the mood for everyone. If you desire a residence, seek it as a reward from the emperor or have your husband buy it for you. Do not harbor jealousy toward Chaohua. You cannot compare yourself to her." Xie Juan remained impassive, showing her no semblance of respect. Chao Yu's face shifted between shades of blue and purple. "You! Enough, Chao Yu! Return at once!" The Prince Rong barked, signaling Chu Lin to swiftly escort her away. Chu Lin, visibly impatient, had never encountered such a vexatious princess. Whoever had the misfortune of dealing with her was truly unfortunate. "Princess, let us return." He pulled her away. Though Chaohua was initially indignant, she had no face to remain and could only follow him down the stairs. Once she departed, the atmosphere felt significantly lighter, and everyone strolled through the vegetable garden before returning to their seats for a meal. The guests discovered that the dishes served were all prepared by the imperial chefs, each more exquisite than the last. Those who had attended the palace banquet recognized the flavors. It seemed that the eldest princess had lent her palace chefs to the duke's residence. Many began to envy the old lady, realizing how dutiful the princess was, making her truly fortunate. When the emperor had bestowed the marriage of Xie Juan to Princess Chaohua, many had relished the misfortune of the Xie family, believing they were doomed. The rightful heir to the duke's residence marrying a princess meant he could not take concubines and would have diminished military power. Most concerning was the eldest princess's notoriously bad temper, compelling everyone in the duke's household to cater to her whims. Yet, contrary to expectations, the eldest princess and Xie Juan were not only deeply affectionate, but also exceedingly filial to the old lady. The old lady joyfully declared, "One has married the princess. It is a blessing for our Xie family. Our ancestors must be smiling down upon us." Everyone hurried to offer compliments. After the meal, a performance was arranged, featuring a theater troupe from the capital, including the renowned dance performers. The older generation enjoyed the show, while the younger ones who were uninterested could take their leave. This left no opportunity for the performers, and Tao Jiao's preparations were rendered futile. As the crowd dispersed, only the older generation remained. Who among them enjoyed dancing? Infuriated, Tao Jiao cried and stomped away. "Second brother, cousin is crying. You must comfort her." Si u sin u get. Yet Xie Zheng, expressionless and distracted, occasionally glanced at Shen Xiao, seated beside Chaohua and the old lady. "I won't go. If anyone should, it is you." As he spoke, he stepped towards the old lady, intending to converse earnestly with Shen Xiao. Lady Shen, noticing his approach, felt a surge of anxiety for her daughter, for Xie Zheng exuded an imposing air of authority. At such a young age, he had achieved the position of Deputy Minister of Justice, a testament to his capabilities and the emperor's favor. If he sought a marriage decree from the emperor, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Her heart raced. "Aunt, do not worry. I will accompany you to see." Chaohua whispered to her, then rose to take Shen Xiao to the adjacent farm garden, with Xie Zheng following closely behind. Xie Juan, feeling uneasy, followed as well. Lord Shen remained with the duke, watching the performance while the old lady, with kind eyes, had previously suspected her grandson's fondness for Shen Xiao and brazenly probed, "Lord, what do you think of my Zheng? Is he to your liking?" In the farm garden, the four young people gathered, with Xie Juan reassuring the little princess, "Rest assured, a Zheng will not act recklessly." Xie Zheng and Shen Xiao stood facing each other. After a lengthy silence, Xie Zheng finally spoke, his tone extraordinarily gentle. "Why do you reject me? Is it because of my mother?" End of this chapter, chapter 145. It can be cultivated gradually. Shen Xiao nervously clutched her sleeve. "No, I simply feel we are not suited. You have not spent time with me. How can you know if we are suited?" He countered, "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If you marry me, you will be living with me, not with my family. If you're concerned about my mother's opinion, we can move out of the Duke's residence after marriage." He was a third-rank official with his own residence, but he had not moved out yet, as he was not yet married. If she rejected him due to his mother's attitude, Xie Zheng felt utterly wronged. Shen Xiao replied, "Second young master, I assure you it is not because of your mother. If it is not this reason, then it must be due to Empress Shen." Xie Zheng's cold gaze remained fixed upon her, unflinching. "I will enter the palace to persuade the empress. If she consents, would you be willing to marry me?" Shen Zhao's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you perhaps have feelings for Muyu? Are you aware of what kind of man he is? He has kept numerous women in the pear garden and left home for a woman he loved dearly, only to be thwarted by parental opposition. That woman was later forced to leave the capital. As a result, Muyu fell into despair, harboring resentment toward his parents, leading him to a life of indulgence and debauchery. Even if my elder brother holds him in high regard, his character is indeed questionable. However, his heart belongs to another. He has a white moonlight that renders him incapable of truly loving you. Would you truly be willing to marry such a man? Or are you prepared to sacrifice your lifelong happiness for the sake of family power? His barrage of revelations left Chaohua astounded, and in her anger, she pinched Xie Juan's waist. "What is this white moonlight about? That was a naive affair from Mu Hua's youth. Speaking of which, princess, did you not? Chaohua shot him a glare, her grip tightening. Be quiet. Xie Juan quickly pleaded. Chaohua, be gentler. It hurts. If you must pinch someone, pinch Mu Hua instead. What have I done? She huffed. Cousin, let us go. Fuming, Chaohua dragged Xin Xiao away. Xie Juan rubbed his side and approached. How did you come to know about Mu Yu's white moonlight? I was unaware. Xie Zheng scoffed. Elder brother hasn't lived in the capital for long. There's much you do not know. Mu Yu grew up with us. He is a decent person, but not suitable for Xin Xiao. Xie Juan checketh. And is he suitable for you? Naturally, for I harbor no other affections, only for her. Ah Zheng, it is not that I wish to impede you. Xie Zheng raised his hand to stop his brother from continuing. I understand your intentions, elder brother. You wish to ally with the crown prince. He is still young and cannot do much. The Long Princess and Empress Shun have played their pieces well. Using the allure of beauty, they had ensnared his usually aloof elder brother, compelling him to enter the fray for power and influence. This was unexpected for Xie Zheng. In matters of political maneuvering, he was adept. The Empress had initially favored him, only to change her mind upon an unintentional encounter with Xie Juan. Xie Zheng had no feelings for Princess Chaohua, and he found relief in the Empress's change of heart. Yet this situation was different. He felt a connection with Xin Xiao, and for the first time in years, the thought of marriage arose after meeting her. Thus, he would not easily relinquish his pursuit. Elder brother is willing to sacrifice my happiness for the sake of the Long Princess? Xie Juan furrowed his brow. His younger brother was too astute. However, the Shun family was unwilling to marry their daughter to him, and it seemed Xin Xiao held no fondness for him either. But elder sister-in-law once had feelings for another and did not favor you. Yet, did you not find her marriage sweet after all? Xie Zheng retorted, dismissing his brother's argument. Matters of the heart can be nurtured over time. Xie Juan's expression remained neutral, yet he internally disagreed with this notion. My union with Chaohua was decreed by the emperor. The nature of our bond is fundamentally different. Your connection with Shun Xiao represents a marriage between two families. Ah Zheng, you are no longer a child. You should comprehend that this transcends personal feelings. It is a matter of two families. The two brothers remained at an impasse for some time. Xie Zhengkai remarked, I merely wish for my elder brother to refrain from intervening. I will persuade the Shun family to agree to this marriage. If I fail, I shall relinquish my efforts. How does that sound? Chapter 146. The Insightful Cousin. Are you aware that Mu Yu harbors affections for someone? Zhao Hua inquired, as she helped Xin Xiao mount a horse, intending to send her home first. Xin Xiao shook her head. I do not know. That is all in the past, is it not? Are you not concerned, cousin? Zhao Hua pressed. It seems that the Mu family has not formally proposed, and Mu Yu may not even have intentions towards me. Time had elapsed since the matter, and though Mu Yu had mentioned the medical clinic, he had not made an official proposal. Moreover, Xin Xiao had not heard Mu Yu express his feelings directly. It was merely hearsay. Xin Xiao did not harbor any expectations. Her choice of Mu Yu was indeed, as Xie Zhengkai had stated, due to familial interests. The Xin family had recently fallen on hard times. Her father and grandfather had not been summoned by His Majesty and held only nominal positions in court. Her brother had only recently entered the Jingzhou prefecture due to the Empress's influence. As a daughter of the Shun family, she felt a duty to strive for her family's interests and strengthen their standing. Zhao Hua furrowed her brow, surprised that the Mu family had yet to act. She resolved to inquire with Xie Juan upon her return. Zhao Hua, do not fret over me. I have surpassed the age of romantic ideals. My only hope now is for the Shun family to rise swiftly. Xin Xiao clasped her hand. I understand that marrying Xie Zheng is not the optimal choice. You're already wed to Xie Juan, so marrying Xie Zheng would serve little purpose. It would be wiser to seek a union with a more powerful family. While the Mu family is respectable, if Mu Yu is unwilling, we can consider other options. Zhao Hua was astonished at her cousin's clarity and foresight, realizing she was thinking further ahead than herself. Yet, it seems Xie Zheng truly harbors feelings for you. It is rare to encounter a man who is sincere. I do not wish for you to have regrets in the future. Though familial interests are significant, our own happiness is equally important. The system had provided a narrative indicating that Xie Zheng was originally to marry Zhao Yu, but her interference altered this course, thereby shifting the fates of both. Since Xie Zheng did not marry Zhao Yu, Zhao Hua was uncertain whom he might wed in the future. Xin Xiao was troubled, however. I do not have feelings for Xie Juan. Chaohua was taken aback. Does that imply you have someone else in mind? Xiao blushed momentarily. No. There must be someone. You simply do not wish to say. Chaohua refrained from pressing further. After escorting her home, she returned to the princess's residence. Xie Juan was back as well. Why did you not wait for me? What was there to wait for? Who told you to conceal the matter of Muyu being your white moonlight? Chaohua feigned displeasure. Xie Juan replied, I did not conceal anything from you. As you know, I have not resided in the capital for long, and I am unaware of many matters. Muyu has known us since childhood, and we used to play together. Muyu was a native scion. When they first arrived in the capital, they were perceived as country bumpkins, looked down upon by many. While most mocked him, Muyu was the only one who did not, willing to play with him. At that tender age, they were merely children, unaware of the world. Yet the children of the capital were steeped in the notion of status and privilege. They believed that those with powerful families and high offices were inherently superior. The little princess would likely never comprehend the feelings of contempt, disdain, and ridicule. Xie Juan himself did not mind. Muyu was indeed a person of good character, though unfortunate in his youth for crossing paths with unworthy individuals, which was beyond his control. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with Muyu having affections for someone. It indicates he is quite devoted, as that lady remains unmarried to this day. Chaohua remarked, this is irrelevant. The Mu family has not approached the Shun family for a proposal, which suggests they do not intend to form a union. The refusal to ally indicates that the Mu family does not support the crown prince. Someone is secretly undermining the situation. Chapter 147. The Grudge of the Prince Consort Indeed. The Prince Rong has sought the Mu family, proposing that the daughter of the Su family, sister to the Princess Rong, marry Muyu. The Mu family perceives Shun Zhao's reputation as questionable and their influence inferior to that of the Su family. Muyu's attitude is rather nonchalant. He is willing to marry Shun Zhao due to my suggestion. Chaohua's expression darkened. Why was I not informed of this sooner? If Muyu does not genuinely care for my cousin and holds such a casual attitude, then it seems unnecessary. With that, she stormed off. The little princess still did not understand. If the goal is to consolidate power, personal interests and feelings cannot be taken into account. Xie Juan found himself in a bind, silently following her without immediately attempting to console her. After a considerable time, he approached, let us refrain from intervening in this matter for now. A Zheng has stated he will negotiate with the Shun family. If he fails, he will concede. Since the Mu family is unwilling to unite by marriage, we shall temporarily abandon our attempts to ally with them, and instead assist the Shun family in gaining favor in the court. The Shun family has been oppressed for too long, primarily due to their lack of representation in the court. This has led to many members of the Shun family being completely overlooked by the emperor. In a few days, our uncles will find a way to secure a position for our uncle. If he performs well, the emperor will surely reward him. That sounds promising. Chaohua sighed in relief. I am not angry with you. Please do not harbor any resentment. But you did not wait for me. You truly hold a grudge. Chaohua bit her lip and slowly leaned in to kiss him. Is this sufficient? Not quite. It must be like this. Xie Juan raised his hand to cradle her head, kissing her lips. Tao Jiao wept for a long time, her eyes swollen from crying. Why invite a troupe? Was it not said that the young ladies would showcase their talents? I was promised to astonish everyone with my dance. Yet the princess long stole all the limelight. The Xie family must have done this on purpose. Madame Xie hurriedly consoled her. I had no idea. The banquet was organized by the Li family. So this was the Li family's idea. She did it intentionally to keep me from winning my cousin's affection. Tao Jiao sniffled. Now that the banquet is over, Aunt, what can I do to attract my cousin's attention? He did not even glance my way. Crying, she left, while Xie Zheng remained indifferent. The thought of him left her heartbroken. Madame Xie expressed her concern. Zheng has gone to find Xin Xiao. It seems he genuinely likes her. Tao Jiao retorted. But did not Shun Xiao say she intended to marry into the Mu family? Madame Xie scoffed, just her. The Mu family looks down upon her. I have heard that the eldest son of the Mu family desires to marry the younger daughter of the Su family, sister to the Princess Rong. The Mu and Su families are truly a match made in heaven. She believed that Shun Zhao's inability to marry indicated a flaw in her. However, Zheng did not believe her. Yet now that the Mu family had no interest in her, Madame Tao could not feel pleased. If Shun Xiao remained unmarried, her son would not easily let go of his feelings. Tao Jiao was consumed by jealousy. Her cousin had never sought her out. Perhaps Aunt could assist my second brother in proposing to the Shun family? Shun Xiao and my second brother seem quite compatible. Madame Tao's eyes lit up. I nearly forgot that. Very well, I shall visit your second aunt tomorrow. Now, stop crying. If you continue, you will ruin your eyes. Mother, that night, the matriarch unusually summoned her sons. She invited the three brothers to sit down, cherishing this rare reunion, and in a good mood, she said, I have called you here tonight to discuss an important matter. Chapter 148. The princess's command must be obeyed, mother. What is it? Please tell us. The three brothers, dutiful and obedient, would never refuse their mother's requests, believing she had summoned them for something significant. Having lived in the capital for some time, the matriarch was not entirely ignorant of its affairs. Chaohua is quite filial. I see she seems intent on assisting the Shun family. If you can be of help, do lend her a hand. The second master and the third master exchanged glances with the eldest duke, seeking his opinion. Xie Juan remarked, Mother, why have you intervened in court affairs? This statement was somewhat jarring, displeasing the matriarch, who asserted that as a family, they should support one another rather than meddle in political matters. After all, with one marrying the eldest princess, did they truly believe the duke's residence could escape this turmoil? Xie Juan understood that they were now bound to the crown prince, but he was cognizant of the Xie family's fragile foundation, built over the years through his and his father's military achievements. The emperor favored stability and abhorred factionalism among his ministers. His guiding principle in governance was to remain prudent and focus on his duties, having refrained from participating in the power struggles that had persisted since his father's time. And he had no desire to engage now. The matriarch stated, the emperor's marriage grants may carry a deeper significance. Though the crown prince is young and the situation unclear, the emperor has still declared him as such. Perhaps this is his will. The second master concurred. Elder brother, mother speaks wisely. You're often in the capital, yet the political landscape may elude you. The third master nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, should they involve themselves in this conflict, the entire family could face ruin. Abstaining from engagement might preserve their lives. The duke cast a discerning glance at the two, wondering if they truly believed he was oblivious to the situation. However, Xie Juan raised a hand, stating, I am uncertain of your intentions. The perspectives of civil officials and military leaders differ. There is no absolute right or wrong in the court, only positions. Holding military power without participation could avert turmoil. The two masters' eyes brightened as they smiled, indicating their understanding. Do not worry, mother. One knows his limits. We shall proceed cautiously. The matriarch, preoccupied with gaining the favor of the Shun family, also sought to assist the princess's daughter-in-law. Zheng had an affection for a daughter from the Shun family, yet it seemed they were uninterested in an alliance with them. This reluctance was likely influenced by the Empress Shun, who had been in the palace for many years and could not neglect her son's interests. The Princess Chaohua's marriage to Xie Juan meant that no further embellishments were needed. They would seek a powerful family to ally with the crown prince. During the birthday feast, she had probed the old Marquis Shun's sentiments. The old Marquis favored Xie Zheng, but had not committed to the match. Zheng, being obstinate, had set his heart on Shun Xiao and was unlikely to change his mind easily. The second master sighed, acknowledging mother is correct, and there is also the Tao family. Alas, he hesitated to mention them, as they were incessantly meddling in their son's affairs with a daughter of the Tao family. If not for Zheng's aversion, he would have confronted her to maintain peace in the household. The third master remarked, I believe mother is right. Only the Shun family can gradually rise. The Empress Shun would then be inclined to marry her daughter into our family, allowing others to recognize our strength. The two masters were inclined to support the crown prince in the succession struggle. Otherwise, Xie Juan would not have sought their assistance on numerous occasions. They were now prepared to heed Xie Juan's counsel and help the Shun family secure a prominent position. After waiting several days without news from the Mu family, Chaohua sent someone to inquire. Lin Han returned with a report. Princess, the Mu family and the Su family do indeed intend to marry, and they likely will not approach the Shun family for a proposal. However, there is good news. It is said that the emperor has dispatched Lord Shun to Jingzhou for disaster relief due to drought and plague there. Chaohua frowned. That does not bode well. Indeed, it is not a favorable task, and no one dares to accept it. The two masters from a Xie family merely suggested Lord Shun's name, and the emperor agreed. Chaohua nodded, understanding that while it may be a thankless task, if executed well, it could earn the emperor's favor, bestowing honor upon her uncle in the court. Only by gaining the emperor's recognition could one attain power, and only by having a voice in the emperor's presence could one influence court affairs. When does my uncle depart? Lin Han's expression shifted. In 1 hour, princess. Do you intend to accompany him? Yes, given the plague. My uncle will find it challenging to provide relief without medical knowledge. I possess such skills and can assist him discreetly. The matter of Chaohua's medical knowledge had been communicated to the Duke's residents, instructed to remain confidential. Thus, few were aware of her abilities. However, the heir might not agree. Do not inform him. He is to head to the military camp soon and will not return for some time. At that point, let someone impersonate me. Choose one among you. With Lang accompanying her and 10 guards, they decided to leave 2 behind at the princess's residence for any necessary follow-up. Upon hearing about the disguise, several guards were hesitant. Lin Han suggested, how about Ying Wu? His stature and demeanor are fitting. Ying Wu's expression darkened, as he had no rebuttal. Indeed, he was the shortest and leanest among them. I fear the heir's sudden return. He enjoys holding the princess and has a habit of sleeping with her, which could easily expose our ruse. A maid should impersonate the princess instead. Lin Han chuckled. The princess fears a maid's timidity. Your role is to handle the prince. The average person would likely tremble in the presence of the prince and reveal everything. Ying Wu admitted he, too, was apprehensive of the prince. It is the princess's command. You must comply. Hurry. The princess has summoned us. Prepare a complete set of women's attire. Ying Wu felt despondent. Upon reaching the peony garden, Chaohua selected Ying Wu, instructing someone to apply makeup and dress him in her clothes. To the eye, he surprisingly fit the part. Well done. You possess a natural talent. The others could not suppress their laughter. Princess, I fear the prince as well. Chaohua patted his shoulder. Do not worry. When the time comes, exude the princess's authority and simply state you are unwell. We will return promptly. Jingzhou is far from the capital, almost on the border. How can we return quickly? Ying Wu realized this was merely the master's consolation, vowing not to disappoint the princess. Yes, if you could delay for a day, do so. Chaohua donned Ying Wu's attire and quietly left the residence. Lin Han and the others met Shun Jing at the city gate. Lord Shun, the princess has commanded us to accompany you to Jingzhou. End of chapter. Chapter 149. The beginning of trials and growth. Shun Jing did not ponder deeply, interpreting Chaohua's concern for her uncle. A few shadow guards would provide additional support. Very well, let us proceed. Time is of the essence. We must set off without delay. They all mounted their horses, riding tirelessly as they journeyed through Jingzhou, which was beset with calamities, natural disasters, and plague. Not a moment could be wasted. Chaohua, disguised as Ying Wu, followed them on the road, with Lin Han and the others surrounding and protecting her. Beside her was Lang, who had transformed from an untrained youth into a capable shadow guard over the past few months. Xiaowu, are you well? Do you need a break? Lang inquired, concern etched on his face. How can a delicate princess like her keep pace with a group of men on such a grueling journey? Chaohua replied, I am fine. Let us continue. We cannot lag behind because of me. She was no longer a princess, but a shadow guard. If she could not endure this level of hardship, her identity would soon be compromised. Enduring some discomfort now would enable her to assist her uncle later, as the rise of a Shun family would benefit both her and the crown prince. Therefore, a little suffering was inconsequential. The master exhibited remarkable forbearance, leading Lang to develop a profound respect for her, choosing to remain silent in his support until they reached a suitable place for her to rest. Lord Shun, at that moment, the sound of galloping hooves and the rumbling of a carriage approached from behind. It was the Chu family. Chu Yu, seated within the carriage, had come to offer her assistance, having been commanded by the emperor to do so. This time, the merits of their efforts could not be allowed to benefit the Shun family, as their rise would pose a threat, adding another supporter behind Ming Chaohua. Now that she held the status of a princess, with Xie Juan's protection and the backing of the emperor, the empress, and the duke's residence, there was little that could be done against her. If she sought vengeance, she must first diminish Ming Chaohua's influence. Shun Jing tugged at the reins, his brow furrowed. Miss Chu, I am aware of your exceptional medical skills. However, the plague in Jingzhou is no ordinary affliction. Many esteemed physicians have ventured there to no avail, with numerous skilled doctors having gone and not returned. As a young lady, it is exceedingly perilous for you to venture into the city. Chuis my zits soon. Lord Shun, do not worry. I understand the dangers that lie ahead, but for the sake of the people of Jingzhou, I am willing to take that risk. A healer's benevolence compels me. As a physician, I cannot stand idly by while lives are lost. Should I perish, it will be a reflection of my own inadequacy, not the fault of anyone else. Having lived a previous life, she was already aware of the calamities that plagued Jingzhou, including the epidemic and drought. In her past life, she had traveled to Jingzhou to provide aid during disasters and combat the plague, thereby gaining renown as a revered savior of the populace. Gu Wang had grown increasingly fond of her, while Ming Chaohua's jealousy had driven her to attempt multiple assassinations. Upon learning of Chu Yu's arrival to treat the plague, Chaohua, that wicked woman, had schemed in the shadows to undermine her efforts, aware that Chu Yu's success would grant her significant prestige. In her previous life, Chu Yu had known it was Chaohua, but lacked the evidence to bring her to justice. This time, however, she would not repeat the mistakes of the past. She would ensure Ming Chaohua's downfall and expose her true nature to Gu Wang. As Chu Yu was dispatched by imperial decree, Shun Jing could not refuse her request to accompany them on their journey. Very well, Miss Chu, please do. Chu Yi Wen not that. Inadvertently glancing at the crowd and spotting Lin Han, who was among those sent by the princess. Miss, indeed, it is said that the princess, unable to rest easy, has sent people to accompany and protect Lord Shun. What a pretense of concern for Lord Shun's safety. That woman has shown no regard for the Shun family. Fixated solely on Gu Wang, how could she genuinely worry for Shun Jing's well-being? She must be aware of my intentions to provide aid during the disaster and intends to keep a watchful eye on me to sabotage my efforts. Chu Yu had observed Chaohua for several months and noted that, while the woman had changed in many ways, she remained fundamentally the same. Now even more cunning and waiting for the opportunity to strike. Keep a close watch on them. I must know their every move. Chu Yu lowered the carriage curtain, a shadow of determination crossing her gaze. Chaohua was also stealthily observing the situation, surprised that Chu Yu had arrived. What could her purpose be in Jingzhou? Could it be that her medical skills were indeed as formidable as rumored? Lin Han, come here quietly, she instructed. Yes. It appears she has sent someone to keep tabs on us. Let her be, Chaohua replied. First, ascertain her purpose in Jingzhou. The plague has persisted for quite some time. If she truly possessed a remedy, she would not have waited until now. Chaohua harbored suspicions regarding the woman's motives for following them. Lina Nu did. We will keep a discreet watch on her. This relief effort and the credit for curing the plague must belong to my uncle. The Chu family should not expect to share in the accolades. We must devise a way to make a retreat from Jingzhou. Chaohua was already aware of how to treat the plague and intended to provide her uncle with the formula as soon as they arrived in Jingzhou. As long as the remedy was attributed to him, the credit would rightfully be his. Initially, she had planned to give it directly to him, but such actions could raise suspicions. In the capital, she was constantly under her father's scrutiny, who disapproved of her involvement in political machinations. If he were to discover her intentions, it would undoubtedly implicate many. It may prove somewhat difficult, Lin Han remarked. Chu Yu has come at the emperor's behest. General Chu sought the emperor's permission for her to assist Lord Shun. Chaohua found this puzzling. Why had the Chu family not volunteered for this arduous task earlier? Why wait until her uncle accepted the assignment before inserting themselves? It was evident that their actions were aimed at undermining the Shun family. Lin Han shared her confusion, but offered his insights. The eldest son of the Chu family has recently married the third princess, aligning himself with the Rong faction. It is possible that this move is orchestrated by the Rong prince to thwart the Shun family's ambitions, preventing their rise to favor. Chaohua's heart sank. She had not anticipated that her alteration of Xie Zheng's marriage to Zhao Yu would give rise to an entirely new narrative. It was a lapse in her foresight. She realized she must find a way to suppress the Rong prince and his faction. It was a lesson learned from experience. She resolved to secretly sabotage the marriage between the Mu and Su families. With newfound insight, Chaohua began to strategize. Rest assured, princess, the young master has already considered this aspect and discreetly approached young Master Mu. Young Master Mu has no interest in marrying the daughter of the Su family and heeding the young master's counsel. He is currently making a fuss about not wanting to wed Su Hongyan. The Mu family dotes on him, as long as Mu Yu is unwilling. A union between the Mu and Su families will be impossible. Chaohua smiled. Then we still have hope. Lin Han thought it prudent to remain cautious. As the second son of the Xie family, still harbored intentions of marrying Miss Shun. Let them contend with their own fates. Ensure that we keep a close watch on developments in the capital. Report any irregularities to me immediately. Understood. Continuing their journey, they finally stopped to rest. Chaohua felt as if the insides of her thighs were losing sensation. Without her maidservants, she had to manage everything herself, bathing, dressing, and applying medicine. This marked the beginning of her journey toward growth and independence. Chapter 150. The unseen side of the young master. They stayed at a relay station. The accommodations far from luxurious, yet Lin Han had managed to secure a private room from Xinjing. Considering their status as members of the princess's household, Xinjing arranged for 2 rooms for their use. Lin Han expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Shen. Please allow everyone to rest well. The journey has been arduous, and we will soon arrive in Jingzhou. After a night's rest, we must continue our travels." Xinjing demonstrated considerable care for the princess's entourage, later sending meals to their rooms. The 2 rooms were shared among 8 of them, with 1 reserved for the princess. After bathing and dressing, Chaohua joined them for dinner. "No need to prepare a separate meal for me. We shall dine together henceforth to avoid raising suspicions. We will arrive in Jingzhou soon. And with Chuyu keeping watch over us, we must remain discreet." The others nodded in agreement, though a sense of anxiety lingered. They had never imagined sharing meals and lodgings with their delicate princess. Their gazes instinctively turned to Lin Han, who assured them, "I, along with Ailang and Wei Zhuang, will share a room with you." With 8 individuals divided into 2 rooms, it was a fitting arrangement. Chaohua had no objections to this setup, though they would need to assign someone to keep watch. Lin Han and the others would sleep on the floor, as there were not enough blankets. But they were prepared to make do. "Princess, please rest. We will continue our journey tomorrow, with 2 more days ahead." Chaohua was indeed exhausted, reaching her limits. Finally able to enjoy a proper meal and sleep, she quickly succumbed to slumber upon laying her head on the pillow. The next morning, Lin Han roused her from sleep. "Any news from the capital?" Lin Han nodded. "The paper cannot conceal the fire. The young master has discovered your whereabouts in the princess's household." Chaohua's heart tightened. "He hasn't caused a stir, has he?" "It's unclear. They're not in the capital, and we have only just received word." By time calculations, Xie Juan must have known long before. On the 5th day since the little princess stealthily departed, Xie Juan realized that she had suddenly grown cold towards him, forbidding him from approaching. Despite his attempts to coax her, she remained silent. As he drew back the bed curtains, he had yet to embrace her when he discovered the truth. She was an impostor. "Who are you?" Ing Wu, taken aback, found himself grasped by the throat, nearly suffocating. "Please spare me, young master." Xie Juan